Good evening, dear friends. I hope you've all savored the beauty of this spring day, with its gentle breezes and blossoming wonders. As the sun bids farewell, gather with me by the cozy fireplace, where its warm glow wraps us in comfort. Allow yourself to unwind and drift with the soothing sounds of tonight's tale, crafted just for you. Thank you for choosing to spend your evening here, where stories come alive. And remember, if you wish to enjoy these moments ad-free, join us on Patreon. Now let us step into the magic of the night together. Story 1. In a galaxy far, far away, where stars twinkled like diamonds on a velvet canvas, two unlikely souls found themselves on a journey that would change their lives forever. On the planet Xylios, a young creature named Zara was born into a race of highly intelligent but often aloof beings. With her iridescent scales that shimmered with hues of blue and green under the sunlight, and piercing amber eyes that seemed to see into one's very soul, she was considered a prodigy among her kind, excelling in all academic pursuits. However, Zara's true passion lay in exploring the vastness of space, a dream that her peers deemed frivolous and impractical. In the quiet of her room, amidst star charts and ancient tomes, Zara would gaze out at the night sky, her heart yearning for the infinite mysteries it held. Her room was a sanctuary of wonder, its walls adorned with holographic projections of nebulae and distant galaxies that cast a soft, ethereal glow. The air was thick with the scent of aged parchment and the faint whir of her data consoles, each containing a universe of information. Yet, despite the wealth of knowledge at her fingertips, Zara felt as if she were trapped in a gilded cage, longing to break free and touch the stars that beckoned her with their distant light. Zara's family, proud of her intellectual achievements, often failed to understand her fascination with the stars. They valued logic and knowledge, while Zara felt a restless pull towards the unknown, a call that was both exhilarating and terrifying. She would sneak to the outskirts of her city, where the night sky was darkest, and imagine herself among the constellations, her mind painting vivid pictures of distant worlds and the adventures they promised. Her heart, however, was torn between duty to her kind and the wild call of the cosmos. Meanwhile, on a distant world called Terrus, a boisterous and warm-hearted being named Grumm was born into a species renowned for their physical strength and unwavering loyalty. With his shaggy fur, reminiscent of the forest floor in autumn, and a booming laugh that could shake the leaves from trees, Grumm was the life of every gathering, always ready to lift the spirits of those around him. Yet, beneath his jovial exterior, he harbored a deep fascination for the mysteries of the cosmos, a curiosity often overshadowed by his people's emphasis on brawn over intellect. In the solitude of the Terran plains, Grumm would often lie on the grass, watching the stars, dreaming of adventures beyond his reach. Grumm's people were storytellers, weaving tales of heroism and strength into their cultural fabric. In the evenings, the community would gather around roaring fires, the warmth of the flames mirrored by the camaraderie that filled the air. But Grumm's favorite tales were those of ancient explorers, ones who charted the unknown and encountered wonders beyond imagination. His heart ached for such adventures, a longing that whispered of a destiny far greater than mere physical prowess. Yet, surrounded by expectations of his people, he buried his dreams beneath laughter and camaraderie, afraid to voice the desires that set him apart. Their paths crossed when Zara's insatiable thirst for knowledge led her to embark on an expedition to uncharted regions of the galaxy. Grumm, seeking adventure and a chance to explore the unknown, found himself stowing away on the same vessel, inadvertently becoming part of Zara's crew. The ship, the Starstrider, was a marvel of engineering, its sleek design cutting through the darkness of space like a knife through water. The corridors of the ship hummed with energy, its walls adorned with holographic maps and star charts, painting a picture of the vast universe they were about to explore. At first, their encounter was marred by misunderstandings and clashing personalities. Zara found Grumm's boisterous nature and lack of scientific acumen irritating, while Grumm perceived Zara as aloof and overly serious. Their differences seemed insurmountable, and the prospect of working together appeared bleak. During their first dinner aboard, the tension was palpable. Zara meticulously organized her notes, while Grumm shared tales of his rambunctious escapades. The silence that followed was as vast as the space they traveled through. However, as they ventured deeper into the cosmic unknown, they encountered challenges that forced them to rely on each other's strengths. When their ship was caught in a treacherous ion storm, it was Zara's quick thinking and vast knowledge that guided them to safety, while Grumm's unwavering courage and physical prowess kept them anchored during the turbulent journey. The storm raged around them, the ship's hull groaning with the strain, but together they navigated through the chaos, emerging stronger and more united. Slowly, their initial disdain gave way to grudging respect, and eventually a profound bond began to form. Zara marveled at Grumm's ability to find joy in the simplest of things, his infectious laughter echoing through the ship's corridors and lifting her spirits during their darkest moments. Grumm, in turn, found himself in awe of Zara's boundless intellect and her ability to unravel the mysteries of the cosmos with a mere glance. They spent nights on the observation deck, sharing stories of their worlds, their laughter mingling with the soft hum of the ship. Their journey took them to a derelict space station, an ancient relic adrift in the void, its metal shell whispering tales of a bygone era. As they explored its darkened corridors, Zara and Grumm discovered remnants of a civilization that had vanished without a trace. The station's walls were lined with intricate murals, depicting scenes of peace and prosperity, now faded and forgotten. The air was tinged with a sense of melancholy, a reminder of the impermanence of even the most advanced societies. It was here that Zara's analytical mind and Grumm's intuitive understanding of stories melded into a cohesive force, allowing them to piece together the fate of the station's inhabitants. This experience deepened their appreciation for each other's strengths, highlighting the symbiotic nature of their partnership. As they explored strange new worlds and encountered enigmatic civilizations, they learned from each other's perspectives, broadening their horizons and challenging their preconceived notions. On a lush planet teeming with vibrant flora and fauna, Zara discovered the value of compassion and emotional intelligence, qualities she had once dismissed as weaknesses. Grumm, while observing the intricate ecosystems, developed a newfound appreciation for the pursuit of knowledge and the wonders of the scientific realm. One evening, as they sat under the light of two moons on a mysterious planet, they confided in each other their deepest fears and dreams. Zara admitted her fear of disappointing her family, and Grumm shared his struggle between his people's expectations and his own desires. In that moment of vulnerability, their friendship was solidified, creating a foundation of trust that would see them through the trials ahead. Their bond was put to the ultimate test when they encountered a hostile alien race that threatened the very existence of their home worlds. In a moment of crisis, it was their combined efforts, Zara's strategic brilliance and Grumm's unwavering determination, that saved not only their crew but entire civilizations from annihilation. They devised a plan that required both intellect and strength, a testament to the unity they had forged. The battle was fierce, the stakes high, but together they emerged victorious, their bond unbreakable. In the aftermath of their triumph, they visited a sanctuary planet, a place known for its healing energies and tranquil landscapes. Here, amongst the gentle rustle of crystalline leaves and the soothing murmur of iridescent streams, Zara and Grumm reflected on their journey. Zara found herself drawn to the harmonious balance of nature, a stark contrast to the structured logic of her home world. Grumm, meanwhile, was captivated by the planet's symbiotic relationships, seeing in them a reflection of his own bond with Zara. It was here that they realized their journey had not only changed the galaxy, but had irrevocably transformed them as well. The sanctuary planet, known as Serenthia, was unlike any other they had encountered. Its skies were painted in shades of lavender and gold, and the air was infused with a faint, sweet fragrance that calmed the mind. The inhabitants, a gentle race of beings with translucent wings and melodic voices, welcomed Zara and Grumm with open arms, sharing their wisdom and stories of unity and peace. It was here, amid the tranquil beauty of Serenthia, that Zara realized the true extent of her transformation. The logical boundaries she had once clung to seemed trivial against the backdrop of the universe's vast, interconnected tapestry. Grumm, too, found his perspective shifting. The strength he once prized, now complemented by a deeper understanding of the universe's mysteries. Their reflections on Serenthia deepened their connection, fostering a mutual respect that transcended their initial differences. As they wandered through the lush meadows and sparkling groves, they engaged in conversations that explored the philosophical underpinnings of their journey, challenging each other to consider new viewpoints and question long-held beliefs. These discussions were not always easy, as they often unearthed deeply ingrained fears and doubts. But Zara and Grumm faced them head-on, their friendship acting as a steady anchor amidst the uncertainty. As they stood together, battered but victorious, gazing upon the countless stars that stretched before them, they realized that their journey had transcended mere exploration. It had become a testament to the true meaning of friendship, a bond forged not by shared backgrounds or similarities, but by the ability to appreciate and learn from each other's differences. Zara and Grumm returned to their respective worlds as heroes, but more importantly, as lifelong friends. Their tale became a beacon of hope, reminding all who heard it that even the most unlikely of companions can find strength, wisdom, and joy in embracing the diversity of the cosmos, and that true friendship knows no boundaries of species or origin. And as they gazed into the endless night sky, they knew that their journey together had only just begun, for the universe held countless adventures and mysteries waiting to be explored, side by side, as friends forever united by the stars. The universe, vast and unexplored, lay before them, a tapestry of possibilities, inviting them to write their own stories among the stars. Story 2. In the heart of the whispering woods, where ancient trees whispered secrets to the wind, lay the quaint village of Eldergrove. The village was nestled in a lush, emerald valley, dotted with cozy cottages that exhaled wisps of smoke from their chimneys into the crisp morning air. The sun bathed the land in a golden glow, and the scent of blooming honeysuckles mingled with the earthy aroma of the forest floor, creating a haven of tranquility and warmth. This serene village was home to a young girl named Lila. She possessed a heart as kind as the summer breeze and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Lila loved to explore the whispering woods, accompanied by her loyal friend, a gentle fox named Finn. Finn's fur was as soft as dandelion fluff, and his eyes were two warm amber gems. Together, they roamed the woods, befriending the magical creatures and learning from the wise old trees. Lila was no ordinary child. She was known for her uncanny ability to listen deeply, not just with her ears, but with her heart. This gift endeared her to the villagers, who often sought her out for advice and comfort. Her days in Eldergrove were filled with small adventures and the delight of discovery, as she and Finn explored the hidden nooks of the forest, each corner revealing a new mystery or friend. On one soft, sunlit morning, as the dew still clung to the leaves, Lila noticed something peculiar. The village, usually bustling with the cheerful chatter of birds and villagers, was strangely quiet. Even the vibrant wildflowers seemed to droop a little, their colors muted and dull. Puzzled, Lila decided to investigate, with Finn trotting by her side, his nose twitching curiously. As they ventured deeper into the woods, they heard a soft, mournful melody drifting through the trees. It was a sound both haunting and beautiful, like the distant echo of a forgotten lullaby. Intrigued, Lila and Finn followed the melody until they reached the heart of the forest, where an ancient oak tree stood, its branches stretching toward the sky like a wise old guardian. Beneath the oak tree sat an elderly owl named Orin, his feathers a regal shade of silver. Orin was known as the keeper of wisdom, and his eyes, though heavy with age, twinkled with the light of countless stories. Lila approached him with a respectful nod, her voice soft and gentle. "Orin, we heard a melody in the woods, and the village feels different today. Do you know what's happening?" she asked, her brow furrowed with concern. Orin ruffled his feathers and let out a thoughtful hoot. "Ah, young Lila, the forest sings a song of sorrow today. A mystery has indeed befallen us. The heart of the forest is in distress." Lila's eyes widened. The heart of the forest was a mysterious, magical gem that kept the balance and harmony of the whispering woods. It was said to pulse with the rhythm of the earth itself, hidden away in a secret grove that only the pure of heart could find. "But why is it in distress?" Lila asked, her voice laced with concern. The heart of the forest has been clouded by shadows of doubt and fear, Orin explained, his voice like the rustle of autumn leaves. It needs clarity and truth to shine once more. Perhaps you and Finn can help uncover the mystery. Determined to restore the balance, Lila set off with Finn, her heart guided by the wisdom of the old owl. They followed a path lined with luminescent mushrooms, their glow lighting the way through the dense thicket. The air was sweet, with the scent of pine and the soft rustle of leaves underfoot. Their journey took them deeper into the woods than they had ever ventured before. Along the way, they encountered a gentle breeze that carried with it a whisper of encouragement, as if the forest itself was cheering them on. They crossed a babbling brook, where the water sparkled with a clarity that mirrored Lila's resolve, and it was there that they met an old turtle named Tully. Tully was known throughout the woods for his wisdom and patience. His shell bore intricate patterns that seemed to tell tales of ancient times. As Lila and Finn paused to greet him, they noticed the way his eyes seemed to hold the reflections of both the past and the future. "Ah, young ones," Tully greeted them with a slow nod. "I see you are on a journey to mend the heart of the forest." "Yes," Lila replied, her voice filled with determination. "Do you have any advice for us, Tully?" The turtle pondered for a moment, his gaze thoughtful. "To mend the heart, one must first mend the spirit. Seek out the source of the shadows, and you will find the light." With Tully's words echoing in their minds, Lila and Finn continued their journey, their path now guided by the soft glow of the luminescent mushrooms. The forest seemed to shift around them, the trees leaning closer as if eager to share their secrets. As they ventured further, they came across a hidden glade, where the air was thick with the scent of jasmine and the song of 1,000 crickets. In the center of the glade stood a stone circle, ancient and weathered, with symbols etched into its surface. Lila paused here, sensing the echoes of an old magic. Curiosity piqued, she approached the circle, noticing the way the light seemed to dance upon the stones. Finn, ever watchful, sniffed the air, as if detecting a hint of something unseen. Lila reached out to touch the nearest stone, its surface cool beneath her fingertips, and felt a gentle pulse of energy, like a heartbeat. "These stones hold the memories of the forest," Lila whispered, as if speaking might disturb the delicate balance of the place. "Perhaps they can show us the way." Closing her eyes, she let her mind drift, listening to the whispers of the stones. Images flickered in her mind, visions of the forest as it once was, vibrant and alive. She saw the villagers of old, their hearts filled with wonder and respect for the magic that surrounded them. But then, shadows crept in, whispers of doubt that took root and spread like a creeping fog. Lila opened her eyes, understanding dawning. "The shadows are born of our own fears," she murmured. "We must remember the wonder and trust that binds us to this place." With renewed resolve, Lila and Finn left the glade, their path now clear. Soon, they arrived at the secret grove, a hidden oasis of tranquility. In the center stood the heart of the forest, a magnificent crystal that shimmered with an inner light, though now dimmed and flickering uncertainly. Lila knelt beside the heart and closed her eyes, letting the gentle hum of the forest fill her senses. She listened closely, allowing her mind to quiet and her heart to speak. Finn sat beside her, his presence a comforting warmth in the cool shade of the grove. As Lila listened, she began to understand. The shadows were not external, but born of worry and uncertainty within the hearts of the villagers. Recent rumors had spread, tales of the forest's magic fading, and those whispers had sown seeds of doubt, clouding the heart of the forest. These doubts had taken root like invasive vines, threatening to choke the life out of the forest's very soul. With newfound clarity, Lila stood and turned to Finn, her eyes shining with determination. "We need to remind the villagers of the magic within them, the belief and trust that binds us all to the forest." Their journey back to the village was filled with a sense of urgency and purpose. As they emerged from the dense canopy, the sight of elder grove in the distance filled Lila with warmth. She could feel the pulse of the forest in every step, guiding her to the heart of the village where the people gathered. Lila called upon her friends and neighbors, gathering them in the village square. The sun was setting, casting a warm golden glow over the gathering. The villagers, sensing the significance of the moment, gathered around, their faces a tapestry of hope and curiosity. Lila spoke from her heart, her voice as gentle as a lullaby carried on the breeze. The heart of the forest reflects our own hearts. When we doubt and fear, it dims. But when we believe, when we trust and cherish the magic around us, it shines brighter than ever. The villagers listened, their faces softening as understanding dawned. They remembered the joy and wonder they felt in the forest, the magic that wove their lives together like threads in a beautiful tapestry. Among them was an elder named Marin, who stepped forward, his voice resonating with the wisdom of years. "Lila is right," Marin said, his voice carrying the strength of conviction. "We must not let fear take root in our hearts. The forest and its magic are a part of us, as we are a part of it." As they stood united, hand in hand, a gentle warmth spread through the village. The birds began to sing once more, their melodies weaving a tapestry of harmony through the trees. The wildflowers perked up, their colors vibrant and lively, painting the meadows with hues of joy. With the villagers' renewed faith and unity, Lila and Finn returned to the grove. There, they found the heart of the forest glowing brilliantly, its light dancing like the stars reflected in a clear midnight sky. The oppressive shadows that had once clung to it now dissipated, leaving behind a radiant glow of harmony and peace. As the first stars began to twinkle above, Lila and Finn sat beneath the ancient oak once more, the air filled with the sweet, soothing hum of the forest restored. Orin, perched on a nearby branch, hooted softly, his eyes filled with pride and gratitude. "You have shown great wisdom, young Lila," he said, his voice a soft caress on the evening breeze. "Remember, the greatest magic of all lies within our hearts." Lila smiled, feeling a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. She knew that the Whispering Woods would continue to thrive as long as they nurtured the bonds of friendship and trust. With a tender yawn, Lila leaned against the warm fur of her friend Finn, her eyelids growing heavy with the promise of dreams. As the night enveloped the village in its gentle embrace, Lila drifted into a peaceful slumber, knowing that the magic of the forest would forever be a part of her heart. And so the village of Eldergrove slept under the watchful eyes of the stars, cradled in the arms of the Whispering Woods, where magic, friendship, and the wisdom of the heart would always light the way. Story 3. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees swayed with secrets and the air shimmered with hidden magic, there was a quaint little village named Willowbrook. The village was known for its enchanting charm, with cobblestone paths winding through cottages that sprouted from the earth like mushrooms after a spring rain. The roofs were thatched with golden straw, and windows glowed warmly with the promise of comfort within. As dawn brushed the treetops with soft hues of lavender and gold, the village began to stir. The aroma of freshly baked bread wafted from the bakery, mingling with the earthy scent of dew-kissed soil. Birds greeted the morning with a chorus of melodious chirps, their notes weaving through the air, a symphony of nature harmonizing with the gentle hum of village life. In this village lived a gentle young girl named Lila, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky above the forest canopy. She had hair the color of chestnuts, and eyes that sparkled like the brook that meandered through the village. Lila spent her days exploring the woods, accompanied by her best friend, a sprightly squirrel named Pip, who always rode on her shoulder, chattering softly. One serene morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the treetops, Lila awoke to a peculiar sight. Her garden, usually a well-tended patch of emerald and blossom, was in a delightful disarray. Tiny footprints, too small for a human, yet too large for Pip, crisscrossed the earth. The flowers had been rearranged into spirals and circles, patterns that seemed to hum with an unspoken language. Lila knelt by the flower bed, her fingers tracing the intricate shapes. "What do you think, Pip?" she whispered, her voice barely louder than the rustling leaves. Pip, with his tiny paws crossed and eyes narrowed in thought, chirped a response that only Lila seemed to understand. The villagers, known for their warmth and camaraderie, gathered at Lila's gate, murmuring among themselves. "Perhaps it's the work of the whimsy folk," suggested old Thomas, the village storyteller, his beard as white and fluffy as the clouds above. His eyes twinkled with the light of countless tales, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of the village's history. Intrigued, Lila decided to seek the wisdom of the whimsy folk, creatures of myth and legend said to dwell deeper in the forest. With Pip by her side, she ventured into the woods, following a path dappled with sunlight and shadow. As they journeyed, the forest enveloped them in its embrace. The scent of pine and moss filled the air, and the sound of a distant brook sang a lullaby. Birds flitted between branches, their songs a gentle accompaniment to the rustling leaves. The forest was a living entity, full of whispers and stories, each tree a guardian of ancient secrets. Along the way, they encountered a clearing bathed in sunlight, where a group of woodland creatures congregated. A fox with fur like burnished copper played a tune on a reed flute, while a family of rabbits listened, their ears twitching in time with the melody. Lila paused, captivated by the scene, and realized that the forest was alive with stories beyond her own. After a time, they arrived at a clearing where the ancient oak known as the grandfather tree stood sentinel. Its gnarled branches stretched wide, and its bark was etched with time's passage. At its base sat a wise old owl named Orin, his feathers a tapestry of browns and grays, his eyes as deep as the night sky. "Ah, young Lila and Pip," Orin hooted softly, his voice like the creak of an old door. "What brings you to my abode on this fine morning?" Lila explained the mysterious happenings in her garden, her voice filled with both wonder and concern. Orin listened intently, his head cocked slightly to one side, a sign of his thoughtful musings. "The whimsy folk," Orin began, "are creatures of gentle magic, known for their playful nature. They mean no harm but delight in creating beauty in unexpected ways. However, they rarely reveal themselves to humans." Pip chirped a question, his tiny brow furrowed. "Indeed," Orin replied, "there is a way to invite them to speak. They are fond of music and laughter, things that come from the heart." Before Lila could respond, a gust of wind rustled the leaves above, and the forest seemed to lean in closer, listening. Orin continued, "But beware, dear Lila, the whimsy folk are unpredictable like the wind itself. They may draw you into a dance of their design, a path of whimsy and wonder." With newfound purpose, Lila and Pip thanked Orin and returned to Willowbrook. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and stars began to twinkle in the twilight, Lila gathered the villagers in her garden. Together, they sang songs of joy and shared stories that danced through the air like fireflies. As laughter and music filled the night, a gentle shimmer appeared in the garden. From the shadows emerged the whimsy folk, tiny creatures with wings like dragonflies and eyes like dewdrops. They twirled through the flowers, their movements a dance of light and color. One of the whimsy folk, a creature named Lyra, approached Lila with a smile as bright as the moon. "We meant no trouble, dear Lila," she said, her voice as soft as silk. "We wish to share the beauty we see in your world." Lila's heart swelled with understanding and gratitude. "Thank you, Lyra, for the gift of your art," she replied, bowing slightly. "Your patterns are a wonder to behold." As the night wore on, the villagers and whimsy folk shared tales, each story a thread weaving a new tapestry of connection between their worlds. Lila learned from Lyra of the whimsy folk's history, their origins tied to the very essence of the forest itself, ancient as the roots of the grandfather tree. The whimsy folk would continue their playful artistry, and the villagers would welcome their magic as a reminder of the beauty in unexpected places. The next morning, Lila woke to find new designs in her garden, symbols that now felt like a secret language between her and the whimsy folk, a dialogue of beauty and wonder. As the night deepened and the villagers returned to their homes, Lila lay in her bed, her window open to the starry sky. Pip snuggled close, his tiny form warm and comforting. Lila smiled, her heart as light as the breeze that rustled the leaves outside. In the quiet of her room, as sleep gently claimed her, Lila mused on the lesson the whimsy folk had unwittingly taught her, that sometimes the mysteries of the world are not meant to be solved, but cherished for the wonder they bring. The days that followed were filled with newfound appreciation for the subtler beauties of life. Lila would often sit by her window, watching as the whimsy folk left their gentle imprints on her garden, each pattern more intricate than the last. The villagers, too, found themselves more attuned to the magic around them, discovering joy in the simple act of watching a caterpillar transform into a butterfly or listening to the soft murmur of the brook. One evening, as the village basked in the glow of a setting sun, Lila gathered with the villagers for a feast under the stars. The celebration was not just of the whimsy folk's artistry, but of the deeper connections forged within their small community. Old Tomas regaled them with stories of the woods, each tale a reminder of the world beyond their own, full of wonder and mystery. As the night wore on, Lila realized that her journey had not only been about discovering the truth behind her garden's enchantment, but also about understanding the unspoken bonds that tied her to her world. In seeking the whimsy folk, she had found a piece of herself, one that reveled in the unknown and cherished the magic in everyday life. With that understanding, Lila drifted into a peaceful slumber, the whispers of the forest lulling her to dreams as sweet and enchanting as Willowbrook itself. Yet, as the village turned inward and the whimsy folk's artistry became a cherished part of daily life, Lila's heart began to stir with a deeper yearning. There was a part of her that ached to understand the broader tapestry of the forest, to venture beyond the familiar paths of Willowbrook and perhaps even discover the origins of the whimsy folk's gentle magic. One afternoon, while sitting by the brook with Pip, Lila shared her thoughts. What if there's more to the forest than we've ever imagined, Pip? What if our stories are only the beginning? She pondered aloud, her voice tinged with both excitement and uncertainty. Pip, ever the loyal companion, chirped in agreement, his eyes bright with adventure. Together, they decided to embark on a new journey, one that would take them deeper into the heart of the whispering woods, beyond the boundaries of Willowbrook. The following morning, as dawn unfurled its colors across the sky, Lila and Pip set out, their hearts filled with anticipation. They ventured deeper into the woods, guided by the soft murmurs of the forest and the occasional rustle of unseen creatures. The path was unfamiliar, the trees taller and older, their trunks etched with stories untold. As they walked, the air grew cooler, and the light filtered through the canopy in shafts of emerald and gold. They came upon a hidden glade, where ancient stones stood in a circle, covered in moss and lichen. The stones hummed with a quiet energy, as if they held the secrets of the forest within their silent embrace. Lila approached the stones, her fingers brushing against their cool surface. She felt a gentle warmth spread through her, a connection to the forest's ancient magic. It was here, she realized, that the whimsy folk drew their power, a place where the boundaries between worlds blurred and the language of nature spoke in whispers. In that moment, Lila understood that the magic of the whimsy folk was not just an external wonder, but a reflection of the forest's spirit, a testament to the interconnectedness of all living things. She felt a profound sense of belonging, not just to Willowbrook, but to the entire forest and the stories it held. With Pip by her side, Lila returned to the village, her heart full of the forest's song. She knew that her journey had only just begun, and that the stories of the whispering woods would continue to unfold, each one a thread in the ever-growing tapestry of life. In the days that followed, Lila shared her discoveries with the villagers, who listened with rapt attention. The village of Willowbrook, nestled in the heart of the whispering woods, became a place where magic and reality intertwined, where the boundaries of the known world expanded with each new tale. And so, the story of Lila and the whimsy folk became a cherished part of the village's lore, a reminder that the world was full of wonders yet to be discovered, and that the true magic lay in the journey itself. As the seasons changed and the leaves turned to shades of amber and crimson, Lila's adventures began to inspire others in the village. Children, wide-eyed and eager, would gather around her, coaxing her to retell her tales of the whimsy folk and the hidden glades. Even the elder villagers found themselves invigorated by the stories, recalling their own youthful explorations and long-forgotten dreams. One chilly morning, as frost clung to the window panes, a letter arrived at Lila's doorstep. It was from another village beyond the whispering woods, where whispers of her encounters had traveled. The letter spoke of strange happenings in their land, signs that mirrored the whimsy folk's artistry. Curiosity piqued. Lila realized that her world was perhaps more interconnected than she had ever imagined. With a heart full of wanderlust, she knew that her journey was far from over. There were other stories to uncover, other mysteries to explore, and other bonds to form. Lila turned to Pip, who nodded with an understanding that only a true friend could possess. Together, they packed a small satchel with essentials, their eyes set on the horizon, ready for new adventures. With a final glance at the village, Lila felt a deep sense of gratitude for the place that had nurtured her spirit and kindled her curiosity. As she and Pip set out once again, the whispering woods whispered their farewells, the trees swaying with promises of safe travels and new beginnings. And so the tale of Lila and Pip continued, a journey not just through the forest, but through the very essence of discovery and connection. Willowbrook remained a beacon of enchantment and wonder, a village forever touched by the magic of the whimsy folk and the courage of a young girl who dared to listen to the whispers of the woods. Story 4. The Whispering Willow and the Hidden World. Part 1. The Whisper of the Woods. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and vast meadows, there was an enduring legend about a mystical willow tree that stood at the edge of the Whispering Woods. The villagers spoke of this tree with a reverence that bordered on sacred, for it was said to be the gateway to a hidden world, a place where magic thrived and dreams took shape. Among the villagers was a gentle young girl named Lila, known for her bright, curious eyes and an imagination that stretched far beyond the confines of the village. Lila lived with her grandmother, a wise woman with silver hair that shimmered like moonlight. Her grandmother often told her tales of the whispering willow and the hidden world beyond, stories filled with enchantment and lessons that lingered like the scent of blooming jasmine. Lila cherished these stories, and as she grew, so did her yearning to uncover the secrets of the willow. One balmy summer evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, Lila sat by her grandmother's side, listening intently. "Tell me again, Grandma," she pleaded, her voice soft as the gentle breeze that rustled the leaves. "Tell me about the hidden world." Her grandmother chuckled, a sound like the tinkling of wind chimes. "Ah, my dear Lila, the hidden world is not just a place. It is a feeling, a whisper in the wind, a glimmer of hope. It is where kindness reigns and every soul finds its song." As the stars began to twinkle like diamonds scattered across a velvet sky, Lila's heart swelled with a sense of longing and determination. She knew she must seek the willow for herself, to see if the stories were true, and perhaps discover a world beyond her wildest dreams. Part 2. The Journey Begins. The next morning, with the first light of dawn peeking through her window, Lila prepared for her journey. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and a soft, worn blanket that smelled of home. With a deep breath and a heart full of courage, she set off toward the Whispering Woods. The path to the woods was lined with wildflowers, their petals glistening with morning dew. The air was fragrant with the scent of honeysuckle, a sweet perfume that danced around her as she walked. As Lila ambled along, she marveled at the beauty around her, the gentle hum of bees, the sweet song of birds, and the soft crunch of leaves beneath her feet. Every step felt like a melody, guiding her closer to the willow and the mystery it held. As she neared the edge of the woods, the air grew cool and crisp, carrying with it the faintest whisper of something magical. Lila paused, her heart pounding with anticipation. Before her stood the majestic willow, its branches swaying gracefully as if welcoming her into its embrace. "Hello, dear willow," Lila whispered, her voice filled with awe. "I seek the hidden world. Will you show me the way?" The willow seemed to shimmer in response, its leaves rustling with a gentle sigh. Lila reached out and touched its trunk, feeling a warmth spread through her fingertips, as if the tree were alive with ancient magic. Suddenly the world around her began to shift and change, the colors deepening, the air thick with enchantment. And then, as if stepping through a veil, Lila found herself in a realm unlike any she had ever imagined. Part 3. The Hidden World. The hidden world was a tapestry of vibrant colors and gentle sounds, a place where the very air seemed to sing with joy. Lila gazed around in wonder, her heart alight with the beauty that surrounded her. The sky was a brilliant shade of cerulean, dotted with fluffy clouds that floated like cotton candy. The grass beneath her feet was soft and lush, and the trees were adorned with blossoms that glowed with an inner light. As Lila took in her surroundings, she noticed creatures of all shapes and sizes wandering about. delicate fairies with wings that shimmered like rainbows, tiny woodland spirits that danced among the flowers, and wise old owls perched in the trees, their eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. It was a world of harmony, where every creature lived in perfect balance with nature. "Welcome, Lila," a soft voice called, breaking the spell of her awe. Lila turned to see a small, graceful fox standing before her, its fur a rich auburn that glowed in the dappled sunlight. "I am Rowan, guardian of this realm. We have been expecting you." Lila's eyes widened in surprise. "You know my name?" "Indeed," Rowan replied with a gentle smile. "The Whispering Willow told us of your coming. It is rare for someone from your world to find their way here, but your heart is pure and your spirit is strong." The fox's words filled Lila with warmth and a sense of belonging. She felt as if she had found a piece of herself that she never knew was missing. "Come," Rowan beckoned, turning with a flick of his bushy tail. "There is much to see and learn." Lila followed Rowan through the enchanted landscape, her heart singing with each step. The hidden world was a place of wonder, where every creature had a story to tell and a lesson to share. As they walked, Rowan introduced Lila to the inhabitants of the realm, a family of deer with coats that sparkled like starlight, a wise old tortoise who moved with the patience of ages, and a mischievous group of squirrels who chattered with laughter. Lila listened and learned, her heart opening to the wisdom and kindness that filled the air. She discovered that the hidden world was a reflection of her own, a place where dreams were nurtured and friendships blossomed. Part 4. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the land, Rowan led Lila to a clearing where a gentle stream babbled over smooth stones. The fox paused and turned to her, his eyes serious. "Lila, there is something you must know," Rowan said softly. "While this world thrives on harmony, there are times when darkness seeks to disrupt the balance. It is a challenge that we must face together." Lila nodded, understanding the weight of Rowan's words. She had seen the way the world could change with the smallest ripple, and she knew that every action mattered. "What must I do?" Lila asked, determination in her voice. Rowan smiled, his eyes filled with warmth and trust. "You have already begun, dear Lila. Your kindness and open heart are the greatest gifts you can offer. Together, we will protect this realm and ensure that its magic endures." In that moment, Lila felt a sense of purpose blossom within her, a connection to the hidden world that was as strong as the roots of the Whispering Willow. She knew that she was where she was meant to be, and that her journey was only just beginning. Part 5. The Dance of the Stars. As night fell, the hidden world came alive with a gentle, radiant light. Lila watched in awe as the stars twinkled above, their brilliance mirrored in the glow of the blossoms around her. The creatures of the realm gathered in the clearing, their eyes bright with anticipation. "Tonight," Rowan announced, his voice carrying through the air like a melody, "we celebrate the magic that binds us all, a dance of the stars that reminds us of our place in the universe." With a graceful leap, Rowan joined the others, and Lila found herself swept into the dance, her heart light and her spirit free. She twirled and spun, her laughter mingling with the music of the night, a symphony of joy that echoed through the hidden world. In the midst of the dance, Lila felt a presence beside her, a gentle warmth that filled her with peace. She turned to see her grandmother, her eyes shining with love and pride. "You found your way, my dear," her grandmother said softly, her voice like a comforting embrace. "You have discovered the magic within you, and it will guide you always." Tears of joy filled Lila's eyes as she embraced her grandmother, feeling the bond between them grow stronger, transcending time and space. Part 6. The Return. As the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, Lila knew that it was time to return to her own world. Her heart ached at the thought of leaving the hidden realm, but she knew that its magic would remain with her always, a part of her soul. Rowan appeared beside her, his eyes warm and understanding. "The hidden world will always be here, Lila, waiting for you when you need it. Your journey is far from over, and there is much for you to do in your own world." Lila nodded, feeling a sense of peace and acceptance. She knew that her experiences in the hidden world had changed her, and that she would carry its lessons with her wherever she went. "Thank you, Rowan," Lila said, her voice filled with gratitude. I will never forget this place or the kindness you have shown me." With a final embrace, Lila turned toward the path that led back to the Whispering Willow. As she walked, the world around her began to shift and change once more, the colors fading, the air growing still. And then she was back in the Whispering Woods, the familiar sights and sounds of Willowbrook greeting her like an old friend. Part 7, A New Beginning. As Lila made her way home, she felt a renewed sense of purpose and joy. The hidden world had taught her the power of friendship and the importance of living with an open heart. She knew that she had been given a gift, a glimpse into a world where magic thrived, and it was a gift that she would cherish forever. Her grandmother was waiting for her at the door, her eyes filled with warmth and understanding. Lila ran to her, embracing her tightly, feeling the love that had guided her on her journey. "Welcome home, my dear," her grandmother said, her voice like a lullaby. "I see the magic in your eyes, and I know that you have found your way." Lila smiled, her heart full of gratitude and love. She knew that her adventure was only just beginning, and that the hidden world would always be a part of her, a reminder of the beauty and magic that existed in every corner of the universe. And so, as the sun rose high in the sky, casting its golden light over Willowbrook, Lila stepped forward into a new day, her spirit light and her heart full of hope, ready to embrace whatever wonders the world had in store for her. Epilogue: The Whispering Willow's Gift. In the days that followed her journey, Lila noticed a subtle change within herself. Her senses seemed heightened, her awareness of the world around her more acute. She found beauty in the simplest of things, a dewdrop on a leaf, the soft rustle of the wind through the trees, the gentle murmur of a stream. The lessons she had learned in the hidden world began to weave themselves into her everyday life. She approached each day with a sense of wonder and openness, eager to share the magic she had discovered with those around her. Word of Lila's journey soon spread through the village, capturing the imaginations of young and old alike. Her tales of the hidden world and its enchanting inhabitants inspired others to look beyond the ordinary, to seek out the magic that lay just beneath the surface of their own lives. Lila's heart swelled with joy as she watched the villagers begin to embrace the beauty and wonder of the world around them. She knew that the hidden world had given her a gift that she could share with others, spreading kindness and joy wherever she went. One evening, as Lila sat beneath the boughs of the Whispering Willow, she felt a gentle breeze brush against her cheek, a soft caress that carried with it a familiar scent of blossoms and stardust. She smiled, knowing that the hidden world was never far away, always watching, always guiding. As the sun set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lila closed her eyes and listened to the whispers of the woods, a melody of magic and hope that would stay with her forever. Part 8, The Circle of Seasons. Time flowed gently in Willowbrook, and as the seasons changed, so did Lila. She became a young woman with an indomitable spark in her eyes, a beacon of hope and inspiration to those around her. The village, once content with its mundane rhythm, now pulsed with a newfound vibrancy. Lila's tales of the hidden world became the heartbeats of the community, knitting the people together with a shared sense of wonder and possibility. With the arrival of autumn, the village transformed into a mosaic of gold and crimson hues. Lila often wandered through the woods, her steps guided by the familiar path to the Whispering Willow. The tree stood as a sentinel of time, its leaves whispering secrets of the ages to those who cared to listen. One particularly crisp afternoon, as Lila sat beneath its boughs, a gentle rustle caught her attention. From behind the tree emerged a young boy, his eyes wide with curiosity. His name was Oliver, and he was new to Willowbrook, having just moved there with his family. Oliver had heard the stories of Lila and the hidden world, and he yearned to discover its magic for himself. "Do you think the willow would let me see the hidden world?" he asked, his voice a mix of hope and uncertainty. Lila smiled, recognizing the same longing that had once filled her own heart. "The willow welcomes those who seek with an open heart," she replied gently. "It is not about seeing with your eyes, but feeling with your soul." Together, they sat in silence, the world around them a symphony of rustling leaves and distant bird calls. Lila shared her memories of the hidden world, recounting the colors and sounds, the creatures and their stories. Oliver listened with rapt attention, his heart opening to the possibility of magic. As they parted ways, Leela watched him disappear down the path, his spirit alight with wonder. She knew that the hidden world was not just a place, but a state of being, an awareness of the magic in everyday life, a connection to something greater than oneself. With each passing season, Lila continued to nurture this awareness within the village, her journey intertwined with the lives of those around her. And though she knew the hidden world was always there, waiting beyond the veil of the whispering willow, she understood that its true gift lay in the magic it had awakened in her heart and the hearts of others. And so the circle of seasons turned, each one a chapter in the story of Willowbrook, a testament to the enduring power of magic, friendship, and the whispers of the willow that guided them all. Part 9. The Festival of Lights. As winter approached, Willowbrook prepared for its annual Festival of Lights, a celebration of warmth and togetherness during the year's darkest nights. This year, the festival seemed infused with a special kind of magic, a reflection of the hidden world that had touched the lives of the villagers. Lila took the lead in organizing the festival, drawing inspiration from her experiences. She envisioned an event that would bring the community together, allowing them to share in the joy and wonder that the hidden world had taught her. The village square, normally a quiet place, was transformed into a vibrant scene of laughter and joy. Under Lila's guidance, the villagers decorated the square with lanterns that twinkled like stars, their lights reflecting off the snow-covered ground. Stalls were set up, offering warm spiced cider, sweet pastries, and handmade crafts. Children ran about, their laughter echoing through the crisp air, while elders shared stories by the fire, their faces aglow with the light of the flames. As night fell, Lila stood in the center of the square, her heart full as she surveyed the scene before her. It was a moment of connection, a reminder that the magic of the hidden world was not confined to its realm, but could be woven into the fabric of everyday life. With a deep breath, Leela began to sing, her voice rising like a gentle breeze, carrying with it notes of hope and unity. The villagers joined in, their voices blending together in harmony, creating a melody that resonated with the spirit of the festival. As they sang, the lanterns seemed to shimmer brighter, casting a warm glow over the square. Lila felt a familiar presence, a whisper in the wind, and she knew that the hidden world was with them, its magic alive in their hearts. When the last notes faded into the night, the villagers stood in silence, their hearts full and spirits lifted. It was a moment of peace and gratitude, a celebration of the bonds that connected them all. As the festival came to a close, Lila looked around at the faces of her friends and family, her heart swelling with pride and love. She knew that the journey she had begun with the Whispering Willow had become a shared adventure, one that would continue to inspire and uplift the people of Willowbrook. And so, with the Festival of Lights shining brightly in their memory, Lila and the villagers embraced the coming winter, their hearts warm with the magic of the hidden world and the promise of new beginnings. Story 5. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and verdant forests, there existed a place where time seemed to move at its own gentle pace. The village was known as Willowbrook, named for the ancient willows that lined the meandering brook singing its way through the heart of the land. It was a place of serenity, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and where the sky unfurled like a vast canvas, painted anew each day by the hands of dawn and dusk. In this village lived a young girl named Marin, whose spirit was as bright and untamed as the brook that danced beside her home. Her hair cascaded in fiery curls around her shoulders, and her eyes sparkled with the mischief of 1,000 adventures yet to be had. Marin was known throughout Willowbrook for her love of stories and her insatiable curiosity about the world beyond the village's gentle borders. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves crunched underfoot like golden sugar, Marin set out on one of her many wanderings. She wore a cloak of deep green wool, its hood pulled up against the chill, and in her hand she carried a small satchel filled with bread and cheese, a gift from her mother to keep her energized on her explorations. As Marin walked, her mind wandered to the tales her grandmother used to tell her, stories of hidden worlds and magical realms that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary. Her grandmother had often spoken of a hidden glade, a secret haven within the forest where time flowed differently and where magic was as real as the stones beneath one's feet. Curious and hopeful, Marin decided that today she would seek out this hidden glade. She followed the brook as it wound deeper into the forest, its waters whispering secrets to the trees. The air was filled with the earthy scent of damp leaves and the occasional trill of a distant bird, creating a symphony that guided her steps. As the sun climbed higher, casting playful dapples of light through the canopy above, Marin felt a strange pull, as if the forest itself was inviting her deeper. She stepped carefully over roots and rocks, pausing now and then to listen to the rustle of branches, the creaking of ancient trees sharing their wisdom with the wind. After what felt like hours, Marin found herself in a part of the forest she had never seen before. The trees here were older, their trunks thick and gnarled, their leaves a deep, lush green that seemed to glow with an inner light. The brook widened into a gentle stream, its waters clear and sparkling like liquid crystal. It was then that she saw it, a path of smooth stones leading away from the stream, winding through the trees towards a softly glowing light. Heart pounding with excitement and a touch of trepidation, Marin followed the path until she stepped into a sunlit glade. The air was warmer here, filled with the hum of bees and the gentle rustling of leaves. In the center of the glade stood a great willow, its branches sweeping gracefully to the ground, creating a natural curtain that shielded whatever lay within. Marin approached with reverence, feeling as though she were on sacred ground. She gently parted the curtain of branches and stepped inside. What she found took her breath away. The interior of the willow was a world unto itself, its space wide and airy, filled with a soft golden light. At the heart of the space lay a pool of water, perfectly still, its surface like a mirror reflecting the beauty of the world above. Kneeling by the pool, Marin peered into its depths. To her astonishment, she saw not her own reflection, but images of places and times she had never known. Cities of shining towers, forests filled with creatures of every hue, and skies painted with colors that defied description. It was as if the pool held the memories of the world, past, present, and future, all woven together like threads in a tapestry. As she watched, entranced, a voice broke the silence. "You have found the heart of the forest," it said, soft yet powerful, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. Marin looked up to see an elderly woman standing on the opposite side of the pool. Her hair was a cascade of silver, her eyes a deep, knowing blue. She wore a cloak of autumn leaves that seemed to shimmer and change with the light. "Who are you?" Marin asked, a mixture of awe and curiosity in her voice. The woman smiled, her face crinkling like parchment. "I am the guardian of the glade," she replied. "I have watched over this place for many lifetimes, ensuring its magic remains undisturbed." Marin's heart swelled with questions, but one rose above the others. "Why have I been allowed to find this place?" The guardian's eyes sparkled with a light that seemed to come from within. "Because you have a heart that seeks truth, and a spirit that longs for adventure. This glade reveals itself only to those who are pure in heart and open in mind." Over the next few hours, Marin and the Guardian spoke of many things, of the forest and its secrets, of the magic that weaves through the world like a hidden thread, and of the importance of preserving the balance between seen and unseen realms. The Guardian explained that the pool was a conduit to the world's memory, a place where one could glimpse the essence of life itself. The conversation turned to Marin's life in Willowbrook, and she shared tales of her family, her friends, and the simple joys of village life. The Guardian listened intently, offering insights that deepened Marin's understanding of her own world. In return, Marin found herself offering stories of her own, tales of Willowbrook's past, of the ancient willows, and the secrets whispered by the brook. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the glade in hues of lavender and rose, the Guardian told Marin that her time in the glade had come to an end. "But remember," she said softly, "the magic of this place is not confined to these woods. It lives in the heart of all who believe in the wonder of the world." With a heart full of gratitude and a mind alight with possibilities, Marin bid farewell to the guardian and made her way back through the forest, the path now illuminated by the soft glow of twilight. As she walked, she felt a profound sense of peace, as if she had discovered a part of herself that had been waiting to be found. When Marin returned to Willowbrook, she found her village just as she had left it, the warmth of home wrapping around her like a familiar cloak. That night, as she lay in bed, she closed her eyes and imagined the glade, the pool, and the stories of the world alive within its depths. Sleep came gently, carrying her into dreams filled with wonder and light, dreams that whispered of hidden worlds and the magic that dwells in every heart. And as the stars twinkled in the night sky, Marin knew that she would return to the glade one day, guided by the song of the brook and the promise of new adventures waiting beyond the horizon. From that day forward, Marin walked through life with a new understanding, carrying the knowledge that magic was not just in hidden glades or ancient pools, but in the everyday moments that fill our lives with meaning. She shared her stories with anyone who would listen, breathing life into the tales and weaving the threads of wonder into the fabric of Willowbrook. Her friends and neighbors began to see the world through Marin's eyes, finding beauty in the rustling of leaves and the dance of shadows on a sunlit path. They learned to listen to the whispers of the wind and to see the stories written in the stars, understanding that the world was a vast tapestry of magic and mystery, waiting to be explored. One day, as the village gathered for the annual Harvest Festival, Marin's stories took center stage. The festival was a vibrant affair, awash with the scent of spiced cider and the laughter of children weaving through the crowd. Marin stood by the grand bonfire, its flames crackling and sending sparks dancing into the night sky. As she spoke, her words painted vivid pictures in the minds of her listeners, drawing them into the worlds she had discovered. Amid the joyful celebration, a stranger approached Marin. He was a traveler, his clothes worn, but his eyes bright with curiosity. He had heard tales of Willowbrook's storyteller during his journeys and had come to see for himself the magic she wove with her words. "Your stories have traveled far," he said, his voice carrying a hint of distant lands. "They speak of a hidden glade, a place of wonder. Is it true?" Marin smiled, her heart warmed by the knowledge that her tales had touched someone beyond the borders of her village. "The glade is as real as the stars above us," she replied. "But its magic is not confined to one place. It lives in every story, in every heart open to the wonders of the world." The traveler nodded, understanding the wisdom in her words. "Then perhaps I will find my own glade someday," he said, a hopeful gleam in his eyes. As the festival continued and the night wore on, Marin realized that her journey had come full circle. She had become the storyteller her grandmother had once been, the keeper of secrets and the bearer of magic. Her heart swelled with gratitude for the glade, the guardian, and the journey that had brought her here. As the years passed, Marin grew into a wise woman, beloved by all who knew her. She became the keeper of stories, the teller of tales, passing down the secrets of the glade and the wonders of the world to the next generation. And though she never revealed the exact location of the hidden glade, she encouraged others to seek their own places of magic, their own moments of wonder. In her heart, Marin knew that the magic of the glade was a gift meant to be shared, a reminder that the world is full of hidden wonders, waiting to be discovered by those who have the courage to seek them out. And so, under the light of the moon and the watchful eyes of the stars, she continued to share her stories, inspiring others to look beyond the ordinary and to find the magic that dwells within and around them. And so, the legacy of the hidden glade lived on, woven into the very fabric of Willowbrook, a testament to the power of stories, the strength of friendship, and the enduring magic of the world. For as long as there were those who believed in the wonder of life, the glade would remain, a place of beauty and mystery, waiting to welcome new adventurers into its embrace. As the seasons turned and the years flowed by like the brook's gentle waters, Marin's stories spread far beyond the borders of Willowbrook, carried on the wings of travelers and the whispers of the wind. They reached distant lands and touched the hearts of people across the world, sparking curiosity and wonder in those who heard them. In time, the tales of the hidden glade became legends, inspiring countless others to seek out the magic in their own lives. Children grew up listening to Marin's stories, dreaming of the day they might find their own secret places of wonder. They learned to look beyond the surface of things, to see the world with eyes open to the extraordinary possibilities that lay just beneath the surface. Marin's own journey had transformed her, teaching her that the true magic of the world was not found in any one place, but in the connections between all things, the threads that bind us to each other and to the earth. She had discovered that the greatest adventures were not those that took her far from home, but those that opened her heart to the beauty and mystery of life itself. And so, with each story she told, Marin planted seeds of wonder and curiosity in the hearts of those who listened, encouraging them to embark on their own journeys of discovery. She taught them that the world was full of hidden treasures, and that the greatest magic of all was the power to see and appreciate the beauty that surrounds us every day. In the quiet moments, when the village was asleep and the night was filled with the soft chorus of crickets and the distant hoot of an owl, Marin would sit by her window and gaze at the stars. She would remember the glade and the guardian, recalling the lessons she had learned and the promise she had made to keep the magic alive. With a heart full of gratitude, Marin would close her eyes and imagine the world as it could be, a place of endless wonder and possibility, where the magic of the hidden glade lived on in the hearts of all who dared to dream. And as she drifted into sleep, she knew that the story of the glade would never truly end, for as long as there were those who believed in its magic, it would continue to inspire new generations to seek out the extraordinary in the everyday. And so, dear reader, as you lay your head upon your pillow and close your eyes, remember the tale of Marin and the hidden glade. Let it remind you that the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered, and that the magic of life is found not in faraway places, but in the simple, beautiful moments that fill our days. May you find your own glades of magic and mystery, and may the stories you discover inspire you to share the wonder of the world with those you love. For in the end, it is the stories we tell and the connections we make that weave the tapestry of life, creating a world that is rich with the magic of dreams and the promise of endless possibilities. Sleep well and dream of adventures yet to come, knowing that the magic of the hidden glade is always with you, a gentle reminder of the beauty and wonder that lies just beyond the veil of the ordinary. 6. In the heart of the whispering wood, where the trees stood tall and ancient, there lay a small, quaint village known as Misty Hollow. The village was nestled between rolling hills and babbling brooks, where cottages with thatched roofs exuded warmth and the aroma of fresh-baked bread wafted through the air. The sun always seemed to set in a gentle golden hue, casting a sleepy glow over the land. Misty Hollow was a place where magic was as common as the morning dew, and the villagers lived harmoniously alongside enchanted creatures. It was a peaceful place, but recently strange occurrences had begun to unsettle the serenity of the village. It began when the villagers noticed that their beloved lanterns, which illuminated the cobblestone paths with a soft, welcoming glow, were flickering and dimming unexpectedly. This was unusual, as the lanterns were enchanted with ever-burning lights by the village's wise old witch, Miss Marigold. She was a gentle soul with silvery hair that cascaded like moonlit waterfalls, and eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of centuries. Concerned by the dimming lights, the villagers gathered in the village square, their faces drawn with curiosity and a touch of worry. Miss Marigold, sensing the unease, addressed them in her soothing voice. "Fear not, dear friends," she said, her words like a calming breeze, "for we shall uncover the mystery of the flickering lights." Among the villagers stood a young girl named Amara. With her chestnut hair tied in a loose braid and eyes as bright as the morning sky, she was known for her inquisitive nature and keen observation skills. Amara had a heart full of wonder and a mind that thrived on puzzles, so it was no surprise when she volunteered to help solve the mystery. Miss Marigold nodded approvingly. "Amara, my dear, your curiosity and kindness will serve us well, but remember, you won't be alone. Seek the guidance of those who dwell in the wood, for they are wise and have seen much." With a sense of purpose, Amara set off on her quest. As she walked through the village, she felt the cool breeze carrying the scent of pine and wildflowers. The gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets in her ear, as if encouraging her to uncover the truth. Her first stop was the edge of the Whispering Wood. Here she met Bramble, a mischievous pixie with wings that shimmered like dew-kissed gossamer. Bramble was known to be a playful trickster, but he had a good heart and knew the forest like the back of his tiny hand. "What brings you to the edge of the wood, Amara?" Bramble asked, his voice tinkling like wind chimes. "The lanterns are dimming, and we don't know why," Amara replied, her eyes wide with earnestness. "I thought you might have seen something unusual." Bramble fluttered his wings thoughtfully. I did notice something odd the other night. There were whispers in the air, not like the usual ones. These were different, as if they carried a sadness." Amara thanked Bramble and continued deeper into the forest, her feet padding softly on the moss-covered ground. The trees stood like ancient guardians, their leaves forming a verdant canopy overhead. Sunlight filtered through in delicate beams, painting the forest floor with patterns of light and shadow. As she ventured further, reached the glen where Elder Willow, the ancient tree spirit, resided. Elder Willow was as old as the forest itself, with bark that glistened like silver in the sunlight and branches that swayed gently, as if in conversation with the wind. "Elder Willow," Amara called softly, "do you know why our lanterns are losing their light?" The great tree spirit's voice was deep and resonant, like the echo of a distant storm. "Ah, young Amara, the answer lies not in the lanterns themselves, but in the heart of the forest. There is a disturbance, a longing that has gone unheeded." "A longing?" Amara echoed, intrigued. "Yes," Elder Willow continued, "a creature of magic that yearns for something lost. You must seek the Keeper of the Stars, for she holds the key to understanding this mystery." Amara thanked Elder Willow and set her sights on the starry glen, where the Keeper dwelled. The path was winding and cloaked in shadows, but Amara felt no fear, for she was guided by the whispers of the forest and the gentle glow of the moon. The starry glen was a hidden haven, where the night sky seemed to descend and mingle with the earth. There, amidst twinkling lights that danced like fireflies, stood the Keeper of the Stars. She was a graceful figure, her robes shimmering with the hues of twilight, and her eyes reflecting the wisdom of the cosmos. "Amara, seeker of truth, what brings you to my glen?" the Keeper asked, her voice a melody of the night. "Our village lanterns grow dim, and we seek the cause," Amara explained. Elder Willow said there's a creature with a longing that needs to be understood. The Keeper nodded knowingly. "Ah, yes, it is the lantern sprite, a guardian of light. She once danced through the village, her joy infusing the lanterns with her essence. But she has grown lonely, for the villagers no longer see her, and her light fades with her spirit." Amara's heart ached for the sprite. "How can we help her?" "Show her that she is not forgotten," the Keeper replied gently. "Invite her back into your hearts and your village. Let her know that her light is cherished." With newfound understanding, Amara returned to Misty Hollow. She gathered the villagers in the square once more, sharing the tale of the lantern sprite's sorrow. Together, they crafted delicate lanterns of their own, each inscribed with words of gratitude and love for the sprite. As dusk fell, the villagers placed their lanterns along the cobblestone paths, their soft glow mingling with the fading twilight. Amara stood amidst them, her heart hopeful and full of warmth. And then, just as the stars began to twinkle in the sky, a gentle breeze stirred the air. The lanterns flickered to life, shining brighter than ever before. In that moment, the lantern sprite appeared, her form a glimmering silhouette of light and joy. She danced along the paths, her laughter like the tinkling of 1,000 bells. The villagers watched in awe and delight, their hearts lifted by the sprite's return. Amara smiled, knowing that the mystery had been solved not through magic alone, but through understanding, kindness, and the strength of community. As the night enveloped Misty Hollow, the village was once more aglow with warmth and light, a testament to the power of friendship and the gentle magic that resided in their hearts. And so, nestled in the embrace of the Whispering Wood, the village drifted into a peaceful slumber, knowing that their light would never dim again. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a world where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her days were filled with the warmth of the countryside, where rolling meadows stretched as far as the eye could see, and ancient forests whispered secrets carried on the wind. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow sat beneath the boughs of a towering oak tree, she noticed a peculiar glow emanating from the hollow of its trunk. Curiosity piqued. She reached inside and withdrew a small, intricately carved wooden box. As her fingers brushed its surface, the box seemed to hum with energy, and a faint light pulsed from within. Unable to resist the allure of such a mysterious object, Willow opened the lid, and a swirl of golden mist enveloped her. In an instant, her world transformed, and she found herself transported to a realm beyond her wildest imagination. The forest around her had taken on a dreamlike quality, with trees adorned in shimmering leaves that danced in a non-existent breeze. The air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers, and the melodic tunes of unseen creatures echoed through the branches. As Willow stepped forward, her footfalls made no sound, and she realized that she was no longer bound by the laws of the world she knew. With a mere thought, she could soar above the canopy or glide across the forest floor, her movements as effortless as the wind itself. In this enchanted realm, Willow discovered that the boundaries of her imagination were limitless. Every wish, every dream could become a reality, and she found herself embarking on a journey of self-discovery unlike any she had ever known. One day, as she wandered through a sun-dappled glade, she came across a group of creatures unlike any she had seen before. They were small and delicate, with gossamer wings that shimmered like rainbows in the dappled light. Willow approached them cautiously, but the creatures sensed no ill intent and welcomed her with open arms. These beings, she learned, were the guardians of the dreamscape, and they had been waiting for her arrival. They revealed that the wooden box Willow had found was a gateway, a portal to a world where the impossible became possible, and where the only limits were those of the mind. Under the guidance of the guardians, Willow began to unlock the secrets of this extraordinary realm. She learned to shape the very fabric of reality with her thoughts, creating wondrous landscapes and fantastical beings that came to life before her eyes. Yet, as she delved deeper into the mysteries of the dreamscape, Willow discovered that her journey was not merely one of exploration, but also of personal growth. The guardians taught her that every choice, every action, had consequences that rippled through the fabric of this world and the one she had left behind. In one memorable lesson, Willow found herself in a verdant valley, surrounded by towering mountains that seemed to touch the sky. As she marveled at the majesty of her creation, a single thought crossed her mind, a seed of doubt that caused the mountains to tremble and the ground beneath her feet to quake. The guardians appeared, calm and serene, and gently reminded her that in this realm, her thoughts held immense power. They encouraged her to let go of her fears and embrace the boundless potential that lay within her. From that day forward, Willow approached each challenge with a renewed sense of wonder and confidence. She ventured into hidden glades where crystalline pools reflected the stars above, and explored caverns adorned with glittering gemstones that illuminated the way. In her travels, she encountered beings of all shapes and sizes, each with their own unique stories and perspectives. Some were friendly and welcoming, while others challenged her beliefs and forced her to confront her own biases. Through these encounters, Willow learned the value of empathy, compassion, and open-mindedness. As her journey progressed, Willow discovered that the dreamscape was not merely a fanciful escape, but a reflection of her innermost self. Every obstacle she overcame, every triumph she celebrated, was a testament to her own strength and resilience. One day, as she sat beneath the shade of a willow tree beside a babbling brook, Willow felt a profound sense of peace wash over her. She had grown and changed in ways she could never have imagined, and the lessons she had learned in this magical realm had become a part of her very being. With a heavy heart, she realized that her time in the dreamscape was drawing to a close. The guardians appeared once more, their eyes shining with pride and affection, and they bestowed upon her a final gift, a crystalline tear imbued with the essence of their realm. This tear will serve as a reminder of all that you have learned and experienced, they said. Whenever you feel lost or uncertain, Gaze into its depths, and you will find the courage and wisdom to guide you forward. With a gentle kiss upon her brow, the guardians bid Willow farewell, and she found herself back beneath the boughs of the ancient oak tree, the wooden box clutched tightly in her hands. As she blinked away the remnants of her otherworldly adventure, Willow felt a profound sense of gratitude for the journey she had undertaken. She knew that the lessons she had learned in the dreamscape would stay with her forever, shaping the person she would become and guiding her through the challenges that lay ahead. From that day forward, Willow carried the crystalline tear with her wherever she went, a constant reminder of the magic that dwelled within her and the boundless potential that awaited her in the world beyond her wildest dreams. Story 8. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and a shimmering brook, there lived a young girl named Amara. Her curiosity was boundless, her spirit as luminous as the morning sun. Each day she would wander through the meadows, her imagination painting the world with colors unseen. However, what intrigued her most was the enchanted forest that lay just beyond the village, its trees whispering secrets in the language of rustling leaves. The forest was a place of mystery and magic, spoken of in hushed tones by the elders and revered by all. It was said that the forest was alive, its heart pulsing with ancient magic. Amara had often peered through the gaps in the trees, her heart yearning for the wonders hidden within. Her parents, gentle and wise, had always cautioned her, saying, "The forest holds many wonders, but only those with a heart full of courage and kindness may venture safely." One crisp autumn morning, with the sun weaving golden patterns through the clouds, Amara felt a tug at her heart stronger than ever before. She decided it was time to explore the enchanted forest. With a small satchel filled with honeyed bread and a flask of sweet, cool water, she set off, her steps light with anticipation. As she entered the forest, the air changed around her, becoming a symphony of scents and sounds. The crispness of fallen leaves crunched beneath her feet, and the fragrance of pine mingled with the earthy perfume of moss-covered stones. Sunlight filtered through the towering canopy, painting the forest floor in patches of warm light and gentle shadow. Amara wandered deeper, her eyes wide with wonder. She marveled at sapphire-blue mushrooms that glowed softly in the shade and listened to the melodious calls of unseen birds echoing through the trees. Her heart danced with the thrill of discovery, each step taking her further into this world of enchantment. In a clearing, she encountered a peculiar sight, a group of tiny creatures with shimmering wings, no bigger than her hand, flitting about in a dance. They were the sylphs, known in legends as the guardians of the forest's secrets. Their laughter was like the tinkling of bells, and their presence filled Amara with an inexplicable joy. "Welcome, dear traveler," chimed the sylphs, their voices intertwining in a sweet harmony. "What brings you to our realm?" Amara smiled, her voice soft but firm. "I've come to see the wonders of the forest and learn its secrets, if I may." The sylphs twirled around her, their wings casting rainbows in the sunlight. The forest is a place of many wonders, but it is also a place where courage and kindness are tested. Will you help us? And in return, we shall show you what you seek. Amara nodded eagerly, her heart open and ready. "Tell me what I can do." The sylphs explained that the heart of the forest, a crystal as old as time itself, had lost its glow. Without its light, the forest's magic would wane, and its creatures would lose their home. Amara's task was to rekindle the heart's light with a spark of courage and a touch of kindness. Guided by the sylphs, Amara ventured onward deeper into the heart of the forest. She crossed bubbling brooks, their waters whispering secrets of ages past, and climbed over ancient roots that twisted like the stories of old. Along her journey, she met a wise old turtle who spoke of patience, a mischievous fox who taught her the value of cleverness, and a gentle deer who showed her the beauty of stillness. Each encounter taught her something new, and she felt her spirit grow with every lesson learned. Finally, she reached a glen bathed in soft moonlight, where the heart of the forest lay, a crystal of breathtaking beauty, dull and lifeless. Amara approached the crystal, her heart pounding with a mix of awe and determination. She placed her hands upon it, closing her eyes and thinking of all she had learned. She thought of the sylph's laughter, the turtle's wisdom, the fox's cunning, and the deer's grace. She thought of the love she held for her village and the forest alike. With a deep breath, Amara whispered, "Let the light of courage and the warmth of kindness awaken you." At her words, a gentle warmth spread from her fingertips, coursing through the crystal. Slowly it began to glow, at first faintly, then with a brilliance that filled the glen with light. The forest sighed in relief, its magic rekindled in a cascade of shimmering colors. The sylphs danced around Amara, their joy a palpable thing. "You have done it, brave Amara. The heart of the forest shines once more, thanks to your courage and kindness." Amara beamed, feeling a sense of fulfillment that filled her very being. She knew then that the forest was not just a place of mystery, but a home to many who shared its magic. She had ventured into the unknown, and returned with a heart full of wisdom and a spirit alight with wonder. As she made her way back to the village, the forest seemed to hum with gratitude, the leaves whispering farewell. Amara felt a deep connection to this magical place, knowing she would always carry its lessons with her. When she returned home, her parents welcomed her with open arms, their eyes shining with pride. That night, as Amara lay in her bed, the moon casting a gentle glow through her window, she felt at peace. Her journey had taught her that courage was not the absence of fear but the triumph over it, and kindness was the light that guided her way. And so, with a heart full of dreams and a mind brimming with stories, Amara drifted into a restful sleep, the enchanted forest a part of her forevermore. Story 9. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Maribel. The village was a tapestry of charming cottages with thatched roofs and cobblestone paths that wound like lazy streams through fields of wildflowers. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the air filled with the soft lullabies of crickets, weaving a melody as sweet as the dreams that followed. Maribel was known throughout Willowbrook for her curious nature. She had eyes the color of summer leaves and hair that danced like golden wheat in the wind. Though her days were filled with the simple joys of village life, Maribel often wandered to the edge of the woods, drawn by the mysterious allure of the rustling trees and the secrets they seemed to keep. One misty afternoon, as the sky was brushed with hues of lavender and rose, Maribel stumbled upon a peculiar object partially buried in the soft earth near an ancient oak. It was a delicate silver locket, its surface etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer with their own light. As she carefully opened it, a soft, melodious hum filled the air, and a gentle warmth spread through her fingertips. Inside, she found a tiny, glowing seed nestled within. Intrigued by her discovery, Maribel sought the wisdom of old Cedric, the village's wise and kindly elder, who was known for his stories of magic and wonder. His cottage sat at the heart of Willowbrook, surrounded by a garden that bloomed in every color imaginable. Cedric welcomed Maribel with a twinkle in his eye and a chuckle that rumbled like a gentle brook. "Ah, Maribel," he said, examining the locket with care. "This is no ordinary trinket. It is a keeper's locket, a gift from the ancient times meant to guide those with pure hearts to their true path." Maribel listened intently as Cedric explained that the glowing seed within the locket had the power to reveal hidden truths and grant its possessor the ability to communicate with the natural world. However, to unlock its full potential, Maribel would need to embark on a journey of understanding and harmony. With a heart full of excitement and a spirit eager for adventure, Maribel set out the next morning, the locket resting gently against her chest. The path led her deeper into the woods, where the canopy of leaves filtered the sunlight into a golden tapestry. As she walked, the birds chirped greetings, and the wind whispered secrets only she could understand. Along her journey, Maribel encountered a variety of creatures, each with their own unique charm. First was Bramble, a wise old tortoise with a shell that shimmered like the night sky. Bramble was slow in movement but quick in thought, sharing stories of the forest and teaching Maribel the value of patience and observation. Next, she met Pippin, a sprightly squirrel with fur as soft as autumn leaves. Pippin was a masterful acrobat, leaping from branch to branch with ease. He taught Maribel the importance of agility and adaptability, and how sometimes the best solutions come from a shift in perspective. As Maribel journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, she came upon a serene lake, its surface like a mirror reflecting the clouds above. There she met Willow, a graceful swan with feathers that glistened like morning dew. Willow spoke of the balance of life, the ebb and flow of nature, and how true wisdom lay in understanding one's place within the world. With each new friend, Maribel's understanding of the locket's power grew, and she learned to listen with her heart, not just her ears. The forest, once a place of mystery, became a sanctuary of wisdom and friendship. However, the journey was not without its challenges. As Maribel neared the end of her path, she came upon a grove shrouded in shadow. The trees here were twisted and gnarled, their branches clawing at the sky. In the center stood an ancient tree, its trunk scarred and weary from countless storms. The locket began to hum softly, its light pulsing with urgency. Maribel realized that the grove was in pain, its balance disrupted by a hidden sorrow. With the guidance of her new friends, she reached out to the spirits of the trees, listening to the whispers of their leaves and the stories etched in their bark. Through patience and understanding, Maribel uncovered the source of the grove's distress, a long-forgotten promise to protect a sacred spring hidden beneath its roots. By honoring the ancient vow, she restored the grove's harmony, and in doing so, unlocked the full power of the locket. As the shadows lifted and light danced once more among the branches, Maribel felt a profound peace settle within her. The journey had transformed her, not through feats of strength, but through the gentle wisdom of friendship and the quiet power of empathy. With a heart full of gratitude, Maribel returned to Willowbrook, the locket's glow a gentle reminder of the extraordinary magic hidden within the ordinary world. She shared her tales with old Cedric and the villagers, weaving a tapestry of wonder that inspired others to look beyond the surface and listen to the whispers of the world around them. And so, in the cozy warmth of her cottage, as the fire crackled softly and the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Maribel drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the gentle voices of her forest friends and the comforting embrace of the keeper's locket. The village of Willowbrook, with its enchanting stories and hidden secrets, continued to thrive, a testament to the power of discovery, understanding, and the simple, enduring magic of friendship. Story 10. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling green hills and a shimmering lake, there lived a gentle soul named Finn. Finn was a curious young lad, always exploring the nooks and crannies of their picturesque hamlet. He had a particular fondness for the small cobblestone path that wound through the village, leading to a mysterious little shop brimming with oddities and wonders. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves danced in the cool breeze, Finn wandered into the shop. The air inside was warm and held the comforting scent of cinnamon and old books. Shelves were cluttered with all manner of peculiar items, from glistening seashells to clocks that ticked backwards. But it was a simple, unassuming pocket watch that caught Finn's eye. Its face was worn, and the hands were stuck at midnight, yet there was something undeniably enchanting about it. As Finn reached out to touch it, the shopkeeper, an elderly woman with twinkling eyes and a voice like a gentle stream, appeared beside him. "Ah, you've found the Watch of Whispers," she said with a knowing smile. "It holds secrets of great wonder, but only for those who listen with their hearts." Intrigued, Finn carefully picked up the watch. As his fingers brushed against the cool metal, he felt a gentle hum beneath his skin, as if the watch was alive with stories untold. With the shopkeeper's nod of encouragement, Finn decided to embark on a journey to uncover its mysteries. Finn's first stop was the edge of the village where the wise old owl, Ophelia, resided in a grand oak tree. She was a venerable creature, with feathers like moonlight and eyes that seemed to see into one's very soul. Finn shared his discovery with Ophelia, who hooted softly. "The watch is a guide, dear boy. It will show you paths unseen and truths untold, but only if you trust its whispers." With Ophelia's words in his heart, Finn set out towards the misty meadows, a place where time seemed to stand still, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers. As he walked, he held the watch close, listening to its gentle ticking. The path was not easy. It wound through thick fog and over babbling brooks, yet Finn felt an inexplicable sense of direction, as if the watch was leading him. Along the way, Finn met a kind-hearted fox named Jasper. Jasper was clever and quick, with a coat as bright as autumn leaves and a heart as warm as summer sunshine. He joined Finn on his journey, offering companionship and tales of the forest, his laughter echoing like music through the trees. Together, they arrived at the heart of the misty meadows, where a great ancient stone stood, carved with symbols of a bygone era. The watch began to glow softly in Finn's hand, and he understood that this was the moment it had led him to. But there was a challenge. The stone bore a riddle, one that required not strength or force, but wisdom and insight. Finn sat quietly, pondering the riddle. As he thought, the world around him seemed to fade away, leaving only the whispers of the watch and the gentle rustle of the meadows. Jasper sat patiently beside him, offering quiet encouragement. After what felt like an eternity, the answer came to Finn like a soft breeze. He spoke it aloud, and as the words left his lips, the stone shimmered and a warm light enveloped them. The watch's hands began to move again, ticking with renewed life, and Finn felt a profound sense of peace and understanding wash over him. With the riddle solved, Finn realized that the journey was not about finding a destination, but about discovering the strength and wisdom within himself. The watch had been a guide, but the true magic lay in the friendships he had formed and the lessons he had learned along the way. As Finn and Jasper made their way back to the village, the sun set in a blaze of colors, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink. The watch ticked gently in Finn's pocket, a reminder of the extraordinary journey and the secrets it had shared. Back in the cozy warmth of his home, surrounded by the familiar comforts of crackling fires and woolen blankets, Finn knew that the wonders of the world were not just in magical objects, but in the heart and spirit of every adventure. And so, with the watch resting on his bedside table, Finn drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of the endless possibilities that awaited him, knowing that with wisdom and friendship, no challenge was too great. And thus, the village nestled between the hills and the lake continued to whisper its secrets, a world of ordinary wonders waiting to be discovered by those who dared to listen. Story 11. In the serene valley of whispering pines, nestled between rolling hills and a sky that seemed to stretch endlessly, there was a small village untouched by the rush of time. The air here was sweet, tinged with the earthy scent of pine needles and the distant murmur of a babbling brook. It was in this peaceful setting that a young girl named Mira lived with her grandmother in a quaint stone cottage, where vines clambered over the roof and wildflowers danced in the gentle breeze. Mira was a curious soul, with eyes the color of the sky just before dawn and a heart as open as the meadows she loved to roam. Her days were filled with the simple joys of village life, helping her grandmother tend to their garden, playing with the neighboring children, and exploring the enchanting woods that bordered her world. But Mira's favorite time was twilight, when the sun dipped low and the world was washed in hues of gold and lavender. It was at this magical hour that her grandmother would tell stories, tales of ancient times, of mystical creatures, and of lands hidden beyond the reach of ordinary eyes. Mira listened intently, her imagination soaring with each tale, her spirit longing for adventures of her own. One evening, as the first stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Mira's grandmother shared a story about a hidden world within their very own woods, a place where the veil between the ordinary and the extraordinary was thin, and where those with pure hearts could discover wonders beyond imagining. The key to finding this world, her grandmother said, lay in a magical amulet, a shimmering pendant that mirrored the colors of the setting sun. That night, as Mira lay in bed, the story lingered in her mind, weaving through her dreams like a silken thread. She imagined herself stepping into the hidden world, the amulet glowing warmly against her chest, her heart brimming with the promise of adventure. The following morning, Mira awoke with a newfound sense of purpose. The sun peeked through her window, casting playful patterns on the wooden floor, as if urging her to begin her quest. With her grandmother's blessing and a satchel packed with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and a well-worn map, Mira set off into the woods, her spirit buoyed by hope and curiosity. The forest was alive with the songs of birds and the rustle of leaves whispering secrets to those who cared to listen. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, dappling the path with patches of light and shadow. Mira walked with a sense of wonder, feeling as though the trees themselves were guiding her, their branches reaching out like welcoming arms. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Mira came upon a clearing where the air seemed to shimmer with a peculiar energy. She paused, sensing that she was on the brink of something extraordinary. It was then that she noticed a peculiar tree, its trunk twisted and gnarled, with bark that gleamed like silver in the soft light. Nestled within its roots was the amulet her grandmother had spoken of, its colors shifting and swirling like a living sunset. With reverence, Mira reached for the amulet, its cool surface humming with a gentle warmth as she held it in her hand. As she placed it around her neck, the world seemed to shift, the air growing still and expectant. The forest around her blurred and reformed, and Mira found herself standing at the threshold of the hidden world. It was a realm of breathtaking beauty, where the colors were more vibrant, the air more fragrant, and the sounds more melodious. Flowers bloomed in a riot of hues, their petals whispering secrets of the universe. Streams of crystal-clear water sang as they wound their way through the lush landscape, and creatures of all kinds, some familiar, others fantastical, roamed freely, their eyes sparkling with intelligence and kindness. Mira's heart swelled with awe as she explored this wondrous place. She met creatures who spoke in voices like music, their words offering wisdom and friendship. She discovered meadows where time seemed to slow, allowing her to savor the tranquility and beauty that surrounded her. But the hidden world was not without its challenges. As Mira journeyed through this enchanted realm, she encountered a mysterious mist that crept through the forest, casting shadows and sowing confusion. The creatures she met spoke of a great mystery, an ancient secret hidden deep within the heart of the land, and a darkness that threatened to unravel the harmony of their world. Determined to help her newfound friends and restore balance, Mira embarked on a quest to uncover the truth. Guided by the amulet's gentle glow, she traveled through enchanted groves and over sparkling streams, her path illuminated by the light of her own courage and determination. Along the way, Mira forged bonds of friendship with the inhabitants of the hidden world. She met a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell was etched with the stories of the ages, and a playful fox named Bramble, whose laughter could brighten even the darkest of days. Together, they formed a steadfast companionship, their hearts united by a shared purpose. As they journeyed together, Mira learned valuable lessons from her friends. Thistle taught her about patience and the importance of listening to the world around her, while Bramble showed her the joy of living in the moment and the power of laughter to heal and uplift. Their path led them to the heart of the forest, where they discovered an ancient tree, its branches reaching towards the heavens like a cathedral of nature. Beneath its boughs lay the source of the mystery, a hidden spring, its waters glowing with a luminescent light. Here, Mira learned that the darkness threatening the hidden world was born from fear and misunderstanding, a shadow cast by those who had forgotten the interconnectedness of all things. With the guidance of her friends and the wisdom she had gained on her journey, Mira understood that the key to restoring balance lay not in fighting the darkness, but in embracing the light within herself and others. She realized that true magic came from the heart, from the kindness and compassion that connected all living beings. In a moment of clarity, Mira dipped the amulet into the glowing waters of the spring, its light merging with the essence of the hidden world. A radiant glow spread through the forest, dispelling the mist and restoring harmony to the land. With their mission accomplished, Mira and her friends returned to the village, their hearts filled with joy and gratitude. The hidden world had changed them all, enriching their lives with its beauty and wisdom. As the sun set over whispering pines, Mira sat with her grandmother by the crackling fireplace, the amulet resting gently against her heart. She shared her adventures, her voice filled with wonder and love, knowing that the hidden world would always be a part of her, a reminder of the magic that lay within and the power of friendship to overcome any challenge. And as Mira drifted into a peaceful slumber, the stars twinkled above, a celestial promise of dreams yet to come, and the endless possibilities that awaited those who dared to follow their hearts. Story 12. In a distant corner of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like tiny lanterns in the vast night sky, there lay a planet named Lumina, renowned for its shimmering fields of crystal flora. On this planet, there lived a gentle creature named Thalos, whose skin glowed with the soft luminescence of the moon. Thalos was a luminar, a species known for their ability to harness the energy of light, which they used to nurture their planet's vibrant ecosystem. Thalos spent his days tending to the luminous gardens, speaking to the plants in a melodic hum that resonated with the rhythms of the universe. His closest companion was a small, glowing orb named Luz, who floated beside him, radiating warmth and light. One evening, as the twin moons of Lumina rose in the sky, casting a silvery glow upon the landscape, a strange object streaked across the heavens. It was a spacecraft, spiraling out of control, leaving a trail of stardust in its wake. With a thunderous rumble, the ship crash-landed in the crystal fields, sending shards of light scattering in all directions. Curious and concerned, Thalos approached the crash site, his heart pounding with uncertainty. As he neared the wreckage, a hatch slowly opened with a creaky sigh, revealing a bewildered and slightly singed creature. It was a visitor from another world, a creature with scales that shimmered like 1,000 tiny mirrors, reflecting the light in a dazzling display. Her name was Kira, a Selenian from the distant planet Selenia, known for its icy terrain and reflective inhabitants. Kira stepped out of the ship, brushing off bits of debris, her eyes wide with both fear and wonder. Thalos approached cautiously, his gentle glow illuminating the space between them. "Welcome to Lumina," he said in a voice as soft as a whispering breeze. "I am Thalos, and this is Luz." Kira nodded, still dazed from her unexpected journey. I am Kira," she replied, her voice trembling slightly. "My ship was caught in a meteor storm, and I crashed here by accident." Thalos offered a reassuring smile, his eyes kind and understanding. "You are safe here, Kira. We will help you." Despite their initial awkwardness, Thalos and Kira began to work together to repair her damaged ship. Kira, accustomed to the solitude of her icy home, found the warmth of Lumina and the gentle nature of Thalos both comforting and strange. At first, their communication was filled with misunderstandings. The Luminar way of life, so intertwined with light and harmony, was foreign to Kira, whose world was governed by the stark beauty of ice and reflection. One day, as they toiled under the soft glow of the afternoon sun, Kira grew frustrated. "Why must everything be so bright here?" she exclaimed, shielding her eyes. "On Selenia, we live in the shadows, where the light is less harsh." Thalos paused, sensing her discomfort. "Light is what sustains us here," he explained gently. "But I understand it can be overwhelming. Perhaps we can find a way to balance it, so it's comfortable for you." With Thalos's help, they devised a canopy woven from the leaves of the crystal flora, filtering the sunlight into a softer glow that was more bearable for Kira. This small gesture of understanding was the first step in bridging the gap between their worlds. As the days turned into weeks, Thalos and Kira faced many challenges together, from repairing the intricate systems of her spacecraft to navigating the occasional storm that swept across Lumina. Each challenge brought them closer, teaching them the value of patience, empathy, and cooperation. One stormy night, as the winds howled and the rain danced like silver threads across the landscape, Kira found herself overwhelmed by homesickness. She missed the icy landscapes of Selenia, the familiar chill of her world. Sensing her melancholy, Thalos sat beside her, his presence a beacon of warmth. "Tell me about Selenia," he encouraged. "I'd love to hear about your home." Kira's eyes softened, and she began to speak of the vast fields of ice that sparkled under the pale light of her planet's distant sun, of the crystalline caves that held echoes of ancient tunes. As she spoke, Thalos listened intently, painting pictures in his mind of this foreign, yet fascinating world. "You see," Thalos said once she had finished, "every place has its own beauty. Just like Lumina has its light, Selenia has its reflections. And together, we can create something even more beautiful." His words resonated with Kira, offering comfort and understanding. She realized that though their worlds were different, they could learn from each other, just as they had learned to blend the light of Lumina with the shadows she loved. Finally, the day came when Kira's ship was ready to take flight once more. As they stood together, gazing at the repaired vessel, a bittersweet feeling filled the air. They had become friends, unlikely companions who had discovered the true meaning of friendship through shared trials and mutual respect. "Thank you, Thalos," Kira said, her voice filled with gratitude. "You've taught me so much about light and warmth. I will carry it with me wherever I go." "And thank you, Kira," Thalos replied, his glow soft and warm. "You've shown me the beauty of reflection and shadow. Our worlds are richer for having met." With a final embrace, Kira boarded her ship, the doors closing with a gentle hum. As the spacecraft lifted off, it left a trail of sparkling stardust, a reminder of the bond they had forged. Thalos watched until the ship disappeared into the horizon, his heart full of hope and peace. He turned back to his crystal fields, the light dancing upon the flora like a gentle lullaby. Though his new friend had left, the lessons they had shared remained, a testament to the strength of friendship that could cross the vast distances of the universe. And so, under the watchful gaze of the twin moons, Thalos continued to tend to Lumina, his heart alight with the warmth of newfound understanding, knowing that somewhere out there, his friend Kira carried a piece of Lumina with her, just as he carried a piece of Selenia within his heart. Story 13. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and a shimmering lake, where the air always smelled of wild flowers and honey, lived a young and curious girl named Lydia. The village was a place where magic wasn't just a distant dream, but a part of daily life. The cobblestone streets were lined with lanterns that glowed with a gentle luminescence, casting a warm golden light that danced across the paths as villagers strolled home. Every evening, after the sun dipped below the horizon, Lydia would visit her favorite spot by the lake, where the water mirrored the starlit sky, and the gentle lap of waves sang a lullaby. It was here, one crisp autumn night, that Lydia noticed something peculiar. Tiny, twinkling lights began to appear in the trees, twirling and swirling like a ballet of fireflies. Intrigued and slightly bewildered, Lydia decided to investigate. She tiptoed closer and realized the lights were not fireflies, but tiny, glowing creatures, each with delicate wings like glass and eyes that sparkled with mischief. They were wisps, gentle magical beings known for their playful nature. The wisps were giggling in their high, tinkling voices as they danced around a large ancient oak tree that stood by the water's edge. Lydia, her curiosity piqued, approached the tree cautiously. As she neared, she noticed that the bark was etched with mysterious symbols that seemed to shift and change, like the reflections on the lake. Just then, a soft, deep voice rumbled from the branches above. "Ah, young Lydia, I see you have found our little secret." Startled, Lydia looked up to see the wise old owl, Archimedes, perched among the leaves. His feathers were a patchwork of gray and brown, and his eyes were like twin moons, full of ancient knowledge and kindness. "Good evening, Archimedes," Lydia greeted, her voice as soft as the evening breeze. "What are these symbols, and why are the wisps so enchanted by them?" Archimedes ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "These symbols are a part of the tree's song, an ancient melody that holds the memories and magic of our land. The wisps are drawn to it because it resonates with their own magic." "But why have I never seen them before?" Lydia asked, her eyes wide with wonder. "Because," Archimedes said, "the tree's song only reveals itself to those who have a true heart and a curious mind. You, dear girl, have both." Lydia beamed with quiet pride, but was soon puzzled again as more strange occurrences began to unfold. The next morning, as the village awoke to the scent of fresh bread and dew-kissed grass, whispers spread about gardens growing wild overnight, bursting with vibrant, colorful flowers that had not been there the day before. Lydia, now more intrigued than ever, decided to seek the wisdom of the village's gentle healer, an elderly woman known as Marigold. Her small cottage lay at the heart of a lush herb garden, where the air was always sweet with the scent of lavender and rosemary. Marigold welcomed Lydia with a smile, her eyes twinkling behind spectacles perched on her nose. Together, they brewed a pot of chamomile tea, its warmth spreading through the room like a comforting hug. "Tell me what you have seen, Lydia," Marigold encouraged, handing her a steaming cup. Lydia recounted the night's events and the sudden bloom in the gardens. Marigold listened intently, nodding occasionally. "It seems," she mused, "that the land is responding to something. Magic often seeks balance, and when it flows strongly, it can manifest in unexpected ways. But why now? Lydia wondered, taking a sip of the soothing tea. Perhaps, Marigold suggested, the tree's song has been awakened by a need. The symbols you saw may hold a clue, but to understand them, we must observe and listen closely. With Marigold's guidance, Lydia returned to the oak tree that evening, accompanied by a few wisps who flitted around her like tiny lanterns. Together, they examined the shifting symbols, trying to decipher their meaning. As the night deepened, Lydia began to notice a pattern in the symbols, a rhythm that seemed to pulse like a heartbeat. She realized the symbols were not just random marks, but musical notes, forming a melody that sang of harmony and renewal. With this newfound understanding, Lydia and the wisps began to hum the melody softly. The air around them shimmered with magic, and the tree responded, its branches swaying gently, as if dancing to the tune. The next morning, the village awoke to find that not only had the gardens flourished, but the entire village felt refreshed and alive, as if touched by a gentle, invisible hand. The villagers, sensing something special had happened, gathered by the lake to celebrate the wonder of their magical home. As the sun set, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, Lydia, Marigold, and Archimedes shared the story of the tree's song with the villagers. They listened in awe, their hearts warmed by the knowledge that their home was cared for by the magic of nature and the kindness of its people. And so, the mystery of the strange occurrences was solved, not through grand gestures or powerful spells, but through the gentle wisdom of observation, the harmony of magic, and the friendship of those who believed in the wonder of their world. The village continued to thrive, its gardens ever blooming, and Lydia often returned to the oak tree, where the wisps danced and the tree's song whispered its timeless melody. Each night she would listen, learning the secrets of the world around her, comforted by the knowledge that she was a part of something truly magical. And as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, the village settled into a peaceful slumber, wrapped in the comforting embrace of their enchanted world, where mysteries were solved not by might, but by the gentle power of understanding and love. Story 14. In a quaint village nestled between the whispering woods and the serene azure lake, there lived a young girl named Marigold. Her name was as bright and cheerful as her spirit, and her heart was as vast and deep as the lake beside which the village thrived. Marigold was known for her curiosity and kindness, attributes that often led her on small adventures around her home, exploring every nook and cranny of the natural world that enveloped her village. The village itself was a tapestry of cobblestone streets and quaint cottages, their roofs dusted with moss and surrounded by gardens that bloomed with wildflowers in the riotous colors of a painter's palette. The air was always sweet with the scent of pine and fresh earth, and the gentle hum of bees could be heard as they busied themselves among the blossoms. One crisp autumn afternoon, as leaves danced down from the trees in a golden shower, Marigold set out on yet another of her explorations. The woods were her favorite haunt, a place where the veil between the mundane and the magical felt thin, almost like gossamer. It was said that within these woods lay secrets untold, hidden worlds that revealed themselves only to those with open hearts and a sense of wonder. As Marigold wandered deeper into the forest, the sunlight filtering through the canopy created a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. The air was alive with the sounds of chirping crickets and the distant call of a dove. The path she followed was one of her own making, a trail marked by intuition rather than familiarity. It wasn't long before Marigold stumbled upon something extraordinary, a small, iridescent feather lying amidst the fallen leaves. It shimmered with hues that seemed to shift with the angle of the light, a spectrum of colors she had never seen before. She picked it up, turning it over in her hands, marveling at its beauty. "This must be a sign," she whispered to herself, her excitement bubbling over. She tucked the feather into the pocket of her dress, feeling an inexplicable urge to follow where it might lead. The feather seemed to hum in her pocket, a gentle vibration that guided her steps deeper into the heart of the woods. As she walked, the forest seemed to change around her. The trees grew taller, their trunks thicker, and their leaves a vibrant emerald green that seemed to glow from within. The path narrowed, winding its way through the ancient trees until it opened into a hidden glade. In the center of the glade stood an enormous oak, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. Beneath its boughs the ground was carpeted with soft moss, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle. Marigold felt a sense of peace wash over her, as if she had found a sanctuary hidden from the world. As she approached the oak, she noticed a small opening at its base, just large enough for her to crawl through. The feather in her pocket seemed to pulse with encouragement, and with a deep breath she crouched down and slipped through the opening. To her astonishment, she emerged into a world entirely different from the one she had left behind. It was as if she had stepped into a dream. The sky above was a deep indigo, speckled with stars that twinkled like diamonds. The air was filled with the soft glow of luminescent flowers that lined the path, casting a gentle light that guided her way. Marigold's heart soared with wonder. This hidden world was a place of magic and mystery, a realm where the impossible became possible. She wandered along the path, her feet moving as if guided by an unseen hand, until she reached a clearing where a small pond lay, its surface as smooth as glass. Kneeling beside the pond, Marigold peered into its depths. Her reflection wavered, and then, to her surprise, the water began to shimmer and swirl. From its depths emerged a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a graceful being with the body of a deer and the wings of a bird, its eyes wise and gentle. "Welcome, Marigold," the creature spoke, its voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "I am Eldrin, guardian of this realm." Marigold's eyes widened in amazement, but she felt no fear. Instead, she was filled with a sense of belonging, as if she had been meant to find this place all along. "How do you know my name?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Eldrin smiled, a serene expression that spoke of ancient wisdom. "This world knows those who come with open hearts. You have been chosen, Marigold, to help restore balance here." Marigold listened, her curiosity piqued. Eldrin explained that the balance of their world had been disrupted by a shadow, a lingering darkness that threatened to consume the light and beauty of their realm. It was a force that could only be dispelled by the purest of hearts and the strength of friendship. "But how can I help?" Marigold asked, her brow furrowed with concern. "The feather you carry is a gift," Eldrin replied. "It possesses the magic of the elements, and with it you can summon allies from our realm to aid you in your quest." Marigold nodded, determination shining in her eyes. "I will do whatever it takes to help." With Eldrin as her guide, Marigold embarked on her journey to restore harmony to the hidden world. She traveled through fields of silver grass that shimmered in the moonlight, across bridges woven from starlight, and through forests where the trees whispered secrets of old. Along the way, Marigold met many wonderful creatures, each one joining her cause with a promise of friendship and loyalty. There was Lumina, the firefly whose light could pierce the deepest darkness, Bramble, the rabbit whose feet were swift and sure, and Zephyr, the gentle breeze that carried whispers on the wind. Together they faced trials and challenges, always moving closer to the heart of the shadow that threatened their world. With each step, Marigold learned the true strength of her heart and the power of unity. One evening, as the journey brought them to the edge of a vast shadowed forest, Marigold paused, feeling the weight of the task ahead. The shadow was near, and its presence was a palpable chill in the air. Her companions gathered around her, their eyes filled with trust and encouragement. "Remember, Marigold," Eldrin spoke, his voice a steady anchor. "The strength of your heart and the bond of friendship are your greatest weapons." Taking a deep breath, Marigold held the iridescent feather aloft, its light cutting through the encroaching darkness. She felt the magic within it awaken, a warmth that spread from her fingertips and into her heart. The light grew brighter, a beacon that called forth the allies she had gathered. As the creatures of the hidden world rallied to her side, Marigold felt their strength and courage flow into her. Together they moved forward, a wave of light and hope against the encroaching shadow. The forest, once dark and foreboding, began to glow with the light of their unity. As they reached the heart of the shadow, Marigold raised the feather high, its light forming a radiant barrier that pushed against the darkness. She could feel the shadow's resistance, a force that sought to consume and divide. But Marigold's heart was steadfast, her resolve unyielding. With the strength of her friends by her side, she called upon the magic of the feather, unleashing its full power. The light surged forward, a tidal wave of brilliance that enveloped the shadow, dissolving it into nothingness. The darkness receded, replaced by a warmth and light that filled the hidden world. The trees, once barren and lifeless, blossomed with leaves of emerald green. The air was filled with the sweet song of birds, and the ground bloomed with flowers of every hue. Marigold stood in the midst of this transformation, her heart filled with joy and gratitude. She turned to her friends, the companions who had stood by her through every trial. Their eyes shone with happiness, their bond stronger than ever. Eldrin approached, his expression one of deep respect and gratitude. "You have restored balance to our world, Marigold. Your courage and the power of friendship have shown us the way." Marigold smiled, her heart light and full. "I couldn't have done it without all of you. Together, we are unstoppable." As the hidden world celebrated its renewal, Marigold knew that her journey had changed her in ways she could not have imagined. She had discovered the strength of her own heart, the power of unity, and the magic of friendship. With her mission complete, she returned to her village, the iridescent feather still tucked safely in her pocket. The woods now felt even more alive, a place where magic lingered just beneath the surface. As she stepped back into her world, Marigold carried with her the lessons she had learned and the friendships she had forged. And though the hidden world remained a secret to those who did not seek it, she knew it was always there, a place of wonder and magic waiting to be discovered. The village welcomed her return with open arms, unaware of the adventure she had undertaken. But Marigold's heart was content, for she knew that the magic of the hidden world would always be with her, a guiding light in her life. And so, with the warmth of the village around her and the memory of her journey in her heart, Marigold fell asleep that night with a smile, knowing that the power of friendship and the strength of her heart would guide her through whatever lay ahead. In the gentle embrace of the crackling fireplace, the story of Marigold's adventure came to a close, leaving a lasting imprint of warmth, wonder, and the enduring magic of friendship. Story 15. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and dense, whispering woods, there was a secret known only to a few. This was a place where the ordinary intertwined seamlessly with the magical, where the air was perpetually scented with a mix of pine and possibilities. The villagers carried on their daily routines, unaware of the hidden wonders that lay just beyond their sight, concealed by a veil of enchantment. At the heart of this village was a small, cozy cottage made of cobblestones and timber, with a thatched roof that seemed to sag under the weight of time and memories. Inside this cottage lived a wise old woman named Mira, whose warm, crinkled eyes were as deep and knowing as the forest itself. Mira was known for her gentle demeanor and her uncanny ability to solve the most perplexing problems, not through magic, but through wisdom and kindness. One chilly autumn evening, as crimson and gold leaves danced in the crisp breeze, a young boy named Finn knocked on Mira's door. Finn was a curious soul, with tousled brown hair and eyes that sparkled with unbridled wonder. He had heard tales of Mira's wisdom and hoped she could help him unravel a mystery that had captured his imagination. "Come in, dear Finn," Mira's voice crooned as she opened the door, enveloping him in the comforting aroma of cinnamon and clove. The inside of her cottage was a trove of curiosities, with shelves lined with jars of herbs and trinkets from lands beyond the village. A fire crackled merrily in the hearth, casting a warm glow that banished the evening's chill. "What brings you to my humble abode, young one?" Mira asked, as she gestured for Finn to take a seat by the fire. Finn hesitated, his eyes darting to the window where the woods loomed in the fading light. "I've been hearing whispers, Mira, whispers from the forest. They speak of a hidden world, a place where magic thrives," he confessed, his voice barely above a whisper. Mira's eyes twinkled with understanding. "Ah, the whispers of the woods. They are not to be ignored, my dear, but they are not always as they seem. What have they told you?" "They speak of a tree, a great, ancient tree with roots that reach into another realm," Finn explained, his voice growing more confident. "They say it holds a secret, a magical object that can change everything." Mira nodded slowly, her fingers steepled in contemplation. The tree you speak of is known as the Sentinel. It is said to guard a portal to the Hidden Grove, a realm of magic and mysteries. But the path to it is treacherous and not to be taken lightly. Finn's heart leaped with excitement. Will you help me find it, Mira? I want to see this world, to understand its secrets. Mira smiled, her expression one of both fondness and caution. Very well, Finn. But remember, the journey to the Sentinel is as important as the destination itself. You will need courage, wisdom, and most importantly, friendship. The next morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the village awake, Finn set out on his journey. Mira had provided him with a map, a bundle of provisions, and a small, intricately carved wooden pendant. This pendant will guide you when you're lost, she had said, pressing it into his hand with a knowing smile. As Finn ventured into the forest, the world around him seemed to hum with life. The trees whispered and rustled, their leaves shimmering with dew. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Every step he took felt like a step into another world, one filled with secrets waiting to be discovered. Hours turned into days as Finn followed the map, his path winding deeper into the forest. Along the way he met creatures both wondrous and strange, a family of foxes with fur like fire, a wise old owl who spoke in riddles, and a mischievous sprite who delighted in leading him in circles. Each encounter taught Finn something new, about the forest, about himself, and about the nature of magic. One day, as he rested by a bubbling brook, he heard a soft mewling sound. Curious, he followed the sound and found a small, bedraggled kitten caught in a tangle of brambles. Its fur was as black as midnight, and its eyes were pools of golden light. Gently, Finn freed the kitten and held it in his arms, feeling its tiny heart beating against his chest. "Thank you," the kitten purred, its voice a soft, melodic whisper. "I am Lyra, and I have been watching over you. You are closer to the Sentinel than you realize." Finn was taken aback. "You can talk?" he asked, his eyes wide with wonder. Lyra nodded, her golden eyes twinkling with amusement. "Indeed I can. I am no ordinary kitten, just as you are no ordinary boy. I have been sent to guide you, to help you see what cannot be seen." With Lyra by his side, Finn felt a renewed sense of purpose. The journey continued, each step bringing him closer to the Sentinel. The forest grew denser and darker, the air thick with anticipation. But with Lyra's guidance and the pendant's gentle glow, Finn navigated the labyrinth of trees and shadows. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, they reached a clearing bathed in ethereal light. At its center stood the Sentinel, a tree of unimaginable grandeur. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its branches reaching skyward like ancient arms. The air around it shimmered with magic, and the ground beneath it pulsed with life. Finn approached the tree, his heart pounding with awe. As he touched its bark, he felt a surge of warmth and energy, as if the tree recognized him, welcomed him. The pendant around his neck glowed brightly, and he knew he had found the portal to the Hidden Grove. With Lyra perched on his shoulder, Finn stepped through the portal and into a world unlike any he had ever imagined. The Hidden Grove was a tapestry of vibrant colors and sounds, a place where flowers sang and rivers danced, where creatures of legend roamed freely. It was a world of endless possibilities, where magic was as natural as breathing. For days, Finn explored this enchanted realm, learning its secrets and forging friendships with its inhabitants. He discovered a grove of talking trees, a pond that reflected dreams, and a meadow where time stood still. Each discovery filled him with wonder, and he realized that the magic of the Hidden Grove was not in the objects it held, but in the connections it fostered. As Finn prepared to return to his own world, he understood the true gift of his journey. It was not the magic he had sought, but the friendships he had made, the lessons he had learned, and the wisdom he had gained. The Hidden Grove had changed him, not through spells or enchantments, but through the simple, profound magic of understanding and belonging. When Finn emerged from the forest, he found Mira waiting at the edge of the village, her eyes twinkling with pride. "Welcome back, dear Finn," she said, embracing him warmly. "I see you have found what you were looking for." Finn smiled, holding Lyra close. "Yes, Mira, I found more than I ever dreamed. Thank you for guiding me." Mira chuckled softly. "It was not I who guided you, but your own heart." Remember, the greatest magic lies not in hidden worlds, but in the friendships we nurture and the kindness we share. And so, Finn returned to the village, forever changed by his journey. The whispers of the woods still sang in his heart, a reminder of the wonders that lay just beyond the ordinary. And though he knew the path to the hidden grove would remain a secret, its magic lived on in the friendships he cherished and the wisdom he shared. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the village settled into the gentle embrace of night, Finn would sit by Mira's hearth, sharing tales of his adventures with those who would listen. In his stories, the forest was not just a backdrop, but a living, breathing character, a place where the impossible was possible, and where the bonds of friendship could light the darkest paths. In time, the villagers began to see the world through Finn's eyes, finding magic in the rustling leaves and the shimmering streams, in the simple joys of community and connection. And though the hidden grove remained hidden, its spirit lingered in the hearts of all who believed in the power of kindness and the magic of friendship. And so, as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky and the village slumbered beneath a blanket of dreams, Finn's story became a part of the village's tapestry, a gentle reminder that in a world of mysteries and wonders, the truest magic was the love and understanding shared between kindred souls. And as long as people listened to the whispers of the woods and the stories of the heart, the magic of the hidden grove would never fade, a timeless legacy of friendship and discovery. Story 16. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the sun's golden fingers gently caressed the tops of towering pines and the whispering winds carried secrets of old, there lay a hidden world teeming with life. This was a place where time danced to the rhythm of nature, and every creature played a part in the delicate symphony of existence. Beneath the emerald canopy, where shafts of light pierced through in warm, honeyed beams, a wise old turtle named Solon slowly made his way along a well-trodden path. Solon's shell was a tapestry of earthy greens and browns, etched with patterns as intricate as the stories he carried in his heart. He was the guardian of wisdom, an ancient soul entrusted with the knowledge of the forest and its secrets. As Solon ambled along, he was joined by a gentle deer named Lyra. Her coat was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity and kindness. Lyra had long admired Solon's wisdom and often accompanied him on his walks, eager to learn the lore of the land. "Solon," Lyra asked softly, her voice a gentle melody among the rustling leaves, "how does the forest keep such perfect harmony? Everything seems to fit together so seamlessly." Solon paused near a bubbling brook, its waters clear and cold, reflecting the azure sky above. "Ah, dear Lyra," he began, his voice a soothing hum like the water's flow, "the forest thrives because each creature, each tree and stream, knows its role and respects the balance of life. Just as the seasons change, bringing their own gifts and challenges, so do we adapt and find our place." As if on cue, a family of industrious squirrels scampered across the branches above, busily gathering acorns for the approaching winter. The air was filled with the crisp scent of fallen leaves and the distant call of a woodpecker, creating a symphony of life that was both complex and serene. "Look at the squirrels," Solon continued, nodding towards the busy creatures. "They prepare for the cold months, yet they also plant seeds that will grow into mighty trees. Their work ensures the forest's future, even as they meet their own needs." Lyra listened intently, her heart swelling with newfound understanding. "So it's about giving and receiving, isn't it?" she mused, her voice now a thoughtful whisper. "Exactly," Solon replied with a twinkle in his wise eyes. "Every season has its magic. Spring brings new life and hope, summer its warmth and abundance, autumn its harvest and reflection, and winter its rest and renewal. Each must follow the other, just as night follows day." As the pair continued their journey, they came upon a glade bathed in the soft, amber glow of the setting sun. Here, the forest floor was carpeted with moss so lush and inviting, it seemed to beckon them to rest. Solon and Lyra settled down, their breath syncopating with the gentle rise and fall of the forest's own. It was in this tranquil glade that Solon shared a story passed down through generations. "Once, long ago," he began, "there was a great storm that threatened to tear our forest apart. The winds howled like a wolf in the night, and the rains fell in torrents. The trees, though strong, bent beneath the storm's fury. Lyra leaned closer, her eyes wide with wonder. "How did the forest survive?" she asked, already feeling the tension of the tale dissolve into the calm of Solon's presence. "It was the creatures of the forest," Solon explained, "who came together, each offering what they could. The birds flew high to scout the storm's path, the rabbits dug channels to guide the waters away, and the bears used their strength to support young saplings. Even the smallest ants carried earth to shore up the roots of the trees. Together they weathered the storm, and when the skies cleared, they emerged stronger and more united than before." Lyra sighed contentedly, the lesson settling in her heart like a gentle snowfall. "We all need each other, don't we?" she reflected. "By working together, we can overcome anything." "Yes, dear Lyra," Solon replied, his voice as soft as the twilight breeze. "In unity there is strength, and in harmony there is peace." As the first stars began to twinkle in the velvety sky, Solon and Lyra rose, ready to return to their homes. The path through the forest was now a ribbon of silver moonlight, guiding them gently onward. In the days that followed, Lyra shared Solon's stories with others, her voice a soft thread weaving through the tapestry of the forest. The creatures listened, their hearts opening to the wisdom of the ages, and the forest continued to thrive, a testament to the power of balance and friendship. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, the ancient forest remained a sanctuary of life and wonder, its secrets whispered in the rustling leaves and the babbling brooks, forever guided by the gentle wisdom of Solon and the loving spirit of its inhabitants. Story 17. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled at the edge of a whispering forest, there lived a gentle young weaver named Lila. The days in Willowbrook were filled with the soft rustle of leaves and the melodic babbling of the brook that wound its way through the village like a silver thread. Lila spent her days weaving tapestries of vibrant hues, inspired by the natural beauty that surrounded her. Her creations were sought after by villagers and travelers alike, each piece telling a story of its own. One crisp autumn morning, as the first golden leaves began to carpet the ground, Lila decided to wander into the forest in search of inspiration for her next tapestry. She loved the forest, with its towering oaks and the scent of pine that lingered in the air. As she walked, she hummed a soft tune, her footsteps crunching gently on the dry leaves. Suddenly, a glimmer caught her eye. Nestled at the base of an ancient oak was a small, intricately carved wooden box, half buried in the loamy earth. Curiosity piqued, Lila knelt down and carefully unearthed the box. She brushed away the dirt and marveled at the delicate carvings that adorned it, tiny birds, flowers, and winding vines, all etched with exquisite detail. With a gentle click, the box opened to reveal a small, iridescent spindle. It shimmered with an ethereal glow, casting a soft, silvery light that danced across Lila's fingers. As she held it, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she felt a strange but comforting connection to the spindle, as if it were whispering secrets only she could understand. Intrigued, Lila tucked the spindle into her satchel and made her way back to her cottage, her mind abuzz with possibilities. That night, as the village settled into the quiet embrace of sleep, Lila sat at her loom, the spindle resting beside her. She began to weave, the threads flowing through her fingers like water, guided by an unseen hand. To her astonishment, the spindle began to glow, and the threads shimmered with a life of their own, weaving themselves into patterns she had never imagined. The tapestry that emerged was unlike anything Lila had ever created. It depicted a vibrant, living forest, teeming with creatures of every kind. Birds swooped through the trees, deer pranced in sun-dappled glades, and foxes darted through the underbrush. The leaves seemed to rustle in a phantom breeze, and the brook babbled with laughter as if the tapestry itself were alive. Word of Lila's magical tapestry spread quickly through the village, and soon people came from far and wide to see it. Among them was an elderly woman named Maeve, who lived on the outskirts of the village. Maeve was known for her wisdom and her deep understanding of the forest and its secrets. Maeve approached Lila with a twinkle in her eye. "This is a wondrous gift you have discovered," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "But with such gifts come responsibilities. The spindle you found is a rare artifact, imbued with the magic of the forest. It can bring to life the beauty and harmony of nature, but it must be used with care and respect. Lila listened intently, her heart swelling with a sense of purpose. She realized that the spindle was not merely a tool for creating beautiful things, but a means to connect with the world around her in a deeper, more meaningful way. As the days passed, Lila continued to weave, each tapestry more breathtaking than the last. The spindle guided her, revealing the hidden wonders of the forest and the interconnectedness of all living things. Her creations inspired others to see the beauty in their surroundings and to cherish the simple, everyday moments that often went unnoticed. One day, as Lila walked through the village, she noticed a young boy sitting by the brook, his face clouded with worry. His name was Finn, and he was known for his mischief and boundless energy. But today he seemed lost in thought, staring into the water with a furrowed brow. Lila approached him gently. "Is something troubling you, Finn?" she asked, her voice soft and reassuring. Finn looked up, his eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight. "I found something strange in the forest," he confessed, pulling a small, luminous stone from his pocket. "It glows like your spindle, but I don't know what to do with it." Lila smiled, recognizing the stone as another enchanted artifact, one that likely held its own mysteries. "Perhaps it chose you for a reason," she suggested. "Sometimes, the things we find teach us about ourselves." With Lila's guidance, Finn began to explore the stone's magic, discovering that it had the power to illuminate hidden paths in the forest, revealing secret nooks and crannies filled with wonder. Finn's adventurous spirit found new purpose, and he became a protector of the forest, guiding others with kindness and a newfound wisdom. Together, Lila and Finn, along with Maeve's gentle guidance, nurtured the harmony between the village and the forest. They taught the villagers to respect the land and its creatures, reminding them that the simplest acts of kindness could weave a tapestry of their own, a tapestry of community and shared wonder. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Willowbrook flourished in ways it never had before. The village became a haven of peace and beauty, a place where stories were woven into the very fabric of life, and where every heart was touched by the magic that lay hidden in the ordinary. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient oaks, Lila continued to weave, the spindle ever by her side, her heart ever open to the whispers of the world around her. And in the gentle glow of her cottage, by the warmth of the hearth, she knew that she was part of a story that would be told for generations to come, a story of discovery, wonder, and the unbreakable bonds of friendship. Story 18. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the Silver Mist Mountains, where clouds often brushed the ground like soft whispers, lived a young girl named Mira. Mira had a heart as curious as a sunbeam peeking through a canopy, always eager to explore beyond the familiar cobblestone paths and flower-laden meadows of her home. One morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Mira set out on a journey. Her destination was the Whispering Woods, a forest said to be filled with enchantment and mystery, lying just beyond the village's edge. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, weaving tales of wonders that danced like shadows in the moonlight. As Mira stepped into the forest, the air was cool and crisp, carrying the scent of pine and earth. The trees, towering like ancient guardians, were draped in cloaks of emerald moss, their leaves murmuring secrets to the gentle breeze. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors. Mira walked deeper into the woods, her footsteps light and sure. Soon, she came upon a clearing where the grass was soft and springy underfoot, and a gentle stream meandered through, singing a melody that was both soothing and enchanting. By the stream's edge, a family of jewel-toned dragonflies flitted about, their wings shimmering like stained glass in the sunlight. As she sat by the stream, dipping her fingers into the cool water, a curious creature emerged from behind a cluster of ferns. It was a fox, but unlike any Mira had seen before. Its fur was as white as snow, with a tail tipped in silver, and eyes that sparkled like stars in the twilight. The fox approached with a graceful, almost ethereal gait, and Mira felt a warmth in her heart, as if meeting an old friend. "Welcome to the Whispering Woods," the fox said in a voice as soft as a lullaby. "I am Leora, guardian of these woods. What brings you here, young traveler?" Mira smiled, a spark of excitement in her eyes. I came to see the wonders of this place. I've heard so many stories, and I wanted to discover them for myself. Leora nodded, her eyes twinkling with understanding. There is much to see here and much to learn. Let me guide you on your journey. Together, they ventured further into the forest. Mira marveled at the sights around her. Trees with trunks that glowed faintly with inner light, flowers that opened only when sung to, and a gentle mist that seemed to dance with the music of the woods. As they walked, Mira noticed a peculiar sight. A circle of mushrooms, each cap a different shade of the rainbow. In the center of the circle stood a small, round creature with a coat of soft moss and eyes like polished amber. It was a gubbins, a creature known for its mischievous nature, but also for its deep wisdom. "Ah, a visitor!" the gubbins exclaimed, clapping its tiny hands with delight. "Would you like to play a game? If you can solve my riddle, a secret shall be yours." Mira nodded eagerly, her curiosity piqued. The gubbins cleared its throat, its voice a playful melody. "I speak without a mouth and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with wind. What am I?" Mira thought for a moment, her mind sifting through possibilities like leaves in a breeze. Then it came to her, clear as the sky above. "An echo," she declared with a triumphant grin. The gubbins chuckled, clapping once more. "Very clever indeed. As promised, here is your secret. Courage is not the absence of fear, but the wisdom to step forward despite it. Remember this, and you shall always find your way." With a grateful heart, Mira continued her journey, each step a dance of discovery and delight. She encountered more wonders, a grove where the trees sang in harmony with the wind, a waterfall that cascaded in sparkling arcs, and a meadow where starlight lingered even in the daytime. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Mira and Leora returned to the edge of the forest. The village lights twinkled in the distance, welcoming her home. "Thank you, Leora," Mira said, her voice warm with gratitude. "Today has been more magical than I could have ever imagined." Leora smiled, her eyes soft with kindness. "Remember, Mira, the true magic lies not in the wonders you see, but in the courage to seek them. The world is vast and full of secrets waiting to be discovered. Never stop exploring." With those words, Mira bid farewell to the forest and its guardian, her heart filled with a quiet joy. As she walked back to her village, the lessons of the Whispering Woods nestled in her mind like treasured keepsakes. And so, Mira returned home, her spirit aglow with the light of newfound courage and the promise of many more adventures to come. As she lay in her bed that night, the forest's gentle whispers lulled her to sleep, weaving dreams of wonder and exploration, a reminder that the world was indeed a place of endless enchantment. Story 19. In a quaint village, nestled between the whispering trees of the enchanted glade, there lived a young boy named Leo. Leo was known throughout the village for his boundless curiosity and his gentle heart, always eager to explore the world around him. The villagers often found him wandering the fields or sitting by the brook, listening to the stories the wind would weave through the rustling leaves. One crisp autumn morning, Leo awoke to find a peculiar object lying at the foot of his bed. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, unlike anything he had ever seen. The box was adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer in the morning light, and it emitted a soft, melodic hum that resonated with warmth and comfort. Intrigued and a little nervous, Leo reached out and opened the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft, amber-hued velvet, lay a tiny, crystalline orb. As he lifted it, the orb glowed with a gentle, pulsing light, casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the walls of his room. Enchanted by its beauty, Leo felt a sudden, inexplicable connection to the orb, as if it had always been a part of him. That day, Leo decided to venture deeper into the enchanted glade, drawn by an irresistible urge to explore the mysteries of the hidden world that lay within the forest. As he walked, the orb tucked safely in his pocket, he noticed the air grew sweeter, and the songs of the birds seemed to weave together in a harmonious symphony that guided his steps. The forest was alive with colors, brilliant reds, deep greens, and warm golds. The leaves crunched softly underfoot, and the scent of pine and earth wrapped around him like a comforting blanket. Leo felt a sense of peace and belonging, as if the forest was welcoming him home. As he wandered deeper into the woods, Leo stumbled upon a clearing bathed in sunlight. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches spreading wide like the arms of a gentle giant. At its base, a small door, barely visible beneath the moss and ivy, caught Leo's eye. It was the perfect size for the wooden box he found that morning. With a sense of wonder and anticipation, Leo placed the box next to the door. To his amazement, the door creaked open, revealing a spiral staircase leading down into the heart of the tree. Taking a deep breath, Leo stepped inside, his heart pounding with excitement and a hint of fear. The staircase spiraled down, each step echoing softly in the dim, warm glow that seemed to emanate from the very walls of the tree. As Leo descended, he marveled at the intricate carvings that adorned the walls, depicting scenes of nature and harmony, of creatures both familiar and fantastical living side by side. At the bottom of the staircase, Leo found himself in a magical chamber, its walls lined with shelves overflowing with books, each spine shimmering with golden titles. In the center, a grand table sparkled with an array of curious objects, ancient scrolls, shimmering crystals, and delicate trinkets that seemed to hum with life. In the midst of the chamber, an elderly woman with kind, twinkling eyes sat in a high-backed chair, her fingers deftly weaving threads of light into a tapestry that glowed with vibrant colors. Her presence exuded warmth and wisdom, like a grandmother who had spent a lifetime gathering stories and secrets. "Welcome, young wanderer," she greeted, her voice a gentle melody that filled the room with comfort. "I am Ilara, the keeper of the hidden world. It seems the forest has chosen you for a special journey." Leo felt a warmth spread through him at her words. "But why me?" he asked, his voice a whisper in the vast, cozy chamber. Ilara smiled, her eyes twinkling with a knowing light. "The forest sees what we often cannot, the kindness in your heart, the courage in your spirit. It is time for you to discover the magic that lies within and around you." As she spoke, Ilara gestured to the tapestry she was weaving. It depicted scenes of the village, the forest, and a young boy with a glowing orb, much like the one Leo held in his pocket. He realized with awe that the tapestry was a living story, one that was still unfolding. "Your journey will take you to places unseen," Ilara continued, her voice soothing and serene. "You will face challenges that will test your heart and your resolve. But know this, you are never alone. Friends will guide you, and wisdom will light your path." With that, Ilara handed Leo a small silver key, its surface etched with the same swirling patterns as the box. "This key will open doors when you need them most. Trust in yourself and in the magic that surrounds you." With a heart full of gratitude and determination, Leo thanked Ilara and made his way back up the spiral staircase, the key held tightly in his hand. As he emerged from the tree, the forest seemed to shimmer with new life, as if it too was eager to accompany him on this journey. Days turned into weeks as Leo explored the forest, guided by the whispers of the wind and the gentle glow of the orb. He discovered hidden paths that led to secret clearings, where the animals spoke in gentle tones and the trees shared stories of times long past. One day, as Leo rested by a sparkling brook, he met a fox with fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with intelligence and mischief. The fox introduced himself as Finley and offered to be Leo's companion on his journey. Together, they ventured deeper into the enchanted glade, their friendship growing with each step. Finley, with his quick wit and boundless energy, brought laughter and joy to their travels, while Leo's gentle nature and thoughtful heart provided wisdom and calm. As they journeyed, they encountered challenges that tested their bond and their courage. They faced fierce storms that threatened to sweep them away, yet found shelter in the warm embrace of the forest. They navigated treacherous paths, where shadows whispered doubts and fears, yet discovered light and hope in each other's presence. Through it all, the orb remained a constant companion, its gentle light guiding them through the darkest nights and its warmth filling them with courage and peace. As the seasons changed, so did Leo. He grew stronger and wiser, his heart expanding with every lesson learned and every friendship forged. He discovered that true magic lay not in the orb, but in the connections he made and the love he shared with those around him. One crisp, moonlit evening, as Leo and Finley sat by a crackling campfire, they heard a soft rustle in the underbrush. A small, timid rabbit emerged, her eyes wide with fear and uncertainty. She introduced herself as Willow and shared her tale of a lost home and a journey fraught with loneliness. Moved by her story, Leo and Finley welcomed Willow into their circle, offering warmth and friendship. Together, they set out to help her find her way back to her family, their bond growing stronger with each step. Guided by the light of the orb and the friendship they shared, the trio ventured into the heart of the enchanted glade, where the air shimmered with magic and the ground hummed with life. There, they discovered a hidden sanctuary, a place of beauty and peace where creatures of all kinds lived in harmony. Within this sanctuary, Willow found her family, nestled beneath the roots of a magnificent tree. Tears of joy and gratitude filled her eyes as she thanked Leo and Finley for their kindness and bravery. As the sun set, painting the sky in hues of gold and pink, Leo realized that his journey had come full circle. The forest had revealed its secrets, and he had discovered the magic that lay within and around him. With a heart full of gratitude, Leo bid farewell to the sanctuary and his newfound friends, knowing that their bond would endure, no matter the distance. As he made his way back to the village, the moonlight guiding his path, Leo felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. The journey had changed him, teaching him that the greatest magic of all was the love and friendship that connected them all. Back in his cozy room, Leo placed the orb on his bedside table, its gentle glow casting a warm, comforting light. He knew that, no matter where his adventures took him, he would always carry the magic of the enchanted glade in his heart. And so, as he drifted into a peaceful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the wind and the warmth of the moonlight, Leo knew that the world was full of wonders waiting to be discovered, and that he was never truly alone. Story 20. In the heart of a velvety forest, where the trees swayed like gentle dancers in the whispering wind, there nestled the quaint village of Lumina. This village, with its cobblestone paths and charming cottages, was renowned for its warm glow, each home adorned with lanterns that twinkled like stars brought down to earth. The villagers cherished their evening rituals, gathering under the moonlight to share stories and laughter, their lives entwined with the rhythm of nature. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves rustled in shades of amber and gold, a curious event began to unfold. The lanterns that had always blazed with a comforting light began to dim, flickering as if caught in a mischievous breeze. The villagers, puzzled by this unusual occurrence, gathered in the square, their faces illuminated by the waning glow. Among them stood a kind-hearted young woman named Mira, known for her sharp wit and gentle nature. Her heart was as open as the forest sky, and she was beloved by all for her thoughtful ways. Mira's curiosity was piqued by the dimming lanterns, and she felt a stirring within her to uncover the mystery behind this peculiar phenomenon. Mira decided to seek the wisdom of the village's oldest resident, old Grantham, who lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the forest. His home was a haven of warmth, where the scent of cinnamon and pine always lingered, and his hearth crackled with a welcoming fire. Grantham was a sage, a keeper of stories and secrets, and his knowledge was as vast as the sprawling woods. As Mira approached, she found Grantham sitting in his favorite armchair, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of ages past. "Ah, Mira," he greeted, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I had a feeling you'd come. Sit, and tell me what troubles your heart." Mira explained the mystery of the dimming lanterns, her voice filled with both concern and curiosity. Grantham listened intently, nodding as if he were piecing together a delicate puzzle. "There is an old tale," he began, "of the lumen sprites, tiny creatures of light who dwell within the forest. They are the guardians of our village's glow, and it is said that when they are troubled, their light wanes." Intrigued, Mira asked how they might find and help these lumen sprites. Grantham stroked his beard thoughtfully. "The lumen sprites are elusive, but they reveal themselves to those who seek them with a pure heart. You'll need the guidance of the forest, a path lit by kindness and courage." Armed with this wisdom, Mira set off into the forest, the cool breeze playing with her hair as she walked. The path was familiar, lined with ancient trees whose branches arched overhead like a protective canopy. As she ventured deeper, the forest seemed to come alive with a gentle hum, a melody carried by the rustling leaves. Suddenly, a soft, tinkling laughter filled the air, and Marin paused, her eyes scanning the shadows. From behind a great oak tree, a creature emerged, a small, fox-like being with shimmering fur and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed petals. It was a lumen sprite, its presence both ethereal and comforting. "Greetings, kind traveler," the lumen sprite spoke, its voice like a gentle chime. "We sense your heart's intention." Marin bowed her head respectfully. "I seek to understand why the lanterns of Luminara are dimming. Can you help me?" The lumen sprite nodded, its expression turning somber. "We have been troubled by a change in the forest. A sorrowful song has been echoing through the trees, drawing our light away. It is the song of the willow wisp who mourns in solitude." Marin's heart ached at the thought of a creature in distress. "How can we bring peace to the willow wisp?" she asked. The lumen sprite considered her question. "The willow wisp sings of a lost companion, a fellow spirit who once danced with the moonbeams. If you can find this spirit and reunite them, the wisp's sorrow will ease, and our light will return." Thanking the lumen sprite, Marin continued her journey through the forest, guided by the subtle glow of the sprites who now flitted among the trees like fireflies. She listened to the forest's whispers, letting them guide her to a secluded glen where the air was thick with yearning. There, beneath a willow tree swaying gently in the breeze, she found the willow wisp, a delicate, translucent being whose form flickered like a candle's flame. The wisp's song was a haunting melody, filled with longing and melancholy. Marin approached with care, her voice soft as she spoke. "Dear willow wisp, I come to help you find your lost companion." The wisp paused in its lament, turning its luminous eyes towards Marin. "You would do this for me?" it asked, hope flickering in its voice like a new dawn. "With all my heart," Marin replied, feeling the warmth of friendship blossoming between them. With the wisp as her guide, Marin searched the forest's hidden nooks and crannies, places where the light barely reached and shadows danced in playful patterns. They followed trails of silvery light, the wisp's spirit brightening with each step. Finally, in a secluded hollow lined with moss and moonlight, they found the lost spirit, a tiny, radiant being nestled amid the ferns. The reunion was joyous and tender, the two spirits swirling together in a dance of light and laughter, their joy illuminating the glen. The forest seemed to sigh in relief, the tension easing as tranquility was restored. The lumen sprites returned, their light now a steady, comforting glow that bathed the forest in warmth. As Marin watched the spirits reunited, she felt a deep peace settle within her. The mystery had been solved not through cleverness alone, but through empathy and the power of friendship. She knew the lanterns of Luminara would shine once more, their light a testament to the unity and kindness that bound her village together. With gratitude in her heart, Marin returned to Luminara, the path back home lit by the soft glow of the lumen sprites. The villagers welcomed her with open arms, their faces aglow with joy as the lanterns flickered to life, brighter than ever before. That night, under a sky sprinkled with stars, the village celebrated not only the return of their beloved light, but the bonds of love and community that made their world so magical. As the evening drew to a close, Marin sat by the fire, the warmth embracing her like a familiar friend. She knew that the forest held countless mysteries yet to be discovered, each one a testament to the gentle magic that whispered through the world. But for now, her heart was content, and she drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of light, laughter, and the enduring power of kindness. Story 21. Once upon a time, in a realm where magic whispered through the trees and danced on the breeze, there lived a young girl named Willow. Blessed with an extraordinary gift, she could communicate with the living world around her. The rustling leaves, the gurgling streams, even the towering oaks that had stood for centuries. One crisp autumn morning, Willow woke to the excited chatter of the forest. The trees were abuzz with a tale of a hidden glade, a place of unparalleled beauty and wonder, nestled deep within the heart of the woods. Curiosity piqued, Willow set out on a journey to uncover this secret realm. As she ventured deeper into the forest, the canopy of leaves overhead grew thicker, filtering the sunlight into a warm, golden glow. The air was rich with the scent of earth and the promise of adventure. Willow followed the guidance of her newfound friends, the trees and the animals, who seemed to whisper directions with every step. After what felt like an eternity, Willow emerged into a breathtaking clearing. A crystal-clear pool shimmered in the center, its waters reflecting the vibrant hues of the surrounding foliage. Encircling the glade were ancient oaks, their branches intertwined in a canopy of emerald and amber, shielding this hidden world from prying eyes. As Willow approached the pool, she noticed something extraordinary. A glimmering object resting at the bottom. With a wave of her hand, the waters parted, revealing a magnificent staff adorned with intricate carvings and precious gemstones. The staff seemed to hum with an energy Willow had never felt before, calling out to her with a gentle, irresistible pull. Willow reached into the pool, her fingers wrapping around the staff's smooth surface. In an instant, a surge of magic coursed through her veins, filling her with a sense of wonder and purpose. She realized that this was no ordinary object. It was a conduit for the very essence of nature itself. From that day forward, Willow's bond with the forest deepened, and her understanding of the natural world blossomed. The staff became her constant companion, guiding her through the intricate web of life that thrived beneath the canopy. With each passing season, Willow's abilities grew stronger. She could coax vibrant blooms from the most barren of branches, soothe the restless winds, and even communicate with the most elusive of creatures. Her reputation as a guardian of the forest spread far and wide, and soon those in need of guidance or healing sought her out. One autumn day, a young boy named Cedric stumbled into the glade, lost and afraid. Willow welcomed him with open arms, offering him shelter and nourishment. As they sat together by the pool, she listened intently to his tale of woe, a family torn apart by misunderstanding and a deep yearning for acceptance. Willow knew then that her purpose extended beyond the boundaries of the forest. With a wave of her staff, she summoned the very essence of nature, weaving a tapestry of wisdom and compassion. Cedric's eyes widened as the trees seemed to bend and whisper, imparting ancient lessons of tolerance, forgiveness, and the unbreakable bonds of family. From that day forth, Cedric became Willow's steadfast companion, a bridge between the hidden world of the glade and the human realm beyond. Together, they embarked on a journey of healing and transformation, mending broken hearts and fostering understanding between all living beings. As the years passed, the glade became a sanctuary for those seeking solace, guidance, or simply a moment of tranquility amidst the chaos of the world. Willow's legend grew, and her staff became a symbol of hope and renewal, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, the magic of nature endures. And though her journey was not without its challenges, Willow remained steadfast in her purpose, her unwavering connection to the living world guiding her every step. For in the end, she had discovered the greatest magic of all, the power to bring light into the lives of others and to nurture the spark of wonder that burns within us all. Story 22. In the heart of the whispering wood, where the trees hummed soft lullabies to the moon and the air was filled with the scent of pine and honeyed dew, there lay the quaint village of Bramble Hollow. It was a place where the cottages were woven from willow branches and the cobblestone paths were warmed by the sun's gentle touch. Here, the villagers went about their peaceful lives, attended to by the watchful eyes of the wise old owl, Hoot, and the playful fireflies that danced in the twilight. In this serene setting, there lived a young girl named Marin. She was known for her curiosity, with eyes the color of twilight and a heart as warm as a summer evening. Marin loved to explore, her bare feet padding softly along the forest paths, her pockets always filled with treasures she found along the way, smooth stones, curious leaves, and the occasional feather. One evening, as the last rays of sun dipped below the horizon, Marin sat by her window, looking out over the glistening leaves that seemed to whisper secrets to the coming night. It was then that she noticed something peculiar. A soft glow emanated from the old oak tree at the edge of the village, a tree known to be the oldest and grandest in the forest. Its gnarled branches stretched wide like a guardian's embrace, and its trunk was thick with moss that felt like a velvet cloak. Intrigued, Marin decided to investigate. She slipped on her sturdy boots and wrapped a shawl around her shoulders, the cool night air nipping gently at her cheeks as she made her way toward the tree. The village was quiet, with only the occasional hoot from Hoot and the distant murmur of the stream singing its lullaby. As Marin approached the oak, she noticed the glow was not from the tree itself, but from a cluster of softly glowing mushrooms nestled at its roots. Their light was a gentle, pulsing blue, casting the surrounding area in an ethereal glow. She crouched down, her fingers brushing the soft caps of the mushrooms, feeling a tingling warmth spread through her fingertips. "Ah, you found the moon's breath mushrooms," came a voice, smooth and gentle like the rustle of leaves. Marin looked up to see the wise old owl, Hoot, perched on a low branch, his eyes twinkling with the knowledge of ages. "They only appear when the moon is full and the air is thick with dreams." "But why are they here?" Marin asked, her voice soft with wonder. Hoot tilted his head, considering the question. "They bloom in times of need, when something in the forest is amiss and in need of attention." Marin felt a twinge of excitement. A mystery had unfolded at her feet, and she was eager to solve it. "What might be amiss, Hoot?" The owl ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "There have been whispers among the trees, the sort that speak of lost things and forgotten places. Perhaps you might find your answer in the grove where the fireflies gather. They often see what others do not." Thanking Hoot, Marin set off toward the grove, her heart alight with anticipation. The path wound gently through the forest, the night alive with the soft chorus of crickets and the occasional flutter of wings. The grove was a magical place, where the fireflies danced like stars fallen from the sky, their light weaving patterns in the air. As Marin entered the grove, the fireflies swirled around her, their glow illuminating a small, delicate figure sitting under a willow. It was Fennel, a tiny fairy with wings that shimmered like dew-kissed spider webs. "Oh, Marin," Fennel sighed, her voice as light as a breeze. "You've come at just the right time. We've lost the heart of the forest." "The heart of the forest?" Marin echoed, her curiosity piqued. "What is it, and how can it be lost?" "It's a crystal," Fennel explained, her wings fluttering with anxiety. "It holds the magic of the forest. Without it, the balance will shift, and the forest will wither." Marin felt a pang of concern. The Whispering Wood was her home, and she couldn't bear the thought of it fading away. "How can I help?" "The fireflies saw a shadow take it toward the river," Fennel said, pointing with a tiny hand, "but they were too small to stop it." Marin nodded, determination in her eyes. "Then to the river I'll go." With the fireflies guiding her way, Marin followed the path to the riverbank, where the water glistened like liquid silver under the moonlight. As she approached, she noticed something glinting among the reeds, a trail of small, sparkling stones leading into the shadows of the river's edge. Kneeling down, Marin picked up one of the stones. It shimmered in her palm, and she realized they were fragments of the missing crystal, glowing with a faint, warm light. Intrigued, she followed the trail, her heart steady and sure. The stones led her to a small, hidden alcove beside the river, where the water pooled quietly, its surface smooth and mirror-like. There, perched on a rock, was a creature Marin had never seen before, a water sprite, with skin like polished jade and hair flowing like a cascade of liquid stars. The sprite held the heart of the forest in its hands, turning it over with a look of remorse. "I didn't mean to take it," the sprite murmured, its voice like the ripple of water over stones. "I was drawn to its beauty, to the way it sang to my spirit." Marin approached gently, her voice soothing. "The forest needs its heart to thrive. Perhaps we can find a way to share its magic." The sprite looked up, its eyes gleaming with hope. "Truly? You would help me?" "Of course," Marin replied warmly. "The forest is for all who love it. We can return the heart, and you can visit it whenever you wish, to feel its song within you." The sprite smiled, a radiant expression that lit up its features. "Thank you, kind girl. Let us return it together." With the sprite by her side, Marin walked back through the forest, the fireflies lighting their path like a procession of stars. As they reached the old oak, they placed the heart of the forest back among the roots, where it pulsed with a warm, golden light, restoring balance to the wood. The trees seemed to sigh in relief, their leaves rustling in a soft symphony. Hoot watched from his perch, nodding approvingly, while Fennel fluttered nearby, her wings shimmering with joy. "You've done a great service, Marin," Hoot said, his voice a deep, comforting rumble. "The forest owes you its gratitude." Marin smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her. She had solved the mystery with kindness and understanding, bringing harmony back to her beloved home. As the moon climbed high in the sky, Marin returned to her cottage, where she curled up in bed, the whispers of the forest lulling her to sleep. The heart of the forest beat softly in time with her own, a promise that the magic of the Whispering Wood would forever be part of her dreams. Story 23. Once upon a time, nestled at the edge of a small, sleepy village, there lay a forest unlike any other. Known to the villagers as the Whispering Wood, it stretched out like a verdant ocean, with emerald leaves that murmured secrets when the wind swept through. Sunlight dappled the forest floor, casting a patchwork quilt of light and shadow that seemed to dance to the rhythm of the breeze. In this village lived a young boy named Oliver. With curious eyes the color of a stormy sea and a heart as adventurous as a bird's song, Oliver often dreamed of exploring the Whispering Wood. His grandmother, a wise woman with stories as ancient as the trees themselves, had told him tales of the forest's magic. She spoke of babbling brooks that sang lullabies, flowers that glowed with the warmth of 1,000 sunsets, and creatures that could only exist in the realm of dreams. One soft, golden morning, as the first light kissed the dewdrops on the grass, Oliver decided it was time to discover the mysteries of the Whispering Wood for himself. He packed a small satchel with essentials, a crusty loaf of bread, a flask of cool spring water, and his grandmother's knitted scarf, infused with the comforting scent of lavender. As he stepped into the forest, the world seemed to hold its breath. The air was crisp and fragrant, filled with the aroma of pine and earth. The path beneath his feet was soft, carpeted with fallen leaves that crunched gently with each step. Around him, the trees stood tall and proud, their branches like arms reaching skyward in eternal embrace. Oliver wandered deeper into the wood, his heart a flutter of excitement and wonder. It wasn't long before he stumbled upon his first enchanted encounter. In a sun-dappled glade, a cluster of butterflies danced in the air, their wings shimmering with every color of the rainbow. As they flitted around him, they left trails of sparkling stardust that lingered in the air like tiny constellations. "Hello, little adventurer," a voice chimed melodiously. Startled, Oliver turned to find a small creature sitting atop a moss-covered rock. It was a chubby squirrel with fur that glistened like silver in the sunlight and eyes that twinkled with ancient wisdom and mischief. "I'm Spark," the squirrel introduced with a cheerful twitch of its bushy tail. "Guardian of this glade, what brings you to our woods?" "I seek to discover the wonders of the Whispering Wood," Oliver replied, his voice steady despite the fluttering wings of excitement in his chest. "I've heard tales of its magic, and I wish to see it for myself." Spark nodded approvingly. "The forest welcomes those with brave hearts and open minds. Follow the path of the sun, and it shall guide you to wonders unseen." With Spark's guidance, Oliver continued his journey. Along the way, he encountered a babbling brook whose water sparkled as if sprinkled with moonlight. As he knelt to take a sip, the brook's gentle murmurs seemed to sing a melody that soothed his spirit and filled him with courage. Further down the path, Oliver came upon a grove where flowers bloomed in vibrant hues. These weren't ordinary blooms. They glowed with an inner light, their petals whispering secrets of the forest to those who listened closely. Entranced, Oliver understood that these flowers, like the forest itself, held stories waiting to be discovered by those daring enough to seek them. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky with strokes of pink and gold, Oliver reached the heart of the Whispering Wood. There, in a clearing bathed in twilight, stood an ancient tree. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, and its branches stretched out like welcoming arms. Nestled within its roots was a small door, intricately carved with patterns that seemed to dance in the fading light. Oliver approached the door with reverence. As he touched its surface, it swung open to reveal a cozy nook. Inside, a gentle, warm glow emanated from a cluster of luminescent mushrooms, casting a soft, inviting light. Relieved and excited, Oliver stepped inside and found a small table set with a simple, yet delicious feast. Fresh berries, honeycomb, and a loaf of bread still warm from the oven. As Oliver savored the meal, he felt a deep sense of belonging, as if the forest itself was welcoming him home. he realized that the Whispering Wood was not just a place of wonder, but a sanctuary where one could find solace and strength in the embrace of nature. After finishing his meal, Oliver settled down on a bed of soft moss, the scarf from his grandmother wrapped snugly around him. As he drifted into a peaceful sleep, he understood the subtle lesson of the forest, that courage lies not in the absence of fear, but in the willingness to explore the unknown with an open heart. When morning light filtered through the trees, Oliver awoke with a sense of renewal. He knew it was time to return to the village, but he carried with him the magic of the Whispering Wood. As he retraced his steps home, he felt a connection to the forest and its inhabitants, a bond forged through courage and discovery. Back in the village, Oliver shared his tales with his grandmother, who listened with a knowing smile. She understood that he had not only found the wonders he sought, but had also discovered the courage within himself to embrace the unknown. And so, Oliver's heart remained forever intertwined with the Whispering Wood, a reminder that the world is full of wonders waiting to be found by those who dare to seek them. And each night, as he drifted to sleep, the forest's gentle whispers lulled him into dreams of adventure and discovery, where courage and friendship illuminated even the darkest paths. And thus, the tale of Oliver and the Whispering Wood became a cherished story in the village, a bedtime favorite that inspired generations to follow their hearts and seek the wonders that lay just beyond the familiar in the embrace of the unknown. Story 24. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Lena. She had an insatiable curiosity and a heart as warm as the sun-dappled meadows that surrounded her home. Her days were filled with laughter and exploration, often spent in the company of her adventurous tabby cat, Whiskers, who trotted beside her with a playful twitch of his tail. Lena's favorite place was the village library, a cozy nook filled with the scent of old parchment and polished wood. It was here, on a rainy afternoon, when the sky was a gentle gray and raindrops tapped a soothing rhythm on the roof, that Lena stumbled upon a most peculiar object. Hidden between the pages of an ancient book was a small, ornate key. It was unlike any Lena had ever seen, with intricate patterns etched into its golden surface, glinting mysteriously in the soft light. Intrigued, Lena turned to the librarian, a wise old owl named Mr. Hootsworth, who had a penchant for storytelling and a deep, rumbling voice. "Ah, you found the key of whimsy," he said, his eyes twinkling behind small, round spectacles. "They say it unlocks the door to a world of wonder, but only for those who seek it with a pure heart." With Whiskers purring contentedly in her arms, Lena felt a flutter of excitement. "Where does it lead?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "To the heart of the forest," Hootsworth replied, his feathers fluffing as he spoke. "A place where the ordinary becomes extraordinary, and where those who enter often find what they need rather than what they seek." Determined to uncover its secrets, Lena set off on a journey with Whiskers padding softly at her side. The path wound through fields awash with wildflowers and into the shadowy embrace of the forest. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine needles, while sunlight streamed through the canopy, painting the forest floor in dappled gold. As they ventured deeper, Lena and Whiskers encountered a cheerful squirrel named Nutmeg, who was busy collecting acorns. Nutmeg greeted them with a chattering laugh and a flick of his bushy tail. "If you're headed to the heart of the forest, you'd best be prepared for whimsy and wonder," he chirped. "The way is filled with surprises, and sometimes the path itself can change." Lena smiled, her heart swelling with anticipation. "Will you join us, Nutmeg?" she asked. "Indeed," Nutmeg replied, scampering up to Lena's shoulder. "Every journey is better with friends." Together, they journeyed onward, the forest alive with the rustling of leaves and the occasional call of a distant bird. It wasn't long before they reached a glade where a gentle breeze stirred the leaves, creating a symphony of whispers. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled roots forming a natural archway. The key in Lena's hand seemed to hum with a quiet energy. Taking a deep breath, Lena fit the key into the lock that had appeared among the roots. With a soft click, the door swung open to reveal a passage bathed in soft, ethereal light. Lena, Whiskers, and Nutmeg stepped through and found themselves in a place unlike any other, a realm where the colors were more vibrant, the air tinged with the sweet scent of blooming flowers, and the sky a tapestry of swirling pastels. In this magical world, Lena met wondrous creatures, a wise tortoise named Elder Shell, with a shell that glowed like moonlight, and a mischievous wind spirit called Zephyr, who danced through the air like a playful breeze. Elder Shell offered sage advice, while Zephyr filled their journey with laughter and unexpected gusts of wind that spun them around in circles, leaving them dizzy and giggling. The path led them to a shimmering lake, its surface smooth as glass, reflecting the sky's ever-changing hues. On the opposite shore, a narrow, winding staircase ascended to a towering treehouse nestled in the branches of a grand old willow. Lena knew instinctively that this was the heart of the forest. As they approached, a gentle voice called out, "Welcome, seekers of truth and wonder." It was the voice of the forest guardian, an ethereal being who appeared as a radiant figure woven from light and shadow. "Why have you come?" the guardian asked, their voice like the rustle of leaves on a summer's day. Lena hesitated, feeling the weight of the question. "I sought adventure and answers," she said slowly, "but I've learned that the journey itself is the answer, and the friends I've made are the greatest treasure." The guardian smiled, a warmth spreading through the air around them. "Wisdom indeed," they replied. "The heart of the forest reveals not what you seek, but what you need. You have discovered friendship, courage, and the joy of the journey." With a gentle nod, the guardian waved a hand, and the doorway leading back to Willowbrook appeared. Lena, Whiskers, Nutmeg, and their newfound friends bid farewell to the magical realm, each carrying the memories of their adventure like a cherished keepsake. As they stepped through the door, the familiar sights and sounds of the village welcomed them back. The sun was setting, casting a gentle glow over the fields as the first stars began to twinkle in the twilight sky. Lena felt a profound sense of peace, knowing that while the key of whimsy had opened a door to an extraordinary world, it was the journey and the bonds she formed along the way that had truly transformed her. Nestled in her cozy bed that night, with Whiskers curled by her side and the soft hum of the village lulling her to sleep, Lena whispered a quiet thank you to the forest and its magical heart. She drifted off with a smile, dreaming of adventures yet to come, and knowing that whatever lay ahead, she would face it with a heart full of wonder and the steadfast companionship of her friends. Story 25. In a forest that time seemed to have forgotten, where the canopy of leaves whispered secrets older than memory, there lay a hidden glen, known only to those who listened keenly to the wind's tales. This was a place where the natural creatures lived their hidden lives in harmony, each playing a part in the delicate balance of the world surrounding them. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves swaying in the breeze, their edges kissed by the golden light of dawn. The air was crisp and sweet, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the faint perfume of wildflowers that dotted the forest floor like stars scattered across the night sky. Here the creatures of the forest moved with a grace and purpose that spoke of an ancient wisdom passed down through the ages. Among these creatures was a wise old turtle named Orin. His shell was a tapestry of moss and lichen, a testament to the many seasons he had witnessed. Orin was known throughout the forest for his gentle heart and deep understanding of the natural world. He was often visited by younger creatures seeking counsel, and he was always ready to share his insights, his voice as calming as the murmur of a distant stream. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to shades of amber and crimson, Orin was approached by a young squirrel named Pippin. Pippin was a sprightly creature with eyes as bright as the morning sun and a bushy tail that twitched with curiosity and energy. However, that morning, his usual cheer was overshadowed by worry. "Oh, wise Orin," his small voice tinged with concern. "The forest feels different. The winds have changed, and the trees whisper of an imbalance. I fear for our home." Orin nodded, his eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves. "Yes, young Pippin, the forest speaks of a change. But fear not, for the forest is resilient, and balance can be restored. We must understand what the forest is telling us." Together they embarked on a journey through the forest, guided by the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds that flitted from branch to branch. As they traveled, Oren shared stories of the seasons, of how the earth breathed in cycles, each bringing its own challenges and gifts. The forest, Oren explained in his gentle, measured tones, is a symphony of life. Each creature, each plant plays a note in this endless melody. When one note falls out of tune, the whole symphony feels its absence. They reached the heart of the forest, where a great oak tree stood, its branches stretching wide like the arms of an ancient guardian embracing the sky. This oak, known as the Keeper of Seasons, was said to hold the memories of the forest within its gnarled bark. It was here that Oren paused, placing a steady limb upon the tree. "Listen," Oren whispered to Pippin, and together they closed their eyes, tuning into the subtle vibrations of the tree. The oak spoke not in words but in feelings, a gentle nudge, a memory of winters past, the warmth of the sun on new leaves, the soothing patter of rain. It told of a disturbance, a shift in the natural order that had come with the changing winds. Pippin opened his eyes, understanding dawning like the first light of day. The balance is upset because the rains have not come as they should, he realized. The streams are low, and the plants thirst for the water that sustains them. Oren nodded, a slow, patient gesture. "Indeed, young one, but all is not lost. We must reach out to the other creatures, for it is together that we can find a way to bring back the harmony." They returned to the forest path, their mission clear. Pippin, with his nimble feet and boundless energy, scampered up the trees, calling to the birds whose songs carried far and wide. Oren, with his calm presence, spoke to the creatures of the ground, the rabbits and hedgehogs, the foxes and deer, each listening with earnest attention. The forest came alive with a collective purpose, as each creature contributed their skills and knowledge. The birds flew to the distant mountains, seeking signs of rain. The rabbits dug channels to guide water to the roots of thirsty plants. The deer trampled paths to allow sunlight to reach the forest floor, encouraging new growth. Days turned to weeks, and slowly, the forest began to respond to the creatures' efforts. Clouds gathered over the mountains, dark and heavy with the promise of rain. When the first drops fell, they were like blessings from the sky, soaking into the earth, filling the streams, and bringing life back to the weary roots. Underneath the sheltering branches of the great oak, Oren and Pippin watched as the forest rejoiced. The air was filled with the scent of rain and fresh earth, a symphony of life renewed. The balance had been restored, and with it, a deeper understanding of the interconnectedness of all things. "Thank you, Oren," Pippin said, his eyes bright with gratitude. "I've learned that even the smallest of us can make a difference when we work together." Oren smiled, a gentle, knowing smile. "And that, dear Pippin, is the greatest wisdom of all." As the sun set, casting a warm golden glow over the forest, the creatures returned to their homes, their hearts full of peace. The forest once again was in harmony, a testament to the power of friendship and the wisdom of nature. And so, under the starlit sky, the forest sang its ancient song, a lullaby of life and balance, a melody that would echo through the ages, reminding all who heard it of the beauty and strength found in unity. And as Pippin nestled into his cozy nest, he drifted into a gentle sleep, cradled by the comforting sounds of the forest, knowing that all was well in their enchanted world. Story 26. Once upon a time, nestled in the gentle folds of the emerald-hued hills, there lay a quaint village named Willowbrook. It was a village that seemed to have been plucked straight from the pages of a forgotten fairy tale, with cobblestone paths winding through rows of ivy-clad cottages, each adorned with colorful shutters and blooming window boxes. The air was perpetually scented with the sweet fragrance of wildflowers and the earthy aroma of freshly turned soil. In this charming village there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was a curious soul, with eyes the color of storm-tossed seas and hair like spun gold, forever tumbling in unruly curls around her sun-kissed face. She had a heart as open as the sky, and a mind that danced with dreams of adventure. Lila spent her days exploring the woods that bordered the village, a sprawling expanse of ancient oaks and whispering pines, where sunlight dappled the forest floor in patterns of gold and shadow. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was cloaked in a soft mist and the leaves crunched beneath her feet, Lila set out on one of her many adventures. The The forest was a tapestry of colors, with leaves blazing in hues of crimson, amber, and gold. As she wandered deeper into the woods, the air grew cooler, and the sounds of the village faded into a gentle hush. It was in this tranquil solitude that Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. Nestled within the roots of a mighty oak tree was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with delicate vines and leaves, and its surface gleamed as if it had been polished by the hands of time itself. Curiosity piqued. Lila knelt beside the box and with a gentle touch lifted the lid. Inside she found a small, shimmering stone that glowed with a soft, ethereal light. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, and as she held it in her hand, she felt a warmth spread through her, like the embrace of a long-lost friend. Unbeknownst to Lila, the stone was a relic of a forgotten age, imbued with the magic of the forest itself. It held the power to reveal the hidden world that lay beyond the veil of the ordinary, a realm where the impossible danced with the everyday. As she clutched the stone, the forest around her began to change. The air shimmered with a strange luminescence, and the trees seemed to whisper secrets in a language she could almost understand. It was then that Lila noticed the figure standing at the edge of the clearing. It was a fox, but not just any fox. This fox had a coat of the deepest russet, with eyes that sparkled like amber jewels, and a tail that swept the ground like a brush dipped in starlight. The fox regarded her with a knowing gaze, and Lila, feeling an inexplicable sense of kinship, approached. "Do not be afraid, Lila," the fox said, its voice a soft melody that seemed to echo in her mind. "You hold the Stone of Whispers, a gift from the heart of the forest. With it you can see the world as it truly is, where the mundane and the magical intertwine." Lila blinked in wonder. "But why me?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The fox tilted its head, a smile playing at the corners of its mouth. "Because your heart is pure, and your spirit is unafraid of the unknown. The forest has chosen you, Lila, to embark on a journey that will change you in ways you cannot yet imagine." And so, with the fox as her guide, Lila set off on an adventure that would take her beyond the boundaries of her village and into a world filled with wonders and mysteries. They traveled through the forest, where the trees stood like ancient sentinels, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. The path they took was one that had not been traveled in many years, and yet it felt familiar, as if it had been waiting for Lila all along. As they journeyed deeper into the woods, the air grew thick with enchantment. Lila marveled at the sights that unfolded before her eyes. There were glades filled with flowers that glowed with an inner light, streams that sang sweet, lilting tunes as they danced over smooth stones, and creatures of all shapes and sizes that darted through the underbrush, their eyes alight with curiosity and mischief. In this hidden world, Lila learned to listen to the whispers of the forest. She discovered that even the smallest of creatures had stories to tell, and that every leaf and stone was imbued with a magic all its own. She met a wise old owl who spoke in riddles, and a family of rabbits who shared tales of bravery and kindness. Each encounter left her with a sense of wonder and a deeper understanding of the interconnectedness of all things. But the journey was not without its challenges. As they traveled, Lila and the fox encountered a shadowy presence that seemed to follow them wherever they went. It was a dark, swirling mist that lingered at the edges of her vision, and though it never drew close, Lila felt its cold gaze upon her. The fox, sensing her unease, reassured her with a gentle nuzzle. "Do not fear the darkness, Lila," the fox said. "It is only a part of the world, just as the light is. Remember, true courage is not the absence of fear, but the willingness to face it." With the fox's words as her guide, Lila pressed on, determined to uncover the mysteries of the forest. As the days turned to weeks, she grew stronger and more confident, her heart swelling with the joy of discovery and the warmth of newfound friendships. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Lila and the fox arrived at a clearing unlike any they had seen before. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching towards the heavens, adorned with blossoms that glowed like the moonlight itself. It was here that Lila's journey would reach its culmination. The fox turned to her, its eyes filled with a gentle wisdom. "This is the heart of the forest," it said. "Here you must make a choice. The Stone of Whispers has shown you the beauty and magic of this world, but it is up to you to decide how you will carry this gift forward. Lila pondered the fox's words, her heart heavy with the weight of the decision. She had seen so much, learned so much, and yet the path ahead remained unclear. But as she gazed at the tree, its blossoms swaying in the gentle breeze, she felt a sense of peace settle over her. She knew deep down that the answer lay within her. With a steady hand, Lila placed the Stone of Whispers at the base of the tree. The ground trembled slightly, and the air shimmered with a radiant light. The tree seemed to sigh with contentment, its blossoms glowing ever brighter. As the light enveloped her, Lila understood the truth of the fox's words. The real magic lay not in the stone, but in her ability to see the world with open eyes and an open heart. She had been transformed by the journey, and now it was her turn to share that magic with others. When the light faded, Lila found herself standing alone in the clearing. The fox was gone, but its presence lingered in her heart, a comforting warmth that she knew would never fade. She turned and began the journey back to her village, her steps light and sure. As she emerged from the forest, the first rays of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold. The village lay before her, unchanged and yet somehow different. Lila knew that she carried within her the magic of the forest, a gift that would guide her for the rest of her days. And so Lila returned to Willowbrook, her heart full of stories, and her spirit alight with the promise of new adventures. She shared her tales with the villagers, her words weaving a tapestry of wonder and possibility. In doing so, she inspired others to see the world with fresh eyes, to seek out the hidden magic that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary. In time, the village of Willowbrook became a place of wonder and enchantment, where dreams took flight and the impossible became possible. And though Lila grew older, her heart remained as open and curious as it had been on that first day in the forest. For in the end, she had learned the most important lesson of all, that the true magic of the world lay not in the things we hold, but in the love and wonder we carry within our hearts. And so, she lived happily ever after, her spirit forever entwined with the whispers of the forest and the warmth of the fox's gaze. And as the stars twinkled above and the gentle breeze carried the scent of wildflowers through the village, Lila would often sit by the window, a soft smile on her lips, and remember the journey that had changed her life forever. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that the magic of the forest would always be with her, a guiding light in the tapestry of her dreams. The end. Story 27. On the edge of a quaint little village, nestled in a valley surrounded by whispering pines and rolling meadows, there stood an ancient, weather-beaten cottage. It was the kind of place where time seemed to slow down, where the air was always tinged with the scent of honey and freshly baked bread. Inside the cottage lived a young girl named Clara, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity and wonder. Clara had an unassuming life, helping her grandmother tend to the vegetable garden and spending her afternoons exploring the nearby woods. She loved the forest for its secrets and the way it seemed to hum with life. But it was on one of these explorations that Clara stumbled upon something truly extraordinary. Deep within the heart of the woods, where the sunlight wove through the leaves in a tapestry of golden threads, Clara found an old, ornate chest half buried under a carpet of moss. Its wood was dark and polished, with intricate carvings of birds and vines. Clara's fingers tingled with excitement as she brushed away the dirt and slowly opened the chest. Inside lay a small, delicate mirror, no bigger than her hand. It shimmered as though it had caught a piece of the sky within its glass. As Clara held it up to the light, the mirror began to glow with a soft, ethereal luminescence, casting gentle beams of light that danced like fireflies. She gasped, for within the mirror, she did not see her reflection, but a vast, swirling sea of stars. Clara's heart raced with the thrill of discovery. She knew this mirror was no ordinary object. It was something magical, something that held secrets beyond her wildest dreams. With the mirror safely tucked into her satchel, Clara hurried back to the cottage to share her find with her grandmother. Her grandmother, wise and gentle, listened intently as Clara recounted her adventure. With a knowing smile, she explained that the mirror was a relic from an ancient time, a gift from the stars themselves. It had the power to reveal the heart's true desire and guide its bearer on a journey of self-discovery. Clara was filled with wonder and a touch of apprehension at the thought of such a journey. But her grandmother assured her that the mirror's magic was kind and benevolent, meant to help rather than harm. The following morning, Clara set out on her journey, guided by the mirror's celestial light. Along the way, she encountered a host of characters, each with their own unique charm. There was Thistle, the mischievous squirrel with a tail as bushy as a cotton cloud, who loved to chatter and share stories of the forest. There was Willow, the gentle deer with eyes as deep as pools of midnight, who offered her wisdom and guidance. And then there was Bramble, the old owl with feathers like silver moonlight, who seemed to know more than he let on. Together they traveled through enchanted glades and over babbling brooks, the mirror's light leading them onward. As they journeyed, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the world around her, noticing the subtle beauty in the rustle of leaves, the symphony of birdsong, and the warmth of the sun on her face. But soon, Clara and her companions came upon a challenge that required more than just a keen eye and an open heart. They reached a vast, shimmering lake, its waters so still they reflected the sky like a mirror. To cross it, they needed to solve a riddle posed by the lake's guardian, a wise and ancient turtle named Solon. Solon greeted them with a slow nod and a warm smile. To pass, you must answer this. What is the most precious gift one can give, yet costs nothing to share? Clara pondered the riddle, feeling the weight of it settle around her like a soft cloak. Her companions offered their thoughts, each suggestion thoughtful and sincere. But it was in the quiet moment of reflection that Clara realized the answer, for the mirror had shown her that the true magic lay not in the stars or the glass, but in the bonds of friendship and the kindness they had shared along the way. Love, Clara said softly, her voice carrying across the still waters. The most precious gift is love. Solon chuckled, his eyes twinkling with approval. Indeed, young one, love is the light that guides us, the bond that unites us. With the riddle solved, the waters parted to reveal a path of stepping stones, leading them safely to the other side. As Clara and her friends continued their journey, the mirror's glow grew softer, as if content with the lesson it had imparted. Finally, as dusk painted the sky in hues of violet and rose, Clara returned home, her heart full and her spirit light. She bid farewell to her companions, promising to visit them often, for she knew that the friendships she had forged were as enduring as the stars themselves. Back in the cottage, Clara placed the mirror on the mantel, where it caught the flickering light of the hearth. It would remain a cherished reminder of her journey, and the discovery that true magic lies not in objects, but in the hearts of those who dare to seek it. As Clara drifted into slumber, the soft glow of the mirror bathed the room in a gentle light, a quiet promise that even in the darkest of times there would always be a guiding star to illuminate the way. And so, with a heart at peace and dreams as bright as the night sky, Clara slept, knowing she was home. Story 28. Once upon a time, in the heart of a sprawling, velvet-green forest, where the whispering willows brushed against the sky, there was a small village named Elderglen. Elderglen was known for its serene beauty and the gentle murmur of the river that wound through it like a silver ribbon. The villagers led simple lives, their days marked by the gentle chime of the church bell and the earthy scent of fresh-baked bread wafting through the air. In this quaint village lived a young girl named Lila. She was as curious as a squirrel and as gentle as the morning dew. Lila had a special gift, though she didn't quite know it yet. She had always felt a deep connection to the forest, and it was as if the trees themselves would bend closer to listen when she spoke. One crisp autumn afternoon, when the leaves were a riot of red and gold, Lila decided to wander into the woods. The forest was her sanctuary, a place where she felt free and at peace. As she walked, the crunch of leaves beneath her feet sounded like a soft, comforting melody. The air was filled with the scent of pine and the sweet promise of rain. Lila had a favorite spot by the river, where the water danced in the sunlight and the rocks were worn smooth by time. She settled there, letting the cool breeze ruffle her hair. As she sat, tracing patterns in the pebbles, she noticed something unusual. A small, glimmering object caught her eye, half buried in the riverbank. Curious, Lila reached out and gently unearthed the object. It was a pendant, unlike any she had ever seen. The pendant was shaped like a teardrop, carved from a crystal that shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow. As she held it in her hand, she felt a warmth spreading through her, like a gentle hug from an old friend. The pendant seemed to vibrate softly, almost as it were alive. Lila could sense that it was special, imbued with a quiet magic. She fastened it around her neck, feeling an inexplicable sense of belonging. As she stood up, the world around her seemed to shift. The trees appeared more vibrant, the river sang a clearer song, and even the air felt different, alive with possibilities. It was then that Lila noticed something extraordinary. The forest had changed. Before her eyes, a shimmering path unfolded, leading deeper into the woods. It was a path she had never seen before, though she had wandered these woods since she could walk. Compelled by an urge she couldn't quite explain, Lila decided to follow it. The path led her through groves of whispering birch trees and past clusters of mushrooms that glowed faintly in the dim light. As she walked, Lila felt an odd sensation, as if she were being watched. Yet it was not a threatening feeling. Rather, it felt like the forest itself was welcoming her. After walking for a while, Lila came upon a clearing. In the center stood a magnificent oak tree, its branches sprawling wide as if offering an embrace. At the base of the tree was a door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to dance before her eyes. Lila hesitated for a moment, her heart fluttering with a mix of fear and excitement. But the pendant around her neck pulsed with warmth, as if urging her forward. Taking a deep breath, Lila pushed the door open. Inside, the air was cool and fragrant, filled with the scent of lavender and old books. The space before her was vast, far larger than the tree should have been able to contain, and it glowed with a soft golden light. Shelves lined the walls, filled with scrolls and bottles containing vibrant liquids. It was a hidden world, tucked away in the heart of the forest, and Lila marveled at its beauty. As she explored, Lila heard a soft rustling. From behind a stack of books emerged a creature unlike any she had ever seen. It was a small, round being, covered in soft, mossy fur, with eyes like polished onyx. The creature looked at her with a mixture of curiosity and kindness. "Hello," Lila said softly, kneeling down to meet the creature's gaze. "I'm Lila." The creature tilted its head, its eyes twinkling with a gentle warmth. "I am Tumble," it replied in a voice that sounded like wind rustling through leaves. "Guardian of the secret haven." Lila's eyes widened. "Secret haven? Is this place yours?" Tumble nodded. "It is a sanctuary for those who seek wisdom and peace. Only those with a pure heart and a curious mind can find it. And you, dear Lila, are the first to discover it in many ages." Lila felt a flush of pride at Tumble's words. "I didn't mean to intrude," she said, feeling a little bashful. "The pendant led me here." Tumble's eyes settled on the pendant around her neck. "Ah, the Heartstone," it murmured. "It chooses its bearer carefully. It seems you were meant to find this place." Lila smiled, feeling a connection with Tumble, as if they were old friends reunited. "What does the Heartstone do?" "It is a key to the wonders of the forest," Tumble explained. "It allows you to see and understand the hidden magic that surrounds us. But more importantly, it helps you see the truth within yourself." Lila pondered Tumble's words, feeling a sense of peace settle over her. She had always felt there was more to the world than met the eye, and now she had proof. Here, in this hidden haven, she felt a sense of belonging she hadn't known she was missing. Over the next few days, Lila visited the secret haven often. Tumble became her guide and companion, teaching her about the forest and its secrets. She learned to listen to the whispers of the trees, to understand the songs of the river, and to see the beauty in the smallest of things. One day, as they sat beneath the great oak, Tumble turned to Lila with a thoughtful expression. "There is a task I must ask of you, Lila," it said gently. "Anything," Lila replied, eager to help her newfound friend. Tumble's eyes softened. "The forest is in need of healing. There is a blight spreading, a darkness that threatens to consume the light. Only the Heartstone can dispel it, but it requires the strength of a pure heart." Lila nodded, determination filling her. "I'll do whatever it takes." Tumble smiled, a glint of pride in its eyes. "Follow me, then." They journeyed deeper into the forest, beyond where Lila had ever ventured. The trees grew denser, their branches weaving a tapestry of shadows and light. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and the promise of rain. Eventually they reached a glade where the trees were twisted and gnarled, their leaves withered and brown. The air felt different here, a chill that seeped into the bones. Lila could sense the darkness, a feeling of despair that hung heavy like a storm cloud. Tumble stopped at the edge of the glade, its gaze fixed on the center. "This is where the blight is strongest," it said softly. "The heartstone must be placed at the heart of the glade, where the roots of the ancient tree lie." Lila took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the task before her. But she knew she wasn't alone. The forest was with her, whispering words of encouragement, and Tumble stood by her side, a steadfast guardian. With steady steps, Lila walked into the glade. The pendant around her neck pulsed with warmth, guiding her forward. She could feel the darkness trying to seep into her, but she focused on the light, the warmth of friendship, the beauty of the forest, the love that connected all living things. At the center of the glade, she found the ancient tree. Its bark was scarred, its branches bare, but she could sense the life still pulsing within. Kneeling down, she placed the heartstone at its base, feeling the warmth spread from her fingertips into the earth. For a moment, nothing happened. The glade was silent, holding its breath. Then slowly, a soft light began to emanate from the heartstone, spreading outwards like ripples in a pond. The darkness recoiled, retreating from the light, and Lila could feel the forest sigh with relief. As the light spread, the trees began to change. Their leaves unfurled, vibrant and green, and the air was filled with the scent of blossoms. The darkness faded, replaced by a warmth that enveloped the glade like a soft embrace. Lila stood, feeling the light within her resonate with the light of the heartstone. She had done it. The forest was healing, its heart restored. Tumble appeared at her side, its eyes shining with gratitude. "You have done a great thing, Lila," it said softly. "The forest will remember your kindness and courage." Lila smiled, feeling a sense of fulfillment she couldn't quite put into words. She had discovered a world beyond her imagination, forged a bond with a dear friend, and learned the true strength that lay within her heart. As they made their way back to the secret haven, Lila felt a sense of peace settle over her. She knew her journey was just beginning, that there were many more wonders to discover, but she also knew she was not alone. The forest was her ally, Tumble her guide, and the heartstone a symbol of the magic that connected them all. In the days that followed, Lila continued to visit the secret haven, her bond with Tumble growing stronger. She learned to listen to the whispers of the forest, to understand its language of rustling leaves and singing streams. And in return, the forest shared its secrets with her, revealing wonders hidden from the eyes of the unseeing. One morning, as the sun filtered through the trees in golden shafts, Lila sat with Tumble beneath the great oak, the heartstone resting warm against her chest. She had come to cherish these moments, where time seemed to slow and the world was filled with peace. "Do you think the darkness will return?" Lila asked, tracing patterns in the soft earth. Tumble considered her question, its eyes thoughtful. "Darkness is a part of the world, just as much as light," it replied gently. "But the heartstone has given the forest strength, and you, dear Lila, have shown it the power of a pure heart. As long as there is light within you, the forest will endure." Lila nodded, understanding the truth in Tumble's words. She had learned that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the strength to face it. And with the heartstone, she could face any challenge that lay ahead. As the days turned into weeks, Lila found herself growing, both in wisdom and in heart. She became a guardian of the forest, a protector of its secrets, and a beacon of light against the shadows. The villagers began to notice the change in her, though they couldn't quite put their finger on it. They saw the kindness in her eyes, the strength in her step, and they knew she was special. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila stood at the edge of the forest, looking out over the village. The heartstone glowed softly against her chest, a reminder of the magic within her. She realized then that her journey was far from over. There were still mysteries to unravel, wonders to discover, and friendships to forge. But she knew, with unwavering certainty, that she was ready. Turning to the forest, she whispered a promise to the trees, the river, and the creatures that called it home. She would protect them, cherish them, and hold their secrets close to her heart. And as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Lila felt the forest's reply, a gentle breeze that wrapped around her like a hug, whispering words of gratitude and love. For in the heart of the forest, beneath the great oak and the shimmering leaves, the heartstone lay, a testament to the courage of a young girl who had discovered the magic within herself and the world around her. And so, in the tranquil embrace of the forest, Lila's story continued, a tale of friendship, courage, and the enduring power of a kind heart. And though the path ahead was unknown, she knew she would never walk it alone. The end. Story 29. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering woods, a place where trees hummed lullabies and flowers giggled with the breeze, there lived a delightful assortment of quirky characters. At the center of this enchanted grove stood a grand, twisting oak known as the Laughter Tree, where the locals gathered for gossip and merriment. Among these magical denizens was Tilly, a sprightly little squirrel with fur as silver as moonlight and a talent for acrobatics. She could often be seen leaping between branches with such grace that even the wind would pause to admire her skill. Her best friend was Monty, a plump, jovial rabbit who wore a bright red waistcoat and had a penchant for collecting shiny pebbles. Monty was known for his infectious laughter, which could lift any spirit. One sunny morning, as the sun kissed the dew-drenched leaves, Tilly noticed something peculiar. Monty was unusually quiet. She found him sitting beneath the laughter tree, his usual sparkle dimmed. "Monty, what's the matter?" she chirped, her voice as light as the morning breeze. Monty sighed, his floppy ears drooping. "It's my home," he explained, pointing to a nearby hillock. "The entrance to my burrow has vanished." This was indeed a magical problem, for everyone knew that burrows didn't just disappear. Tilly's whiskers twitched with curiosity. "Let's solve this mystery," she declared, her eyes twinkling with determination. Together, they embarked on their quest, venturing deeper into the woods where colors danced in the air like a painter's palette. The forest floor was a soft carpet of moss, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers. As they walked, Tilly and Monty pondered the possible causes of the disappearing burrow. They first visited Flora, the wise old owl who lived in a hollow high above. Flora was known for her vast knowledge and her fondness for riddles. Her feathers were a blend of amber and gold, and her eyes sparkled with wisdom. "Ah, a vanished burrow, you say?" Flora mused, adjusting her spectacles. "Sounds like the work of the mischief mice." The mischief mice were a trio of tiny, playful creatures who adored pranks and were known for their magic that could alter reality in the blink of an eye. Tilly and Monty thanked Flora and set off to find the mischievous trio. The duo soon found themselves in the field of dandelions, where the mischief mice were frolicking, turning dandelions into bubbles that floated skywards. The mice were as small as acorns, with fur as fluffy as thistledown and eyes that twinkled like stars. "Why, if it isn't Tilly and Monty," squeaked Mervyn, the leader of the mice, balancing on a dandelion stem. "What brings you to our field of fun?" Monty explained his predicament, and the mice listened intently, their whiskers twitching with amusement. "Oh, dear Monty," giggled Minx, the smallest mouse. "We didn't mean any harm. We just thought it would be fun to try a new spell." Tilly crossed her arms, though she couldn't help but smile at their cheerfulness. "Could you perhaps reverse the spell?" she suggested kindly. The mice chattered among themselves before nodding in unison. "Of course, but we'll need a little help from the Rainbow River," Mervyn explained. "Its waters can amplify our magic." With renewed hope, Tilly, Monty, and the mischief mice made their way to the Rainbow River, a shimmering stream that wove through the forest like a ribbon of liquid light. Its waters sparkled in every hue, and the air was filled with a light mist that tickled the nose. The mice gathered around the riverbank and began their incantation, their tiny voices blending into a harmonious chant. Tilly and Monty watched as the river's glow intensified, casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the forest. Suddenly there was a burst of light, and Monty's burrow reappeared, its entrance framed by a garland of wildflowers. Monty's eyes widened with joy. "My burrow!" he laughed, bouncing on his hind legs. The mischief mice squealed with delight, pleased with their success. "We must do this again sometime," chirped Mervyn as they scampered off into the woods, leaving trails of laughter in their wake. Tilly and Monty returned to the laughter tree, where their friends had gathered to celebrate. The air was filled with music as fireflies twinkled in the twilight, and the trees swayed gently as if in rhythm with the merriment. As the stars twinkled above, Monty raised a toast with a cup of elderflower tea, his eyes shining. "To friendship and a little bit of magic," he declared, and everyone cheered. And so, the Whispering Woods returned to its joyful harmony, with Tilly and Monty's adventure becoming a favorite tale to tell beneath the moonlit canopy. And from that day on, Monty always left a shiny pebble at his burrow's entrance, just in case the mischief mice decided to play another trick. In the glow of the warm fireflies, Tilly and Monty knew they could face any challenge together, with laughter and friendship as their guiding stars. And as the night deepened, a gentle peace settled over the woods, cradling all its creatures in a comforting embrace, ready for sweet dreams and new adventures. Story 30. In a peaceful corner of the enchanted realm known as Lumina, where the air shimmered with a gentle luminescence, and the trees whispered secrets to the winds, lay the quaint little village of Starling Glen. This village was nestled snugly between rolling emerald hills and a serene, silver-tipped lake. It was a place where time drifted as lazily as the clouds above, and where the inhabitants lived in harmony with the magical world around them. In the heart of this village stood an old, beloved inn called the Moonlit Hearth. It was a place of warmth and laughter, with its ivy-covered stone walls and a chimney perpetually puffing out curls of sweet-smelling smoke. The inn was run by a kindly innkeeper named Granny Wren, whose hair was as soft and white as thistledown. She had a twinkle in her eye and a knack for making the most delicious spiced cider, which was known to chase away even the chilliest of nights. One crisp autumn evening, as the golden sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the village began to wind down for the night. Lamps flickered to life, casting cozy circles of light onto cobblestone paths. The villagers were settling in with steaming mugs and soft blankets, ready to listen to the crackling of the hearth. However, a peculiar event was unfolding. As the moon rose high, a series of strange occurrences began to ripple through the village. It all started with the disappearance of the shimmer stones, small glowing pebbles that the villagers used to light their paths. One by one, they vanished without a trace, leaving only faint glimmers of light in their wake. The villagers were puzzled, but not frightened. They gathered in the common room of the moonlit hearth, their voices a gentle murmur as they discussed the mystery. "We've never had trouble like this before," said Elder Rowan, a wise old man with a beard the color of autumn leaves. "It's as if the shimmer stones simply walked away." Granny Wren, stirring her pot of cider, nodded thoughtfully. "Perhaps there's more to this than meets the eye," she mused, her voice as comforting as a lullaby. Among the villagers was a young girl named Marigold, with hair the color of sunrise and eyes as bright as stars. She was known for her curious mind and her talent for observation. Marigold felt a tingling of excitement at the thought of a mystery to solve. Intrigued, she resolved to uncover the truth behind the vanishing shimmer stones. She decided to seek the wisdom of the forest, where magical creatures dwelled, and secrets often revealed themselves to those who knew how to listen. At first light, Marigold set out with a basket of warm bread and a flask of Granny Wren's cider, gifts for the forest creatures who might aid her. She walked the winding path into the woods, the leaves crunching softly underfoot and the air filled with the earthy scent of autumn. As she ventured deeper, she came upon a glen where the sunlight danced through the branches, creating patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. There, perched upon a mossy rock, was an owl of extraordinary size and wisdom, his feathers a tapestry of moonlight and shadow. "Greetings, Marigold," the owl hooted, his voice a gentle echo in the stillness. "I am Orion, keeper of the forest's secrets. What brings you to these woods?" Marigold curtsied politely, her heart fluttering with excitement. "Great Orion, the shimmer stones of Starling Glen have vanished, and the villagers are puzzled. I seek your guidance to unravel this mystery." Orion blinked slowly, his eyes gleaming with ancient knowledge. "Ah, the shimmer stones," They are drawn to places of deep magic, places where their light is needed. But fear not, for I sense no malice here." Marigold listened intently, her fingers brushing against the soft moss. Then what might have drawn them away? With a thoughtful hoot, Orion fluffed his feathers. "There is a cavern beneath the hills, a place where the threads of magic weave strong. It has awakened, stirring the stones to journey there." Her curiosity piqued. Marigold thanked Orion for his wisdom and made her way toward the hill. As she approached, she noticed a faint, shimmering trail leading towards a hidden entrance, barely visible beneath the draping vines. Inside the cavern, the air was cool and tinged with the scent of earth and stone. Marigold's eyes widened as she beheld a breathtaking sight. The shimmerstones had gathered in the heart of the cavern, forming a beautiful, glowing tapestry across the walls and ceiling. It was as if the stars themselves had descended to dance within this secret chamber. Realizing that the stones had merely sought out a place where their light could flourish, Marigold gently gathered a few to bring back to the village, leaving the rest to illuminate the cavern in their newfound home. Returning to Starling Glen, she shared her discovery with the villagers, who marveled at the tale. Elder Rowan and Granny Wren listened with smiles, their hearts warmed by Marigold's cleverness and the magic that lived within their world. The mystery resolved. The village returned to its tranquil rhythm. The shimmerstones that Marigold brought back were cherished anew, their glow a reminder of the wonders that lay just beyond the edge of their understanding. And so, as the villagers nestled into their beds, the gentle light of the shimmerstones flickered softly in the night, a symbol of the enduring magic of friendship and the gentle mysteries of the world around them. In the heart of the moonlit hearth, Granny Wren tucked Marigold into bed with a kiss on the forehead. "You have a gift for seeing the world with wonder, my dear," she whispered. "Never lose that spark." With a contented sigh, Marigold drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the light of the shimmerstones and the whisper of the wind through the enchanted forest. And as the village slumbered, the moon cast its silvery glow over Starling Glen, wrapping it in a blanket of serenity and the promise of new tales yet to unfold. Story 31. In a secluded corner of the world, nestled amidst the emerald embrace of the whispering woods, life thrived in harmonious symphony. This forest was no ordinary place. It was a realm where the ordinary veil of reality thinned, allowing glimpses of the extraordinary that pulsed beneath the surface. Here the rustle of leaves was not just the wind's caress, but the gentle sighs of ancient beings recounting stories of old. The heart of the forest was a clearing bathed in sunlight, where beams of golden warmth dripped through the canopy like sweet honey. This was the gathering place for the creatures of the forest, a diverse fellowship of animals and spirits, each playing their part in the intricate dance of nature. Among them was a wise old turtle named Thistle, whose shell was etched with the patterns of countless seasons. His eyes, like pools of deep amber, held the knowledge of the forest and its secrets. Thistle carried with him the tales of transformation and balance, stories whispered to him by the very earth beneath his feet. Beside him, a sprightly squirrel named Pip darted about, her fur a fiery blaze against the verdant backdrop. Pip was a weaver of connections, linking the creatures of the forest with her boundless energy and cheerful chatter. Her quick paws and sharp mind were always ready to lend a helping hand, or paw, in times of need. The forest was alive with the symphony of life. Birds with plumage like vibrant jewels flitted from branch to branch, their songs a melodious tapestry woven into the fabric of the air. The scent of moss and wildflowers mingled, creating a perfume that was both fresh and ancient. As the seasons shifted, the forest responded with its own magical phenomena, each season bearing its unique gifts. In spring, the forest awoke with a tender green blush, as delicate buds unfurled and streams gurgled with renewed vigor. Tiny, luminescent sprites danced upon dewdrops, their laughter mingling with the morning mist. Summer brought a lush abundance, where the forest basked in the sun's warm embrace. The air was thick with the sweet fragrance of blooming flora, and the gentle hum of bees was a constant serenade. The nights were filled with the glow of fireflies, their soft golden lights flickering like stars fallen to earth. Autumn painted the forest in hues of gold and crimson, a fiery farewell as the days grew shorter. Leaves whispered secrets as they drifted to the ground, forming a carpet that crunched softly underfoot. The air was crisp, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke and the promise of stories yet to be told. Winter wrapped the forest in a quilt of silence, the snow a pristine blanket that muffled the world in tranquility. Frost adorned the trees like delicate lace, and the forest held its breath in anticipation of the new life that spring would bring. Within this cycle of seasons, Thistle and Pip discovered a troubling imbalance. A creeping shadow had begun to spread, a sickness that dulled the vibrancy of the leaves and stilled the songs of the birds. The forest's harmony was under threat, and it was up to the inhabitants to restore the delicate balance. Gathered around Thistle's favorite patch of sunlight, the creatures of the forest listened intently to the turtle's deep, rumbling voice. "The forest speaks to us," he began, "and it tells us that all is not well. We must work together, as we have always done, to heal our home." Pip's bright eyes sparkled with determination. "We can do it, together. The forest has always been there for us, and now it's our turn to be there for it." As the creatures set about their tasks, the forest responded to their efforts. The trees whispered encouragement, their branches swaying in gentle approval. The streams giggled as they flowed, carrying away the remnants of the shadow that had threatened them. The sprites danced with renewed vigor, their light growing brighter with each passing day. With Thistle's wisdom guiding them, and Pip's infectious enthusiasm leading the way, the creatures worked tirelessly. They tended to the ailing plants, nurturing them back to life with care and patience. They cleared the fallen debris, allowing new growth to flourish, and as they did, a palpable sense of harmony began to return. The forest, in its gratitude, bestowed upon its inhabitants a rare gift, a night of the aurora bloom. As twilight descended, the sky above the clearing came alive with ribbons of color, dancing across the heavens in a breathtaking display. The creatures gathered beneath the spectacle, their hearts swelling with awe and gratitude. Thistle watched with a contented smile, his ancient heart warmed by the sight of his home restored. "The forest is a living story," he said softly, "one that we are all a part of." And so it was that the Whispering Woods thrived once more, a testament to the power of unity and the enduring spirit of nature. The creatures, bound together by friendship and purpose, continued to care for their cherished home, ensuring that its magic would endure for generations to come. As the last colors of the aurora bloom faded into the night sky, the forest settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle murmur of the trees and the promise of new stories waiting to be told. Story 32. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a curious child, always seeking adventure in the most unexpected places. Little did she know, her life was about to take an extraordinary turn. One crisp autumn day, Willow was helping her grandmother in the garden, carefully tending to the vibrant flowers and plump vegetables. As she reached down to pull a stubborn weed, her fingers brushed against an old, tarnished thimble half buried in the soil. Willow picked it up, intrigued by its weathered appearance. But as soon as her skin touched the cool metal, a shimmering light enveloped her, and the world around her seemed to shift. Suddenly, she found herself transported to a realm unlike anything she had ever imagined. The sky was painted in hues of lavender and sage, and the ground beneath her feet was a mosaic of colorful stones that hummed with energy. Willow gasped in wonder, her eyes wide with amazement. "Where am I?" she whispered, clutching the thimble tightly in her hand. A gentle voice replied, "You have discovered the enchanted realm, dear child, a place where ordinary objects hold extraordinary magic." Willow turned to see a kindly old woman with twinkling eyes and a warm smile. "I am Aurelia, the keeper of this realm," she said. "That thimble you hold is a gateway to worlds beyond your imagination." Aurelia explained that the enchanted realm was a place of endless possibilities, where objects imbued with magic could unlock incredible powers and grant incredible adventures. But it was also a realm in peril, for a dark force threatened to extinguish the very essence of wonder and imagination. Willow knew she had to help, but she felt small and uncertain. "How can I, a simple village girl, save such a wondrous place?" she asked. Aurelia smiled and introduced her to two delightful companions, a mischievous, shape-shifting rabbit named Trix, and a wise old oak tree named Oakley, whose branches swayed with ancient knowledge. Together, they embarked on a journey through the enchanted realm, encountering enchanting landscapes and whimsical creatures. Trix's playful nature kept their spirits high, while Oakley's gentle guidance helped them navigate the realm's many mysteries. Along the way, they faced challenges that tested their courage and wisdom. The dark force manifested as a sinister figure, spreading shadows and doubt wherever it went. But Willow and her friends soon realized that the true power lay not in brute force, but in the magic of imagination and the strength of their friendship. With Trix's clever tricks and Oakley's ancient knowledge, they devised a plan to counter the darkness. They gathered enchanted objects from every corner of the realm, each one imbued with a different kind of magic. A paintbrush that brought colors to life, a music box that could soothe the most troubled heart, and a compass that always pointed towards hope. As they combined the power of these objects, a brilliant light burst forth, banishing the shadows and restoring the enchanted realm to its former glory. The dark force, unable to withstand the radiance of their united magic, retreated into the depths of oblivion. In that moment, Willow realized that the true magic had been within her all along. The courage to embrace wonder, the strength to face her fears, and the wisdom to cherish the bonds of friendship. As she bid farewell to Aurelia, Trix, and Oakley, Willow knew that her journey had changed her forever. She had discovered that even the smallest, most ordinary objects could hold extraordinary secrets, and that the power of imagination could conquer any darkness. From that day on, Willow carried the thimble with her, a constant reminder of the wonders that awaited her in the most unexpected places. And whenever she felt lost or afraid, she would close her eyes, picture the enchanted realm, and let the magic of her imagination guide her way. Story 33. In the galaxy's farthest reaches, beyond the shimmering nebulae and spiraling star clusters, floated a small, unassuming planet named Xylios, known for its verdant forests and gentle rivers that sang in the moonlight. It was here that the Luminae, a species of luminescent beings, glided gracefully through the emerald canopies, their translucent wings casting a soft, ethereal glow that bathed the forest in a perpetual twilight. Among them was Lyra, a young Luminae whose wings shimmered with a particularly vibrant hue of blue, a rarity among her kind. She was known for her curiosity and her gentle spirit, always eager to explore and learn about the world beyond her own. One tranquil evening, as the dusky sky began to sprinkle stars like diamonds across a velvet tapestry, a mysterious object streaked across the heavens, a comet of metal and light, trailing sparks in its wake. It was a ship, though not one familiar to the inhabitants of Xylios. The vessel, battered and weary from its journey, found a resting place in a clearing not far from Lyra's home. Emerging from the ship was a being unlike any Lyra had ever seen. His name was Orion, a traveler from the distant planet of Terrus, a place of vast deserts and towering mountains. Orion's skin was a warm, earthen brown, and his eyes shimmered like the sandy dunes of his homeland. He was tall and sturdy, with a heart as deep and vast as the universe he traveled. Orion stumbled from his damaged ship, his movements slow and cautious, as if unsure of this new world that spread before him like a dream. Lyra, drawn by the strange light and the promise of adventure, fluttered closer, her curiosity piqued by this newcomer. As they met, there was a moment of hesitation, a silent dance of uncertainty as they regarded one another. Lyra's wings glowed softly in the dim light, a language of colors and patterns that spoke of peace and welcome. However, Orion, unfamiliar with the Luminae's way of communication, misinterpreted her luminescence as a sign of aggression. His hand reached instinctively for a small device at his belt, a gesture of defense rather than attack. Lyra, sensing his apprehension, paused her approach and instead released a gentle melody from her wings, a soothing hum that filled the air like a lullaby. The sound, rich and melodic, resonated with Orion, calming the unease that had gripped his heart. He realized then that her light was not one of threat, but of friendship, a beacon in the unfamiliar darkness. Thus began their tentative alliance, a partnership born of necessity and nurtured by the quiet understanding that grew between them. Orion, stranded until repairs could be made to his ship, found himself dependent on Lyra's guidance through the lush, sprawling forests of Xylith. In turn, Lyra found herself captivated by Orion's tales of distant worlds and the adventures that held the cosmos. Their days were spent in shared exploration, discovering the wonders of Xylith together. Lyra introduced Orion to the song of the rivers, the whisper of the wind through the leaves, and the delicate dance of the fireflies that lit the night. Orion, in exchange, taught Lyra about the stars, pointing out constellations and recounting the myths and legends that wove the fabric of his own culture. Despite the harmony that blossomed between them, there were moments of misunderstanding, small missteps that taught them both the value of patience and empathy. Once, while foraging for food, Orion mistakenly harvested a plant that was sacred to the Luminae. Lyra, though initially distressed, chose to teach rather than scold, showing Orion the significance of each living thing in her world. In another instance, Orion attempted to construct a shelter using techniques from his homeland, inadvertently disturbing a nest of gentle creatures who took refuge in the branches. It was Lyra's gentle intervention that soothed the displaced beings, and together they rebuilt their home, learning from one another in the process. Through these challenges, their bond deepened, each misunderstanding a stepping stone toward greater understanding and respect. Lyra's luminescent wings and Orion's steady hands worked in tandem, a dance of light and shadow that created harmony from discord. One evening, as they sat by a crackling fire beneath the vast starlit sky, Orion spoke of his impending departure. His ship, now repaired, was ready to return to the stars, to continue his journey through the cosmos. The thought of parting weighed heavily upon them both, an ache that settled in their hearts like the shadows of twilight. But Lyra, wise beyond her years, understood that true friendship transcended distance. She reached for Orion's hand, her touch as soft as the silken breeze, and spoke with a voice like the gentle rustle of leaves. "Though the stars may separate us, the light of our friendship will always guide you home." Orion, moved by her words, promised to return someday, to share more stories and create new memories beneath the shimmering canopy of Xylith. With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit buoyed by their shared experiences, he prepared to depart, his ship lifting gracefully into the sky, a beacon of hope and connection. As Orion's ship disappeared into the cosmos, Lyra stood alone in the clearing, her wings aglow with the warmth of their friendship. She knew that though their paths might diverge, the bond they had forged would endure, a testament to the power of understanding, kindness, and the unbreakable ties of a true friend. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Lyra and Orion's story continued to unfold, a tale of two souls from different worlds who, through their journey together, discovered the timeless truth that friendship knows no bounds, uniting hearts across the vast expanse of the universe. Story 34. Once upon a time, in the delightful village of Willow-Wisp, nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering silver lake, the townsfolk awoke to find their world had been turned topsy-turvy overnight. The culprit? A whimsical breeze of magic that had come swirling down from the misty mountains, leaving a trail of enchantment that sparked both curiosity and chaos. In this quaint village, every corner was filled with charm. The houses, painted in pastel hues, stood like a row of colorful confections, their roofs dotted with chimneys that puffed white clouds of smoke into the crisp morning air. The cobblestone streets wound their way through gardens where flowers danced to the melody of the gentle wind, and the scent of freshly baked bread wafted from the bakery, mingling with the sweet aroma of blooming jasmine. Amidst this enchanting scene lived a peculiar yet lovable inventor named Barnaby Bumble. Barnaby was known throughout Willow-Wisp for his wild mane of curly hair that seemed to have a mind of its own, and his ever-present goggles perched atop his nose. His workshop, a rickety wooden shed at the edge of the village, was filled with all manner of eccentric contraptions, each more bewildering than the last. One bright morning, as Barnaby sipped his steaming cup of chamomile tea, he noticed something unusual. His collection of clockwork birds, usually chirping in perfect harmony, were now singing in reverse. Perplexed yet amused, Barnaby decided to investigate further, his curiosity piqued by this odd magical occurrence. As he wandered through the village, he discovered that the whimsical breeze had left its mark everywhere. The once silent willow trees were now whispering secrets to passers-by, and the cobblestones were playing a lively game of hopscotch with the children. Even the silver lake had taken on a mischievous glint, its surface rippling with laughter. In the heart of the village stood the great willow, a towering tree whose branches stretched towards the sky like arms reaching for the stars. It was here that Barnaby found his dear friend, Lila Larkspur, a gentle soul with a penchant for poetry and a knack for communicating with nature. Lila's raven-black hair cascaded down her back, and her bright green eyes sparkled with kindness. "Layla, have you noticed the peculiar happenings today?" Barnaby called out, waving enthusiastically. Lila, perched upon one of the great willow's sturdy branches, nodded with a smile. "Oh, it's quite the magical riddle, isn't it? I think the breeze from the misty mountains has brought a bit of mischief our way." Barnaby chuckled. "Indeed, but I believe there's more to it. The village needs our help to restore balance before things get too out of hand." With a shared sense of adventure, Barnaby and Lila set off to unravel the mystery. Their first stop was the cozy cottage of Granny Nutmeg, the village's wise old herbalist, renowned for her vast knowledge of potions and plants. As they approached, they were greeted by the sight of Granny's garden, where carrots were dancing a lively jig and the sunflowers were twirling like ballerinas. Granny Nutmeg, with her twinkling eyes and a smile that could melt the hardest of hearts, welcomed them with open arms. "Ah, my dear Barnaby and Lila, I had a feeling you'd be here. Come, let's see what the magical breeze has stirred up." Inside her cottage, the walls were lined with shelves of colorful jars and dried herbs, filling the air with a comforting, earthy scent. Granny Nutmeg brewed a pot of her famous lavender tea, and as they sipped, she shared her insights. "You see," Granny began, her voice as soothing as a lullaby, "the breeze from the misty mountains is playful, but it sometimes forgets its strength. It's seeking something, a harmony it lost along the way. We must help it find that balance." Barnaby thought for a moment, tapping his chin thoughtfully. "Perhaps if we gather elements from each part of the village, we can create a melody that will guide the breeze back to its path." Lila clapped her hands in delight. "Oh, that sounds like a wonderful plan. We'll need the whispers of the willows, the laughter of the lake, and the music of your clockwork birds." And so the trio set off on their whimsical quest. They collected the gentle whispers from the willow trees, capturing them in silken pouches that shimmered in the sunlight. At the lake, they caught the giggles that bubbled up from its depths, storing them in delicate glass bottles that chimed like bells. Finally, Barnaby tuned his clockwork birds to sing a song that resonated with joy and wonder. With their melody complete, they returned to the great willow, where the magical breeze seemed to linger, waiting for the gift they had crafted. As the melody floated into the air, the breeze began to dance, swirling around them in a gentle embrace. It carried the song high above the village, weaving through the sky like a ribbon of light. Slowly, the enchantments began to settle. The willow trees returned to their serene silence. The cobblestones resumed their usual positions, and the silver lake shimmered peacefully once more. The villagers gathered, their hearts filled with gratitude for the harmony restored. Barnaby, Lila, and Granny Nutmeg stood together, basking in the warmth of friendship and the joy of their shared adventure. The magical breeze, now content, whispered a soft farewell as it drifted back towards the misty mountains, leaving a trail of starlight in its wake. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, the villagers of Willow Wisp celebrated with a feast beneath the great willow. Laughter and music filled the air, and the scent of sweet pastries mingled with the cool evening breeze. Barnaby, his heart full of happiness, raised a toast. To friendship, to magic, and to the adventures that bring us together. And so, in the village of Willow Wisp, joy reigned once more. The whimsical breeze had brought a reminder of the beauty in unexpected moments, and the power of creativity and camaraderie to overcome any challenge. As the stars twinkled above like 1,000 tiny lanterns, the villagers drifted into dreams filled with magic and laughter, knowing that in their hearts, the melody of harmony would forever play on. Story 35. In the heart of a verdant valley, where the whispers of the wind danced through the trees, and the sky was a canvas of shifting colors, there lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. This village was cradled by gentle hills and watched over by the ancient oak of Eldergrove, a tree of such majesty and wisdom that it was said to have witnessed the birth of time itself. The oak's branches spread wide, offering shelter to the creatures of the forest and comfort to the villagers who often gathered beneath its shade. In this idyllic setting lived a young woman named Lyra, whose spirit was as bright as the morning sun, but whose heart carried the weight of uncertainty. Lyra had always felt a deep connection to the world around her, yet she struggled with the changes that life inevitably brought. Her mother, a weaver of remarkable talent, and her father, a kind-hearted farmer, had taught her the values of patience and love. Still, the winds of change stirred within her, a restless whisper that she could neither ignore nor understand. Lyra often sought solace by the river that wound through the village, its waters a mirror to her thoughts, flowing with a gentle persistence that she admired but could not yet emulate. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves painted the landscape in hues of gold and crimson, Lyra sat by the riverbank, her gaze lost in the ripples. She watched as the water carried leaves downstream, each one a small voyage of transformation. Why must everything change? Lyra mused aloud, her voice barely above a whisper. It was then that she heard a soft rustling, and from the underbrush emerged a creature of such wonder that Lyra blinked to be sure she wasn't dreaming. It was a fox, but not an ordinary one. Its fur shimmered like spun silver, and its eyes glowed with an ancient knowing. The fox approached Lyra with a graceful poise, as if it belonged to a realm beyond sight. "I hear your heart's question, young one," spoke the fox, its voice a melody of the forest. Lyra's eyes widened, and she felt a warmth spread through her, a mixture of awe and a strange familiarity. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice filled with curiosity rather than fear. "I am called Fionn," the fox replied, settling beside her. "I am a guardian of change, a guide for those who seek understanding." Lyra listened, her heart beating in time with the rustling leaves. "But I fear change," she confessed. "It feels like losing a part of myself." Fionn gazed at her with compassion. "Change is like the river you sit beside, ever flowing, never the same. To resist it is to stand still while the world moves on. But to embrace it, to learn from it, is to grow." "But how?" Lyra questioned, her voice tinged with yearning. "How do I find peace in what feels so uncertain?" Fionn stood and nodded toward the forest. "Walk with me, and perhaps the answers will find you." With a heart full of wonder and a spirit willing to learn, Lyra rose and followed Fionn into the depths of Eldergrove Forest. The path was dappled with sunlight, the air rich with the scent of pine and earth. As they walked, Fionn shared stories of the forest, of trees that sang to the moon and stones that whispered to the stars. Each tale was a thread in the tapestry of nature, weaving together the fabric of life and change. In time, they reached a clearing where the air was alive with the hum of magic. In the center stood a circle of stones, their surfaces etched with runes that glowed faintly in the twilight. Fionn led Lyra to the circle's edge, and she felt the energy thrumming beneath her feet, a gentle pulse that matched the rhythm of her heart. "These stones are the keepers of transformation," Fionn explained. "They hold the wisdom of ages, the lessons of those who faced change and emerged anew." Lyra stepped closer, the runes calling to her, each one a story waiting to be discovered. She knelt beside a stone, tracing its markings with tender fingers, and as she did, a vision unfurled before her eyes. A young sapling growing into a mighty oak, its branches reaching for the sky, its roots delving deep into the earth. She saw how the tree swayed with the storms, adapted to the seasons, and sheltered countless creatures within its embrace. Tears filled Lyra's eyes as she understood the message. Growth and change were inextricably linked, each feeding the other in a cycle of renewal. She turned to Fionn, her voice steady with newfound clarity. "I see now. Change does not take away from who we are. It adds to our story, like the rings of the oak." Fionn smiled, the light of the runes reflected in his eyes. "Indeed, Lyra, you are not losing yourself. You are becoming." As the moon rose high above them, casting a silver glow over the clearing, Lyra felt a peace settle within her. She knew that the path of change was not something to be feared but embraced, a journey of discovery that would unfold with each step she took. With a final nod of gratitude to the Keepers of Transformation, Lyra and Fionn made their way back through the forest. The night was alive with the symphony of crickets and the gentle rustle of leaves, a lullaby that soothed their spirits. When they reached the village, Fionn paused at the edge of the trees. "This is where I leave you, dear Lyra, but know that I am never far. The magic of change is always within you." Lyra smiled, her heart full of warmth and gratitude. "Thank you, Fionn, for your wisdom and for guiding me." And as the fox disappeared into the shadows, Lyra turned toward home, her steps light and her heart open to the possibilities that lay ahead. In the days and weeks that followed, Lyra embraced each moment with a newfound joy. She helped her mother weave tapestries that told stories of the forest, and she worked alongside her father, planting seeds that would one day become the harvest. She found beauty in the shifting seasons, in the way leaves fell to make room for new growth, and in the gentle flow of the river that mirrored her own journey. Through her experiences, Lyra learned that life's greatest magic lay not in resisting change, but in welcoming it with open arms. Each challenge was an opportunity for growth, each transformation a chance to discover more about herself and the world. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, beneath the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, Lyra's story blossomed, a testament to the power of personal growth and the beauty of magical transformation. As she lay down to sleep each night, she felt the warm embrace of the world around her, a gentle reminder that she was never alone on her journey. With a heart full of dreams and a spirit emboldened by wisdom, Lyra drifted into a peaceful slumber, knowing that the magic of change would guide her always, a constant companion on the path of life. Story 36. Once upon a time, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, there lay a quaint little village named Bramblebrook. This village was no ordinary place. It was a haven where magic danced like fireflies in the twilight, and where every leaf and stone held a story of its own. Bramblebrook was nestled among rolling hills that were carpeted with wildflowers, their sweet fragrance mingling with the crisp, earthy scent of the forest. The villagers were known for their gentle hearts and wise ways, living harmoniously with the magical creatures that called the woods their home. One fine spring morning, as the sun began to drape its golden light over the village, a peculiar event stirred the peaceful rhythm of Bramblebrook. The villagers awoke to find their beloved village fountain, a centerpiece adorned with intricate carvings of mythical creatures, no longer bubbling with the clear, sparkling water that had flowed for as long as anyone could remember. Instead, the fountain was filled with a thick lavender mist that swirled mysteriously, casting a soft, ethereal glow in the early morning light. The villagers gathered around the fountain, their faces etched with curiosity and concern. Among them was young Finn, an inquisitive and kind-hearted boy with a mind as sharp as the autumn breeze. He had a penchant for puzzles and was known for his knack of finding solutions to the most perplexing problems. "What do you think it could be, grandmother?" Finn asked, turning to his grandmother, a wise elder with eyes that sparkled with the knowledge of many years. His grandmother, whose name was Agatha, gently placed a hand on Finn's shoulder. Her voice was as soothing as a lullaby. "It seems the fountain is trying to tell us something, dear Finn. We must listen carefully and observe. Magic, after all, has its own language." Determined to solve the mystery, Finn decided to seek the counsel of Alaric, the village's resident sage. Alaric lived at the edge of the village in a cozy cottage, surrounded by a garden filled with enchanted herbs and shimmering crystals. His wisdom was renowned, and his advice was sought by many. As Finn walked through the woods, the gentle rustling of leaves and the soft chirping of birds created a melody that accompanied him on his journey. The path was dappled with sunlight, and the air was alive with the scent of pine and honeysuckle. Upon reaching Alaric's cottage, Finn was greeted by the sage himself. Alaric was a tall, kindly man with a beard as white as the first snow of winter, and eyes that twinkled with kindness and mischief. "Ah, young Finn," Alaric said with a warm smile. "What brings you to my humble abode on this fine day?" Finn explained the mysterious occurrence with the fountain, and Alaric listened intently, nodding thoughtfully. It sounds like the work of the Whispering Woods magic. Sometimes when the balance shifts, the woods try to communicate with us. But how do we understand what it's saying? Finn asked, feeling both excited and daunted by the challenge. Alaric chuckled softly. By listening with more than just our ears, dear boy, the heart and the mind must work together. I believe you will find guidance in the forest itself. With these words of wisdom, Finn thanked Alaric and made his way back through the woods, feeling the gentle tug of the forest's magic guiding his steps. As he walked, he noticed the subtle changes around him, the way the leaves rustled in a pattern resembling the soft whispers of a lullaby, the way the sunlight danced in intricate patterns on the forest floor. Suddenly, Finn felt a soft nudge against his ankle. Looking down, he saw a tiny creature, no bigger than a teacup, with shimmering wings and a mischievous grin. It was a flittermouse, a playful creature known for its cheeky antics and helpful nature. "Hello there," Finn greeted, crouching down to the flittermouse's level. "Do you know anything about the fountain's mystery?" The flittermouse chirped happily and fluttered its wings, sprinkling a trail of sparkling dust in the air. It beckoned Finn to follow, leading him deeper into the forest where the trees stood tall and wise, their branches arching like the arms of ancient guardians. As they ventured further, Finn noticed a small clearing bathed in an otherworldly glow. At the center of the clearing stood a magnificent tree with bark that shimmered like silver and leaves that glowed with a soft, luminescent light. It was the heartwood tree, a legendary tree said to hold the wisdom of the forest. The flittermouse perched on a branch and chirped encouragingly. Finn approached the tree, feeling a gentle warmth radiating from its trunk. Placing his hand on the bark, he closed his eyes and listened, allowing the magic to flow through him. In the stillness, Finn heard a soft, melodious voice, like the whisper of a gentle breeze. "Thank you for listening, young one. The fountain's mist is a sign of an imbalance, a forgotten promise made long ago." Curious and eager to help, Finn asked, "What promise? How can we restore the balance?" The heartwood tree's voice was as soothing as a lullaby. Long ago, the villagers promised to care for the forest, and in return, the forest would provide for them. But recently, the forest has been taken for granted, its gifts overlooked. Finn's heart swelled with understanding. We must remind the village of the promise and the importance of nurturing our bond with the forest. With newfound clarity, Finn thanked the heartwood tree and the flittermouse, who chirped a cheerful farewell before darting off into the woods. Finn made his way back to the village, his mind brimming with ideas on how to rekindle the villagers' connection with the forest. That evening, as the villagers gathered in the village square under the soft glow of lanterns, Finn shared what he had learned from the heartwood tree. He spoke of the promise made to the forest and the need to honor it by caring for the woods and cherishing its gifts. The villagers listened intently, nodding in agreement. Inspired by Finn's words, they decided to hold a festival to celebrate their bond with the forest. They would spend the day planting new trees, cleaning the woodland paths, and sharing stories of the magic that dwelt among the trees. As the festival drew to a close and the first stars began to twinkle in the night sky, the villagers gathered around the fountain once more. The lavender mist had dissipated, replaced by the gentle bubbling water that once again flowed freely, reflecting the moonlight like a mirror of silver. The village of Bramblebrook had found its balance once more, thanks to the wisdom of the forest and the determination of a young boy who listened with his heart. And so, as the villagers returned to their homes, lulled by the soothing sounds of the forest, the Whispering Woods settled into a peaceful slumber, content in the knowledge that its message had been heard and its magic was safe. And in the cozy cottages of Bramblebrook, nestled among the hills, the villagers drifted into dreams, comforted by the gentle embrace of a world where magic and harmony reigned supreme. The end. Story 37. In a quiet, picturesque village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a gentle young boy named Finn. Finn had a heart as vast as the sky, filled with dreams of adventure beyond the meadows and streams that bordered his quaint home. His days were spent exploring the nooks and crannies of his village, always on the lookout for something extraordinary hidden within the ordinary. One drizzly afternoon, as Finn wandered along a cobblestone path lined with daisies nodding under the weight of raindrops, he stumbled upon an old, forgotten shop. Its sign had long faded, and the windows were covered in a film of dust. Curiosity tickled his senses, urging him to push open the creaky door. Inside, the shop was dimly lit, the air thick with the scent of aged books and polished wood. As Finn ventured deeper, his eyes caught sight of a peculiar object perched on a shelf at the back. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with swirling patterns reminiscent of the ocean's waves. Drawn to it, Finn reached out and gently lifted the lid. Inside, nestled in a bed of velvet, lay a feather unlike any he had seen before. It shimmered with hues of gold and silver, and as he touched it, a warm glow emanated from its quill, wrapping him in a comforting embrace. Finn instinctively knew this feather was no ordinary trinket. It hummed with a quiet magic that spoke to his heart, promising wonders yet to be discovered. Clutching the feather, he ventured back out into the rain, the world around him suddenly brimming with possibilities. As the days turned into weeks, the feather granted him the ability to understand the language of the wind. With each gust, whispers of stories and secrets unfurled around him, guiding him on a journey unlike any other. The wind, like a wise old friend, led him to places hidden from sight, secret groves where ancient trees murmured their wisdom, and sunlit clearings where time seemed to stand still. On one such adventure, Finn met a pair of endearing companions. The first was a clever fox named Sylvie, whose fur gleamed like copper under the sun. Sylvie's eyes sparkled with mischief, yet her heart was as gentle as a spring breeze. The second was a wise old turtle named Thistle, whose shell bore the marks of many seasons past. Slow but thoughtful, Thistle carried the patience of the earth itself. Together, the trio embarked on journeys across the land, guided by the feather's magic and the wind's gentle whispers. They shared stories under starlit skies, discovered hidden trails through the woods, and marveled at the beauty of the world around them. Each adventure brought them closer, forging a bond as strong as the roots of the tallest tree. Yet, as with all tales, a challenge soon arose. One evening, the wind shared a troubling secret with Finn. It spoke of a nearby valley where the delicate balance of nature was being disturbed. The creatures there were unsettled, their harmony disrupted by the presence of a mysterious fog that clouded their minds and hearts. Determined to help, Finn, Sylvie, and Thistle set out towards the valley. As they approached, they could feel the unease in the air, a palpable tension that tugged at their spirits. The fog was thick, swirling with shadows that loomed ominously. It was clear that this was no ordinary mist. It was born of fear and misunderstanding, a product of hearts left unspoken. Realizing that force would not banish the fog, Finn turned to his companions for wisdom. Sylvie, with her keen intuition, suggested they listen to the whispers within the mist, seeking the truth hidden beneath the fear. Thistle, with his steady resolve, urged patience, reminding them that sometimes the greatest strength lies in understanding and compassion. Together, they sat quietly at the edge of the valley, listening to the wind's tales and the fog's lament. Slowly, they began to unravel the story. The creatures of the valley had forgotten how to trust one another, their fears magnified by the unknown. The fog was but a reflection of their inner turmoil, a barrier they had built to shield themselves from imagined threats. With gentle words and open hearts, Finn and his friends ventured into the valley, sharing tales of trust and friendship. They spoke of the strength found in unity, the warmth of shared dreams, and the peace that blossoms from understanding. As they did, the fog began to lift, its shadows retreating under the light of newfound hope. The valley's creatures, inspired by the courage and kindness of Finn and his companions, opened their hearts to one another. The air cleared, and the valley was bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun. Harmony was restored, a testament to the power of wisdom over fear. With their journey complete, Finn, Sylvie, and Thistle returned to their village, their hearts full and their spirits light. The feather, now a cherished reminder of their adventures, rested in Finn's room, a symbol of the extraordinary magic found within the ordinary. And so, as the stars twinkled in the night sky, Finn lay in his bed, lulled to sleep by the gentle whispers of the wind, dreaming of adventures yet to come. And the world turned softly around him, cradling him in its tender embrace, a promise of countless wonders waiting to be discovered with each new dawn. Story 38. In the heart of a quaint little village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there stood an unassuming cobblestone cottage, with ivy creeping up its walls. This was the home of young Nora, a gentle soul with an insatiable curiosity and a knack for discovering the extraordinary in the ordinary. Her days were often spent exploring the forests or tending to her small garden, where she found comfort in the vibrant colors and the earthy scent of soil. One crisp autumn afternoon, while raking leaves, Nora stumbled upon a peculiar object, partially buried beneath the oak tree's golden canopy. It was an old, tarnished key, unlike any she had ever seen. The intricate engravings on its surface seemed to shimmer with a life of their own, whispering secrets of worlds long forgotten. Intrigued, Nora slipped the key into her pocket, its weight both comforting and mysterious. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and purple, Nora sat by the fireplace, the crackling flames casting a warm glow across the room. She held the key in her hands, feeling its cool metal against her skin, wondering what door it might unlock. The next day, Nora decided to visit the village library, a place she adored for its countless shelves filled with stories that transported her to faraway lands. There she sought the wisdom of Mr. Thistlewood, the kindly old librarian with a bushy white beard and spectacles perched on the tip of his nose. Mr. Thistlewood listened intently as Nora described her discovery, his eyes twinkling with intrigue. "Ah, my dear," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby, "this key may hold more than meets the eye. There is an ancient legend of a hidden garden that appears only to those who truly seek it, a place where the ordinary becomes extraordinary. Perhaps this is a key to that very garden." Nora's heart fluttered with excitement. A hidden garden. The idea filled her with wonder and anticipation. With Mr. Thistlewood's guidance, she learned that the entrance to this mythical garden was rumored to be somewhere in the Whispering Woods, a place she knew well. Accompanied by her faithful companion, a wise old cat named Willow, with fur as soft as the morning mist, Nora set off into the woods. The path was familiar, yet every rustle of leaves seemed to hum with magical potential. As they ventured deeper, the forest canopy created a mosaic of light and shadow, and the air was filled with the scent of pine and earth. Along the way, Nora and Willow encountered a cheerful squirrel named Pip, whose bushy tail twitched with delight. "What brings you to the heart of the woods?" Pip chattered, his voice a merry tune. Nora explained their quest, and Pip's eyes widened with excitement. "I've heard of the hidden garden. They say it holds secrets that can only be unlocked by those with pure hearts and open minds. I'd be delighted to join you." Together, the trio journeyed through the forest, their spirits buoyed by the thrill of discovery. They came upon a babbling brook, its waters sparkling under the dappled sunlight. There, perched on a smooth stone, was a gentle turtle named Tilly, her shell decorated with intricate patterns. "Good day, travelers." Tilly greeted them, her voice slow and melodic. "What brings you to my tranquil domain?" Nora shared their story, and Tilly nodded sagely. "The hidden garden is a place of wisdom and wonder. To find it, you must listen not only with your ears, but with your heart." The companions continued their journey, following the brook as it wound through the woods. As they walked, they shared stories and laughter, their bond growing stronger with each step. Nora felt a warmth in her chest, a sense of belonging she hadn't quite known before. Eventually they reached a clearing where the brook widened into a small, serene pond. The surface shimmered like liquid glass, reflecting the vibrant colors of autumn leaves. In the center of the pond stood an ancient stone archway, draped in ivy and wildflowers, its beauty both timeless and ethereal. Nora approached the archway, her heart pounding with anticipation. She held the key tightly, feeling its cool metal pulse with a gentle energy. Taking a deep breath, she inserted the key into a small, hidden keyhole at the base of the arch. With a soft click, the air around them seemed to shimmer, and the archway began to glow with a soft, golden light. As the light enveloped them, Nora, Willow, Pip, and Tilly found themselves standing in a garden unlike any other. The hidden garden was a tapestry of vibrant colors and intoxicating scents, where flowers of every hue bloomed in harmonious symphony. The air was filled with the gentle hum of bees and the sweet songs of unseen birds. In the center of the garden stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching towards the sky, laden with fruit that sparkled like jewels. As they explored, Nora felt a deep sense of peace and contentment. The garden seemed to resonate with life, each petal and leaf a testament to nature's boundless creativity. It was a place of beauty and wisdom, where time seemed to stand still. In the heart of the garden, they found a small pool of crystal-clear water. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the sky above. As Nora gazed into the water, she saw not only her own reflection, but also glimpses of moments from her journey, the friends she had made, the challenges they had faced together, the laughter and the shared silences. In that moment, Nora understood the true magic of the garden. It was not just a place of wonder, but a reflection of the journey that had brought her there, the friendships forged, the wisdom gained, and the love that had blossomed along the way. With a heart full of gratitude, Nora turned to her companions. "Thank you," she said softly, her voice filled with warmth. "This journey has been more magical than I could have ever imagined." Pip chirped with joy, his eyes bright with happiness. "The magic was with us all along, Nora. It was in our hearts and in the bond we shared." Tilly nodded, her gentle eyes filled with understanding. The garden is a reminder that the greatest treasures are found not in what we seek, but in the journey itself. With that, they knew it was time to return home. As they stepped back through the archway, the garden slowly faded, leaving behind a lingering sense of peace and a promise of new beginnings. Back in the village, Nora cherished the memories of their adventure. The key, now resting on her windowsill, was a reminder of the magic that lay in the world around her, just waiting to be discovered. And each time she looked at it, she was reminded of the friendships she had formed and the wisdom she had gained. As the days turned to weeks, and the weeks to months, Nora continued to explore the village and its surroundings, her heart open to the wonders of the world. And every night, as she sat by the fireplace with Willow curled beside her, she knew that the true magic of life lay in the journey and the connections we make along the way. And so, in the gentle glow of the fire, Nora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the beauty of the hidden garden and the laughter of dear friends, knowing that she was never truly alone. Story 39. Once upon a time, nestled between the whispering pines of an ancient forest and the gentle murmur of a crystal-clear brook, lay a quaint little village called Willow Hollow. Its name was inspired by the graceful willow trees that danced in the soft breeze, their long, slender branches swaying like the skirts of a dozen ballerinas. The village was a place where the sun always seemed to cast a warm, golden glow, and laughter echoed down cobblestone streets, lined with charming cottages. In this village lived a young girl named Lydia. She had a mane of chestnut curls and eyes as green as the lush summer meadows surrounding her home. Lydia was known for her kind heart and insatiable curiosity, always eager to discover the wonders of the world around her. Her best friend was a little sparrow named Pip, who often perched on her shoulder or sang merrily atop her head. One crisp autumn afternoon, Lydia and Pip ventured beyond the familiar paths of Willow Hollow into the heart of the enchanted forest. The air was thick with the scent of pine needles and rich, damp earth, and the sun filtered down through the canopy, casting playful shadows that danced across the forest floor. Lydia's heart throbbed with excitement and a hint of trepidation, for she had always heard tales of the magical wonders and hidden secrets that lay deep within these woods. As they wandered, they stumbled upon a clearing where the trees parted like welcoming arms. In the center of this clearing stood a magnificent oak tree, its trunk wide and ancient, with roots that twisted and curled like the tendrils of a sleeping giant. Lydia felt a strange pull toward this tree, as if it held a secret meant just for her. She approached it cautiously, her footsteps muffled by the soft carpet of fallen leaves. At the base of the tree, Lydia noticed a peculiar object half buried in the earth. It was a small, ornate box, its surface etched with delicate patterns that shimmered in the dappled light. Intrigued, she knelt down and brushed away the dirt and leaves that covered it. The box seemed to hum softly under her touch, as though it recognized her presence. "What do you think this is, Pip?" Linnea whispered, her fingers tracing the intricate designs on the box's surface. Pip chirped curiously, hopping from her shoulder to inspect the box more closely. Linnea's heart raced with anticipation as she gently opened the lid, revealing a glowing crystal nestled inside. The crystal emitted a soft, warm light that enveloped them in a comforting glow, chasing away the shadows and filling the clearing with a sense of peace. "Linnea, this is no ordinary crystal," Pip chirped, his voice tinged with awe. "I believe it holds a powerful magic." Linnea gazed at the crystal, mesmerized by its soothing light. She felt a strange connection to it, as if it were an old friend she had long forgotten. As she held it in her hands, a vision unfolded before her eyes, a vision of a hidden world, vibrant and alive, where creatures of all shapes and sizes thrived in harmony. "Do you see that, Pip?" Linnea gasped, her eyes wide with wonder. "It's a world unlike any other." Pip chirped in agreement, his tiny wings fluttering with excitement. "We must find a way to uncover this hidden realm." Determined to uncover the secrets of the crystal and the world it revealed, Linnea and Pip set off on a journey that would take them far beyond the familiar confines of Willow Hollow. They traversed rolling hills and sparkling streams, their path illuminated by the crystal's gentle glow. As they journeyed deeper into the forest, they encountered many creatures who shared their world. A wise old owl named Oliver, who offered guidance and wisdom, a mischievous fox called Bramble, who taught them the art of stealth and cunning, and a gentle deer named Sylvan, who showed them the beauty of grace and kindness. Each new friend imparted a valuable lesson, and Linnea's heart swelled with gratitude for the companionship and wisdom they shared. With each step they took, the crystal's light grew stronger, and Linnea felt herself drawn ever closer to the hidden world it promised. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blazed with hues of pink and orange, Linnea and Pip arrived at a secluded glade. In the center of the glade stood a shimmering portal, its surface rippling like liquid silver. Linnea's heart quickened as she realized that this was the gateway to the hidden world she had glimpsed in her vision. "This is it, Pip," Linnea whispered, her voice trembling with excitement and a touch of fear. "We found it." Pip chirped reassuringly, his tiny body quivering with anticipation. "Together, we'll discover the wonders that await us." With a deep breath, Linnea stepped forward, clutching the crystal tightly in her hand. As she passed through the portal, a wave of warmth and light washed over her, and she found herself standing in a land that defied imagination. The hidden world was a place of indescribable beauty, where colors danced and shimmered like the wings of 1,000 butterflies. The air was alive with the scent of blooming flowers and the sweet melody of bird song. Everywhere she looked, Linnea saw creatures great and small, living in harmony and joy. Overwhelmed by the splendor of this magical realm, Linnea felt tears of wonder and gratitude fill her eyes. She knew that this world was a gift, a chance to learn and grow, to forge new friendships and uncover the mysteries of the universe. As Linnea and Pip explored this enchanted land, they discovered that the crystal's magic was not just a key to the hidden world, but a source of guidance and strength. It taught them that true magic lay not in the world around them, but in their own hearts and the bonds they forged with others. In time, Linnea came to understand that the hidden world was not a place to be conquered or possessed, but a treasure to be cherished and protected. She realized that her journey was not just a quest for discovery, but a path of transformation and growth, a journey that had changed her in ways she had never imagined. And so, with a heart full of wisdom and love, Linnea returned to Willow Hollow, carrying the light of the crystal with her. She knew that the magic of the hidden world would always be a part of her, guiding her footsteps and illuminating her path. In the years that followed, Linnea shared her stories and adventures with the people of Willow Hollow, inspiring them with tales of friendship and wonder, of courage and compassion. And though the hidden world remained a secret known only to a few, its magic continued to touch the lives of all who heard Linnea's tales. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Linnea grew older, yet her spirit remained as bright and curious as the day she first set foot in the enchanted forest. And though the world around her changed, the bonds of friendship and love she had forged endured. like the unbreakable threads of a tapestry woven with care and devotion. And so, in the gentle embrace of the forest and the golden glow of the setting sun, Linnea found her place in the world, a place where magic and wonder lived on, in the hearts and dreams of all who believed. And with that, dear ones, let us let the warmth of this tale wrap around us like a cozy blanket, as we close our eyes and drift into dreams of hidden worlds and infinite possibilities. For in our hearts, the magic of Linnea's journey lives on, a testament to the power of friendship, the beauty of discovery, and the endless wonder of the world around us. Good night, and sweet dreams. Story 40, Story 41, Story 42, Story 43. Once upon a time, deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. The towering trees that surrounded her humble cottage seemed to whisper secrets of a world unseen, hidden from the eyes of those who could not hear the language of nature. One crisp autumn morning, Willow ventured into the heart of the woods, her bare feet crunching on the carpet of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper, a strange warmth enveloped her, like the embrace of an old friend. Suddenly, a glimmer of light caught her eye, and she gasped in wonder. Nestled among the gnarled roots of a mighty oak lay a peculiar acorn, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. Willow reached out, her fingers tingling with anticipation, and the moment she touched the acorn, the world around her transformed. The trees stretched skyward, their branches intertwining to form a verdant canopy. Streams of sunlight filtered through, casting dappled patterns on the mossy ground. Willow spun in awe, her eyes wide with delight, for she had stumbled upon the hidden realm of the forest spirits. A gentle voice beckoned her forward, and she followed the melodic sound to a clearing where a magnificent oak tree stood tall and proud. At its base sat a wizened old woman, her face carved with lines that spoke of centuries of wisdom. "Welcome, dear child," the woman said, her eyes twinkling like stars. "You have been chosen to bear witness to the wonders of this ancient realm." Willow listened, entranced, as the woman revealed the secrets of the acorn's magic. It was a conduit, a gateway to a world where the boundaries between dreams and reality blurred, where the very essence of nature danced in harmony with the rhythms of life. From that day forth, Willow became the guardian of the acorn, tasked with protecting the delicate balance between the seen and unseen worlds. With each adventure, she learned invaluable lessons about courage, compassion, and the profound beauty that thrived in even the smallest of things. One day, as Willow wandered through the enchanted forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. A tiny creature with wings like gossamer, fluttering helplessly on the ground. As she drew closer, she recognized the creature as a sprite, one of the mischievous but kind-hearted beings that inhabited the realm. "Please help me," the sprite cried, its voice like the tinkling of silver bells. "I've lost my way, and without my wings, I cannot return home." Willow's heart ached for the little sprite, and she vowed to aid her newfound friend. Together, they embarked on a journey through the twisting paths and secret glades, encountering wondrous beings and unraveling riddles that tested their courage and wit. Along the way, they forged an unbreakable bond, defying the expectations of those who believed sprites and humans could never be true friends. Willow learned the value of empathy and the strength that lies in unity, while the sprite discovered the boundless potential of unwavering loyalty. Their quest led them to the heart of a mysterious glade, where a crystalline pool shimmered under the dappled light. As the sprite dipped her weary wings into the enchanted waters, a miraculous transformation took place. Her gossamer wings unfurled, shimmering with renewed vigor, and she took to the skies once more, her laughter like a gentle rain upon the leaves. With a heavy heart, Willow bid farewell to her friend, but the sprite made her promise to return, for their destinies were intertwined forevermore. And so, Willow continued her journey as the guardian of the acorn, her steps lighter and her heart fuller, forever changed by the power of friendship and the magic that dwelled within the hidden realm. Years passed, and Willow grew into a wise and gentle woman, her eyes reflecting the depths of the ancient forest. One fateful day, as she wandered the familiar paths, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before, its existence a mystery even to her. In the center of the glade stood a towering oak, its branches reaching skyward like gnarled fingers grasping at the heavens. Willow felt an inexplicable pull toward the tree, as if answering a call that echoed through the very fibers of her being. As she approached, she noticed a peculiar sight, a door carved into the trunk, its intricate patterns whispering of secrets long forgotten. Without hesitation, Willow reached out and turned the knob, her heart pounding with anticipation. What greeted her on the other side was a sight beyond her wildest dreams. A vast underground cavern stretched before her, its walls adorned with glowing crystals that cast ethereal radiance upon the scene. In the center, a magnificent waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool, its waters shimmering with otherworldly hues. Willow ventured forth, her footsteps echoing in the cavernous space, and as she drew nearer to the pool, she felt a profound sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the very essence of the hidden realm had been distilled into this sacred place, a convergence of all the magic and wonder she had witnessed throughout her life. Overcome with reverence, Willow knelt at the water's edge and gazed into the depths of the pool. What she saw reflected back at her was not her own face, but a kaleidoscope of images, memories of her adventures, the friends she had made, and the lessons she had learned along the way. In that moment, Willow understood the true nature of her journey. The acorn had been a catalyst, a key that unlocked the hidden realms within herself, enabling her to grow and transform in ways she could never have imagined. As she rose to her feet, Willow felt a profound sense of purpose, a calling to share the wisdom and magic she had discovered with others. From that day forth, she became a beacon of hope and wonder, guiding those who sought solace and understanding toward the hidden realms that existed within their own hearts and souls. And so, the tale of Willow and the enchanted acorn became a cherished legend, passed down through generations. It was a story of friendship, courage, and the transformative power of embracing the magic that lies within us all, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always light to be found in the most unexpected of places. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly to the rhythm of the wind and the ground was carpeted with a thick, velvety layer of moss, lay the tranquil village of Willowbrook. The village was known for its charming cottages, each with unique, colorful shutters and gardens spilling over with vibrant flowers. Smoke curled lazily from chimneys, filling the air with the comforting aroma of burning wood and freshly baked bread. The villagers of Willowbrook were accustomed to a serene life, surrounded by the gentle magic that infused the forest. It was a place where the birds could be heard chatting with the squirrels, and the streams giggled as they danced over smooth stones. However, lately, a series of strange occurrences had set the villagers at witter with curiosity and mild concern. Every morning, just as the sun kissed the horizon, small objects would mysteriously move from their places. Teacups would relocate from kitchen tables to garden walls, and watering cans would be found hanging from tree branches, as if the trees themselves had decided to tend to the gardens. Though these happenings were harmless, they had puzzled the villagers, who were keen on understanding the playful mischief. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her inquisitive nature and gentle heart. Lila had a particular fondness for the magical creatures that dwelled in the whispering woods, and often spent her afternoons exploring the forest paths, befriending the creatures she met along the way. Her best friend was a wise old owl named Oliver, who had feathers the color of moonlight and eyes that gleamed with ancient wisdom. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves crunched underfoot and the air was filled with the scent of cinnamon and cloves, Lila set out to unravel the mystery of the moving objects. She donned her favorite woolen cloak, the one her grandmother had knitted, and tucked a notebook under her arm to record her observations. Her first stop was the quaint cottage of Mrs. Poppy, the village baker, who greeted Lila with a warm smile and a plate of freshly baked scones. "Oh, Lila dear," Mrs. Poppy chuckled, "those teacups of mine have quite the wanderlust. I found them perched on the windowsill this morning, enjoying the sunrise." Lila noted the incident in her book, and with a scone in hand, continued her investigation. She meandered through the village, speaking with the blacksmith whose tools had mysteriously rearranged themselves, and the gardener whose watering cans had taken to the trees. As she walked, Lila listened closely to the whispers of the forest, for she knew that the woods held secrets and stories untold. The rustle of leaves and the babble of brooks were like a melody, guiding her deeper into the heart of the forest where the oldest magic lay. It was here, in a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, that Lila found Oliver perched on a low branch. The owl blinked thoughtfully as Lila approached, her curiosity evident in her bright eyes. "Hello, Oliver," Lila greeted, giving a small bow. "I seek your wisdom in solving a curious puzzle. The objects in our village have taken to wandering in the night, and I wonder if the forest knows why." Oliver ruffled his feathers, considering the question. "Ah, young Lila," he hooted softly, "the forest is alive with ancient magic, and not all of it is understood by those who dwell in cottages. Sometimes the magic decides to play, to remind us of its presence and its joy." "But why now?" Lila asked, settling onto the soft moss beside the owl. "Why have the objects begun to move only recently?" Oliver tilted his head, his eyes reflecting the gold of the autumn leaves. "Perhaps the forest wishes to share a message or a lesson. Have you noticed anything else that might offer a clue?" Lila thought for a moment, recalling her observations. "The objects always move at dawn, when the first light touches the village, and they seem to gather in places where they can see the sunrise." The owl hooted in agreement, a sound like the gentle rustle of leaves. "Very good, Lila. The dawn is a time of new beginnings, of light overcoming darkness. Perhaps the forest wishes to teach the village the importance of embracing change and seeing the world from a new perspective." With the wisdom of Oliver's words, Lila felt a spark of understanding. The forest's magic was not a mystery to be solved, but a reminder to be cherished. The moving objects were an invitation for the villagers to pause, to appreciate the beauty of their world, and to find joy in the unexpected. Armed with this insight, Lila returned to the village and gathered the villagers in the town square. As the sun dipped behind the trees, casting a warm glow over Willowbrook, she shared Oliver's message. "The forest is inviting us to see our world anew," Lila explained, her voice clear and steady, "to find joy in the little changes, and to embrace the magic of each sunrise." The villagers listened, nodding as the truth of her words resonated in their hearts. From that day forward, they welcomed the playful magic of the forest, delighting in the whimsical surprises that greeted them each morning. And so, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, nestled in the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was always filled with the scent of fresh bread and the gentle hum of ancient magic. The villagers learned to cherish the dawn, to seek out the beauty in each day, and to find comfort in the knowledge that they were part of a world filled with wonder and possibility. As for Lila, she continued her explorations, guided by the wisdom of her friend Oliver, and the understanding that sometimes the greatest mysteries are those that invite us to open our hearts and see the world through eyes of wonder. And each night, as the stars twinkled overhead and the forest whispered its lullabies, Willowbrook slumbered in peace, comforted by the magic that cradled them all. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the emerald canopies danced with the gentle breezes and the streams sang lullabies to the moss-covered stones, lived a young woman named Lyra. Lyra had always been content with the familiar rhythms of her life, the kind that came with knowing every trail by heart and every bird by its song. Yet a restlessness had begun to stir within her, like the first hints of autumn in the crisp air, whispering of change. The dawn of this new feeling left Lyra unsettled. She adored the predictable paths and the comforting rituals of her days. Change was like the sudden appearance of a storm cloud on a sunny afternoon, unexpected and unwelcome. She wandered deeper into the woods, seeking solace in the ancient trees that had seen countless seasons turn. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Lyra found herself by the edge of the enchanted glade. This was a place where magic was said to be woven into the very ground. The glade shimmered under the twilight, its wildflowers glowing faintly like stars fallen to earth. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching out like the arms of an old friend. As she approached, a soft voice floated on the breeze, gentle and kind. "Welcome, Lyra," it said, and from the shadows emerged a figure draped in robes that seemed to be spun from moonlight. It was Eliana, the wise guardian of the forest, known for her gentle guidance and serene presence. "Why do you seek the glade tonight?" Eliana asked, her eyes twinkling with the light of understanding that only years of watching and waiting could bring. Lyra hesitated, her voice a mere whisper. "I feel a change coming, and I fear it. I do not know what it means or what it will ask of me." Eliana nodded, her smile as warm as the hearth on a winter's night. "Change is the song of life, dear Lyra. It can be frightening, but it is also the melody that brings new harmonies." With a flick of her wrist, Eliana conjured a small, shimmering butterfly. Its wings were a cascade of colors, shifting and changing with each flutter. "This is the butterfly of transformation. It mirrors the magic within you, the growth that waits to unfold." Lyra watched as the butterfly danced in the air, its flight a gentle reminder of the beauty and transformation. She felt a strange comfort, a sense of kinship with the tiny creature. "Can I become like the butterfly?" Lyra asked, her voice a mixture of hope and wonder. "You already are," Eliana replied, "but to truly embrace it, you must journey into the depths of your heart, face the shadows and the light." With newfound courage, Lyra returned to the village where her friends awaited her by the fireside. There was Thorn, the ever-optimistic woodcarver, whose laughter could chase away the darkest clouds, and Mira, the healer, whose hands brought comfort and whose stories wove dreams. They listened as Lyra shared her encounter. Mira placed a gentle hand on Lyra's shoulder. "We are with you wherever this path leads," she said, her voice a balm to Lyra's anxious heart. Thorn nodded, his eyes bright. "Change is like carving a new figure from wood. It takes patience and care, but the result is always worth the effort." With her friends by her side, Lyra began to embrace the changes within. Each day she ventured a little farther, explored a little deeper. The forest seemed to respond to her courage, revealing hidden paths lined with blooms she'd never seen before, and streams that sang new songs. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra discovered a strength she never knew she possessed. Her fear of change melted away like morning mist under the sun. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a journey to be embraced, a dance of creation and renewal. Returning to the enchanted glade one evening, she found Eliana waiting. "You have grown," the wise guardian said, her voice a gentle caress. "You now understand the magic that lives within you." Lyra smiled, her heart full of gratitude. "I do," she replied, "and I am ready to let it guide me." As the stars twinkled above, Lyra felt a peace she had never known, a quiet certainty that she was exactly where she needed to be. She had learned that change was not an ending, but a beginning, a beautiful unfolding of the self. With a final, joyful flutter, the butterfly of transformation landed on her shoulder, its wings a brilliant tapestry of color. Lyra knew it was time to spread her own wings, to soar into the future with the wisdom she had gained. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees and the gentle glow of the moon, Lyra stepped forward into the embrace of her new life, her heart alight with the magic of personal discovery. Story 70? Story 71. Story 72. In the heart of the sleepy village of Willow Hollow, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a peculiar little cottage. It sat at the edge of the village, where cobblestone paths met the silver stream that wound its way through the countryside. This cottage belonged to a kind-hearted fellow named Finnegan, who was known throughout the village for his gentle nature and his knack for crafting the most delightful herbal teas. One crisp autumn evening, As golden leaves danced in the cool breeze and shadows grew long under the setting sun, Finnegan noticed something unusual. As he sat by his window, sipping a steaming cup of chamomile, he saw a flickering light deep within the forest. It bobbed and weaved, like a lantern carried by an unseen hand, before disappearing entirely. Intrigued by this strange occurrence, Finnegan decided to investigate. He donned his favorite woolen scarf, slipped on his sturdy boots, and set out along the moonlit path that led into the forest. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the distant hoot of an owl, creating a symphony of autumnal peace. The deeper Finnegan ventured into the woods, the more the shadows seemed to come alive. Yet there was something comforting about the forest's embrace, as if it held secrets waiting to be discovered. As he followed the path, the mysterious light reappeared, flickering just beyond the reach of his lantern. It beckoned him to follow, leading him to a small, hidden glade. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like wise old arms. At its base, nestled between the roots, was a tiny door. It was intricately carved with symbols and patterns, shimmering faintly in the moonlight. Finnegan knelt down, his curiosity piqued, and gently knocked. To his amazement, the door creaked open, revealing a diminutive creature with twinkling eyes and a warm smile. "Welcome, dear traveler," the creature said in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "I am Nyla, the guardian of this glade." Finnegan introduced himself and explained the mysterious light that had guided him there. Nyla nodded thoughtfully. "Ah, the light. It is a guide for those who seek answers to the questions they didn't know they had." Intrigued by her words, Finnegan asked if Nyla knew why the light had appeared to him. The little guardian pondered for a moment, then gestured for him to sit beside the oak tree. "There have been whispers among the creatures of the forest," she began, "of a disturbance in the magical harmony. It seems that something has been misplaced, and the balance needs to be restored." Finnegan listened intently, his heart full of a gentle determination to help. "How do I find what is lost?" he asked. Nyla smiled, a twinkle in her eyes. "The forest will guide you, if you are willing to listen. Open your heart and mind to its wisdom, and the path will reveal itself." With these words, Nyla handed Finnegan a small polished stone, smooth and cool to the touch. "This will help you see what is hidden," she said before disappearing back into her tiny abode. Armed with the stone and a newfound sense of purpose, Finnegan set off deeper into the forest. He walked for what felt like hours, listening to the whispers of the trees and the songs of the night. It was then he noticed something peculiar. The gentle hum of the stream sounded different, as if singing a tune he couldn't quite place. Following the melody, Finnegan arrived at a small clearing where the stream pooled into a tranquil pond. Above the water, fireflies danced in mesmerizing patterns, their glow reflecting in the still surface. He knelt by the pond, holding the stone Nyla had given him, and peered into its depths. As if by magic, the stone illuminated the water, revealing an image of a tiny, missing moonstone that had slipped from its resting place in the heart of a nearby willow tree. This moonstone was a key component in maintaining the forest's magical balance, ensuring harmony between the elements. Finnegan knew what he had to do. He thanked the fireflies with a nod, then hurried to the willow tree, guided by the faint glow of the moonstone that now seemed to call out to him. Upon reaching the tree, he carefully retrieved the moonstone from where it had nestled between the roots and placed it back into the hollow of the tree. As soon as the moonstone was returned, a gentle breeze swept through the forest, carrying with it a sense of peace and completion. The fireflies shimmered with renewed vigor, and the forest seemed to hum with a harmonious melody once more. When Finnegan made his way back to the glade, Nyla was waiting for him, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. "You have restored the balance, dear Finnegan," she said, her voice filled with warmth. "The forest is in your debt." Finnegan smiled, feeling a deep sense of fulfillment. "It was the forest that guided me. I merely listened." With a farewell and a promise to visit again, Finnegan made his way home, the path lit by the soft glow of the moon and the gentle rustling of leaves. As he returned to his cozy cottage, he felt the contentment of knowing he had played a part in preserving the magic of the world around him. That night, as he sipped his tea by the crackling fire, Finnegan reflected on the day's adventure. He knew that sometimes the most extraordinary moments began with a simple curiosity and a willingness to follow where the light might lead. And so, in the heart of Willow Hollow, beneath a blanket of twinkling stars, Finnegan drifted into a peaceful slumber, reassured by the knowledge that magic and mystery often lay just beyond the familiar, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to look. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. In the heart of an ancient forest where the towering trees whispered secrets to the winds and the ground was carpeted with soft moss, lived a community of creatures who knew the forest as both home and teacher. This forest, dense and boundless, was a place where the realms of reality and magic gracefully intertwined, making each day a new tapestry of wonders waiting to be discovered. Among the inhabitants of this lush haven was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell bore the lines of countless seasons and stories. Bramble was the keeper of the forest's lore, a role he cherished with gentle pride. His days were spent beneath the sprawling canopy of a great oak, where he would share tales of old with the younger creatures who gathered around him, their eyes wide with curiosity. One cool morning, as the first whispers of autumn began to paint the leaves with strokes of gold and crimson, a young squirrel named Nibbles approached Bramble with a question that had been nibbling at his mind like an acorn on a breezy day. "Why do the leaves change color, Bramble?" Nibbles asked, his voice a mixture of wonder and innocence. Bramble chuckled softly, the sound a gentle rumble like distant thunder. "Ah, young one," he began, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of ages. "The changing of leaves is one of nature's most beautiful dances. It is a sign of balance and renewal, orchestrated by the magic of the seasons." As Bramble spoke, the air around them seemed to shimmer with an unseen energy. The creatures of the forest paused in their daily activities, drawn into the story like moths to a gentle flame. "Long ago," Bramble continued, "the spirit of the forest, a wise and ancient being, wove a spell into the very fabric of our world. This spell ensured that each season would pass its gifts on to the next, maintaining harmony and balance. Spring brings renewal, summer warmth, autumn change, and winter rest. The changing colors of the leaves are autumn's gift, a reminder that change can be beautiful and necessary." Nibbles listened intently, his little heart swelling with understanding and appreciation. Around them, the forest seemed to nod in agreement, the leaves rustling softly in the breeze. "But Bramble," piped up a timid voice from the back of the gathering, belonging to a young rabbit named Thistle, "what happens if the balance is disturbed?" Bramble's expression grew thoughtful, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. "Balance is delicate, dear Thistle," he explained, "but it is also resilient. When the balance is disturbed, nature finds ways to restore it. Sometimes it takes the wisdom of the creatures who dwell within the forest to help guide it back." As if on cue, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a tiny crystal of clarity and reflection. The creatures huddled closer, a sense of unity and purpose weaving through them like the tendrils of mist that danced among the trees. In the days that followed, the forest's inhabitants took Bramble's words to heart. They worked together, ensuring that each part of their home was cared for. The beavers reinforced their dams, allowing streams to flow freely. The birds spread seeds, encouraging new growth. Even the smallest insects played their part, aerating the soil with their tiny, industrious legs. Through their collective efforts, the forest thrived, its harmony restored. As the last leaves of autumn fluttered to the ground, a sense of peace settled over the land, as tangible as the fragrant earth beneath their feet. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the forest was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Nibbles, Thistle, and the other creatures gathered around Bramble once more. The old turtle, with a smile as warm as the summer sun, spoke words that would echo in their hearts for generations to come. "Remember, dear friends, that we are all keepers of this forest. Through wisdom, friendship, and respect for the balance of nature, we ensure the magic of our world endures." With these words, the forest sighed contentedly, as if wrapping itself in a cozy blanket of serenity. And so, beneath a sky filled with twinkling stars and the gentle hum of the night, the creatures settled into the comforting rhythm of their lives, knowing that they were part of something wondrous and timeless. And there, in the embrace of the ancient forest, they found not just a home, but a sanctuary of harmony and magic, where the boundaries between reality and wonder were as seamless as the breeze that whispered through the trees. Story 83. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the gentle rustling of leaves sang lullabies to the moon, there was a small, unassuming glade that the villagers of Elderglen rarely traversed. It was a place of serene beauty, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss that glimmered like emerald velvet under the sunlight. This glade was the gateway to a hidden world, known only to those with the purest of hearts and sharpest of eyes. One such heart belonged to a young girl named Leora. With hair that tumbled like cascades of sunlight and eyes as bright and curious as a robin's, Leora was the kind of child who saw magic in the mundane. She lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who spun tales of wonder by the fireside, her voice weaving threads of enchantment that captivated young Leora's imagination. It was from these tales that Leora learned of the Enchanted Glade, a place her grandmother described as a realm of endless possibilities, where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred like the morning mist. One crisp autumn morning, when the world was painted in hues of amber and gold, Leora set off into the woods with a heart full of adventure. She followed the winding path, her feet crunching through a carpet of fallen leaves, until she reached the glade. There, the air was different, thicker, almost palpable, with the promise of secrets waiting to be unveiled. As she stepped into the clearing, the glade seemed to sigh, welcoming her into its embrace. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching toward the sky like the arms of an old guardian. Nestled in its roots was a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Leora felt an irresistible pull toward it, as if the box itself was whispering her name. She knelt beside it, tracing the elaborate patterns with her fingertips. The wood was warm and alive under her touch, humming with a gentle energy that resonated with her very soul. With a soft click, the box opened, revealing a shimmering stone, no larger than a robin's egg. It pulsated with a faint, ethereal glow, casting delicate patterns of light across Leora's face. As she held it in her palm, she felt a rush of warmth and a sense of profound peace. It was as though the stone was a conduit, connecting her to the very heart of the forest. Leora knew, instinctively, that this was no ordinary stone. It was the heart of the woods, a fabled treasure her grandmother had often spoken of. A stone said to hold the power to bridge worlds and bring forth the hidden wonders of nature. Yet with such power came responsibility, for the heart was also a guardian of balance, a keeper of harmony between the seen and unseen. As Leora held the heart, the world around her shifted subtly. The glade seemed to come alive, the leaves whispered secrets, the flowers turned their faces toward her, and the very air vibrated with anticipation. She realized that she was now a part of something greater, a guardian of the glade, entrusted with the care of its mysteries. Her first challenge came in the form of a shadow that crept into the forest, a blight that threatened to suffocate the vibrant life within. The trees began to wither, their leaves turning to ash, and the air grew heavy with sorrow. Leora, with the heart clutched to her chest, felt the forest's pain as if it were her own. Determined to save her beloved woods, Leora embarked on a journey to seek the source of the shadow. Guided by the whispers of the heart, she ventured deeper into the forest than ever before. The path was fraught with obstacles, tangled underbrush that snagged her clothes, murky bogs that threatened to swallow her whole. But Leora pressed on, her resolve as unyielding as the ancient trees. Along her journey, she encountered a curious creature, a fox with fur as silver as moonlight and eyes that twinkled with mischief. His name was Reuven, and though he appeared sly, there was a kindness in his gaze that put Leora at ease. Reuven offered his aid, his nimble paws guiding her through the treacherous terrain. Together they formed an unlikely friendship, one forged in shared purpose and mutual respect. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, Leora learned to listen, not just with her ears, but with her heart. She discovered the language of the woods, the songs of the streams, and the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees. The heart revealed to her the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate web of life that bound every creature to the land they called home. It was this wisdom that led them to the source of the shadow, a dark, twisted entity born of imbalance and greed. It sought to consume the heart, to wield its power for its own ends, and in doing so threatened the very fabric of the forest. Leora understood then that true strength lay not in power, but in harmony. With Reuven by her side, she faced the entity, her heart filled with the light of the heart. She spoke not with words, but with the essence of the forest itself, extending a hand not in conflict, but in understanding. The shadow hesitated, its dark tendrils quivering in uncertainty. In that moment, Leora saw the truth. It was not a creature of malice, but of sorrow, born from the neglect and forgotten dreams of those who had once cherished the woods. She reached out with compassion, offering the shadow a place within the balance of the forest. Slowly the shadow began to dissolve, its darkness giving way to light. Where once there was despair, there was now hope, a new beginning woven into the tapestry of the glade. The forest breathed a sigh of relief, its life force restored, its harmony renewed. With the threat vanquished, Leora and Reuven returned to the glade, where the ancient oak stood proud and strong. The heart of the woods glowed warmly in Leora's hand, a testament to her courage and compassion. She knew that she was not just a guardian of the glade, but a part of its eternal story, a story of friendship that defied expectations, of wisdom that overcame adversity, and of a journey that transformed a young girl into a true caretaker of the earth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of twilight, Leora nestled the heart back into its wooden box, returning it to the roots of the oak. She understood now that the heart was not hers to keep, but to protect and cherish, just as she cherished the friendships and lessons she had gained. With a heart full of gratitude, Leora and Reuven bid farewell to the glade, their bond stronger than ever. As they walked back through the whispering woods, the forest seemed to hum with contentment, its leaves whispering a gentle song of thanks. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Leora returned home to her grandmother, who welcomed her with open arms and a knowing smile. Together, they sat by the crackling fire, the warmth enveloping them like a tender embrace. As Leora recounted her adventure, her grandmother listened with eyes that sparkled with pride and love. In the quiet of the night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the woods and the promise of new adventures yet to come. For she knew that as long as there were stories to tell and hearts to guide, the world would always hold a place for those who dared to see beyond the ordinary into the extraordinary realms of wonder and possibility. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willowbrook, nestled between gentle rolling hills and whispering woods, lived a young boy named Finn. His days were filled with the sweet simplicity of village life, gathering wildflowers with his friends, listening to the soothing lull of the babbling brook, and exploring the endless wonders of the forest that bordered his home. Willowbrook was a place where the grass was always a lush emerald, and the air carried the fragrance of honeysuckle and freshly baked bread. Each evening, the sun would cast a golden glow across the thatched rooftops, promising the village another peaceful night. One serene afternoon, as Finn wandered through the forest, his gaze fell upon something peculiar. It was a small, ornately carved box, half hidden beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. The box was crafted from a rich, dark wood and adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Finn carefully lifted the box into his hands. As he did, a gentle warmth spread through his fingers, as though the box were alive with a quiet, comforting pulse. With a soft click, the box opened to reveal a single, delicate feather inside, iridescent and gleaming with colors that danced like the northern lights. This was no ordinary feather. It whispered secrets to Finn's heart. unlocking a sense of magic he had never known. The feather granted Finn an extraordinary ability to understand the language of the forest creatures, and so began his wondrous journey of discovery and wonder. Finn's first encounter was with a wise old owl named Sage, who perched regally on a gnarled branch. Sage's eyes, deep and knowing, regarded Finn with a hint of amusement. "Ah, young one," he hooted softly, "the forest speaks to those who listen. What brings you to our sacred woods?" Finn explained his newfound gift, and Sage nodded sagely, his feathers rustling like pages of an ancient book. "There is much to learn in these woods, but remember, wisdom is the key to understanding." With Sage as his guide, Finn journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, where sunlight wove through the canopy in threads of gold. Along the way, he met a myriad of creatures, each with a story to tell and a lesson to share. There was Willow, the gentle deer, who taught Finn the importance of patience and observation. Her eyes, soft and brown like the earth, held a serenity that calmed Finn's restless spirit. Then there was Bristle, the mischievous squirrel with a knack for finding the hidden treasures of the forest floor. Bristle's chatter was a constant reminder that joy could be found in the smallest of things, and his laughter echoed through the trees like a playful melody. As Finn's journey continued, he found himself in a secluded glade where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the ground was carpeted with soft moss. Here, he encountered a challenge, a riddle posed by the enigmatic Mist, an ethereal fox with eyes like liquid moonlight. Mist spoke in a voice that was both melody and mystery. "To unlock the secret of the forest's heart, you must answer this. What is it that speaks without words, guides without force, and is felt but never seen?" Finn pondered the riddle, feeling the cool breeze brush against his cheek, hearing the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. He closed his eyes, letting the symphony of the forest fill his senses. And then, with a smile, he answered, "It is love." Mist nodded, her eyes twinkling with approval. "Indeed, young Finn. Love is the language that binds us all, the unseen force that guides our hearts." With the riddle solved, the forest unveiled its deepest secret, a hidden grove where the ancient wisdom of nature was inscribed on the stones, like whispers of time. Here, Finn learned that true magic lay not in power or grand gestures, but in the kindness shared between friends, the quiet moments of understanding, and the gentle touch of love that connected all living things. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft twilight glow, Finn returned to Willowbrook, his heart forever changed. The village welcomed him home with open arms, unaware of the magical journey he had undertaken. Yet Finn carried with him the lessons of the forest, whispering them to those who would listen, weaving them into the fabric of village life. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Willowbrook continued to thrive, a place where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, and where the gentle power of love and wisdom prevailed. With a heart full of warmth and a spirit enriched by the wonders of the forest, Finn drifted into peaceful slumber, knowing that the magic of the feather and the lessons it had taught would remain with him always. And in the quiet of the night, the forest whispered its eternal lullaby, cradling Willowbrook in its timeless embrace. Story 91. Story 92. In the heart of an ancient forest, where towering trees whispered secrets to the skies and streams danced over smooth stones, lay a world hidden from the hurried eyes of humankind. Here, in the gentle embrace of nature, the creatures of the forest lived in harmonious balance, guided by the rhythms of the earth and the wisdom passed down through countless generations. The forest was alive with the gentle symphony of life. The air was rich with the scent of pine needles and moss, while the ground was cushioned by soft layers of fallen leaves that crunched lightly underfoot. Sunlight filtered through the thick canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor and lending a golden glow to the world beneath. It was spring, the season of renewal, when the earth awakened from its winter slumber. The forest creatures were busy with the tasks of the season. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a melodious tapestry through the air. Squirrels chattered merrily as they gathered nuts, their bushy tails flicking with excitement. And in the sheltered glades, the deer moved gracefully, their eyes soft and watchful. Among these creatures lived an old, wise tortoise named Elder Mossback. His shell was a tapestry of lichen and moss, and his eyes held the depth of centuries. Elder Mossback was known far and wide for his stories, which he shared beneath the ancient oak that stood at the heart of the forest. Creatures of all kinds would gather there, drawn by his gentle voice and the warmth of his tales. One particular spring morning, as the mist lifted from the forest floor and the first rays of sun kissed the dew-laden leaves, Elder Mossback began to speak. The animals gathered around, their eyes wide with anticipation. Once, in a time long forgotten, the forest was threatened by a great imbalance. He began, his voice a soothing rumble that seemed to resonate with the very earth itself. The seasons had forgotten their dance, and winter lingered too long, casting a chill over the land. A shiver ran through the assembled creatures, for they knew the importance of the season's dance, each one flowing into the next, bringing with it the changes that nurtured life. In those days, continued Elder Mossback, there lived a young fox named Fern. She was clever and kind-hearted, with a coat as red as the autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like the stars. Fern had always been a curious soul, eager to learn the secrets of the forest and her inhabitants. The animals leaned in closer, captivated by the tale of Fern, who was known to them as a figure of legend. Fern was troubled by the endless winter, Elder Mossback said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. She saw the hardship it brought to her friends, the struggle for food and warmth. Determined to help, she sought the wisdom of the ancient beings who dwelled in the forest's hidden places. The forest seemed to hold its breath as Elder Mossback spoke of Fern's journey. She traveled to the heart of the forest, where the trees grew so tall and thick that they whispered only to the sky. There, in a grove untouched by time, lived the season's circle, ancient spirits who watched over the world. As Fern approached, the spirits appeared before her, he said, describing their forms, spirits of mist and shadow, of light and wind, each one embodying the essence of a season. Fern bowed her head respectfully, her heart full of hope and courage. The spirits listened as Fern spoke of the forest's plight, her voice steady and sincere. Winter, represented by a figure draped in frost and snow, stepped forward. We did not realize our dance had faltered, Winter said, his voice like the soft crunch of snow underfoot. We have become lost in our own rhythms. Fern, with her gentle wisdom, proposed a solution. Perhaps, she suggested, if you each share your gifts with us, the forest can remind you of your dance. The spirits considered her words, and slowly they nodded in agreement. Thus, a pact was made. Spring brought forth a rain of blossoms, new life unfurling in vibrant hues. Summer followed with warm breezes and sunlight that kissed the earth. Autumn painted the world in gold and crimson, while winter, now mindful of his place, brought the gentle hush of snow. Through Fern's courage and kindness, Elder Mossback concluded, the seasons found their balance once more, and the forest thrived in harmony. The creatures around Elder Mossback nodded, their hearts warmed by the tale. They understood the lesson woven into the story, the importance of balance, of listening and understanding, and the power of a single kind heart to make a difference. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a soft twilight over the forest, the animals slowly dispersed, each carrying a piece of the story with them. Elder Mossback watched them go, a gentle smile on his ancient face. In the heart of the forest, beneath the watchful eyes of the stars, life continued its timeless dance, guided by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. And so, the forest remained a sanctuary of harmony and peace, where the whispers of old stories lingered like a gentle breeze, reminding all who listened of the beauty of balance and the magic of the natural world. Story 93. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where the trees seemed to hum gentle lullabies with the wind, lay a quaint village known as Willowbrook. It was a place where magic danced lightly on the air, mingling with the scent of wildflowers and warm, earthy moss. The cottages, with their thatched roofs and colorful gardens, nestled snugly against the hillside, each one surrounded by a low stone wall that seemed to hug the homes gently. In this serene village lived a thoughtful young girl named Clara. She had a keen eye and a curious heart, always noticing the little things others might miss. Her days were filled with adventures and discoveries, but lately something peculiar had been happening. Each morning, the villagers awoke to find their garden gates mysteriously open, tools scattered about, and sometimes even small trinkets missing. The villagers were puzzled but not alarmed, for they knew their village was a safe and gentle place. Still, they were curious, and so they turned to Clara, hoping she might unravel the mystery. With a nod and a determined glint in her eyes, Clara promised to investigate. She started her quest by visiting the gardens at dusk, just as the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving streaks of coral and lavender in the sky. The air was cool and sweet, carrying the scent of honeysuckle. Clara crouched by the hedges, her notebook in hand, and waited patiently. As the moon rose, casting silver beams across the village, Clara noticed something unusual. From the corner of her eye, she saw a soft glow weaving through the gardens. It wasn't the light of fireflies which flickered gently above her, but something more deliberate. She followed it quietly, her footsteps muffled by the soft grass. To her surprise, Clara discovered a small group of creatures, no taller than her knee, with shimmering wings and bright, curious eyes. They were busy at work, tending to the gardens with care, though their methods were a bit chaotic. Clara watched as they rearranged stones, polished leaves with tiny cloths, and gathered forgotten trinkets into neat piles. "Hello there," Clara called softly, not wanting to startle them. The creatures paused, their wings fluttering like the pages of a book caught in a breeze, and then they turned to face her. "We mean no harm," one of them spoke, its voice like the tinkling of a bell. "We are the Glimmerfolk, caretakers of the night." Clara smiled warmly, her heart filling with understanding. "But why open the gates and scatter things about?" she asked gently. The Glimmerfolk exchanged glances, their eyes twinkling in the moonlight. "We were trying to help," explained another, its voice soft and melodic. "But we did not understand the ways of your village. We thought the tools were to be used, and the gates should breathe with the gardens." Clara chuckled softly, touched by their sincerity. "Your intentions are kind," she assured them, "but perhaps we can learn from each other. I could show you how we tend our gardens, and you can teach me the ways of the night." And so began a delightful exchange of knowledge. Each evening, as the stars blossomed in the sky, Clara and the Glimmerfolk worked together. The creatures taught Clara about the secret language of plants and the songs of the earth, while Clara explained the villagers' ways, showing them how to care for the gardens in harmony with the day. As the days passed, the mystery of the open gates was resolved, and the village thrived with newfound magic. The Glimmerfolk, now understanding the balance between night and day, helped the gardens flourish in ways the villagers had never imagined. Flowers bloomed with vibrant colors, and the air was filled with a melody of nature's own making. The villagers, grateful for Clara's wisdom and the Glimmerfolk's friendship, held a small celebration under the twinkling stars. There was laughter and joy, a gentle reminder that misunderstandings could be mended with kindness and cooperation. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Willowbrook continued to be a place where magic and harmony danced hand in hand, a cozy haven where mysteries were welcomed as friends and solved with the warmth of understanding. As Clara lay in bed that night, her heart full of contentment, she knew that the world was a little brighter and a little more magical, thanks to the friends she had found. And as she drifted into dreams, the village slept peacefully, cradled in the gentle arms of the forest, where the trees sang their lullabies to the stars above. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. In a galaxy where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds on an inky canvas, there existed a small, vibrant planet named Auralis. Auralis was known for its lush emerald forests that whispered secrets to the wind and its azure seas that cradled dreams in their depths. Among its inhabitants was a gentle, owl-like creature named Orin, whose feathers glowed with a soft, luminescent light under the twin moons. Orin lived in a cozy treehouse nestled among the highest branches of the great whispering oaks, where the air was always filled with the scent of wild lavender and the gentle rustle of leaves. His days were spent tending to the forest, ensuring harmony among its creatures, and his nights were devoted to stargazing, where he often wondered about the lives beyond his beloved planet. One evening, as the sky turned a brilliant shade of violet, Orin noticed a peculiar object streaking across the horizon, trailing sparks of golden light. It landed with a gentle thud in the meadow beyond the forest, where wildflowers swayed like a sea of vibrant colors. Curiosity piqued. Orin spread his wings and glided toward the mysterious arrival. In the meadow, a small, sleek spacecraft rested, its surface gleaming like polished silver under the moon's glow. As Orin approached, a hatch opened with a soft hiss, and out stepped a being unlike any he had ever seen. She was tall and slender, with skin that shimmered like the surface of a tranquil lake, and eyes that sparkled with curiosity and wisdom. Her name was Lyra, a traveler from the distant, crystalline planet of Zephyria. Initially startled by the sight of each other, Orin and Lyra exchanged cautious greetings. Orin's voice was as soothing as the gentle breeze, while Lyra's words were like a melody sung by the stars themselves. Despite their differences, there was an unspoken understanding, a shared wonder at the universe that bridged the gap between them. As the days passed, Orin and Lyra found themselves drawn into a dance of discovery. Lyra showed Orin the wonders of her advanced technology, crafting shimmering holograms of distant worlds that captivated his imagination. In return, Orin introduced Lyra to the hidden magic of Auralis, from the way the sunlight danced on dew-kissed petals to the songs sung by the midnight choir of crickets. Their friendship blossomed like the first bloom of spring, but as with any new bond, there were moments of misunderstanding. One afternoon, while exploring the forest, Orin attempted to teach Lyra the ancient art of reading the wind's whispers. He closed his eyes, letting the breeze caress his feathers, and listened with his heart. Lyra, eager to understand, struggled to quiet her mind, her frustration bubbling to the surface like a stormy sea. Seeing her struggle, Orin gently placed a wingtip on her shoulder. "The wind speaks to those who listen, not with their ears but with their soul," he explained softly. Lyra took a deep breath, allowing herself to be still, and slowly, the whispers became a melody only she could hear. In that moment, she understood the lesson of patience and trust, and her appreciation for Orin's world deepened. Their adventures continued, each day bringing new challenges that tested their growing bond. One morning, a sudden storm swept across Auralis, its ferocity threatening to uproot the very trees that cradled Orin's home. As the winds howled and the rain fell in torrents, Orin and Lyra worked side by side, reinforcing the treehouse and comforting the frightened creatures that sought refuge from the storm. In the heart of the tempest, Lyra's technology failed, her holograms flickering and dying as the storm's fury intensified. In that moment of vulnerability, she realized the true strength of their friendship. Orin's unwavering support was a beacon of hope, and together, they weathered the storm, emerging stronger for it. As the skies cleared and the forest exhaled a sigh of relief, Orin and Lyra sat on the treehouse balcony, watching the world awaken anew. The air was filled with the scent of rain-kissed earth and the sound of birds singing their morning serenade. Lyra turned to Orin, her eyes reflecting the dawn's light, and spoke with a voice full of gratitude and warmth. "Thank you, Orin, for teaching me the beauty of your world and the strength found in friendship," she said. Orin, his heart full, replied, "And thank you, Lyra, for showing me the wonders beyond the stars and the joy of sharing them with a friend." Their journey together had taught them that true friendship transcends differences, that it is a tapestry woven from threads of understanding, patience, and shared adventures. As they sat side by side, watching the sun rise over the horizon, they knew that their bond was as enduring as the stars that guided them. In the days and nights that followed, Orin and Lyra continued to explore the wonders of Auralis and beyond, their friendship a guiding star in the vast galaxy. And as they ventured into the unknown, they carried with them the simple truth that friendship is a universal language, spoken with the heart and understood by all who dare to listen. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the twin moons, Orin and Lyra's story became a cherished tale among the stars, a testament to the magic of unlikely companions discovering the true meaning of friendship. Once upon a time, in a verdant forest where the trees stretched their branches towards the heavens, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were intricately woven into the fabric of nature itself. In this enchanted realm, the whispers of the wind carried ancient melodies, and the babbling brooks sang softly of the secrets they had witnessed over the centuries. At the heart of this mystical forest dwelled a wise old oak tree, its gnarled bark etched with the memories of 1,000 summers. Perched among its branches was a family of owls, guardians of the woodland lore. The eldest owl, whose eyes shone like 2 moons, had seen the forest through countless cycles of rebirth and renewal. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves danced in a gentle breeze, the young owlets gathered around their elder, eager to learn the ways of the forest. The wise old owl cleared his throat and began to speak, his voice rich and melodious. "My dear ones, this forest is a sacred place, where every living being plays a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. From the smallest insect to the mightiest oak, each creature has a purpose, a thread woven into the tapestry of life." The owlets listened intently, their feathers ruffling in the cool night air. "Look around you, my children," the elder continued. "See how the squirrels meticulously gather their winter stores, ensuring the survival of their kind. Observe the bees as they flit from flower to flower, pollinating the plants that sustain us all. Even the mushrooms that sprout from the fallen logs play their part, recycling the nutrients of the earth." As the wise owl spoke, the forest seemed to come alive with a symphony of sounds, the rustling of leaves, the chittering of insects, and the distant call of a nightingale. The owlets marveled at the intricate tapestry of life that surrounded them. "But our forest is not merely a place of survival," the elder added, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "It is a realm where magic breathes life into every season, where the cycles of nature are celebrated with reverence and wonder." With a sweep of his wing, the old owl gestured towards the distant horizon, where the first hints of autumn's fiery hues were beginning to blaze across the treetops. As the leaves turn crimson and gold, the forest prepares for its annual slumber, embracing the chill of winter with grace and acceptance. It is during this time that the fairies gather, spinning their gossamer threads to weave blankets of warmth for the slumbering creatures. The owlets gasped in delight, for they had heard tales of the elusive fairies, but had never glimpsed their enchanting presence. "And when the first snowflakes drift down from the heavens," the elder continued, "the spirits of the forest awaken, their icy breath painting intricate patterns upon the frozen ponds and streams. These spirits are the guardians of winter, ensuring that the forest rests peacefully until the first buds of spring emerge." As the night deepened, the old owl's voice grew softer, lulling the owlets into a state of tranquil wonder. He spoke of the magical renewal of springtime, when the earth awakened from its slumber, and the forest was alive with the songs of nesting birds and the gentle unfurling of new leaves. He described the vibrant energy of summer, when the forest basked in the warmth of the sun, and the air was thick with the fragrance of wildflowers. Throughout his tales, the wise old owl wove a tapestry of interconnectedness, reminding his young charges that every creature, every plant, and every element of the forest played a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. "Remember, my dear ones," he whispered as the first rays of dawn peeked through the canopy. "The wisdom of the forest has been passed down through generations, a sacred trust that we must honor and protect. For it is only through our reverence for the natural world that we can ensure its beauty and magic will endure for centuries to come." As the sun rose over the ancient forest, the owlets blinked sleepily, their hearts filled with a newfound appreciation for the wonders that surrounded them. They knew that the lessons of the wise old oak would guide them through their lives, reminding them of the sacred harmony that bound all creatures together in nature's eternal dance. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering, winding river, lived a young lad named Finn. With tousled auburn hair and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, Finn was known throughout the village for his boundless curiosity and gentle heart. Finn often wandered to the edge of the village, where the whispering woods began. These woods were a place of legends, filled with tales of enchantment and wonder. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, for it was said to be a realm where the ordinary met the extraordinary. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the world in hues of amber and rose, Finn felt a tug at his heart, a call to explore the unknown depths of the whispering woods. Clad in his favorite cloak, as soft as the down of a fledgling bird, Finn set off with a sense of excitement bubbling within him. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and unnameable. As he ventured deeper, the trees stretched taller, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. Shafts of sunlight danced through the branches, creating patterns on the forest floor that seemed to guide Finn onward. Before long, Finn came upon a glade bathed in a gentle silvery light. In its center stood a tree unlike any he had ever seen. Its bark shimmered like mother of pearl, and its leaves were delicate as lace, whispering with the softest breeze. At the foot of this magnificent tree, a circle of toadstools formed a perfect ring, each cap a brilliant shade of violet. As Finn marveled at the beauty around him, a soft rustle caught his attention. Out from the underbrush hopped a creature so whimsical it seemed plucked from a dream. It was a rabbit, yet not quite. Its fur sparkled as if dusted with stardust, and its eyes twinkled with an intelligence that belied its small size. "Greetings, young adventurer," the rabbit said in a voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "I am Thistle, keeper of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to our enchanted glade?" Finn, though surprised, felt a warmth in his heart at Thistle's gentle demeanor. "I seek to explore and learn, dear Thistle," he replied, his voice soft and sincere. "I wish to understand the wonders of this place." Thistle nodded, his whiskers twitching with delight. "Then you shall," he said, "but remember, true exploration requires courage and a willingness to see with more than just the eyes." With that, Thistle bounded away, leaving a trail of twinkling lights in his wake. Finn followed, his heart beating with a mix of anticipation and joy. The path wound through the woods, leading Finn to a series of gentle challenges. First, he encountered a brook, where stepping stones gleamed like polished gems. As he crossed, each stone played a note, creating a melody that filled the air with a tranquility that soothed his soul. Next, a clearing opened up before him, where flowers of every hue swayed in a harmonious dance. Finn paused, admiring their beauty, when a breeze carried their soft voices to him. "To find your path, you must listen to the whispers of your heart," they chimed, their petals brushing against him like a comforting embrace. Finally, Finn arrived at a misty meadow where the air shimmered with anticipation. There he met an elder turtle named Sage, whose shell was etched with stories of time long past. "Ah, young Finn," Sage greeted, his voice deep and resonant as a distant drum. "You have journeyed far and learned much, but tell me, what is it you seek most?" Finn pondered Sage's question, feeling the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the grass. "I seek to understand the courage within me," he answered, realization dawning in his eyes like the first light of dawn. Sage nodded, a wise smile gracing his features. "Then know this, dear child," he said. "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to face the unknown with an open heart." With those words, the meadow began to glow softly, as if the very earth was smiling upon Finn. He felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that his journey had revealed the courage that had always resided within him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with stars, Finn made his way back home, his heart a tapestry of wonder and newfound wisdom. The Whispering Woods had shared their magic with him, and he carried it in his heart, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in exploration and the courage to embrace the unknown. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Finn drifted into a slumber as deep and serene as the night itself, dreaming of adventures yet to come and the friendships formed along the way. Once upon a time, nestled within the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy wove a tapestry of emerald and gold, there was a hidden world known only to those who lived among the rustling leaves and the whispered secrets of the trees. In this enchanted realm, the natural creatures thrived in a delicate dance of harmony and balance, each playing their part in the grand symphony of life. The forest, vibrant and alive, was a place where sunlight trickled through the leaves like liquid gold, dappling the forest floor with patches of warmth and light. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, a heady aroma that spoke of life both old and new. Here, every rustle of a leaf, every chirp of a cricket, and every babbling brook added its note to the soothing melody of nature. Amidst this serene setting, there lived a wise old owl named Orin. Orin's feathers were the color of moonlight, and his eyes were like pools of amber, deep and knowing. He was the keeper of the forest's wisdom, a role passed down through generations of his lineage. Orin had watched over the forest for many years, guiding its inhabitants with gentle advice and stories of old. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves turned to shades of crimson and gold, a young fox named Finley approached Orin. Finley was a curious creature, with a coat as fiery as the autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with youthful wonder. He had heard tales of the magical phenomena that graced the forest with the changing of the seasons, and he was eager to learn more. "Wise Orin," Finley began, his voice a soft murmur in the quiet of the evening, "I've heard whispers of the magic that comes with the turning of the seasons. Can you tell me more about it?" Orin, perched upon a sturdy branch of an ancient oak, ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "Ah, young Finley," he replied, his voice as smooth as the whispering wind, "the magic of the seasons is a wondrous thing indeed. It is the breath of the forest, the rhythm of life itself." Finley's eyes widened with anticipation, and he settled himself at the foot of the tree, ready to absorb every word. Orin gazed down at the eager fox, a gentle smile in his eyes, and began to weave his tale. "In the spring, when the world awakens from the slumber of winter," Orin said, "the forest is kissed by the gentle rains, and the earth rejoices with new life. Flowers blossom, their petals opening like tiny hands reaching for the sun, and the air is filled with the sweet fragrance of new beginnings." Finley could almost smell the spring blossoms as Orin spoke, and he imagined the vibrant colors painting the forest floor, a tapestry of nature's own making. "And then comes summer," Orin continued, "when the forest basks in the warmth of the sun, and the days stretch long and lazy. The leaves whisper secrets to one another in the gentle breeze, and the rivers sing a song of joy as they dance over smooth stones." The young fox imagined himself playing in the sun-dappled glades, the heat of the sun on his back, and the cool caress of the river against his fur. "But as the days grow shorter," Orin said, his voice tinged with nostalgia, "autumn arrives, painting the forest in hues of fiery splendor. It is a time of gathering, of preparing for the chill of winter. The harvest is bountiful, and the world is a patchwork of gold and scarlet." Finley's mind filled with images of leaves crunching beneath his paws, the crisp air carrying the scent of ripe apples and wood smoke. "And finally, winter blankets the forest in a quilt of snow," Orin said softly. "The world is hushed, wrapped in a serene stillness. It is a time of rest, of reflection, when the forest dreams of the spring to come." Finley imagined the quiet beauty of winter, the snowflakes dancing in the air like tiny stars, the world wrapped in a soft white embrace. "But remember, dear Finley," Orin advised, his gaze meeting the young fox's, "with each season comes its own challenges and lessons. It is the balance of nature, a cycle that reminds us of the importance of harmony." Finley nodded, a newfound understanding settling in his heart. He realized that the magic of the seasons was not just in their beauty, but in the way they taught the forest and its inhabitants to live in balance with one another. "Thank you, Orin," Finley said, his voice filled with gratitude. "I will remember your words." As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of pink and lavender, Finley trotted back to his den, his mind alight with the wonders of the forest. He knew that he, too, was a part of this magical world, and he was determined to play his part in maintaining its harmony. In the days that followed, Finley shared Orin's wisdom with his fellow creatures, helping them prepare for the coming winter and reminding them of the beauty and challenges of each season. Together, they worked to sustain the balance of the forest, their lives intertwined in a tapestry of friendship and understanding. And so the ancient forest thrived, a testament to the power of harmony and the wisdom passed down through the ages. Under the watchful eyes of Orin and the gentle guidance of creatures like Finley, the forest remained a place of magic and wonder, a sanctuary where nature and its inhabitants lived as one. As the seasons turned, the forest continued to sing its timeless song, a melody of life and light that echoed through the trees, whispering its secrets to those who took the time to listen. And in the heart of this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest found peace, knowing that they were part of something greater, a world where magic and nature dance together in perfect harmony. In the vast expanse of the universe, where stars glimmered like scattered jewels across an endless velvet sky, there existed a small, unassuming planet known as Varela. This planet, with its lush emerald forests and amber rivers, was home to a gentle species called the Varellans. Their skin shimmered softly like the surface of a tranquil lake at twilight, and their eyes were the color of amethysts, reflecting the wisdom of their peaceful ways. Far away, across light years of twinkling stardust, lay another world, Tellara, a planet of crystalline mountains and azure seas. Here dwelt the Tellarites, a species as brilliant and multifaceted as their crystalline surroundings. Their skin sparkled with iridescent hues, and their minds worked with a precision akin to the intricate gears of an ancient clock. One day, a curious Varellan named Leora, with her heart full of wonder, decided to venture beyond her leafy world. She climbed aboard a small, star-bound vessel, setting her sights on the mysteries of the cosmos. Meanwhile, on Tellara, a Tellarite named Keon, driven by his insatiable curiosity and thirst for knowledge, set forth on a similar journey, eager to explore the wonders beyond his crystalline home. As fate would have it, a cosmic storm swept through the galaxy, tangling the paths of these two adventurers. Their vessels, caught in the storm's swirling embrace, were drawn toward each other, eventually colliding gently in the midst of a vast, serene nebula that shimmered with hues of lavender and gold. Startled but unharmed, Leora and Keon found themselves face to face, their vessels now intertwined like threads in a cosmic tapestry. At first, they regarded each other with cautious curiosity, their differences stark and unfamiliar. Leora's soft, flowing form seemed a world apart from Keon's angular, crystalline structure. "Greetings," Leora began, her voice as gentle as a summer breeze. "I am Leora of Varela. It seems our journeys have crossed paths." Keon's voice was steady and resonant, like the harmonious chime of crystal bells. "I am Keon of Tellara. It appears we are both at the mercy of this storm." Though they spoke the same language, their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstanding. Leora's gentle metaphors and poetic musings were met with Keon's logical and precise interpretations, creating a dance of confusion and misinterpretation. Yet despite these initial hurdles, a spark of curiosity and kindness lingered between them, urging them to bridge the gap. As they worked together to untangle their vessels, they began to share their stories, their hopes, and their dreams. Leora spoke of the whispering leaves of Varela's forests and the comforting embrace of its amber rivers. Keon, in turn, described the crystalline peaks of Tellara, how they caught the first light of dawn and scattered it across the land like 1,000 rainbows. As the days passed, the cosmic storm continued to swirl around them, leaving them stranded in the heart of the nebula. Yet, within this celestial cocoon, something beautiful began to blossom. Leora and Keon found themselves facing shared challenges that tested their resolve and ingenuity. When a sudden solar flare threatened their vessels with a shower of fiery embers, Keon's analytical mind devised a plan to shield them using the reflective surfaces of his crystalline shards. Leora, with her deep understanding of harmony and balance, crafted melodies that soothed the turbulent energies, allowing them to stabilize their ships. In the quiet moments between challenges, they discovered the joy of laughter and the comfort of silence shared with a friend. Keon marveled at Leora's ability to see beauty in the simplest of things, while Leora admired Keon's unwavering dedication to understanding the universe's mysteries. One evening, as they gazed out at the nebula's swirling beauty, Leora turned to Keon, her eyes reflecting the starlight. "I've learned so much from you, my friend. Our differences, once so daunting, have become the threads that weave our friendship." Keon nodded, his crystalline form catching the nebula's glow. "Indeed, Leora. Through our misunderstandings, I've discovered new ways to see the world. You've taught me the value of emotion and intuition." As the cosmic storm finally subsided, their vessels gently drifted apart, free once more to continue their journeys. Yet something had changed within their hearts, a bond of friendship forged through shared trials and understanding. Before they parted ways, Leora placed a small, luminous stone in Keon's hand, a token from Varela's heart. "May this remind you of our time together," she said softly. Keon, in turn, gifted Leora a radiant shard of Tellara's crystal, its colors shifting with the light. And may this keep the memory of our friendship alive in your heart. With a final embrace, Leora and Keon bid each other farewell, their vessels now carrying the warmth of their newfound friendship. As they ventured forth into the stars, they knew that their paths would forever be intertwined, their hearts connected by the lessons of understanding and the true meaning of friendship. And so, as the nebula's light gently faded into the distance, the universe continued to turn, embracing the warmth and wisdom of those who dared to reach across the stars and find companionship in the unlikeliest of places. The Whispering Woods, a tale of friendship and magic. Once upon a time, nestled on the edge of a sleepy village, lay a forest unlike any other. Known as the Whispering Woods, it was a place where the trees stood tall and ancient, their branches twisting like gnarled fingers reaching towards the heavens. The forest floor was a soft carpet of moss, dotted with clusters of wildflowers that released a sweet fragrance into the air. A narrow, winding path cut through the woods, inviting those with curious hearts to explore its mysteries. In the village lived a young girl named Lily. With hair the color of chestnuts and eyes as bright as the morning sky, she was known for her inquisitive nature and a heart that brimmed with kindness. Though she was beloved by her village, Lily longed for adventure beyond the familiar cobblestone streets and quaint cottages. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent and painted the sky with hues of orange and pink, Lily stood at the edge of the Whispering Woods. Her heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of trepidation, for she had decided that today would be the day she ventured into the forest. Her friends often spoke of the woods with a mix of fear and awe, claiming it was enchanted, with secrets beyond human understanding. Clutching her small satchel filled with a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and a well-loved book of fairy tales, Lily took a deep breath and stepped onto the path. As she walked, the rustling leaves seemed to whisper secrets in her ears, their words just out of reach, yet strangely comforting. The forest was alive with the sounds of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook, creating a symphony that accompanied her every step. The deeper she ventured, the more the woods enveloped her in their embrace. The sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the ground that danced with the breeze. Lily felt a sense of wonder and peace as the path wound its way deeper into the heart of the forest. After walking for what felt like hours, Lily came upon a small clearing, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and strong, with branches that spread out like a protective canopy. At the base of the tree was a small wooden door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to pulse with a gentle, inviting light. Curiosity piqued, Lily approached the door. She traced her fingers over the carvings, feeling the warmth they radiated. As if sensing her presence, the door creaked open, revealing a spiral staircase that wound down into the earth. Hesitant but intrigued, Lily descended the steps, her heart beating a steady rhythm of anticipation. At the bottom of the staircase, she emerged into a hidden world that took her breath away. The underground chamber was vast, its walls lined with shelves filled with books, trinkets, and curiosities from lands unknown. In the center of the room stood a round table, upon which lay a shimmering crystal orb that glowed softly in the dim light. As Lily approached the table, she was greeted by a soft, melodic voice. "Welcome, dear traveler," it said. "I am Eliana, the guardian of the Whispering Woods." Startled, Lily looked around, searching for the source of the voice. To her astonishment, a small, ethereal creature appeared before her, its form shifting like a wisp of smoke. Eliana had eyes that sparkled like stars and wings that shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow. "Do not be afraid," Eliana continued, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I have watched over these woods for centuries, and I have awaited someone with a pure heart to unravel the secrets hidden here." Lily, though initially taken aback, felt a sense of calm wash over her. "I am honored to meet you, Eliana," she replied, her voice steady. "What secrets do you speak of?" Eliana fluttered closer, her wings leaving trails of light in the air. "Within this orb lies the memory of the forest, a tapestry woven from the stories of those who have walked these paths before you. It is said that those who possess the courage and kindness to listen to these tales will gain wisdom beyond their years." Enchanted by the prospect, Lily reached for the orb. As her fingers brushed its surface, it pulsed with warmth, and a gentle hum filled the air. The room faded away, and Lily found herself standing in a meadow filled with vibrant wildflowers and the sound of laughter echoing in the breeze. In this vision, she saw two children, a boy and a girl, playing a game of hide-and-seek among the flowers. Their joy was infectious, and Lily couldn't help but smile as she watched them. As the vision unfolded, she realized that the children were none other than the founders of her village, their friendship the seed from which the community had grown. The scene shifted, revealing a young woman standing at the edge of a cliff, her face turned towards a stormy sea. Despite the tumultuous waves, her expression was one of determination and hope. Lily understood that this woman had once faced a great challenge, her courage and resilience serving as an inspiration for generations to come. As the visions continued, Lily felt her heart swell with understanding and compassion. Each story revealed to her the interconnectedness of life, the importance of friendship and courage, and the beauty of embracing the unknown. When the last vision faded, Lily found herself back in the chamber, the orb resting quietly on the table. Eliana hovered nearby, her eyes filled with warmth and approval. "You have seen the wisdom of the forest," Eliana said softly. "Hold these lessons close to your heart, for they will guide you on your journey." Lily nodded, feeling a newfound sense of purpose. "Thank you, Eliana. I will cherish these stories and share them with others, so their wisdom may continue to grow." With a knowing smile, Eliana gestured towards the staircase. "Go now, dear Lily, and let the light of your heart guide you." As Lily ascended the steps, she felt the gentle embrace of the woods around her. The path home seemed brighter, the whispers of the forest more harmonious than ever before. By the time she reached the edge of the woods, the stars were beginning to twinkle in the evening sky, casting a gentle glow over the village. Lily's heart was full as she stepped onto the cobblestone streets, her mind alive with the tales she had witnessed. She knew that her journey had only just begun, and that the whispering woods would always be a part of her, guiding her with its timeless wisdom. In the days and weeks that followed, Lily shared the stories of the forest with her friends and neighbors. She spoke of the strength found in friendship, the courage to face the unknown, and the beauty of life's interconnected tapestry. Her words inspired those around her, planting seeds of kindness and understanding that blossomed into a stronger, more compassionate community. As the seasons passed, the Whispering Woods continued to stand as a silent guardian over the village, its secrets shared with those who dared to listen. And Lily, with her heart full of wonder and wisdom, knew that the magic of the forest would forever be a part of her story. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars above, the Whispering Woods and its tales lived on, a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the ever-turning wheel of life. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between lush, rolling hills and a whispering forest, there lived a gentle soul named Marin. Marin had always been a creature of habit, finding comfort in the rhythm of her daily routine. Her days were spent tending to her garden, a patchwork of vibrant colors that danced beneath the sun, and her evenings were reserved for quiet moments by the hearth, where the flickering flames cast a warm glow over her cozy cottage. But deep within her heart, Marin felt a stirring, a whisper of something new and unfamiliar. It was as if the wind carried a secret just for her, one that promised adventure beyond the horizon of her known world. Despite this yearning, the thought of change filled her with trepidation. She clung to her familiar patterns like a child to a cherished blanket, fearful of what might lie beyond. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves blushed gold and crimson, Marin set out for her daily walk through the woods. The air was sweet with the scent of pine and earth, and a gentle breeze rustled the branches overhead. As she wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a circle of mushrooms, perfectly formed with a luminescent glow. She had heard stories of such rings, whispered tales of magic and transformation. Curiosity mingled with her apprehension, but something in the air urged her forward. As she stepped into the circle, a tingling sensation spread through her, as if the very earth beneath her feet was alive with possibility. The world around her shimmered, and she felt a gentle tug at her heart, as though inviting her to embrace the change she had so long resisted. In that moment, the forest seemed to breathe with her, its ancient magic awakening. From the shadows emerged a creature of ethereal beauty, a silver fox with eyes that sparkled like morning dew. The fox approached with graceful steps and spoke in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "Fear not the winds of change, dear Marin," the fox said, its eyes kind and knowing, "for within them lies the seed of your growth. Embrace the journey, and you shall find the strength that has always dwelled within you." Though her heart still fluttered with uncertainty, Marin felt a newfound courage stirring. She realized that the fox was right. Perhaps it was time to step beyond the safety of her routine and discover what lay beyond. With a nod of gratitude, she followed the fox deeper into the forest, where the path was lit by the gentle glow of the mushrooms. Along their journey, they were joined by other creatures of the woods, a wise old owl who shared stories of the stars, a playful squirrel who taught her the joy of spontaneity, and a gentle deer who showed her the peace found in stillness. Each companion offered Marin a lesson in embracing the unknown, and with every step she felt her heart grow lighter. As the days turned into weeks, Marin discovered the beauty of transformation. She learned to dance with the wind, to listen to the whispers of the trees, and to find wonder in the smallest of things. The forest became her teacher, and with each lesson she felt herself blossoming, much like her beloved garden back home. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Marin stood at the edge of a glistening lake. The fox, who had become a dear friend, stood beside her. The reflection on the water was that of a woman transformed, not by magic alone, but by the courage to embrace her own potential. "You have grown, dear Marin," said the fox, its voice filled with pride. "You have found your way through the forest of your fears, and now the world is yours to explore." Marin smiled, her heart brimming with gratitude for the journey she had undertaken and the companions who had walked beside her. She understood now that change was not something to be feared, but a gentle nudge from the universe, inviting her to become her truest self. With a heart full of newfound wisdom and an adventurous spirit, Marin returned to her village. Her garden seemed even more vibrant, as if reflecting the transformation within her. And though her routine had shifted, she found joy in the balance of old comforts and new discoveries. As the seasons turned, Marin continued to nurture her garden and her heart, always remembering the lessons of the forest. And on quiet evenings, as she sat by the crackling fire, she would tell tales of her journey to those who sought her wisdom, sharing the magic of personal growth and the beauty of embracing change. And so, in the gentle embrace of the village and the whispers of the forest, Marin lived her days with a heart open to the wonders of the world, knowing that true magic lay not in resisting change, but in welcoming it with open arms. Once upon a time, deep within the heart of an ancient forest, there lived a young rabbit named Thistle. Though small in stature, Thistle possessed a remarkable gift, the ability to communicate with the trees and plants that surrounded her. On a crisp autumn evening, as Thistle nestled beneath the twisted roots of an ancient oak, she heard a faint whisper carried by the wind. It was the voice of the forest, calling out to her in a language only she could understand. "Thistle, brave one," the trees rustled. "A great darkness has fallen upon our realm, and only you can restore the balance." Thistle's eyes widened as a glimmering acorn tumbled from the oak's branches and landed at her feet. This was no ordinary acorn, for it radiated with a warm golden glow. "Within this sacred acorn lies the power to dispel the shadows that threaten our home," the trees explained. "You must embark on a journey beyond the forest's edge and seek out the forgotten realm of the Dryads, ancient guardians of nature's harmony." Though fear stirred within her, Thistle knew she could not ignore the forest's plea. With the enchanted acorn tucked safely beneath her chin, she bid farewell to her woodland friends and set off into the unknown. The path ahead was long and treacherous, winding through sun-dappled glades and misty ravines. Thistle encountered many wonders and perils along the way, towering mountains that scraped the sky, rushing rivers that roared with ancient voices, and creatures both friendly and fearsome. Yet through it all, the acorn's warm glow guided her steps, reminding her of the sacred duties she had sworn to uphold. After many moons of travel, Thistle found herself standing before a massive willow tree, its branches heavy with trailing vines and crystalline dewdrops. This, she knew, was the gateway to the Dryad's realm. With a deep breath, Thistle stepped through the curtain of vines and emerged in a world unlike any she had ever imagined. Towering trees adorned with shimmering leaves stretched as far as the eye could see, their branches intertwined in a canopy of verdant splendor. And there, among the ancient trunks, stood the Dryads themselves, lithe, graceful beings whose very existences seemed woven from the fabric of nature itself. "Welcome, Thistle," their melodic voices chimed in unison. "We have been awaiting your arrival." Thistle trembled as she recounted the darkness that had befallen her forest home, and the Dryads listened with solemn reverence. "The shadows you speak of are born of an ancient evil, a force that seeks to sever the sacred bond between the natural world and those who dwell within it," they explained. "But you have carried the light of hope and perseverance through your journey, and for that, we shall aid you in your quest." With a wave of their slender hands, the Dryads conjured a shimmering pool of crystal-clear water. Within its depths, Thistle saw visions of a hidden glade, where a twisted, gnarled tree stood sentinel over a dark, foreboding chasm. "There lies the source of the shadows," the Dryads whispered. "Deep within that chasm dwells Noctis, the embodiment of eternal night. Only by confronting Noctis and restoring the balance can your forest be saved." Thistle's heart quailed at the thought of facing such a foe, but the determination within her burned brighter than ever before. Armed with the enchanted acorn and the wisdom of the Dryads, she set off once more, her paws treading the paths of destiny. After many trials and tribulations, Thistle finally reached the glade where the twisted tree stood guard. A sense of dread hung heavy in the air, and the very ground seemed to tremble beneath her feet. Taking a deep breath, Thistle stepped towards the chasm, the acorn's golden glow burning brighter than ever before. "Noctis!" she called out, her voice echoing through the endless darkness. "I come bearing the light of hope and the strength of the natural world. Your reign of shadow ends here." A deep, rumbling laugh echoed from the depths of the chasm, sending shivers down Thistle's spine. "Foolish creature," a voice like crackling thunder boomed. "You think your paltry light can pierce the eternal night I have wrought? Your hopes are but embers, soon to be snuffed out." From the inky blackness, a writhing mass of shadows emerged, coalescing into the towering form of Noctis. His very presence seemed to leach warmth and light from the world around him. Thistle trembled, but she refused to back down. Clutching the acorn tightly, she summoned every ounce of courage and defiance within her. "You may cloak the world in darkness, Noctis," she cried, "but the light of hope burns eternal within the hearts of those who refuse to surrender." With those words, Thistle hurled the acorn into the swirling vortex of shadows. For a moment, all seemed lost as the darkness threatened to consume the tiny seed of light. But then, a brilliant burst of golden radiance erupted from within the chasm, banishing the shadows and bathing the world in a warm, comforting glow. Noctis howled in anguish as his shadowy form disintegrated, reduced to mere wisps of smoke scattered by the wind. The battle was won, and the balance restored. As Thistle emerged from the glade, she was greeted by a wondrous sight. The forest had been reborn, its trees and plants bursting with vibrant life and color. The Dryads appeared once more, their faces aglow with joy and reverence. "Well done, brave Thistle," they sang. "Through your courage and unwavering spirit, you have proven yourself a true guardian of nature's harmony." From that day forth, Thistle became a living symbol of hope and resilience. Her tale passed down through generations, as a reminder that even the smallest creatures can achieve greatness when guided by the light of their own convictions. And though the shadows may rise again, the world would forever know that as long as there are those willing to stand against the darkness, the light of hope can never be extinguished. Once upon a time, nestled at the edge of a sprawling emerald-green forest known as the Whispering Woods, there was a quaint little village called Willowbrook. The village was known for its vibrant gardens and gently babbling brooks that meandered through the cobblestone streets. Its cottages, with their thatched roofs and blooming window boxes, looked as if they were painted by the hands of a gentle artist. The villagers lived in harmony, their days filled with laughter and the soft melodies of nature. In this serene village lived a young girl named Marigold. With hair the color of sunlight and eyes like the shimmering surface of the village pond, she was a curious soul, always seeking the mysteries hidden within the world around her. Marigold had a heart full of kindness, and she spent her days helping her neighbors and tending to the lush gardens that surrounded her home. One misty morning, as the dew glistened on the petals of the garden blooms, Marigold set out on her usual walk through the whispering woods. The forest was alive with the soft rustle of leaves and the melodic chirping of birds, creating a symphony that accompanied her steps. Each breath filled her lungs with the fresh scent of pine and earth, grounding her in the beauty of the world. As she wandered deeper into the woods, Marigold discovered a path she had never noticed before. It was a narrow, winding trail, barely visible beneath the carpet of fallen leaves. Intrigued by the promise of adventure, she decided to follow it. The path twisted and turned, leading her through a part of the forest that seemed untouched by time. The trees stood tall and proud, their branches forming a canopy that filtered the sunlight into a gentle, golden glow. Before long, Marigold came upon a clearing bathed in the soft, dappled light of the sun. In the center of the clearing, nestled among the wildflowers, was an ancient oak tree. It was the grandest tree Marigold had ever seen, its trunk wide and gnarled, telling tales of centuries past. As she approached, she noticed something unusual. Hanging from one of the lower branches was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with delicate patterns of vines and leaves, and it seemed to emanate a gentle, inviting warmth. Marigold's heart fluttered with excitement and curiosity. What was this mysterious box? Who had left it here? Her fingers trembled slightly as she reached up to take it down. As soon as her hands closed around the box, a gentle breeze swept through the clearing, carrying with it the sweet scent of honeysuckle and a soft, whispering voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the forest. "Open it, dear child," the voice murmured, "and discover the magic within." Trusting in the kindness of the whispering woods, Marigold carefully opened the box. Inside she found a small, shimmering stone that sparkled with all the colors of the rainbow. It was warm to the touch, and as she held it, she felt a sense of peace and joy wash over her. The voice spoke again, this time with a tone of gentle wisdom. "This is the Stone of Serenity. It holds the power to reveal the hidden wonders of the world and to guide those who possess it on a journey of understanding and growth." Marigold's heart swelled with wonder and gratitude. She knew that the stone was a gift, and she vowed to use it wisely. Tucking the stone safely into her pocket, she thanked the forest and promised to return soon. Over the following days, Marigold found that the stone indeed held a special magic. When she held it close, she could hear the thoughts of the animals in the forest and understand the language of the trees. She marveled at the hidden world that had always surrounded her, now unveiled by the stone's gentle glow. One sunny afternoon, as Marigold sat by the village pond, she noticed a young fox watching her from the edge of the woods. Its eyes were filled with a mix of curiosity and caution. Marigold reached for the stone, and holding it close, she called out softly to the fox. "Hello there, little friend," she said with a gentle smile. "Do not be afraid." The fox tilted its head, surprised by the sound of her voice, which seemed to resonate with understanding. Slowly it approached, its bushy tail wagging slightly. "My name is Finn," the fox said, his voice echoing in Marigold's mind. "I have never met a human who could speak the language of the forest." Marigold laughed softly, her eyes sparkling with delight. "It's a gift from the forest itself," she explained. "Would you like to be friends?" Finn hesitated for a moment, then nodded, his eyes softening with warmth. "I would like that very much." From that day forward, Marigold and Finn became inseparable companions. Together they explored the hidden wonders of the whispering woods, guided by the magic of the Stone of Serenity. They discovered secret glades filled with rare flowers, hidden streams that sparkled like diamonds, and ancient trees that whispered stories of the past. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Marigold and Finn sat together on a hill overlooking the village. The air was filled with the soothing scent of lavender, and a gentle breeze ruffled their hair and fur. "Do you ever wonder what lies beyond the woods?" Marigold asked, her voice soft and contemplative. Finn nodded, his eyes fixed on the distant mountains. "I do. There is a whole world out there, waiting to be discovered." Marigold sighed, her heart filled with a longing for adventure. "I wish to see it all," she said, "to learn and grow, and to understand the world beyond our village." Finn looked at her with admiration. "Then we shall go together," he declared, his voice firm with determination. "The Stone of Serenity will guide us on our journey." And so, with the blessing of the village and the gentle encouragement of the whispering woods, Marigold and Finn set out on a grand adventure. They traveled through lush meadows and across rolling hills, their hearts filled with excitement and wonder. As they journeyed, they encountered many challenges and made new friends along the way. In a bustling town nestled in a valley, they met a wise old owl named Sage, who shared with them stories of the world and taught them the importance of wisdom and patience. In a village by the sea, they befriended a playful dolphin named Calypso, who showed them the beauty of the ocean and taught them the value of kindness and cooperation. Through each encounter and challenge, Marigold and Finn grew stronger and wiser, their bond of friendship deepening with every step. And as they traveled, the Stone of Serenity continued to guide them, revealing the hidden wonders of the world and lighting their path with its gentle glow. One day, as they rested beneath the shade of a towering oak tree, Marigold turned to Finn with a smile. "Do you know what I have learned on this journey?" she asked, her eyes shining with the light of understanding. Finn tilted his head, his curiosity piqued. "What is that, Marigold?" "I have learned that the world is filled with beauty and wonder, and that true magic lies not in the stone itself, but in the kindness and friendship we share with others," she replied, her voice filled with warmth and gratitude. Finn nodded, his heart swelling with pride and love for his dear friend. "And I have learned that with you by my side, any challenge can be overcome," he said, his voice full of sincerity. Together, they continued their journey, their hearts light with the knowledge that they were never alone. For in the bonds of friendship and the magic of the world around them, they had found something truly special, a sense of belonging and a love that would guide them always. And so, as the sun set on the horizon, bathing the world in a soft, golden glow, Marigold and Finn walked hand in paw, their hearts filled with the gentle magic of the Stone of Serenity and the enduring power of friendship. And in that moment, they knew that no matter where their journey took them, they would always carry the warmth and wisdom of their adventures in their hearts. As the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, Marigold and Finn's journey brought them to a land of towering mountains and sparkling rivers. The air was crisp and invigorating, carrying the scent of pine and mountain wildflowers. The path they followed wound through valleys and over rocky hills, each turn revealing new vistas of breathtaking beauty. One evening, as they made camp beneath a canopy of stars, Marigold gazed at the night sky, her heart filled with a sense of awe and wonder. The stars twinkled like diamonds on velvet, and the moon cast a gentle, silvery glow over the landscape. "Finn," she said softly, her voice barely louder than a whisper, "do you ever wonder what lies beyond the stars?" Finn, who had been watching the flickering flames of their campfire, looked up at the sky. His eyes reflected the starlight, and his voice was thoughtful as he replied, "I do. I imagine there are worlds out there, filled with wonders we cannot even begin to imagine." Marigold nodded, her heart swelling with a longing for discovery. "I wish we could explore them," she said, her voice tinged with both excitement and a hint of wistfulness. Finn smiled, his tail wagging gently. "Perhaps one day we shall," he said. "But for now, we have our own world to explore, and many adventures still await us." Marigold smiled back, her heart warmed by his words. "You're right, Finn," she said, "and I am grateful for every moment we share on this journey." The night passed peacefully, the gentle sounds of the forest lulling them to sleep. When morning came, the sun rose in a blaze of golden light, casting long shadows over the land and filling the air with the sweet scent of morning dew. As they continued their journey, the landscape around them began to change. The mountains gave way to rolling hills, and the air grew warmer, carrying the scent of blooming flowers and rich, fertile earth. They traveled through fields of wildflowers, their vibrant colors painting the world in hues of red, yellow, and blue. One day, as they walked along a winding river, they came upon a village nestled in a valley. The village was unlike any they had seen before, with houses built from stone and wood, their roofs covered in moss and flowering vines. The villagers welcomed them with open arms, offering them food and shelter and sharing stories of their lives. In the village, they met a young boy named Leo, who had a spirit as bright and curious as marigolds. He was fascinated by their tales of adventure and longed to join them on their journey. "I want to see the world beyond our village," Leo said, his eyes shining with excitement. "Will you take me with you?" Marigold and Finn exchanged a glance, their hearts warmed by the boy's enthusiasm. "You are welcome to join us, Leo," Marigold said, her voice gentle and kind. "But know that our journey is not without its challenges." Leo nodded, his expression determined. "I understand," he said, "and I am ready to face them as long as we are together." And so their group grew by one, and together they continued their journey, their spirits lifted by the bond of friendship that united them. As they traveled, Leo proved to be a quick learner, his youthful energy and curiosity a source of joy for Marigold and Finn. He marveled at the wonders they encountered, from the towering forests to the crystal-clear lakes, and each day brought new discoveries and new lessons. One afternoon, as they rested by a shimmering lake, they noticed a group of creatures playing in the water. They were small, with iridescent scales that glimmered in the sunlight, and their laughter was like the tinkling of bells. "What are they?" Leo asked, his voice filled with wonder. "They are water sprites," Finn explained, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Playful and mischievous, but kind-hearted. As if sensing their presence, one of the sprites swam over to them, its eyes bright with curiosity. "Hello, travelers," it said, its voice musical and light. "What brings you to our lake?" "We are on a journey," Marigold replied, her voice warm and friendly, "seeking the wonders of the world." The sprite nodded, its expression thoughtful. "Then you must visit the heart of the forest," it said. "It is a place of great beauty and magic, hidden deep within the woods." Intrigued by the sprite's words, Marigold, Finn, and Leo decided to seek out this mystical place. The sprite guided them to a path that led deeper into the forest, where the trees grew taller and the air was filled with the scent of ancient wood and earth. As they followed the path, the forest around them seemed to come alive with a vibrant energy. The leaves rustled gently in the breeze, and the sunlight filtered through the branches in a dance of light and shadow. Eventually they arrived at a clearing unlike any they had ever seen. In the center stood an enormous tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches reaching skyward in a majestic canopy. The air was filled with a soft, golden light, and the ground was carpeted with delicate flowers that glowed with an inner radiance. "This is the heart of the forest," the sprite said, its voice reverent and filled with awe, "a place of peace and healing." Marigold, Finn, and Leo stood in silence, their hearts touched by the beauty and serenity of the place. They felt a deep sense of connection to the world around them, a reminder of the magic that existed in every corner of the earth. As they sat beneath the great tree, they reflected on their journey, the challenges they had faced, and the friendships they had forged. They realized that the true magic of their adventure lay not in the places they had seen, but in the love and understanding they had found along the way. And so, with hearts full of gratitude and joy, they continued their journey, knowing that the world was a place of endless wonder, and that together they could face any challenge that lay ahead. As the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, Marigold, Finn, and Leo's journey took them to new lands and introduced them to new friends. Their adventure was filled with laughter and learning, and each day brought new discoveries and new lessons. One day, as they traveled through a lush valley, they came upon a village that was in the midst of a grand celebration. The air was filled with the sound of music and laughter, and the streets were lined with stalls selling all manner of goods. Curious about the festivities, Marigold, Finn, and Leo joined in the celebration, their hearts light with joy. They danced to the music, sampled the delicious food, and marveled at the colorful decorations that adorned the village. As they wandered through the village, they met a wise old woman named Era, who was known for her knowledge of the world and her gift for storytelling. Ira welcomed them warmly, her eyes twinkling with kindness and wisdom. "I have heard of your journey," Ira said, her voice gentle and melodic, "and I have a story to share with you." Marigold, Finn, and Leo gathered around, eager to hear what Ira had to say. As they listened, Ira wove a tale of a magical land beyond the mountains, a place of beauty and peace, where all creatures lived in harmony. "The land is known as the Valley of Harmony," Ira said, her voice filled with reverence. "It is a place where the magic of the world is at its strongest, and where the bonds of friendship and love are cherished above all else." Marigold's heart was filled with a longing to see this mystical land, and she turned to her friends with a smile. "Shall we seek out this Valley of Harmony?" she asked, her voice filled with excitement. Finn and Leo nodded, their eyes shining with anticipation. "Yes," they said in unison, their voices filled with determination. "Let us find this land of peace and magic." And so, with Era's blessing and guidance, Marigold, Finn, and Leo set out on the final leg of their journey. They traveled through forests and across rivers, their hearts filled with hope and wonder. As they approached the mountains, the air grew cooler, and the landscape around them changed. The trees gave way to rocky cliffs and narrow paths, and the air was filled with the scent of fresh mountain air. Finally, after many days of travel, they reached the top of a ridge, and before them lay a sight that took their breath away. The Valley of Harmony stretched out below them, a land of rolling hills and sparkling lakes, bathed in a soft, golden light. The air was filled with the gentle sound of birdsong, and the scent of blooming flowers carried on the breeze. It was a place of beauty and peace, just as Ira had described. With hearts full of joy and gratitude, Marigold, Finn, and Leo descended into the valley, their spirits lifted by the magic of the land. They knew that their journey had brought them to a place where they could find rest and renewal, and where the bonds of friendship and love would be cherished forever. And so, as the sun set on the horizon, casting a warm golden glow over the valley, Marigold, Finn, and Leo knew that their journey had come to a close. But they also knew that the magic of the world and the love they shared would guide them always, lighting their path with warmth and wisdom. As they stood together hand in paw, they understood that the true magic of their adventure lay not in the places they had seen, but in the love and understanding they had found along the way. And in that moment, they knew that they were home. In the heart of an ancient forest, a place where the sky was a canopy of green, and the earth was a carpet of soft moss and fallen leaves, there dwelt creatures in harmony and simplicity. The forest, known as Elderwood, was a realm where each rustle of the leaf and each ripple of the stream spoke of stories untold, whispering secrets of old to those who listened with open hearts. As dawn's gentle light filtered through the interlacing branches, casting a kaleidoscope of gold and green, the forest came alive with the soft symphony of bird song. This was the time when the creatures of Elderwood awoke, stretching their limbs and wings, preparing for the day's gentle adventures. Among them was a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers bore the hues of autumn leaves, and whose eyes were deep wells of ancient wisdom. Orin had lived in Elderwood longer than most, his perch high in the gnarled branches of an ancient oak. One day, as the sun began its slow ascent, Orin noticed a change in the forest's song. The usual harmony seemed somewhat disjointed, as if a single string in a beautifully tuned harp had loosened. Concerned, Orin spread his wings and flew down to the forest floor, where the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and budding flowers. He met with Fern, a gentle deer whose coat was the color of morning mist, and who was known for her keen understanding of the forest's moods. "Fern," Orin began, his voice as soothing as a breeze through the leaves, "have you noticed the forest's song today? It feels different." Fern nodded, her large, gentle eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight. "I have, Orin. There seems to be a disquiet, as if something is out of balance." Together they wandered deeper into the forest, their paths lined with wildflowers that nodded their heads as if in greeting. It was not long before they came upon a small, babbling brook. Normally its waters were clear and sparkling, a mirror for the azure sky, but today they were muddied and sluggish. "The brook," Fern whispered softly, "it carries a sadness." Orin peered closely, his wise eyes noticing a pile of fallen branches and leaves that had created a dam, blocking the natural flow of the water. "Ah, here is the source of the discord," he said gently. "When the brook cannot sing its song, the forest feels its loss." With great care, they began to clear away the debris. Orin used his sharp beak to lift the twigs, while Fern nudged the larger branches aside with her strong yet gentle hooves. As they worked, the sun rose higher, warming the air with its gentle touch, and a light breeze began to dance through the trees, bringing with it the scent of pine and fresh rain. Finally, the brook flowed freely once more, its song a joyful melody that rippled through the forest. Orin and Fern watched as the water sparkled under the sun, its clarity returning, carrying with it the reflection of a sky that seemed to smile down upon them. As they rested by the rejuvenated brook, a soft rustling announced the arrival of another forest friend. It was Bramble, a cheerful squirrel with fur as bright as the maple leaves in autumn. Bramble had been watching from the branches above and now scampered down to join them. "Thank you, Orin and Fern," Bramble chittered, his eyes alight with gratitude. "The brook's song is what wakes me each morning, and I missed it dearly." Orin nodded, a warm glow in his eyes. "The forest is a web of connections, Bramble. Each part, no matter how small, is important to the whole. When one part is troubled, it affects all of us." Fern lowered her head to nuzzle Bramble affectionately. "And when we work together, we can restore balance and harmony. It is the way of Elderwood." As the sun dipped towards the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, the three friends lingered by the brook, savoring the peace they had helped restore. The forest began its evening song, a gentle lullaby that spoke of calm winds and restful nights. In the days that followed, the creatures of Elderwood continued their lives with renewed joy, their bonds of friendship strengthened by the shared experience. Orin, with his wisdom, reminded them of the importance of listening to the subtle changes in their world, while Fern and Bramble spread the message of unity and care throughout the forest. And so, Elderwood thrived, a testament to the power of harmony and the gentle strength of friendship. The seasons turned, bringing with them new challenges and changes, but the creatures faced them with wisdom and togetherness, their hearts as open and enduring as the ancient forest itself. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, casting a gentle glow over the sleeping forest, Orin settled back into his perch high in the oak tree. With a heart full of contentment, he closed his eyes, letting the whispering winds carry him into dreams of peace and unity. And so, Elderwood slept too, cradled in the embrace of nature's enduring balance. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between lush hills and an expansive forest, stood a peculiar old shop known as the Curio Corner. Its windows were adorned with twinkling fairy lights that cast enchanting shadows on the cobblestone street. Inside, the shop brimmed with artifacts, each with a story waiting to be told. Among them was an unassuming, tiny brass compass, its needle spinning lazily, never pointing north. The shop belonged to Mr. Thistle, an elderly gentleman with spectacles that perched precariously on the bridge of his nose. He had a gentle smile and a voice that carried the warmth of 1,000 sunny afternoons. Mr. Thistle had owned the shop for as long as anyone could remember, and he never seemed to age. People whispered that he had a touch of magic about him, though no one could say for certain. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced in the breeze, a young girl named Lily pushed open the creaky door of the Curio Corner. Her auburn curls bounced with each step, and her eyes sparkled with the curiosity that often led her into delightful adventures. Today she was on a quest for a birthday gift for her grandmother. "Ah, Lily, my favorite explorer," Mr. Thistle greeted her warmly. "What brings you to my humble shop today?" "I'm looking for something special for Grandma," Lily replied, her voice filled with excitement. "Something she'll love," Mr. Thistle chuckled softly. "Well, I might have just the thing for you. Follow me." He led Lily to the back of the shop where the light was dimmer, and the air was filled with the mingling scents of sandalwood and aged paper. There, among an assortment of peculiar items, lay the brass compass. "This compass," Mr. Thistle began, "is said to guide its bearer to whatever they most need, rather than what they think they want. It's a curious little thing, really." Lily picked up the compass, feeling its cool weight in her palm. The needle spun slowly before settling, pointing toward the forest beyond the village. Her heart skipped a beat with a thrill of adventure. "Do you think Grandma would like it?" she asked, biting her lip. "I think it's more suited to an adventurer," Mr. Thistle replied with a twinkle in his eye. "Why don't you take it with you for a little while? See where it leads you." Lily nodded, tucking the compass into her pocket as she thanked Mr. Thistle and promised to return soon. As she left the shop, the late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the path, and she felt an inexplicable pull toward the forest. The compass, clutched tightly in her hand, guided her through the village, past the familiar bakery with its sweet aroma of fresh pastries, and toward the dense woods. The forest was a place of wonder, where sunlight filtered through the canopy, painting the ground with patterns of gold and green. Lily's footsteps were soft on the carpet of fallen leaves, and she felt a sense of peace enveloping her as she ventured deeper. As she walked, she noticed the forest growing quieter, the usual chatter of birds and rustling of creatures muted, as if holding their breath. The compass needle remained steadfast, pointing her toward a thicket of ancient oaks. As she approached, she spotted a narrow path, hidden from view unless one knew where to look. Intrigued, Lily followed the path, her heart pounding with anticipation. The air around her seemed to shimmer, and she had the curious sensation of stepping through an invisible curtain. On the other side, she found herself in a place unlike any she had ever seen, a hidden world within the forest. The clearing was bathed in a soft, ethereal glow. Flowers of every color imaginable carpeted the ground, and the trees towered above like gentle guardians. In the center of the clearing stood a crystal-clear pond, its surface reflecting the sky in perfect detail. Lily knelt by the water, mesmerized by its beauty. As she gazed into the pond, she felt a presence, gentle and welcoming. She looked up to see a small creature peeking out from behind a tree, its eyes wide with curiosity. It was unlike any animal Lily had ever encountered, with a coat that shimmered like moonlight and eyes as deep as the ocean. "Hello," Lily said softly, not wanting to startle the creature. To her surprise, the creature stepped forward, its movements graceful and fluid. It had the delicate features of a deer, but its form was more ethereal, as if made from the very essence of the forest. "Hello," the creature replied, its voice a soft melody that seemed to resonate with the trees. "I am Sylvan." Lily's eyes widened in amazement. "You can talk!" Sylvan nodded, its gaze warm and inviting. "This is a special place, hidden to all but those who seek it with an open heart." Lily felt a rush of joy and wonder. "The compass led me here," she explained, holding it out for Sylvan to see. "The compass is wise," Sylvan said with a nod. "It brings those in need to this sanctuary." They sat together by the pond, and Lily told Sylvan about her grandmother, about how she wished to find the perfect gift for her. Sylvan listened intently, its eyes reflecting the kindness and understanding of the ancient woods. "There is a place," Sylvan said after a moment, "where the heart's true desires can be found. If you wish, I can guide you there." Lily's heart swelled with gratitude. "Yes, please." Together they set off through the hidden world, Sylvan leading the way. As they walked, the forest seemed to come alive around them, flowers blooming in their wake and birds singing melodies that echoed through the trees. They reached a glade where the air was thick with the scent of honeysuckle, and the grass was as soft as a dream. In the center stood an ancient tree, its trunk twisted and gnarled, but its branches reached skyward with an air of quiet majesty. "This is the Tree of Whispers," Sylvan said, lowering its voice reverently. "It holds the memories and dreams of all who have come before. Listen closely, and it will reveal what you seek." Lily approached the tree, placing her hand on its trunk. The bark was warm and pulsed gently beneath her touch. She closed her eyes, letting the sounds of the forest wash over her. Gradually, a soft whisper reached her ears, a gentle murmur that grew clearer as she listened. The tree spoke of her grandmother's love for the village, her joy in tending to her garden, and the way her eyes lit up when she shared stories from her childhood. Lily's heart filled with warmth and understanding. She realized that the greatest gift she could give was not something bought or found, but something shared, a day of memories, laughter, and love. With newfound clarity, Lily thanked the Tree of Whispers and turned to Sylvan. "I know what to do now," she said. her voice steady and filled with certainty. Sylvan nodded, its eyes gleaming with approval. "Then our journey together is complete. Remember, this place is always here, waiting for those who seek it." Lily hugged Sylvan, feeling the creature's comforting presence wrap around her like a gentle breeze. "Thank you, Sylvan. I won't forget." As she made her way back along the hidden path, the forest seemed to hum with the promise of future adventures. The compass, now resting quietly in her pocket, had fulfilled its purpose. When Lily returned to the village, the sun was setting, painting the sky with hues of pink and orange. She hurried home, her heart light and full of excitement. The next day, Lily spent the morning with her grandmother in the garden, planting new flowers and sharing stories. They laughed and talked, and Lily saw the joy in her grandmother's eyes, knowing she had given the greatest gift of all, a day of love and memories. That evening, as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Lily sat by the fireplace, the warmth of the flames enveloping her. She thought of Sylvan and the hidden world within the forest, and she knew that magic was not just in the things we find, but in the love we share and the memories we create. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Lily drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of new adventures and the magical compass that had shown her the way. Once upon a time, in a galaxy teeming with countless stars and planets, there existed a quaint little world known as Luminara, where the skies were forever brushed with hues of lavender and the rivers shimmered like liquid silver under the twin moons. Luminara was a planet of peace, where its inhabitants, the gentle lumens, lived in harmony with the lush landscapes, tending to the bioluminescent flora that glowed softly through the night. In a small village nestled between the rolling hills of Luminara, there lived a lumen named Taro. Taro was known for his kind heart and gentle spirit, always finding joy in the simple act of nurturing the glowing gardens that illuminated his village. His silvery skin glistened like the dewdrops that adorned the leaves each morning, and his eyes sparkled with the warmth of 1,000 suns. One starry evening, as Taro tended to the radiant flowers in his garden, a strange, metallic sound echoed through the skies. Looking up, Taro saw a small spaceship, unlike any he had seen before, descending through the lavender clouds. It landed with a soft thud in the clearing just beyond the village. Curiosity twinkling in his eyes, Taro made his way to the clearing, where he found a peculiar being emerging from the spaceship. This newcomer was unlike any creature of Luminara. With scales that shimmered like the night sky and eyes that glowed with a soft, ethereal light, the being looked around with a mixture of confusion and awe. It was a traveler from a distant planet called Etheria, where the skies were perpetually dark and the stars themselves were said to be alive. The Etherian introduced itself as Mira, its voice a gentle melody that resonated deep within Taro's heart. But where Taro saw an opportunity for friendship, the villagers saw an intruder, and their usual warmth was replaced by caution and misunderstanding. They whispered among themselves, wary of the newcomer who seemed so different from them. Sensing the unease, Mira felt a pang of loneliness, a feeling that was all too familiar. Back on Etheria, Mira had often felt out of place among its own kind, who were more interested in the mysteries of the cosmos than in forming bonds of friendship. Here on Luminara, it seemed that the stars had played a cruel trick, bringing it to a world where it was once again an outsider. But Taro, with his heart full of compassion, approached Mira with a gentle smile. "Welcome to Luminara," he said warmly, his voice as soothing as the whispering wind. "I am Taro, and I would be honored to show you our world." Mira nodded, grateful for the kindness in Taro's eyes, and together they walked through the village, with Taro pointing out the wonders of Luminara, the glowing flora, the crystal-clear streams, and the vibrant creatures that roamed the land. As they wandered, Taro shared stories of the Lumens' traditions and the history of their peaceful planet. Despite the initial misunderstandings, Taro and Mira found themselves drawn to one another's company, discovering a shared love for the beauty of the universe. As days turned into weeks, they spent their time exploring the hidden corners of Luminara, each adventure bringing them closer together. One day, while venturing into the heart of the luminescent forest, Taro and Mira stumbled upon an ancient tree, its branches reaching high into the sky, adorned with blossoms that glowed with a gentle, golden light. It was said that this tree held the wisdom of the ages, and those who sat beneath its boughs could hear the whispers of time itself. Feeling a sense of reverence, Taro and Mira sat beneath the tree, and as they listened to the soft rustling of leaves, they shared their deepest hopes and fears. Taro spoke of his dream to one day plant a garden so magnificent that it would light up the entire village, while Mira shared its longing to find a place where it truly belonged. In that moment, beneath the ancient tree, they realized that despite their differences, they were kindred spirits, both searching for a place in the universe where they could be themselves. They understood that friendship was not about being the same, but about accepting and celebrating each other's uniqueness. Soon after, a challenge arose that would test the strength of their newfound friendship. A powerful storm swept across Lumina, threatening to destroy the village and the glowing gardens that Taro cherished. The villagers, caught in the storm's fury, struggled to protect their homes and livelihoods. Seeing the fear in the villagers' eyes, Mira knew it had to help. Drawing upon the celestial energy of its home planet, Mira conjured a protective barrier around the village, using its own strength to shield the lumens from the storm's wrath. But the effort was draining, and Mira's light began to flicker and fade. Without hesitation, Taro rushed to Mira's side, offering words of encouragement and support. "You are not alone, my friend," he whispered, taking Mira's hands in his own. "Together, we can weather any storm." With Taro's unwavering faith and the villagers' newfound trust, Mira found the strength to hold the barrier until the storm passed. When the skies finally cleared, the villagers emerged from their homes, grateful for Mira's selfless act of bravery. The storm had brought them closer, and the villagers, realizing their previous misunderstanding, welcomed Mira with open arms, embracing it as one of their own. Taro's garden, though battered by the storm, was saved, and as he replanted the glowing flowers, Mira was there by his side, their shared laughter echoing through the rolling hills. In the days that followed, Taro's dream came to life. Together with Mira and the villagers, they planted a garden so radiant that it lit up the entire village, a symbol of unity and friendship that shone brightly under the twin moons of Lumina. As the two friends sat beneath the ancient tree once more, surrounded by the blossoms of their labor, they knew that their bond was unbreakable, forged in the fires of challenge and strengthened by the light of understanding. And though their journey had begun with misunderstanding and uncertainty, it had blossomed into a friendship that transcended the stars. In the gentle glow of the garden, Taro and Mira found what they had been searching for all along, a place where they truly belonged, not defined by where they came from, but by the love and acceptance they shared. And so, under the watchful eyes of the universe, they knew they would never be alone again. And thus, the tale of Taro and Mira became a cherished story on Lumina, a reminder that true friendship knows no bounds, and that even the most unlikely companions can find harmony in the most unexpected of places. Once upon a time, in a land where the sun painted the skies with hues of pink and gold, there lay the enchanting village of Whimsy Hollow. The village was nestled between rolling hills of lavender and fields of fluttering daisies, where the air was always filled with the gentle hum of laughter and the sweet scent of honeysuckle. In Whimsy Hollow, every creature was unique, and each had a special charm of their own. There was Pipkin, the pint-sized fox with a tail that sparkled like 1,000 fireflies, and Mary, the mouse who wore a tiny top hat and played delightful tunes on his miniature violin. Then there was Lark, a wise old tortoise with a shell that changed colors with the seasons, and who always had a kind word or two to share. Life in Whimsy Hollow was always filled with wonder and joy, but one sunny morning, a peculiar event occurred that sent ripples of excitement through the village. The great bubble tree, a magical tree that stood at the heart of the village square, began to produce bubbles that were far too large and bouncy. Normally, the tree's bubbles were just the right size to float gently around, spreading giggles to anyone they touched. But now, they were so immense that they bounced off rooftops and sent chickens clucking in surprise. The villagers gathered around the great bubble tree, scratching their heads in bewilderment. "I do declare," said Pipkin, his eyes wide with amazement, "these bubbles are as big as pumpkins and as bouncy as a bed of marshmallows." Mary twirled his hat and played a cheerful note. Perhaps there's a bit of magic gone awry, he mused. Or maybe the tree is simply in a jolly mood. Lark nodded thoughtfully, his shell glistening in the sunlight. It seems to me, he said in his deep, soothing voice, that we must discover the cause and find a way to help our dear tree return to its usual self. The villagers agreed, and so began their whimsical adventure. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark decided to seek the advice of the village's resident enchantress, a whimsical old woman named Flora, who lived at the edge of the village in a cottage made entirely of gingerbread. As they made their way through the fields, the air was filled with the fragrance of freshly baked cookies, and the sound of Flora's laughter danced on the breeze. Her garden was a riot of colors, with flowers that sang when tickled by the wind and trees that swayed in rhythm to the songs. Flora greeted them with a warm smile and a twinkle in her eye. "Ah, my dear friends," she chuckled. "I hear the great bubble tree has been getting a bit carried away with its bubbles." Pipkin nodded, his tail twinkling with excitement. "Yes, indeed. We were hoping you might have a potion or a spell to help." Flora clapped her hands with delight. "Oh, I do love a good magical mystery. Let us see what we can brew together." In Flora's cozy kitchen, the scent of cinnamon and vanilla filled the air as they mixed ingredients from her collection of jars and bottles. There were giggleberries, which always brought a smile, and whispering petals, known to share secrets with those who listened closely. They added a sprinkle of moonbeam dust, just for a touch of sparkle. As they stirred the concoction, Mary played a joyful tune, and Lark shared an old tale of a turtle who once danced with the stars. The potion bubbled and glowed, casting a warm light around the room. With the potion ready, the friends hurried back to the great bubble tree. The villagers watched with anticipation as Flora sprinkled the potion over the roots of the tree. For a moment, nothing happened, and then the tree shivered with delight, and the bubbles began to shrink to their usual delightful size. The villagers cheered, and the air was filled with laughter and hugs. The great bubble tree twinkled in the sunlight, grateful to be back to its bubbly self. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark beamed with pride, knowing they had helped their village with creativity and friendship. Flora smiled, her heart warmed by the joy she saw around her. "Remember, my dear friends," she said, "that the magic of Whimsy Hollow lies not just in spells and potions, but in the kindness and laughter we share." And so life in Whimsy Hollow returned to its happy rhythm, with bubbles that danced gently on the breeze and hearts that sang with joy. The village continued to be a place of wonder and whimsy, where every day was a new adventure, and where friendship was the most magical gift of all. As the sun set, painting the sky with colors as vibrant as the village itself, the villagers gathered around the great bubble tree once more. This time, they weren't there to solve a mystery, but to celebrate the joy of their community. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark stood proudly, knowing that their teamwork had brought the village back to its delightful self. Flora joined them, bringing a basket filled with her homemade ginger snap cookies, each one shaped like a star. As they nibbled on the sweet treats, the bubbles floated gently overhead, casting rainbows in the fading light. The air was filled with the soft sounds of Mary's violin, his tunes weaving a melody of peace and happiness. "Do you suppose the tree will ever get carried away again?" Pipkin asked, a playful glint in his eyes. "Perhaps," Flora replied with a wink. "But that's the beauty of magic, isn't it? It's full of surprises and wonder, much like life itself." Lark nodded in agreement, his wise old eyes sparkling with wisdom. "And when it does, we'll be ready with our wits and laughter," he said, his shell reflecting the gentle glow of the bubbles. The villagers continued to celebrate, sharing stories and dreams as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky. They knew that whatever challenges they might face, they would always have each other, and that was the greatest magic of all. As the night deepened, the villagers slowly made their way to their cozy homes, their hearts warm with the comfort of friendship and community. The great bubble tree stood tall and proud, a symbol of the joy and unity that defined Whimsy Hollow. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Whimsy Hollow drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of the adventures yet to come and the laughter that would always fill their days. In the quiet hush of the night, The gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of bubbles filled the air, a lullaby of magic and love. And as the first light of dawn began to peek over the hills, Whimsy Hollow awoke once more, ready to embrace the new day with open hearts and cheerful spirits. For in Whimsy Hollow, every day was a celebration of life, a testament to the power of friendship, and a reminder that with kindness and creativity, any problem could be solved. And that, dear listener, is the true magic of Whimsy Hollow, a place where dreams come to life and every heart finds its song. Once upon a time, in a secluded glade nestled deep within an ancient forest, the first rays of dawn peeked through the canopy, casting a warm glow upon the dewy foliage. A gentle mist clung to the air, veiling the world in an ethereal haze. It was in this enchanted realm that the hidden lives of nature's creatures unfolded, intertwined with the rhythms of the seasons and the whispers of ancient wisdom. As the rising sun bathed the clearing in golden light, a family of deer emerged from the undergrowth, their graceful steps leaving delicate imprints on the mossy ground. The majestic stag, his antlers adorned with intricate carvings etched by time, led his herd to a crystalline stream where they quenched their thirst. Nearby, a pair of rabbits frolicked amid the wildflowers, their fluffy tails twitching in delight. Overhead, a kaleidoscope of butterflies danced among the branches, their gossamer wings catching the sunbeams like stained glass. A family of squirrels scampered along the boughs, gathering acorns and chattering merrily, their bushy tails swaying in rhythm with the gentle breeze. In a secluded hollow, a wise old owl perched atop a gnarled oak, her amber eyes the embodiment of ancient knowledge. She watched over the forest's denizens, her feathers ruffling as she imparted the timeless wisdom passed down through countless generations. "Listen to the whispers of the wind, my friends," she hooted, "for they carry the secrets of harmony and balance." As the seasons danced their eternal waltz, the forest transformed, cloaked in the vibrant hues of autumn or blanketed in the pristine white of winter. Yet, through it all, the creatures adapted, their lives intertwined with the ever-changing tapestry of nature. When the first buds of spring unfurled, a chorus of birdsong filled the air, heralding the arrival of new life. The forest floor erupted in a riot of color as wildflowers bloomed, their petals unfurling like tiny beacons of hope. Nearby, a family of foxes emerged from their den, their kits frolicking amid the daffodils, their russet coats shimmering in the gentle sunlight. As summer's warmth enveloped the forest, the air hummed with the buzz of busy bees, their golden bodies darting from blossom to blossom, gathering nectar to sustain their hives. In a sun-dappled glade, a herd of majestic elk grazed peacefully, their antlers silhouetted against the azure sky. Yet, even in this idyllic realm, the forces of nature held sway, reminding all of the delicate balance that bound them together. When the first rumbles of thunder echoed through the canopy, the creatures sought shelter, their instincts guiding them to safety. As the storm unleashed its fury, raindrops danced upon the forest floor, nourishing the thirsty earth and replenishing the streams. In the aftermath, a vibrant rainbow arched across the sky, its prismatic hues painting the forest in a kaleidoscope of color. It was then that the creatures emerged once more, their eyes alight with wonder at the magical display. For in this enchanted realm, the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, and the natural world was imbued with an enchantment that transcended the mundane. As dusk fell, the forest stilled, and the creatures settled in for the night, their slumbers guarded by the watchful eyes of the ancient owl. Her gaze swept over the peaceful glade, and a contented hoot escaped her beak. "Remember, my friends," she whispered into the velvet night, "the true magic lies in the harmony we share with the world around us." And so the hidden lives of nature's creatures unfolded, woven into the tapestry of the seasons, guided by the wisdom of ages past. In this enchanted forest, where reality and magic intertwined, the delicate balance was cherished, for it was the essence of life itself. In a small, sleepy village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, where the air was always fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees, lived a young girl named Ada. Her home, a quaint cottage with a thatched roof and weathered stone walls, stood at the edge of the village, where the forest began and secrets lingered in the shadows of ancient trees. Ada was known for her bright eyes and curious spirit, always eager to uncover the stories hidden in the rustle of leaves or the babbling of the brook that wound its way through the village. Yet, despite her love for tales of yore, Ada knew little of her own family's past. Her grandmother, the village's storyteller, had always hinted at a legacy rich with wonder, but Ada had never heard the full tale. One serene autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced in the crisp breeze and the sun dipped low in the sky, Ada found herself drawn towards the attic of her cottage, a place she seldom ventured. The attic was a realm of dust and shadows, filled with treasures and trinkets from generations past, each with its own story to tell. There, hidden beneath an old quilt, she discovered a wooden chest engraved with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dim light. The chest, she knew, had belonged to her grandmother's grandmother, a woman whispered to have been wise beyond her years. With a heart full of anticipation, Ada opened the chest and uncovered a collection of artifacts, a delicate amulet of silver and turquoise, a bundle of letters bound with a faded ribbon, and a small, intricately carved flute. Each item seemed to hum with a quiet magic, and Ada felt a strange warmth spreading through her fingers as she touched them. Her grandmother, hearing the gentle creak of the attic door, climbed the stairs and joined Ada, her eyes soft with memories. "Ah, you found it," she said, her voice a gentle melody. "Our family's legacy." As they sat together in the fading light, her grandmother began to weave the story of their ancestors. She spoke of a time long ago when their family had been the keepers of an ancient tradition, tasked with preserving the harmony between the village and the forest. The amulet, she explained, was a symbol of their bond with nature, its turquoise stone a gift from the river spirits. The letters written by their ancestors contained wisdom and tales of courage and kindness. The flute, with its sweet, haunting melody, was used to call upon the forest creatures in times of need. Ada listened, her heart swelling with pride and wonder. She realized that the legacy she had uncovered was not just a tale of the past, but a guiding light for her own journey. The artifacts were not merely relics. They were symbols of the values her family cherished: wisdom, harmony, and a deep connection to the natural world. With newfound understanding, Ada felt a sense of belonging she had never known before. She saw herself as part of a greater tapestry, woven with threads of love and tradition. The lessons from her ancestors resonated with her, teaching her that true strength lay in gentleness, and that the bonds we share with others and with the world around us are the greatest treasures of all. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvety night sky, casting a soft glow over the village, Ada and her grandmother descended the stairs from the attic. Together, they sat by the hearth, where the flames danced and crackled, casting a warm, comforting light. Ada took the flute in her hands and played a simple, sweet tune. The music flowed through the open window, mingling with the night breeze, and for a moment, it seemed as if the entire forest paused to listen. In that serene moment, Ada felt the presence of her ancestors, their love and wisdom enveloping her like a warm embrace. From that day forward, Ada cherished her family's legacy, not as a burden, but as a gift. She shared the stories and the music with the villagers, fostering a renewed appreciation for the bonds that connected them all. And as the seasons turned and the years passed, Ada became the village's storyteller, a gentle guardian of the tales that had shaped her life and the lives of those who came before. In the quiet of the night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Ada knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be, rooted in her heritage, enveloped in love, and forever connected to the ancient legacy that whispered through the leaves and sang in the heart of the forest. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled amidst whispering woods and rolling hills, there was a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled like the morning dew on a sunlit meadow. Lila lived in a small cottage with her grandmother, a wise woman known by all as the keeper of old tales and forgotten lore. Every evening after the sun had dipped below the horizon and the sky was painted with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the crackling fireplace, eagerly listening to her grandmother's stories. These tales spoke of enchanted forests, hidden worlds beneath the earth, and magical objects that held the power to transform lives. One chilly autumn night, as the wind howled softly against the windows, Lila's grandmother began a story about a peculiar object known as the Whispering Locket. "This locket," her grandmother began, her voice a gentle murmur against the backdrop of the crackling fire, "was said to have the power to reveal truths and guide those who listened with an open heart." Intrigued, Lila asked, "Where is this locket now, Grandma?" Her grandmother smiled mysteriously, her eyes twinkling with secrets. "Some say it lies hidden deep within the heart of the Whispering Woods, waiting for a worthy soul to discover it." That night, as Lila lay in bed, the story of the Whispering Locket lingered in her thoughts, weaving itself into her dreams. She imagined the locket glowing softly beneath the canopy of ancient trees, whispering secrets of the world to those who dared to listen. With the dawn came a newfound determination. Lila decided that she would embark on a journey to find the Whispering Locket. She felt a curious pull towards the woods, as if the very trees were calling her name with the rustle of their leaves. The next morning, with a knapsack filled with bread, cheese, and a canteen of fresh spring water, Lila set off towards the Whispering Woods. The path was dappled with sunlight, and the air was filled with the scent of pine and earth. Birds chirped a cheerful melody, and squirrels scurried across the forest floor, pausing curiously to watch Lila as she passed. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the light grew dimmer, filtered through the thick canopy of leaves overhead. The air was cooler here, carrying the faint scent of moss and damp earth. Lila felt a tingling sense of excitement mixed with trepidation, for she knew she was entering a place where magic lingered in every shadow. Hours passed as Lila wandered deeper into the woods, guided by intuition and the occasional whisper of the wind. She paused to rest beside a gentle brook that babbled over smooth stones, its water clear as crystal. Here, she met a peculiar friend, a small, golden fox with eyes as bright as amber. The fox approached Lila with a cautious curiosity, its bushy tail flicking playfully. Lila extended her hand, and to her delight, the fox nuzzled its nose against her fingers. "Hello there," Lila said softly. "Are you a guardian of these woods?" The fox tilted its head, as if considering her words, then darted off a few paces, pausing to look back at her with an inviting gaze. It seemed to beckon Lila to follow, and with a sense of wonder, she did. They journeyed together through the forest, the fox leading Lila through hidden trails and secret glades. Along the way, Lila marveled at the beauty around her, the delicate ferns that unfurled in the shade, the vibrant mushrooms that dotted the forest floor, and the symphony of birdsong that filled the air. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the woodland, the fox led Lila to a clearing bathed in the golden light of dusk. At the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching towards the sky like the arms of a wise old sage. Nestled among the roots of this grand tree was a small moss-covered stone altar. Upon it rested a locket, its silver surface glinting in the fading light. Lila's heart leaped with recognition. This was the Whispering Locket from her grandmother's tales. With a sense of reverence, Lila approached the altar. The locket seemed to hum softly, resonating with a melody that only her heart could hear. She reached out and gently lifted the locket from its resting place, feeling its cool weight in her palm. As she held the locket, a soft voice echoed in her mind, warm and wise. "What truth do you seek, dear child?" Lila closed her eyes, allowing the calm of the moment to wash over her. She thought of her grandmother, of the stories and wisdom she'd shared. She thought of her own place in the world, and the courage it took to seek the unknown. "I seek to understand my path," Lila whispered, her voice blending with the gentle rustle of leaves. The locket pulsed gently, and Lila felt a warmth spread through her, as if the very essence of the woods embraced her. Images danced before her mind's eye, her grandmother's loving smile, the friends she had yet to meet, and the adventures that awaited her beyond the horizon. In that moment, Lila understood that the journey she had embarked upon was not just about finding the locket, but about discovering the strength and wisdom within herself. The locket had guided her, but it was her own heart that had shown her the way. With newfound clarity, Lila opened her eyes and looked at the fox, who watched her with knowing eyes. She smiled, and the fox seemed to nod in approval, its tail flicking contentedly. As the stars began to twinkle in the sky, Lila returned the locket to the altar, feeling a sense of gratitude and peace. The fox led her back through the forest, the path now familiar and welcoming. The journey home was filled with a quiet joy, the forest around her alive with the magic of the night. When Lila finally emerged from the woods, the village was bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. Her grandmother was waiting by the garden gate, her eyes full of pride and love. "Did you find what you were looking for?" her grandmother asked, embracing Lila warmly. "I did, Grandma," Lila replied, her voice filled with the wisdom of her journey. "I found the whispering locket, but more importantly, I found myself." Her grandmother smiled, her heart full of understanding. Together, they walked back to their cozy cottage, where the fire crackled merrily in the hearth, casting a warm glow across the room. As Lila lay in bed that night, she felt a deep sense of contentment. The forest had whispered its secrets, and she had listened with an open heart. Her dreams were filled with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft glow of moonlight, a reminder that magic was everywhere, waiting to be discovered. And so, Lila's story became one of many, passed down through generations as a tale of courage, friendship, and the timeless journey of self-discovery. In the quiet village by the Whispering Woods, the legend of the Whispering Locket lived on, inspiring those who dared to seek their own truths. As the night deepened, the village lay in peaceful slumber, the stars watching over all with their gentle light. And in the heart of the woods, the ancient oak stood sentinel, its branches whispering secrets to the wind, a reminder that the world was full of wonder for those who listened with their hearts. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the sunlight filtered through a dense canopy of emerald leaves, a gentle symphony of life thrived in harmonious balance. The forest was a tapestry of vibrant greens and earth tones, woven with the sounds of rustling leaves, babbling brooks, and the soft hum of contented creatures. This was a place where the natural world held sway, its secrets and wisdom guarded by the ancient trees that stood sentinel over the land. Among the denizens of this enchanted realm was a wise old owl named Bramble. He was a dignified creature, his feathers flecked with the silver of countless moonlit nights. Bramble made his home in the hollow of an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching out like welcoming arms. From this high perch, he could survey the forest and all its inhabitants, his keen eyes missing nothing. Bramble was known throughout the forest as a keeper of stories and a bearer of wisdom, passed down through generations of owls. On quiet nights, when the moon was a luminescent pearl against the velvet sky, the creatures of the forest would gather beneath the oak to listen to Bramble's tales of old. These stories were not mere entertainment. They were lessons, woven with the threads of history and magic, teaching the forest folk about the delicate balance that sustained their world. One particularly serene evening, the forest was bathed in the warm glow of twilight, the air fragrant with the scent of pine and earth. A gentle breeze whispered through the leaves, carrying with it the promise of change. The creatures began to gather at the base of the old oak, settling into the soft moss that blanketed the forest floor. There was Thistle, the clever fox with a coat of fiery orange, who was known for her quick wit and kind heart. Beside her sat Willow, a gentle deer whose eyes shone with the wisdom of the woods. And perched on a nearby branch was Pippin, a lively squirrel with a bushy tail and an endless curiosity about the world. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Bramble emerged from his hollow. His eyes gleamed with the knowledge of countless seasons, and his voice when he spoke was deep and resonant, like the murmur of a distant stream. "Gather close, my friends," Bramble began, his words carrying on the breeze. "Tonight I shall tell you the tale of the seasons' dance, and how each one brings its own magic to our forest home." The creatures settled in, their eyes wide with anticipation, as Bramble unfurled the story of the seasons' dance. "In the days long past," Bramble began, "the forest was young, and the seasons were but fledgling spirits, each with its own unique gift for the world. Spring, with her gentle touch, brought the promise of new beginnings, awakening the earth with the vibrant colors of blooming flowers and the sweet songs of returning birds. Her breath was a warm caress, coaxing life from the soil and filling the air with the heady perfume of blossoms. Summer followed in her wake. a radiant spirit whose laughter was the sun's golden rays. She painted the world in lush greens and filled the days with warmth and light. The forest thrived under her care, the trees heavy with fruit, and the creatures basking in her generous embrace. Then came Autumn, the artist, with his palette of crimson and gold. His cool touch transformed the forest into a tapestry of rich colors, a final celebration before the world would rest. He was a gentle guardian of change, his breeze carrying the rustle of falling leaves, each one a whispered promise of renewal. Finally, winter arrived, her cloak woven from the softest snowflakes, her breath a crisp, invigorating chill. She wrapped the world in a serene hush, the forest slumbering beneath a blanket of white. Yet within her stillness was a quiet magic, a time for reflection and dreams as the earth prepared for the cycle to begin anew. Bramble paused, letting the story settle into the hearts of his listeners. The forest was silent, the only sound the soft sigh of the wind through the trees. The seasons, you see, Bramble continued, are not mere divisions of time, but symphony of life. Each one dances in its turn, bringing its own gifts and challenges, teaching us the importance of change and balance. For just as the forest thrives in harmony with the seasons, so too must we, the creatures of this world, adapt and grow, guided by the wisdom of nature. The creatures listened intently, their minds filled with images of the seasons' dance. They understood that the forest was a living tapestry, its beauty and resilience born from the interplay of its many parts. And they knew that they too were part of this wondrous cycle, their lives intertwined with the rhythm of the natural world. As the moon rose high in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the forest, Bramble concluded his tale. Remember, dear friends, that we are all stewards of this land. With each season, we are given the opportunity to learn and grow, to cherish and protect the delicate balance that sustains us. Let us walk this path with gratitude and wisdom, for in doing so, we honor the magic of the forest and the spirit of the seasons. With those words, Bramble tucked his wings close and settled back into his perch, his heart full of the peace that comes from sharing the old wisdom. The creatures below murmured their thanks, their spirits buoyed by the gentle reminder of their place in the world. As they dispersed into the night, the forest seemed to breathe a sigh of contentment, the trees swaying in the moonlit breeze. The whispering woods, with its hidden lives and ancient rhythms, continued its timeless dance, a testament to the enduring magic of nature and the harmony that binds all living things. And so, with hearts full of wonder and a renewed sense of purpose, the creatures of the forest returned to their homes, the gentle wisdom of Bramble's tale guiding their dreams as they drifted into a peaceful slumber beneath the watchful gaze of the stars. In the heart of the ancient whispering woods, where the trees were as old as time itself, a gentle symphony of life played out among the rustling leaves and whispering winds. Here, the air was thick with the fragrance of pine and the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers, while the ground was a soft carpet of moss and fallen leaves, cool and inviting beneath bare feet. This enchanted forest was a realm where reality and magic intertwined seamlessly. The trees were not just trees. They were wise old sentinels that stood watch over the land, their bark etched with the stories of centuries. In their branches, birds of every color sang melodious songs, their notes blending harmoniously with the gentle babble of a nearby brook, its waters sparkling like liquid crystal under the dappled sunlight. In this hidden world, creatures of all shapes and sizes lived in a delicate balance, each playing a role in the grand tapestry of life. Among them was a small, kind-hearted squirrel named Finn. With fur the color of autumn leaves and bright, curious eyes, Finn was known throughout the forest for his gentle nature and quick wit. Finn lived in a cozy nest high in the branches of an old oak tree, its gnarled limbs reaching out like welcoming arms. His home was filled with the comforting scents of acorns and dried herbs, a testament to his careful preparation for the colder months. Each morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and gold, Finn would venture out to greet the day, his heart filled with the simple joy of being alive. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was ablaze with the fiery colors of the season, Finn noticed something unusual. The leaves, which normally fluttered to the ground in a gentle cascade, seemed to be swirling up into the air. caught in a dance with the wind. It was as if they were alive, moving with a purpose and grace that defied explanation. Intrigued, Finn decided to follow the path of the dancing leaves. As he darted through the underbrush, the cool breeze ruffled his fur, carrying with it the earthy scent of the forest. The leaves led him to a clearing bathed in golden sunlight, where a group of woodland creatures had gathered. At the center of the clearing stood an ancient stag, his antlers crowned with a halo of mist that shimmered like stardust. His presence commanded a quiet reverence, and the creatures around him watched with wide eyes, their breaths held in anticipation. The stag, whose name was Eldrin, was the guardian of the Whispering Woods, a being of immense wisdom and gentle strength. With a voice that resonated with the deep timber of the forest, he spoke to the gathered creatures. "The time has come," Eldrin announced, his words weaving through the air like a soothing melody. "The cycle of the seasons is upon us, and with it, the magic that sustains our world. We must come together to maintain the harmony that allows us all to thrive." Finn listened intently, his heart swelling with a sense of purpose. He understood the balance of the forest was a delicate one, reliant on the cooperation and understanding of all its inhabitants. It was a lesson passed down through generations, a truth as old as the forest itself. As Eldrin continued, he explained the task at hand. "The winds of change are strong this year, and they bring with them the whispers of ancient magic. We must harness this magic to ensure the forest remains vibrant and alive through the coming winter." With a nod of understanding, the creatures set to work. The birds took to the skies, their wings cutting through the crisp air as they spread seeds across the forest floor, ensuring new life would spring forth when the seasons turned. The rabbits and foxes worked together to clear fallen branches, creating cozy burrows and dens to shelter them from the cold. Even the smallest insects played their part, tending to the soil and helping it breathe. Finn, with his nimble paws and quick mind, was tasked with gathering the leaves that danced through the air. He scampered to and fro, collecting them in great armfuls and placing them in a pile at the center of the clearing. As the pile grew, it shimmered with a soft, otherworldly light, infused with the magic that Eldrin had spoken of. Once all the tasks were completed, Eldrin stepped forward, his hooves silent on the forest floor. With a graceful dip of his head, he touched the pile of leaves with his antlers. A brilliant light erupted from the center, spreading outwards in a wave of warmth and energy that enveloped the entire forest. Finn watched in awe as the light danced through the trees, illuminating every leaf and branch with a golden glow. It was a sight of breathtaking beauty, a testament to the power of unity and the magic that flowed through the natural world. As the light faded, a deep sense of peace settled over the forest. The creatures, their hearts filled with contentment, returned to their homes, knowing that they had played a part in maintaining the balance of their world. Finn, too, made his way back to his nest, his feet crunching softly on the carpet of leaves. As he settled down in his cozy home, he felt a warmth in his chest, a quiet satisfaction that came from being part of something greater than himself. In the days that followed, the forest thrived, its inhabitants living in harmony with one another and the world around them. The magic of the seasons continued its eternal dance, guided by the wisdom and friendship of those who called the Whispering Woods their home. And so, as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky and the moon cast a gentle glow over the land, Finn drifted off to sleep, his dreams filled with the promise of new adventures and the comforting knowledge that the forest and its magic would always endure. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Lumina. In the small village of Amberley, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, tales of enchantment and mystery were as old as the trees themselves. The woods were a place of wonder, where the air was thick with secrets and magic lingered in the rustling leaves. Yet it was also a place avoided by many, for deep within its heart lay a hidden world, known only to those with the courage to seek it. The village was a cozy cluster of thatched roof cottages, surrounded by fields of lavender that swayed gently in the breeze, filling the air with a soothing fragrance. The villagers were kind and simple folk, their days marked by the rhythm of the seasons and the quiet pleasures of rural life. In one such cottage lived a young girl named Leora. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Leora was known for her gentle nature and the way she seemed to understand the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds. She often spent her afternoons wandering the edges of the whispering woods, listening to the stories the forest had to tell. One cool autumn evening, as the setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, Leora sat at her window, gazing out at the woods. Her heart longed for adventure, and she felt a pull towards the trees, as though they were calling her name. "Leora," her mother called from the kitchen, "come help me with supper." Leora reluctantly tore her gaze from the window and joined her mother. As they prepared the meal, her mother spoke of the coming winter and the preparations they must make. But Leora's mind drifted back to the woods, to the stories of hidden worlds and magical beings that her grandmother used to tell. That night, as the village lay quiet under a blanket of stars, Leora lay awake in her bed, listening to the gentle rustle of the leaves outside. Unable to resist the call of adventure any longer, she quietly slipped out of bed, wrapped a warm cloak around her shoulders, and tiptoed out of the cottage. The moon cast a silvery glow over the landscape as Leora made her way towards the whispering woods. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. As she entered the woods, the trees seemed to lean in, welcoming her into their embrace. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest came alive. The leaves whispered secrets, and the branches formed intricate patterns against the sky. Leora felt a sense of wonder and awe, as though she were stepping into a dream. After walking for what felt like hours, Leora came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its twisted branches reaching towards the heavens. Beneath the tree lay a small, flickering light, like a star fallen to earth. Curious, Leora approached the light and discovered it was a lantern, crafted from delicate glass and metal, its surface etched with intricate patterns. The lantern glowed with a soft, warm light that seemed to pulse with life. As she reached out to touch it, a voice, gentle and melodic, echoed through the clearing. "The Lantern of Luminara," it said, "a beacon for those who seek the hidden world." Leora looked around, but saw no one. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The voice replied, "I am the spirit of the forest, and I have watched over these woods for centuries. The lantern is a gift for those with pure hearts and the courage to seek the truth." Leora felt a thrill of excitement mixed with apprehension. She had heard of the Lantern of Luminara in her grandmother's tales, a magical object that could reveal the hidden world within the whispering woods. "Will you accept the lantern and embark on a journey of discovery?" the voice asked. Leora nodded, her heart pounding with anticipation. "Yes, I will." As she lifted the lantern, its light grew brighter, illuminating the clearing with a warm, golden glow. The air shimmered, and the world around her seemed to shift and change. The trees swayed gently, their leaves whispering secrets in a language she couldn't quite understand. With the lantern in hand, Leora began her journey deeper into the woods. The path before her was bathed in light, and she felt a sense of peace and purpose guiding her steps. As she walked, Leora encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. A family of fireflies danced around her, their tiny lights twinkling like stars. A wise old owl perched on a branch, its eyes gleaming with wisdom. And a gentle deer with antlers like branches nodded in greeting as she passed. Each encounter filled her with a sense of wonder and belonging, as though she were part of a world she had always known in her heart. The forest seemed endless, a labyrinth of trees and shadows, but Leora felt no fear. The lantern's light guided her, and she trusted in its magic to lead her to the hidden world. As she journeyed deeper, the air grew cooler and the shadows longer. The forest was silent now, save for the gentle rustle of leaves. Leora felt a sense of anticipation, as though she were on the brink of discovering something extraordinary. Finally, she reached a glade where the moonlight danced upon a shimmering pool. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the stars above. At the center of the pool stood a small island, and on it, a stone altar, ancient and weathered by time. Leora approached the water's edge, her reflection rippling in the surface. The lantern's light cast a golden glow over the pool, revealing a path of stepping stones that led to the island. With each step, Leora felt the weight of the forest's magic surrounding her, a tangible presence that filled her with awe. When she reached the altar, she placed the lantern upon it, the light casting intricate patterns over the stone. In that moment, the air shimmered, and a figure appeared before her, ethereal and radiant. It was the spirit of the forest, its form shifting like the wind through the trees. "Welcome, seeker of truth," the spirit said, its voice a melody of the earth. "You have come far, guided by the light of Luminara. What do you seek?" Leora took a deep breath, her heart filled with the courage of her journey. "I seek to understand the world hidden within these woods, to learn its secrets and share its wonders." The spirit smiled, its light flickering like the lantern. "You have shown courage and kindness, and the forest has embraced you as one of its own. The hidden world is within you, a place of wisdom and magic that can only be found by those who seek with an open heart." As the spirit spoke, Leora felt a warmth spreading through her, a connection to the forest and all its creatures. She understood now that the hidden world was not a place to be found, but a state of being, a way of seeing the world with wonder and love. "You are part of the forest, Leora," the spirit said, "and its magic will be with you always. Go forth and share its light with the world." With those words the spirit faded, leaving Leora standing by the altar, the lantern's light still glowing brightly. She returned to the village, her heart filled with the magic of the whispering woods. She knew that her journey had changed her, that she carried the hidden world within her. And so, Leora became a storyteller, sharing the tales of her adventures with the villagers. Under her guidance, they learned to see the magic in the everyday, to find wonder in the world around them. The Whispering Woods remained a place of mystery and enchantment, a source of inspiration for all who dared to listen to its whispers. And Leora, with the Lantern of Luminara as her guide, continued to explore its secrets, her heart forever open to the magic of the hidden world. In the heart of the lush, emerald-green woods, where the golden sunbeams filtered through the canopy like threads of silk, there lay a small village named Willow Glen. It was a place where time seemed to stand still, wrapped in the gentle embrace of nature's beauty and serenity. The villagers there lived simple, harmonious lives, tending to their gardens and sharing stories by the fireplace. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her kind heart and curious spirit. Lila had a way of seeing the world that others often overlooked, finding magic in the mundane and joy in simplicity. Her days were filled with exploration, as she wandered the woods, collecting wildflowers and listening to the whispers of the wind. One day, while following a particularly curious-looking butterfly with wings the color of a late-afternoon sky, Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. Nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with swirling patterns, reminiscent of the dancing leaves in autumn. As she carefully picked it up, she noticed it felt warm to the touch and seemed to hum with a life of its own. Lila's heart raced with excitement as she opened the box. Inside was a shimmering, iridescent stone, unlike anything she had ever seen. It glowed softly, casting a gentle light that danced in her eyes. As she held it, a comforting warmth spread through her, as if the stone itself was whispering secrets of forgotten times. Intrigued by her discovery, Lila hurried back to the village to show her best friend, Finn. Finn was a gentle soul with a mind as sharp as a fox's and a heart as vast as the ocean. Together they had shared countless adventures, each one more thrilling than the last. "Lila, where have you been?" Finn called out as she approached, his eyes lighting up with curiosity. "Finn, you won't believe what I found!" Lila exclaimed, holding out the stone for him to see. As Finn took the stone in his hands, his eyes widened in awe. "It's beautiful, Lila. But what is it?" he asked, turning the stone over to admire its luminescent surface. "I don't know," Lila admitted, "but I think it's special. It feels alive." The two friends sat beneath the shade of a willow tree, discussing the stone's origins and pondering its purpose. As they spoke, the stone seemed to pulse softly, as if responding to their words. It was then that Finn noticed something remarkable. "Lila, look!" he said, pointing to the ground. As they watched, the grass around them began to shimmer with the same iridescent glow as the stone, forming a delicate pathway leading deeper into the woods. With hearts full of wonder and a sense of adventure, Leela and Finn decided to follow the glowing path. It twisted and turned through the forest, leading them to places they had never seen before. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers, and the sounds of birdsong accompanied their journey. As they walked, they noticed that the path seemed to guide them through a hidden world, one that existed just beyond the veil of the ordinary. Trees with leaves of silver and flowers that sang in the breeze surrounded them, and they marveled at the beauty of it all. Eventually, the path led them to a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching toward the heavens, adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars. "This must be the heart of the forest," Finn whispered, his voice filled with awe. Lila nodded, her eyes shining with wonder. "It's like a dream," she said softly. As they approached the tree, the stone in Lila's hand began to glow brighter, and a gentle voice filled the air around them. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, conveying a sense of warmth and belonging. "You have found the stone of harmony," the voice seemed to say. "It is a gift from the forest, a symbol of the bond between nature and those who cherish it." Lila and Finn exchanged a glance, understanding dawning within them. The stone was not just a magical object. It was a reminder of the harmony that existed between all living things, a connection that could be felt in every breath of wind and every rustle of leaves. As they stood beneath the tree, the stone pulsed with a gentle rhythm, and the world around them seemed to come alive. The whispers of the forest became clearer, speaking of ancient stories and timeless wisdom. "We must protect this place," Leela said, her voice filled with determination. "It's a treasure, and it needs to be cherished." Finn nodded, his heart swelling with pride. "Together, we can make sure it stays safe," he agreed. With a newfound purpose, the two friends made their way back to the village, their hearts light with the knowledge of the secret world they had discovered. They shared their tale with the villagers, who listened with rapt attention and vowed to help protect the forest and its hidden wonders. As the days turned into weeks, Lila and Finn continued to visit the clearing, tending to the tree and learning from the wisdom of the forest. They discovered that the stone had the power to heal and to bring peace, and they used it to help those in need, spreading kindness and harmony throughout the village. Through their actions, the forest thrived, and the bond between the villagers and the natural world grew stronger. Lila and Finn's friendship blossomed, their shared adventures bringing them closer than ever. In the heart of Willow Glen, where the sun cast its warm embrace over the land, the village flourished, a testament to the power of harmony and the beauty of friendship. And in the depths of the forest, beneath the shade of the ancient tree, the stone of harmony continued to glow, a beacon of hope and peace for all who dared to dream. As the years passed, Lila and Finn grew older, their lives rich with the memories of their adventures and the joy of the world they had helped to protect. And though they eventually passed the stone of harmony on to the next generation, its magic remained, a timeless reminder of the bonds that connected them all. And so, in the quiet moments as dusk settled over the village, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, telling tales of a young girl and her friend who had found the heart of the world and learned that true magic lay not in the stone itself, but in the love and friendship that it inspired. The end. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight danced upon emerald leaves and mist swirled like a silken veil, lay a secret world. This realm was one where the whispers of the wind and the songs of the stream spoke of ages past, where the creatures of the forest lived in gentle harmony with nature and each other. The forest was home to a myriad of creatures, each with their own role in the delicate balance of life. Among them lived a wise old turtle named Tully, whose shell bore the intricate patterns of countless years. Tully was known as the keeper of stories, his wisdom passed down from generation to generation, like a river flowing through time. One crisp autumn morning, the forest awoke under a blanket of fog, the air tinged with the rich scent of damp earth and fallen leaves. It was on this morning that the young squirrel named Pippin scurried through the underbrush, his eyes wide with wonder. Pippin was a curious soul, his heart filled with questions about the world he called home. As Pippin scampered over gnarled roots and around towering trunks, he stumbled upon Tully, who was basking in a patch of sunlight that had broken through the canopy above. The old turtle's eyes twinkled with the warmth of 1,000 dawns as he watched Pippin approach. "Good morning, Pippin," Tully greeted, his voice as smooth as the river stones worn by time. "What brings you to my sunlit spot today?" Pippin hesitated for a moment, his bushy tail twitching with excitement. "Tully," he began, "I've heard whispers of a magical phenomenon that ties the changing seasons to the very heart of our forest. Can you tell me more about it?" The old turtle chuckled softly, the sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "Ah, the dance of the seasons," he said. "It is indeed a wondrous thing. Sit with me, young one, and I shall share the tale with you." Pippin settled beside Tully, listening intently as the turtle began his story. Long ago, when the world was still young, the forest was entrusted to the care of 4 ancient spirits, each one embodying a season. There was Bridget of the spring, with her cloak of blossoms and breath of warmth; Terrus of the summer, radiant as the sun, bringing life and laughter; Aurum of the autumn, cloaked in gold, whispering change and reflection; and Xylios of the winter, serene and still, blanketing the forest in peace and rest. Tully paused, allowing the gentle rustle of the wind to fill the silence. These spirits, in their wisdom, understood that balance was essential for the harmony of the forest. And so they came together to create the Dance of the Seasons, a magical phenomenon that ensured the smooth transition from one season to the next. Pippin's eyes were wide with awe as he imagined the scene. "And what happens during this dance?" he asked eagerly. "The dance," Tully explained, "is a symphony of nature. It begins with Bridget painting the forest in vivid colors, coaxing the first buds from their sleep. As her song fades, Terrus enters, his laughter echoing through the canopy as the sun's golden rays dance upon the leaves. When it is time for Terrus to rest, Aurum steps in, his footsteps scattering leaves like whispers of wisdom, teaching us the beauty of letting go. Finally, Xylios arrives, wrapping the world in a gentle silence, a reminder that rest is as important as growth. As Tully spoke, Pippin could almost see the spirits moving through the forest, their presence felt in the shifting of the wind and the changing of the light. "But how do they know when to begin the dance?" he asked. "Ah," Tully smiled, "that is the magic of the forest itself. The spirits listen to the heart of the forest, to the rhythms of life that pulse beneath the earth and sing through the air. It is a bond forged through wisdom and respect, a cycle of giving and receiving that has existed since time immemorial." Pippin nodded, understanding now the delicate balance that sustained the world around him. The wisdom of the spirits was rooted not in power, but in harmony, a lesson passed down through the ages. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Pippin thanked Tully for sharing his tale. The young squirrel scampered away, his heart light and his mind filled with the stories of the forest. In the days that followed, Pippin watched the dance of the seasons unfold before him. He saw the first blush of spring color the world, felt the warmth of summer's embrace, marveled at the vibrant tapestry of autumn, and found solace in the quiet peace of winter. And with each change, he remembered the wisdom of the spirits and the balance they maintained. The forest continued its timeless cycle, a testament to the harmony that could be achieved when all creatures, great and small, lived with respect for each other and for the world they shared. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where reality and magic intertwined, the stories of the Dance of the Seasons were passed down, whispered through the leaves and sung by the streams, a gentle reminder of the beauty of balance and the power of nature's wisdom. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Pippin curled up in his cozy nest, the warmth of the forest enveloping him like a soft blanket. He closed his eyes, his dreams filled with visions of the spirits' dance and the gentle lessons of harmony they imparted. And so, with peace in his heart and the promise of a new day, Pippin drifted into a deep and restful sleep. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy overhead swayed like a sea of emeralds, there thrived a hidden world that few humans ever glimpsed. This was a place where sunlight dripped through the leaves like golden honey, where the air was sweet with the perfume of wildflowers and the earthy scent of moss. Here, the world pulsed with the quiet rhythm of life, orchestrated by the soft whispers of the wind and the gentle rustling of creatures unseen. Among the inhabitants of this enchanted realm were the Sylvans, gentle beings as old as the forest itself. They were small, with skin that shimmered like the bark of birch trees and hair that danced in colors of autumn leaves. The Sylvans were the forest's caretakers, guardians of the delicate balance that nurtured all life within. In this haven of tranquility, the Sylvans lived in harmony with the creatures of the woods. Deer with eyes like pools of melted chocolate grazed alongside them, and birds with feathers of sapphire and emerald sang songs that wove through the branches like ribbons of melody. Each creature knew its place in the intricate web of life, guided by the wisdom passed down through countless generations. One such Sylvan was a young guardian named Leora. Her eyes reflected the deep greens of the forest, and her heart beat in tune with the ancient trees. Leora had always been fascinated by the changing seasons, each one a story written in the language of nature. Her favorite time was the gentle transition from summer to autumn, when the forest donned its cloak of fiery hues and the air was crisp with the promise of change. It was during this time of transition that a peculiar phenomenon began to occur. The wind, usually a playful presence that danced through the trees, began to carry a murmur of distress. The leaves whispered of an imbalance, a disruption in the harmony that sustained their world. The forest, once vibrant and thriving, seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something to set it right. Leora, with her deep connection to the forest, felt a stirring in her heart. She knew that the answer lay somewhere within the whispers of the wind and the rustle of the leaves. Gathering her courage, she set out to seek the wisdom of the elder oak, the oldest and wisest tree in the forest, whose roots delved deep into the earth and whose branches reached for the sky. The journey to the elder oak took Leora through paths carpeted with fallen leaves, their colors a tapestry of gold and crimson. The air was filled with the sound of crunching beneath her feet and the occasional scurry of woodland creatures. As she walked, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a crystal note in the symphony of the forest. When Leora finally stood before the elder oak, she felt a sense of awe and reverence. The tree towered above her, its bark etched with the stories of ages past, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the entire forest. Leora placed her hand against the rough bark, feeling the life that thrummed beneath her fingertips. "O wise elder," she whispered, "the forest is troubled. The balance has shifted, and I seek your counsel." The elder oak's response was a soft rustling, a language that Leora had learned to understand through years of listening. "The seasons are the breath of the forest," the tree seemed to say. "When one breathes too deeply, the others must adjust. The balance is delicate, like the web of a spider after rain." Leora pondered these words, letting them settle in her heart. She realized that the forest's harmony was not just a matter of nature's rhythms, but of understanding and cooperation among all its inhabitants. With newfound clarity, Leora returned to the Sylvan village. She gathered the creatures of the forest, the deer, the birds, the squirrels with their bright eyes and bushy tails. Together, they listened as Leora shared the elder oak's wisdom. "We must work together," she said, her voice as gentle as the breeze. "Each of us plays a part in maintaining the balance. The wind, the rain, the sun, and the soil, each has a role, and so do we." The creatures nodded, understanding that they were part of a greater whole. They set about their tasks, guided by Leora's gentle leadership. The birds carried seeds to new places, ensuring the forest's renewal. The deer pruned the undergrowth, allowing light to reach the forest floor. The Sylvans tended to the trees, nurturing the saplings that would one day stand as tall as the elder oak. As the days passed, the forest began to breathe easier. The murmur of distress faded, replaced by the harmonious song of life. The balance had been restored, not by force but by understanding and cooperation. And so the seasons continued their dance, each one a chapter in the forest's story. Leora, now wiser and filled with a deeper connection to her home, knew that the lessons of the elder oak would guide her and the generations to come. Under the canopy of stars, as the forest settled into the embrace of night, Leora sat beneath the elder oak, feeling the warmth of the earth and the cool kiss of the breeze. She closed her eyes, letting the peace of the forest fill her soul, knowing that she was part of something beautiful and eternal. In this ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, the hidden lives of natural creatures thrived in harmony, their stories woven into the fabric of the world. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the forest, all was as it should be, balanced, peaceful, and whole. Title: The Whispering Stones. In the heart of the lush, emerald forest, where the air seemed to hum with a melody only the trees could hear, there lay a small village named Verdant Hollow. It was a place cloaked in perpetual spring, where the sun filtered through the canopy in soft, golden beams, and the scent of blooming wildflowers mingled with the crisp freshness of the morning dew. The village was known for its tranquility, nestled as it was between the arms of the great forest and the silver-threaded river that wound its way through the landscape. The villagers lived in harmony with nature, their homes built from the very wood of fallen trees, and their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the land. In this serene setting lived a young girl named Lyra, with hair as dark as raven feathers and eyes that sparkled like the forest's hidden streams. Lyra was known for her gentle heart and her insatiable curiosity about the world beyond the village's borders. Her days were spent wandering through the woods, listening to the whispers of the leaves and the songs of the birds, her heart yearning for something more, something unknown. One crisp autumn morning, as the mist clung to the earth and the world was still wrapped in the gentle embrace of dawn, Lyra set out on one of her many explorations. The forest was alive with the chatter of squirrels and the rustle of leaves underfoot. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she stumbled upon a small, secluded glade she had never seen before. The glade was unlike any other part of the forest. It was filled with a soft, almost ethereal light, and at its center lay a peculiar circle of stones. These stones were unlike any Lyra had seen. They were smooth and cool to the touch, with faint, glowing runes carved into their surfaces. As she traced her fingers over them, she felt a curious tingling sensation, as if the stones were alive, humming with a silent energy. Intrigued, Lyra sat among them, closing her eyes to better feel their vibrations. As she sat, the world around her began to fade, and a gentle voice, soft and melodic, filled her mind. "Welcome, seeker of the unseen," it whispered, as if carried on the breeze. "You have found the Whispering Stones, a gateway to the hidden realm." Lyra's heart skipped a beat. A hidden realm? Her curiosity blazed brighter than ever. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice a mere breath in the stillness. "We are the guardians of the ancient paths," the voice replied, warm and comforting. "Through us, you may glimpse the world beyond the veil, where the ordinary becomes extraordinary, and the lines between this world and the next blur." The stones pulsed gently beneath her palms, and Lyra knew she was standing on the threshold of something wondrous. Yet she hesitated, the weight of the unknown pressing down on her. "What must I do?" she asked. "Merely open your heart and mind," the voice instructed. "Trust in the journey, for it will reveal what you seek." Taking a deep breath, Lyra allowed herself to relax, surrendering to the stone's gentle pull. As she did, the glade seemed to shimmer, the air around her growing thick with magic. The world swirled and shifted, and when she opened her eyes, she found herself standing in a place both strange and familiar. The forest was there, yet transformed. The trees towered higher, their leaves shimmering in hues of silver and gold. The air was tinged with the scent of flowers Lyra had never encountered, sweet and intoxicating. The sky above was a canvas of swirling colors, like the auroras she had heard tales of but never seen. In this hidden realm, creatures of all kinds roamed freely. There were deer with coats like spun starlight, birds with feathers that glistened like precious gems, and tiny, delicate beings that flitted about on gossamer wings, leaving trails of light in their wake. Awestruck, Lyra wandered through this enchanted world, her heart soaring with wonder. As she explored, she encountered a young fox with fur as red as flame and eyes that gleamed with intelligence. The fox, sensing her presence, approached cautiously, its movements graceful and fluid. "Greetings, traveler," the fox said, its voice echoing in Lyra's mind. "I am Finn, a guide of this realm. What brings you to our world?" Lyra knelt to meet the fox's gaze, her heart brimming with excitement and a touch of trepidation. "I found the Whispering Stones," she explained. "They led me here. I seek to learn, to understand the mysteries of this place." Finn nodded, a knowing gleam in his eye. "Then you are welcome here, for you have the heart of a true seeker. But remember, knowledge is not always easy to grasp. The journey may be fraught with challenges, yet you will not face them alone." With Finn by her side, Lyra ventured deeper into the hidden realm. They traveled through forests where the trees sang in melodious harmonies, across meadows where flowers danced to an unheard tune, and over streams that glowed with the light of 1,000 stars. Along the way, they encountered many wondrous beings, wise owls with feathers of moonlight, playful otters that wove patterns in the water, and ancient tortoises that moved with the wisdom of ages past. Each shared a piece of their world, their stories painting a tapestry of magic and wonder that left Lyra's heart full. Yet, as the days passed, Lyra began to notice a shadow creeping over the land. The colors of the realm dimmed, the songs grew fainter, and the creatures moved with a sense of unease. The hidden realm was changing, and not for the better. Concerned, Lyra turned to Finn. "What is happening?" she asked, worry etching her brow. Finn's eyes were somber, his voice a soft murmur. "A great imbalance has befallen our world. The threads that bind it are unraveling, and the magic that sustains us is fading." Lyra's heart ached at the thought. This realm, so full of beauty and wonder, was in peril. "Is there anything I can do to help?" she asked, determination burning in her eyes. Finn regarded her with a mix of hope and caution. "There is a way, but it is not without risk. To restore balance, you must journey to the heart of the realm, where the source of magic lies. There, you must rekindle its flame, for only then will the harmony be restored." Though the task seemed daunting, Lyra knew she could not turn her back on the world that had welcomed her so warmly. "I will do it," she vowed, her voice steady and sure. With Finn as her guide, Lyra set out on her quest, traveling through landscapes both breathtaking and daunting. They climbed mountains that pierced the sky, crossed deserts where the sands whispered ancient secrets, and navigated labyrinthine forests where the paths seemed to shift and change. As they journeyed, Lyra learned to listen to the whispers of the land, to see beyond the surface and understand the deeper currents that flowed through this world. She discovered the strength within herself, the courage to face the unknown, and the wisdom to know when to ask for help. The challenges were many, but Lyra faced each with grace and determination. She learned to trust in her instincts, to rely on the friendships she had forged, and to believe in the power of hope and love to overcome even the greatest of obstacles. Finally, they reached the heart of the realm, a place of breathtaking beauty where the air hummed with a potent energy. In the center lay the source of magic, a pulsating orb of light that seemed to contain the very essence of the realm. But the source was dimming, its glow fading with each passing moment. Lyra approached it with reverence, feeling the weight of her task settle upon her shoulders. She knew that to rekindle the flame, she must give of herself, to pour her heart and soul into the source and reignite its light. Closing her eyes, Lyra reached deep within, drawing upon the love and strength she had found on her journey. She thought of the friends she had made, the wonders she had witnessed, and the beauty of the world that had captured her heart. As she focused her thoughts, a warmth spread through her, a gentle glow that grew brighter and brighter. She opened her eyes to see the source responding, its light flaring to life, vibrant and strong. The realm around her shuddered, as if awakening from a long slumber. Colors bloomed anew, songs filled the air, and the creatures of the realm rejoiced as the magic flowed once more. Lyra felt a wave of relief wash over her, her heart soaring with joy. She had done it. She had restored the balance, saved the hidden realm she had come to love. As the realm celebrated, Lyra knew it was time to return to her own world. She had learned much on her journey, grown in ways she had never imagined, and she carried those lessons with her like precious treasures. With Finn by her side, she made her way back to the Whispering Stones, the gateway that would lead her home. As she stepped into the circle, she felt the familiar tingling sensation, the stones humming softly beneath her touch. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice filled with gratitude, "for everything." The stones pulsed in response, the voice she had first heard now a gentle echo. "Thank you, Seeker, for your courage and kindness. The realm is forever in your debt." With a final nod to Finn, her steadfast companion, Lyra closed her eyes and let the magic carry her back to Verdant Hollow. When she opened her eyes, she was once again in the familiar glade, the sun's rays warming her skin. The forest was just as she had left it, yet Lyra knew she was forever changed. As she made her way back to the village, her heart was light with joy and hope. She had discovered a hidden world, found friends in unexpected places, and learned that even the smallest of hearts could make a difference. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Lyra returned to her home, her spirit aglow with the magic of the journey and the whispers of the stones echoing in her heart. A reminder that the boundaries between worlds were but illusions, and that wonder awaited those brave enough to seek it. In the heart of the ancient verdant wood forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, lay a hidden world unknown to most. This forest thrived under the gentle guardianship of creatures both seen and unseen, each playing a role in the delicate balance of nature. The air was perpetually infused with the heady scent of moss and pine, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze sounded like the forest's own quiet symphony. At the center of this lush wilderness was a particularly grand oak, known as the elder tree. Its vast branches stretched towards the sky, and its roots delved deep into the earth, connecting it to all the life surrounding it. This venerable tree was the heart of the forest, a living repository of wisdom and magic. It was said that the elder tree had witnessed the changing of countless seasons, each one leaving its mark in the rings of its trunk. As spring unfurled her emerald banners across the landscape, a gathering began beneath the oak's expansive canopy. This was a time of renewal and celebration, marking the beginning of another cycle of growth and abundance. Creatures of every kind convened here, the nimble-footed deer with their gentle eyes, the wise old owls with feathers as soft as the dusk, and the industrious squirrels, their fur a flash of russet among the greenery. Even the tiniest of beings, like the glittering dragonflies and the industrious ants, found their place in this circle of life. Among these creatures was a young fox named Rowan. With fur as bright as autumn leaves and eyes the color of amber, he was known for his curiosity and kindness. Rowan had grown up hearing the stories of the elder tree and the magic that pulsed throughout the forest, and he dreamed of understanding the mysteries that lay hidden within the woods. On this particular day, the air was alive with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the distant song of the river winding its way through the forest. Rowan found himself seated at the foot of the elder tree, listening intently to the stories being shared. The forest elders, wise creatures who had lived through many seasons, spoke of the importance of harmony and balance, of how every creature, no matter how small, contributed to the whole. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm, golden light across the forest floor, an unexpected visitor arrived. It was Zephyr, a gentle spirit of the wind, who often roamed the skies and danced among the treetops. Zephyr's presence was as light as a whisper, and whenever he appeared, the leaves would shimmer and sway, as if greeting an old friend. "Rowan," Zephyr called softly, his voice barely more than a breeze, "come walk with me." Intrigued, Rowan rose to his paws and followed the wind spirit. They moved through the forest, Zephyr guiding him with a playful gust here, a gentle nudge there. The world around them seemed to come alive with vibrant colors and sounds, the call of a distant owl, the trickle of a nearby brook, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. As they wandered deeper into the woods, Zephyr began to share stories of the seasons and the magic they carried. "Each season brings its own gifts," Zephyr explained. "Spring brings renewal and hope, summer warmth and abundance, autumn wisdom and reflection, and winter rest and resilience. The forest thrives because each season knows its place and purpose." Rowan listened intently, his heart swelling with understanding. He realized that just as the seasons worked together, so too did the creatures of the forest, each with their own role to play in maintaining the harmony of their home. Their journey led them to a clearing where the ground was carpeted with soft, fragrant moss and the sky above was a canvas of twinkling stars. Here Zephyr paused, allowing Rowan to take in the beauty of the world around him. "Remember this, young Rowan," Zephyr continued, his voice gentle and wise. "True strength lies not in power or force, but in understanding and cooperation. The forest flourishes because its inhabitants work together, respecting the balance of nature. Rowan nodded, feeling the truth of Zephyr's words resonate deep within him. He understood now that his own small acts of kindness and curiosity could contribute to the greater good of the forest. He felt a renewed sense of purpose, ready to play his part in this intricate dance of life. As Zephyr prepared to depart, he left Rowan with one final message. Cherish the stories of the elders, for they are the threads that weave the tapestry of our world. Pass them on, and you will keep the magic of the forest alive for generations to come. With that, Zephyr took to the skies once more, a gentle breeze rustling through the treetops. Rowan watched him go, feeling a serene sense of peace settle over him. He knew that he was part of something much larger than himself, a timeless cycle of life and magic. Returning to the elder tree, Rowan rejoined the gathering of creatures, his heart full of newfound wisdom. As the stars twinkled above and the night wrapped the forest in its tranquil embrace, the stories continued to be shared, each one a testament to the enduring harmony of the natural world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the elder tree, the forest thrived, a sanctuary of life and wonder, where creatures great and small lived in balance with the seasons and with one another. Rowan, with his bright eyes and gentle heart, became a guardian of the forest's secrets, ensuring that the wisdom of the past would light the path for all who followed. In the quiet of the night, as the last embers of the day faded into darkness, a sense of comfort and resolution settled over the forest. It was a place where magic and reality entwined, a haven of peace and possibility, forever cradled in the arms of nature. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Whimsy Hollow, where the lanes were cobbled with candy stones and the rooftops shimmered like rainbow scales, there lived a peculiar family of hedgehogs known as the Twiddlepuffs. The Twiddlepuffs were no ordinary hedgehogs. Each member of the family had a unique magical trait. Fizz, the youngest, could make flowers bloom with a sneeze, while his sister, Tilly, had a giggle so infectious that it could make even the grumpiest of frogs join in a chorus of laughter. Their home was a delightful burrow nestled beneath a towering lollipop tree, where the air always smelled of mint and honey. Inside, the walls were lined with shelves of shimmering trinkets, each one a memento of adventures past. The fireplace crackled softly, its flames dancing a merry jig, while the scent of freshly baked acorn pie wafted through the air, inviting and warm. One sunny morning, as the dew still clung to the grass like tiny jewels, a peculiar event unfolded in Whimsy Hollow. The village's magical fountain, known for its sparkling waters that granted the most joyful dreams, had suddenly stopped flowing. The fountain, crafted from glistening crystal and adorned with carvings of playful otters, stood silent, its usual melody of tinkling waters replaced by an ominous hush. The villagers gathered around, their faces a mix of concern and curiosity. Among them was the wise and whimsical Mayor Pippin, a rabbit with spectacles perched precariously on his twitching nose and a waistcoat filled with pockets of peculiar odds and ends. "We must solve this riddle," declared Mayor Pippin, peering at the fountain with a thoughtful frown. "For without our dream water, the nights will grow restless and the dreams mundane." Fizz and Tilly, always up for an adventure, volunteered to help. With a spark of determination in their eyes, they set off on a quest to uncover the mystery. Their first stop was the cozy cottage of Granny Wobble, an elderly turtle with a pant for storytelling and a fondness for treacle. "Ah, yes," Granny Wobble mused, adjusting her spectacles with a slow, deliberate motion. "The fountain's heart is a crystal teardrop, known to be enchanted. It is said to be the source of its magic." "But where has the crystal gone?" Tilly asked, her eyes wide with wonder. "To find the crystal," Granny Wobble continued, "you must follow the path of the moonbeams, for they will lead you to the enchanted grove where whispers of old magic dwell." With Granny Wobble's cryptic advice in mind, Fizz and Tilly set off towards the edge of Whimsy Hollow, where the trees intertwined like old friends whispering secrets. As night fell, the moon cast a silvery glow across their path, illuminating a trail of moonbeams that danced like ribbons in the night. The journey was filled with delightful surprises. Along the way, they encountered Whisk the squirrel, who was renowned for his incredible juggling skills. Whisk joined them on their quest, juggling acorns and pine cones with such flair that it lifted their spirits and added a touch of whimsy to their travels. Eventually, the trio arrived at the Enchanted Grove, a place where the air shimmered with possibilities, and the trees whispered in a language only the heart could understand. In the heart of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its bark etched with ancient runes that glowed softly. Just as they approached, a small, mischievous sprite named Glimmer appeared, her wings sparkling like diamond dust. "I know what you seek," she chimed, her voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. The crystal teardrop was borrowed by the wind, who wished to compose a melody unlike any other. "Can we get it back?" Fizz inquired, his nose twitching with excitement. "Of course," Glimmer giggled. "All you need is a song of friendship, for the wind loves nothing more than the harmony of kindred souls." And so, beneath the canopy of the Enchanted Grove, Fizz, Tilly, and Whisk began to sing. Their melody was a lilting tune that spoke of laughter and dreams, of adventures shared and dreams fulfilled. The wind, who had been listening from afar, was so moved by their song that it returned the crystal teardrop, placing it gently in Fizz's tiny paws. With the crystal in hand, the trio made their way back to Whimsy Hollow, where a crowd of villagers greeted them with cheers and hugs. Mayor Pippin beamed with pride as he placed the crystal back in the fountain, and with a joyous gurgle, the waters began to flow once more, sparkling like 1,000 stars. That night, as the village drifted into slumber, the dreams that visited each villager were more vibrant and joyful than ever before. And as for Fizz and Tilly, they snuggled into their cozy burrow beneath the lollipop tree, the warmth of friendship and adventure weaving through their dreams like a gentle lullaby. And so, in the heart of Whimsy Hollow, where magic and laughter danced hand in hand, the Twiddlepuffs slept soundly, knowing that the world was just a little bit brighter because of their journey. And as the moon cast its silvery glow over the village, the fountain sang its familiar song, a melody of dreams and delight that carried through the night, whispering promises of more whimsical adventures to come. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amongst rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a gentle-hearted girl named Lila. She was known for her curiosity and a particular fondness for stories that spoke of magic and wonder. Lila's favorite place was the village's small yet enchanting library, where she spent many afternoons among the dust-mottled shelves, lost in tales of faraway lands. One breezy autumn day, as golden leaves danced in the crisp air, Lila discovered a book unlike any she had seen before. It was tucked away in a forgotten corner, its cover worn with age but shimmering subtly in the dim light. Intrigued, she carefully opened the book, and to her amazement, a delicate silver key slipped from its pages, landing softly on the wooden floor with a gentle chime. The librarian, an elderly woman with twinkling eyes named Mrs. Wren, noticed Lila's find. "Ah," she said, her voice smooth as honey, "you've discovered the key of whispers. It is said to unlock secrets that lie beneath the surface of what we perceive." With Mrs. Wren's encouragement, Lila took the key home, her heart fluttering with excitement and a hint of apprehension. That night, as moonlight bathed her room in a silvery glow, Lila examined the key closely. It felt warm in her hand, almost alive, whispering promises of hidden wonders. The following morning, with the key safely tucked in her pocket, Lila set off on a path through the woods behind her home. She walked for some time, guided by an inexplicable pull, until she reached an ancient oak with a gnarled trunk and sprawling branches. At its base, half buried beneath the carpet of fallen leaves, lay a small, intricately carved wooden door, just the right size for the key. Holding her breath, Lila inserted the silver key into the lock. With a gentle click, the door swung open, revealing a staircase spiraling downwards, illuminated by warm, flickering lights. Heart pounding with a mix of fear and excitement, Lila descended into the unknown. At the bottom, she found herself in a vast, underground chamber filled with an array of curious objects. A globe that spun on its own, a harp playing a soft, melodic tune, and jars of swirling colors that danced in their containers. But it was the mirror at the far end of the room that caught her attention. Its surface shimmered like the surface of a tranquil lake under the morning sun. As Lila approached, the mirror's reflection began to shift, showing not her own image, but a scene of the village she so dearly loved. However, in the reflection, the village was dull and colorless, the joy and life seemingly drained away. Beside the mirror stood two peculiar figures. The first, a tiny plump gnome with a bushy beard and a perpetual grin, introduced himself as Binkle. The second, a slender, graceful fairy whose wings sparkled like dew-kissed petals at dawn, was named Era. "Welcome, Lila," Binkle said with a jovial tone, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "This mirror reveals the heart of Willowbrook. It seems your village is in need of a little magic." Ira nodded, her voice soft and melodic. "Something has dimmed the spirit of Willowbrook, and only someone with a pure heart and wise mind can restore its light." Layla, feeling a sense of purpose welling within her, asked, "How can I help?" "The answer lies in understanding," Ira replied. "You must learn to see beyond the surface, to listen to the whispers of the world around you." With their guidance, Lila embarked on a journey through the chamber, each object a lesson in perception and insight. The globe taught her that the world is interconnected, each action creating ripples that affect the whole. The harp revealed the harmony in diversity, where different notes blend to create a beautiful melody. The jars of colors showed her the beauty in differences, how each shade adds to the richness of life. As Lila absorbed these lessons, the mirror's reflection began to change, colors slowly seeping back into the village scene. Yet, there was still a lingering shadow, a reminder of something unresolved. Binkle and Ira encouraged Lila to look deeper, to find the source of the shadow. With newfound wisdom, she realized the shadow was born of misunderstandings and fears that had crept into the hearts of the villagers, causing them to lose sight of the kindness and unity that once defined their home. Determined to dispel the shadow, Lila returned to Willowbrook, where she began sharing the lessons she had learned. She spoke with her neighbors, fostering conversations that brought to light hidden fears and misconceptions. Slowly, understanding blossomed, like a garden nurtured by the warmth of the sun. As the villagers opened their hearts, the shadow began to lift, and the mirror in the chamber below the oak reflected a vibrant, lively Willowbrook once more. The air was filled with laughter, and the village thrummed with the gentle pulse of community and love. With her mission complete, Lila returned to the ancient oak, where Binkle and Ira awaited her. The silver key glowed warmly in her hand, a symbol of the journey she had undertaken and the changes she had inspired. "You have done well, Lila," Ira said, her voice like a soft breeze. "Remember, the greatest magic lies within the heart, in kindness and understanding." Binkle added with a wink, "And never forget the wonders that can be found when you dare to look beyond." With a grateful heart, Lila bid farewell to her new friends, knowing that their lessons would stay with her always. As she walked back to her village, the sun setting in a blaze of colors, she felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. The silver key, now a cherished keepsake, found its place on Lila's bedside table, a reminder of the extraordinary adventure that began with a single, unexpected discovery. And as she drifted to sleep that night, the warmth of friendship and the promise of new wonders cocooned her in a comforting embrace, the whispers of magic echoing softly in her dreams. In the heart of a sleepy little village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young soul named Finn. Finn had a spectacular imagination and a heart full of wonder, always eager to discover what lay beyond the familiar cobblestone paths and the cozy, thatched roofs of his home. One crisp autumn morning, when the sun was just beginning to cast its golden light over the dew-kissed fields, Finn decided to follow the path less traveled, a narrow trail that wound its way into the dense, mysterious woodlands at the edge of the village. The villagers often spoke of this forest with hushed voices, as if it were a place of secrets and stories waiting to be unveiled. As Finn stepped into the woods, the world transformed around him. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and damp earth. Sunbeams filtered through the canopy, painting the forest floor with dappled patterns of light and shadow. The trees, ancient and wise, stood tall like silent guardians, their leaves whispering secrets to the breeze. Finn walked deeper into the forest, his eyes wide with wonder. He soon came upon a clearing where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, violets, blues, and yellows, each petal glistening with morning dew like tiny jewels. In the center of the clearing stood an enormous mushroom, its cap as wide as a dinner table, with a stem that shimmered softly in the sunlight. Perched atop this magical mushroom was a peculiar little creature, no taller than a squirrel, with skin that glowed like moonlight and eyes that sparkled with mischief. "Hello there," the creature chirped, its voice as light as a summer breeze. "I am Lyra, the keeper of the forest's dreams." Finn's eyes widened with delight. "I've never seen anything like you before," he said, his voice tinged with awe. Lyra laughed, a sound like tinkling bells. "Few have, for I am the guardian of wonders unseen by most. Tell me, young traveler, what brings you to this enchanted part of the world?" Finn paused, considering his answer. "I seek adventure and new stories to tell," he replied earnestly, his heart swelling with excitement. "Then you have come to the right place," Lyra said with a knowing smile. "But be warned, this forest holds both beauty and challenge. You must be brave and kind to uncover its secrets." With that, Lyra hopped down from the mushroom and beckoned Finn to follow. They ventured deeper into the forest, where the air grew cooler and the shadows longer. Along the way, they encountered a shimmering brook that sang a gentle, soothing melody as it danced over smooth stones. Finn knelt beside it, cupping his hands to drink the crisp, refreshing water, feeling invigorated by its magic. As they continued their journey, the pair came across a peculiar sight, an ancient tree with a trunk that twisted and turned like a spiral staircase. Its bark was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to tell stories of old. Lyra explained that this was the Tree of Echoes, and if Finn listened closely, he might hear the whispers of those who had walked the forest before him. Finn pressed his ear against the cool bark and closed his eyes. Faintly at first, then clearer, he heard a chorus of voices, each one sharing tales of courage, friendship, and discovery. The stories filled him with warmth, reminding him that he was not alone on his journey. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky with hues of pink and orange, Finn and Lyra reached a glade bathed in soft, golden light. Here the forest seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something magical to happen. In the center of the glade stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a crystal orb that glowed with an inner light. "This," Lyra said softly, "is the heart of the forest. It holds the dreams and hopes of all who enter these woods. It is said that those who touch it with pure intent will find the courage they seek." Finn stepped forward, his heart beating with anticipation. He reached out, his fingers brushing the cool surface of the orb. A gentle warmth spread through him, filling him with a sense of peace and strength. He realized then that true courage was not the absence of fear, but the willingness to explore the unknown with an open heart. As the stars began to twinkle overhead, Finn knew it was time to return home. He thanked Lyra for the wondrous journey and promised to share the stories of the magical forest with his village. Lyra waved goodbye, her form shimmering in the twilight as Finn retraced his steps through the woods. When Finn emerged from the forest, the village lights glowed warmly in the distance, welcoming him back. He felt a deep sense of gratitude for the adventure, for the friends he had made, and for the newfound courage that would guide him on many more journeys. And so, with the stories of the forest whispering in his heart, Finn returned home, ready to dream of new adventures beneath the starlit sky. And as he drifted off to sleep, the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft glow of moonlight filled his dreams with wonder and magic, reminding him that the world was full of enchantment, waiting to be discovered. Once upon a time, in a forest as old as the mountains themselves, a world of wonder unfolded with each changing season. Here, the boundaries between the natural and the mystical blurred, revealing secrets known only to those who walked the ancient paths with open eyes and open hearts. As winter's icy grip loosened and the first tender buds emerged, a hush fell over the woodland. Deep within the hollow of a gnarled oak, a family of dormice stirred from their slumber, their whiskers twitching with anticipation. For it was in this sacred time of rebirth that the forest's most cherished rite took place. On the first night of the vernal equinox, when day and night stood in perfect balance, the dormice elders would gather the young ones close and share the ancient tales. Tales of the Great Spirit who breathed life into the forest, weaving its intricate tapestry of flora and fauna into a harmonious whole. As the elders spoke, their words carried the weight of generations past, echoing through the trees like whispers on the wind. They told of the delicate dance between all living things, each playing its part in maintaining the balance that sustained the forest's vibrant beauty. The young Dormice listened raptly, their eyes wide with wonder, as the elders described the magic that flowed through the woodland's veins. How the first spring rain carried the rejuvenating essence of renewal, nourishing the earth and coaxing forth a symphony of new life. They learned of the dryads, graceful tree spirits who tended the ancient boughs, their laughter like tinkling bells as they danced among the budding leaves, and of the sprites who rode the gentle breezes, trailing stardust in their wake, whispering secrets to those who knew how to listen. As the seasons turned, each brought its own enchantments. In summer, when the forest basked in the golden warmth of endless days, the elders told of the playful nymphs who frolicked in sun-dappled glades, their joyous laughter echoing through the canopy. They spoke of the wise old oak who stood as a guardian, its roots delving deep into the earth, drawing strength from the ancient stones below, and of the hidden groves where otherworldly creatures gathered on moonlit nights to dance and sing, their voices weaving intricate melodies that stirred the very soul. When autumn's vibrant cloak adorned the trees, the elders wove tales of the mighty stag who led his herd through the rustling leaves, his antlers a crown of majesty. They told of the crones who tended the sacred fires, their gnarled hands deftly coaxing forth the glowing embers that would nurture the forest through the long, cold nights ahead. And as winter's crystalline embrace descended once more, the elders would speak of the great bear who slumbered in his den, dreaming of the spring to come, of the silent sentinels who kept vigil over the frozen landscape, their boughs laden with pristine snow, awaiting the cycle's renewal. Through it all, the young Dormice learned that the forest's true magic lay not in any singular wonder, but in the intricate tapestry that bound all life together. They understood that each creature, cata plant, cata stone and stream played its part in maintaining the delicate equilibrium that had endured for eons. And so, as the ancient tales concluded and the first pale rays of dawn filtered through the canopy, the Dormice elders would smile knowingly. For they knew that the wisdom they had imparted would echo through the generations to come, ensuring that the forest's secrets would never be forgotten, and its magic would endure forever. In a cozy cottage tucked away in a woodland glade, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She had always been content hopping amongst the ferns and wildflowers, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the earthy surroundings. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of curiosity burned, a yearning for something more. One dewy morning, as Hazel nibbled on a crisp dandelion leaf, a glimmering light caught her eye. She followed the ethereal glow to a clearing where a magnificent butterfly floated before her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. "Greetings, young Hazel," the butterfly spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of transformation." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking butterfly? This must be a dream." Zephyr fluttered closer, trailing stardust in her wake. "Dreams are the seeds of change, my dear. You have a great journey ahead, one that will test your courage and reshape your very being." Uncertainty flickered across Hazel's features. Change was a daunting concept, and she had always found solace in the familiar. "But I'm just a simple rabbit," she protested. "What journey could possibly await me?" With a warm chuckle, Zephyr replied, "The most wondrous transformations often begin with the smallest of seeds. Look within, and you will find a spark waiting to be fanned into a brilliant flame." Before Hazel could respond, a rustling came from the undergrowth, and two of her dearest friends emerged, Oakley, the wise old oak tree, and Flutter, the hummingbird. "Do not fear, little one," Oakley rumbled, his bark rough yet comforting. "We will be with you every step of the way." Flutter zipped excitedly around Hazel's head. "Oh, this is going to be such an adventure. You'll see. It will be simply dazzling." Reassured by her friend's presence, Hazel turned to Zephyr. "What must I do?" The butterfly's wings shimmered with magic. "Seek the enchanted grove, where the veil between worlds grows thin. There, you will undergo a transformation that will reveal your true self." With a deep breath, Hazel nodded. Though apprehensive, she knew this was a journey she must embark upon. And so, with Oakley and Flutter by her side, Hazel set off into the unknown, her paws treading paths she had never dared explore before. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, whispering secrets in the gentle whispers of the wind. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the Enchanted Grove, a vibrant meadow where moonbeams danced across a shimmering stream. Hazel gazed in awe at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from within her, and she felt her body beginning to shift and change. Her fur transformed into downy feathers of the richest brown, and her paws melded into delicate wings. Oakley and Flutter watched in wonderment as their friend emerged from her cocoon, reborn as a magnificent owl. Hazel stretched her wings, reveling in her newfound form, and took to the skies with a joyous hoot. As she soared above the treetops, bathed in the soft moonlight, Hazel realized that the spark Zephyr had spoken of was her own inner strength and resilience. The journey had been one of self-discovery, revealing the beauty and grace that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Hazel descended to her friends, her eyes shining with wisdom. "Thank you," she said, her voice now a gentle coo. "Without your guidance and unwavering support, I may never have found the courage to spread my wings." Oakley and Flutter beamed with pride, for they knew that their friend had blossomed into her truest, most radiant self. From that day forth, Hazel took to the night skies, her keen eyes ever watchful for those in need of guidance. And whenever a fellow creature felt lost or uncertain, she would share the lessons she had learned. That change, though daunting, can be an opportunity for growth and transformation, and that true beauty lies not in physical form, but in the courage to embrace one's authentic self. In the heart of the ancient whispering forest, where towering oaks and graceful willows stretched their limbs towards the sky, a gentle balance had been maintained for centuries. The forest was a tapestry of greens and browns, dappled with sunlight that trickled through the canopy, painting patterns on the leafy floor. A soft, ever-present breeze carried the scent of pine and earth, and the melodic chirping of birds created a symphony that resonated through the woods. In this enchanted realm, every creature played its part in the grand orchestra of nature. The squirrels, with their bushy tails and nimble paws, darted among the branches, gathering acorns and seeds. Tiny beetles scurried beneath the fallen leaves, their iridescent shells glinting in the sunlight. And deep in the underbrush, a family of foxes made their home, their russet fur blending seamlessly with the forest floor. But perhaps the most enchanting inhabitants of the whispering forest were the Fae folk, the delicate, ethereal beings who danced on the breeze and sang with the birds. They could often be seen flitting between the flowers, their wings shimmering like droplets of dew catching the first light of dawn. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest donned its golden cloak, a young Fae named Lumina awoke with a sense of eager anticipation. Her translucent wings quivered with excitement as she stretched, the cool morning air brushing gently against her skin. Today, she would learn the ancient ways of the forest from Elder Bramble, the wisest of the Fae, whose knowledge spanned the ages like the rings of a great oak. Lumina fluttered through the forest, her feet barely touching the ground, as she made her way to the clearing where Elder Bramble awaited. The clearing was a serene haven, surrounded by tall ferns and crowned by a canopy of intertwining branches. At its center stood Elder Bramble, his hair as silver as moonlight, and his eyes as deep as the forest itself. "Good morning, Lumina," Elder Bramble greeted her, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Today we shall speak of the balance that sustains our world." Lumina settled on a soft patch of moss, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Please tell me," she implored, eager to absorb the wisdom of the ages. Elder Bramble smiled, his gaze drifting to the sky where clouds meandered lazily. "The forest is a living tapestry," he began, "and every creature, every plant is a thread in its weave. We Fae are the guardians of its harmony, ensuring that balance is maintained." He paused, gesturing towards the trees, which whispered secrets to one another in the language of the wind. "Each season brings its own magic," he continued. "Spring, with its blossoms and new beginnings. Summer, with long days and abundant life. Autumn, with its harvest and preparation. And winter, with its quiet rest and reflection." Lumina nodded, feeling the truth of his words resonate within her. She had always sensed the magic in the changing of the seasons, the subtle shifts that guided the forest's rhythm. "But what happens if the balance is disrupted?" she asked, a hint of concern in her voice. "Ah," Elder Bramble replied, his tone turning solemn. "Nature has ways of restoring itself, but it is the duty of all who dwell here to aid in that restoration. Through wisdom and friendship, we can overcome any challenge." As if to illustrate his point, a gentle breeze stirred the leaves, carrying with it the scent of rain. The forest sighed in contentment, welcoming the promise of nourishment. "Come," Elder Bramble said, rising with the grace of a willow bending in the wind. "Let us walk, and I will show you how the forest speaks." Together they wandered through the woods, Elder Bramble teaching Lumi to listen to the stories carried by the wind, to understand the language of the rustling leaves and the babbling brook. He showed her how the animals communicated through subtle cues, and how the plants shared their wisdom through the changing colors of their leaves. As they walked, Lumi began to see the forest in a new light. She noticed the way the sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. She heard the soft, rhythmic pulse of the earth beneath her feet, a heartbeat that echoed her own. Days turned to weeks, and under Elder Bramble's guidance, Lumi grew more attuned to the forest's rhythm. She learned to dance with the wind, to sing with the birds, and to feel the pulse of nature within her very being. One day, as winter approached and the first snowflakes began to fall, Lumi sat with Elder Bramble by a crackling fire. The flames cast a warm glow, illuminating their faces and painting the surrounding trees with flickering light. "You have learned well, Lumi," Elder Bramble said, his voice filled with pride. "You are ready to share your knowledge, to be a guardian of the balance." Lumi smiled, feeling a deep sense of fulfillment. She knew that, like the forest, she would continue to grow, to learn, and to cherish the harmony that surrounded her. And so, as the snow blanketed the whispering forest in a soft, white embrace, Lumi danced among the snowflakes, her heart filled with the magic of the seasons and the wisdom of the ages. The forest, in turn, whispered its gratitude, knowing that its secrets were safe in her hands. The crackling fire began to dim, but the warmth lingered, a reminder of the enduring cycle of life and the gentle balance that sustained it. As Lumi drifted into a peaceful slumber, the forest settled into its winter's rest, dreaming of the spring to come. In the little village of Willowbrook, nestled among rolling hills and whispering streams, there was a quaint, old bookstore known as Whimsy and Wonder. Its shelves stretched from floor to ceiling, filled with books of every kind imaginable. The air inside was always warm, filled with the comforting scent of aged paper and polished wood. It was here that a young girl named Clara found herself spending most of her afternoons, losing herself in the pages of adventure and mystery. One particularly drizzly afternoon, as raindrops stitched a delicate pattern on the windows, Clara stumbled upon a dusty, leather-bound book tucked away in a shadowed corner. Its cover was embossed with faded gold letters that read, "The Book of Whispers." Intrigued, Clara carefully opened it, and to her surprise, the pages were blank. Disappointed but curious, she decided to take the book home, thinking it might make a perfect sketch pad for her drawings. As night fell and the village was enveloped in a cozy hush, Clara sat by her bedroom window, the gentle patter of rain a soothing lullaby. She opened the book again, and as she did, she noticed a soft glow emanating from the pages. Words began to appear in elegant script, forming a story as if written by an invisible hand. It was a tale about a hidden world where everyday objects held magical secrets, waiting to be discovered by those with kind hearts and open minds. The book spoke of a magical quill, crafted from the feather of a mystical bird, said to bring stories to life. It lay hidden in the heart of the Whispering Woods, a place known for its enchanting beauty and gentle spirits. Clara's heart leapt with excitement and an adventurous spirit. She decided she must find this quill and learn its secrets. The next morning, with the sun peeking through the clouds and painting the village in soft hues of gold, Clara set out on her journey to the Whispering Woods. Along the way, she met a peculiar old man named Mr. Tibbles, who wore spectacles so large they seemed to magnify his twinkling eyes. Mr. Tibbles was the village storyteller, known for his vast knowledge of the woods and its wonders. Ah, the Whispering Woods, he mused, adjusting his spectacles. A place of great beauty and mystery. But remember, dear Clara, it is not strength or speed that will guide you to the quill, but wisdom and kindness. With Mr. Tibble's words in her heart, Clara ventured into the woods. The air was crisp, filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. Sunlight danced through the leaves, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. As she walked deeper, she felt a gentle sense of calm, as if the woods themselves were whispering secrets of ancient times. It wasn't long before Clara encountered a small, timid squirrel named Oliver, who was frantically searching for his lost acorns. With a kind smile, Clara offered to help, and together they found the acorns nestled beneath a pile of autumn leaves. Grateful, Oliver decided to accompany Clara on her quest, chattering cheerfully and offering bits of wisdom about the forest. Further along, they came across a wise old turtle named Gertrude. Her shell was etched with patterns that told stories of the forest's past. To find the quill, Gertrude said in a slow, gentle voice, you must first listen to the whispers of the forest. They will guide you. Clara closed her eyes, allowing the forest sounds to envelop her. The rustle of leaves, the chirping of birds, and the soft murmurs of the wind seemed to form a melody, leading her deeper into the woods. After what felt like hours, Clara and her newfound friends reached a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its branches stretching towards the sky. Nestled within the roots was the quill, glowing softly with a magical light. As Clara reached out to take the quill, a gentle voice filled the air. The quill chooses those who write with their hearts, it said. Clara understood that the quill's true magic lay not in the stories it could write, but in the intentions of the storyteller. With the quill in hand, Clara returned to the village, her heart filled with gratitude and wonder. She realized that the true journey had been one of self-discovery, learning the value of kindness, friendship, and wisdom. Back at Whimsy and Wonder, Clara began writing stories with the magical quill, sharing tales of her adventures and the lessons she had learned. The bookstore became a haven of warmth and imagination, drawing people from near and far who came to listen to Clara's enchanting stories. And so, in the gentle glow of the bookstore's lanterns, with the rain softly tapping on the windows, Clara's stories lived on, whispering secrets of magic and wonder to all who would listen. And in the heart of Willowbrook, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, the spirit of adventure and kindness thrived, gently guiding all who ventured into the realms of imagination. In a quaint village nestled between lush, rolling hills and a shimmering lake, there lay a small, unassuming antique shop. The shop, with its faded blue shutters and a sign swinging gently in the breeze that read Curios and Wonders, was run by a kind old man named Mr. Whitaker. Mr. Whitaker had a penchant for collecting objects with stories, though few visitors believed the tales he spun about them. One chilly autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced to the ground, a young girl named Clara wandered into the shop. Clara had always been drawn to places filled with stories and secrets. Her curiosity was matched only by her gentle heart, which seemed to see the world in hues of wonder and possibility. The shop was a treasure trove of oddities. Shelves bowed under the weight of dusty books, peculiar trinkets, and clocks that ticked in harmony like a soft symphony. But among all these marvels, it was a small, ornate mirror tucked into a corner that caught Clara's eye. The mirror was unlike anything she had ever seen. Its frame was etched with intricate patterns of swirling vines and flowers, and the glass itself seemed to shimmer with a soft inner light. As Clara leaned in closer, she noticed something extraordinary. Her reflection was smiling back at her, even though she hadn't smiled. "Oh, you found the Mirror of Echoes," Mr. Whitaker said, his voice as warm and crackling as a fireplace on a winter's night. He stepped beside her, his eyes twinkling with the joy of sharing a secret. "It's said to reflect not just your image, but your true self. It's a mirror of the heart." Intrigued and enchanted, Clara asked if she could hold it. The mirror was surprisingly light in her hands, and as she gazed into it, she felt a gentle warmth spread through her chest, as if the mirror was whispering stories only she could hear. "Take care of it, dear," Mr. Whitaker advised softly. "It holds magic, but it can only reveal what you are ready to see." With the mirror safely wrapped in a velvet cloth, Clara thanked Mr. Whitaker and set off toward the lakeside, where she often spent her afternoons dreaming and skipping stones. The path to the lake was lined with towering oaks, their branches forming a cozy canopy overhead. As Clara walked, she felt the mirror grow warmer, and when she paused to look into it again, she saw not the familiar path, but a road she had never traveled. The road in the mirror was winding and lined with unfamiliar trees, their leaves shimmering with colors Clara had never seen, hues of sapphire, emerald, and gold. Intrigued and a little apprehensive, she wondered where it might lead. Just then, a soft voice broke the silence. "It's the path of heart's desire," said the voice, belonging to a small, winged creature perched on a branch above. It was a fairy, its wings glistening with dew and sunlight. Clara blinked in surprise. "A fairy! I've never met one before." The fairy chuckled, a sound like tinkling bells. "Few have, but the mirror has chosen you, Clara. I'm Lila, a guardian of this path. It appears the mirror has shown you a journey you must take." "But I don't understand," Clara confessed. "I didn't know I had a heart's desire." "Ah," Lila replied gently, fluttering down to sit on Clara's shoulder. "Sometimes our true desires are hidden even from ourselves. The path will reveal it to you. All you need is the courage to follow." With a nod and a heart full of curiosity, Clara stepped forward, guided by the vision in the mirror. The path led her through a landscape that seemed to pulse with life. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming flowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of the forest. Clara walked for what felt like hours, yet she never grew tired. Each step felt light, as if she floated on a current of purpose. Along the way, Clara met several companions. There was a wise old turtle named Tobias, who shared stories of the stars and the moon, teaching her the importance of patience and perspective. Then there was Pippa, a lively squirrel with a knack for finding hidden treasures in the forest, who showed Clara the joy of discovering the small wonders in life. Together they journeyed deeper into the heart of this magical world, where even the stones seemed to hum with ancient songs. Clara felt her heart swell with a sense of belonging and wonder, as if each encounter was a piece of a puzzle, revealing more of her own heart's desires. Eventually, the path led them to a crystal-clear stream, its waters glistening under the gentle gaze of the sun. Here Clara paused, feeling an unspoken question tug at her heart. She looked into the mirror once more, hoping for guidance. In its depths she saw the reflection of a village, her village, but it was not as she had left it. The people were gathered in the square, their faces clouded with worry. Clara realized with a start that she had been so caught up in her own journey, she had forgotten the needs of her home. "I must return," she said softly, understanding now that her heart's desire was not just about her own joy, but about bringing joy and peace to others. Her journey had shown her the importance of connection, of community, and the magic of sharing one's discoveries with the world. Her companions nodded in understanding, and with a fond farewell, they watched as Clara turned back. As she retraced her steps, the path felt different, not because it had changed, but because she had. When she finally emerged from the enchanted woods, Clara found herself back at the lakeside. The village was just as she had seen in the mirror, but now she was ready. With the wisdom of Tobias, the joy of Pippa, and the courage gifted by the mirror, Clara knew she could help bring light and hope to her village. As she walked into the square, the villagers turned to her, their faces hopeful and curious. Clara smiled, feeling the warmth of the mirror in her hand and the warmth of friendship in her heart. She began to share her stories, the tales of wonder and wisdom she had gathered on her journey. The villagers listened, their worries melting away like morning mist in the sun. And in that moment, Clara understood that the true magic of the mirror was not just in revealing one's heart, but in opening it to others. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a soft glow over the village, Clara felt a deep sense of peace. She had discovered her heart's desire, and in doing so had found her place in the world, a place where stories and kindness wove together, creating a tapestry of warmth and wonder. And so, with the village aglow with newfound hope and friendship, Clara's journey came to a gentle close. The mirror, resting now on her bedside, continued to shimmer with the light of possibilities, a reminder that magic was always there, waiting to be discovered by those with eyes to see and hearts to listen. As night fell, Clara drifted into a restful sleep, the whispers of the forest and the laughter of her friends echoing softly in her dreams. The village was safe and warm, wrapped in the embrace of stories, and the stars twinkled overhead, a promise of more adventures to come. And in the quiet of the night, the mirror of echoes rested too, content in the knowledge that its magic had found a worthy guardian.